Hello and welcome. You are watching. This is the 2022 Netrunner World Championship here in the heart of the Sheridan Center in Toronto, right in front of the Nathan Phillips Square. I hope you're having a good weekend. Ours is just about to begin. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for joining me. And of course, I'm joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going, Panzer?
I am doing fantastic. Welcome to the Null Signal Games World Championships of Netrunner. This is the standard format, and we are in for 7 rounds today, plus potentially a tiebreaker. You are about to see round 1, and we are already starting off with a fantastic matchup. We have Extrac on the left on Asmari EdTech, and we have Killian on the right on 419. For anyone who is less familiar with these IDs, 419 recently unbanned ID, very strong runner. The ID ability is the first time every single turn that the Corp installs a card, they have to either pay 1 credit or reveal that card.
And on the other side, we have Asmari EdTech. This is one of the strong NBN abilities. It's hard to play around this thing. At the beginning of the turn, our corporation there, Extrac, is going to name a card type. And you see there's a pile of cards there. There's a bit of glare on them, but that's actually, if I'm not mistaken, stim hack. So the idea is they name a card type, and a lot of times they will show that on the table by showing, say, an event off the top. And the first time a turn that Killian plays an event, the Corp gets 2 credits. And a lot of times it's not very nuanced. You just see the Corp is going to say event is just going to keep it there all game, and that's going to get them maybe 8 to 10 credits because there's events in all of these criminal decks. You're expecting the diversion of funds, maybe even inside jobs, of course, sure gambles, deuces wilds, and we're off to the races. And oh no, it is starting. This is something I was worried of since the beginning, but now in Netrunner, there are so many alt arts. There are so many alternate versions of card arts that there are going to be some card arts that we're going to try and figure out what they are. My guess, Rashida Yahim, 0 cost in the remote server.
Yep. And obviously the reason that you would reveal that is because you have to for 419, and you don't want to turn on falsified credentials, which gives 419 money if they successfully guess the correct card type when they reveal it. So yes, you do lose the guessing game of is this a Rashida, is this not a Rashida, but you also have the mini game of can you actually get in turn 1.
Yeah, so we got a penny shaver down. We're going to be checking R&D. Again, apologies to some extent. We're getting into this very fast. Our round has just begun. Just to do some basic housekeeping, let us know if our audio is good. This is a new setup for us. We're going to try and make sure that we can explain as much as we can, but a lot of gifted tier subs.
Ooh,
thank you there.
Thank you.
And there, Killian on the right is putting down No One Home. Now, this is a tech card, and trying to figure out what Asmari is trying to do in the matchup. Again, economy doesn't really betray much of a win condition. That's just a good enough thing. So we're going to see whether this is full Glacier decks. We've seen some Chrysium grids, even some Bio Vaults show up in some of these lists. Or it could be hard-hitting news. It could be, of course, Drago Ivanov, who is doing a lot of work in the modern meta coming into this day. And so you're going to see a lot of those runner decks playing things like No One Home, or I think No Free Lunch might be the most popular anti-tag tech card.
We are seeing absolutely, at least in the halls, people preparing their deck lists, I was seeing a ton of No Free Lunch. So tagging might not be it might be difficult to pull off tags. You can fit almost anything in Asmari. You are still, you have re-education and faction. It could even be Neurospike.
Yeah, that's true. And I think you can see a bit of Extract's hand there. If I'm not mistaken, you see Drago there standing in his bold gray suit. And so this is a new card that just recently came out in Midnight Sun, and it's been an absolute menace. I do think we also see self-growth programs there. So this is what this list is going to be about. And that No One Home is going to matter. But in short, Drago is an advanceable card. So in a remote server, it looks like an agenda. Advance, and then at instant speed at any paid ability window, or excuse me, it has to be on the corporation's turn.
Yeah.
You can trade those 2 advancement counters into a single tag. We're going to install in the remote server, going to pay 1 credit to dodge 419's tag and double advance there. I think that might be the Drago.
That looks like a Drago to me. Yeah. Now, obviously, No One Home is a tech card. No One Home does interact directly with tags. It says, I believe it's if you're about to take tags, you force the corp to trace you.
0, yeah.
Yeah, trace 0. And if you get to... Drago is one of the best answers to a card like 419 because Drago can give you more tags very quickly.
Yeah, it's the overbearing nature of the card is it doesn't go away. So it's one thing to deal with the tag, and then you still have to deal Drago the following turn. And Asmari, I believe the ability hasn't triggered yet. Event has been called. Again, that is what that stim hack is at the top of the playmat. And so you see Killian's hand is going to grow kind of riper and riper with more and more events until one turn Killian decides to play 2 or 3 at once to kind of play around that ability.
It looks like that's this turn.
Yeah, Deuces Wild. Now, a very good modal card has 4 choices on them. One does remove a tag. Not that there's a tag here right now, but this could mean that there's probably an Amakua in this list, which is a safe bet for 419 getting that exposed ability. And we're going to expose this ice on the remote server. That's a border control. So
this is actually an interesting call, in my opinion. Do you run to force the border control res, force effectively 3 credits to go away? Looks like the answer is running.
Yeah, we're checking archives here.
Yeah, checking archives here.
So Deuce's Wild allows you to expose one ice card, and then you have to make a run. Checking into archives, you see an IP block, and on its own, that's a trace 3 to potentially end the run after a tag is given, but not amazing against a 1 Link 419. But once that Amakua comes down, that's a very valuable card.
Agreed.
Knowing what's in hand when you see that IP block discarded with an open R&D with the Penny Shaver makes you think that there might be a couple too many operations, some of those combo pieces in hand that Extrac really wants to hold on to.
Yeah. Yeah, normally, even if it is only a 2-credit tax because of the link, 2-credit tax recurring for 2 credits is a pretty good deal on the corporation side.
Oh, no, that's Beth. 3 influence, if I'm not mistaken, for a unique connection.
And I think Beth is... No, that is a Bologna.
A Bologna push early again.
So Bologna, a 5-3 agenda, so you do have to advance it 5 times to actually score it. When you score it, you gain 5 credits. If the runner wants to steal it, the runner has to pay 5 credits. So a fantastic tempo-positive agenda in both directions for the corporation.
Yeah, and that's hard to jam out against a criminal there. You're expecting inside jobs. At least boomerangs are more common in the modern format. You're seeing 2 of them in most criminal decks at a minimum. And so that's a remote server you can charge. And we are checking the top of R&D. We were worried that was a Drago, and to see Beth Kilrain Chang leave the play area so fast off of 3 influence on a resource.
No, here's actually a very interesting interaction that we have with these 2 decks. You see the console down there is a Penny Shaver. Penny Shaver can accrue credits, keep them safe from one of the potential signature events from an Asmari deck that's on Drago, Market Forces.
Yeah, you say that.
You drain the credit pool, but you don't drain the credit pool on Penny Shaver.
Yo, it's Pants, you're totally right. But then you're gambling that other line where they return that to hand with the self-growth programs, and then all the credits on the Penny Shaver, they end up somewhere into the ether. But we're gonna empty that. We're coming back. It might be a Bologna on the top. There you go.
Oh, it's a Bologna.
Needing to take those 5 credits off again. That will be 1 more on the Penny Shaver. And Killian gets that, but 5 credits here. The question, too, is whether there's a hard-hitting news. But Killian did interact last turn and didn't get hard-hitting news, so you're feeling a bit safer here. And I don't know. I know we played yesterday, right? And if I was going into the Crown of Service tournament, the card I wanted to put in my deck more than any other card in this modern meta is Mad Dash. Yes. And you're going to see it be so important, and specifically these NBN matchups that are running as few agendas as possible.
Oh, here's the Drago.
Drago starting there. Res in the remote server again, not paying to prevent expose. Might as well res it. Plays against falsified credentials. There's no Amakua on the table. That sweetens that expose, and an ice on R&D. Extrac has about 10 credits to 2. Mind you.
Yeah, I have to think that Drago feels very safe right here given the credit differential. We know that there's a border control on the remote. The border control's not getting broken right now. You don't mind paying 3 credits if you have to keep that Drago up and active.
Yeah, this is hard. The fork here, of course, comes with the hard-hitting news. Again, a card that says if you've ran, and the corporation can leverage a credit differential to give you 4 tags. And 4 tags is hard to clear. That's a lot of money, a lot of time. I don't know whether we're going to see Boom in this list again. In terms of 15 influence, so far we've seen, I believe, 3 on just the boarding control.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Stimhack up there again. I think only 2 credits for Asmari, and that might not seem like a lot of money, but I tell you, I promise you, that it is affecting how Killian is playing this game.
Yes, absolutely.
We see a Bravado in hand. I have no doubt there's other events in there. I believe a Bravado. And
Killian looks like thinking about taking the credits off Penny Shaver, potentially building up for Sure Gamble, something like that, to build back the economy.
Yeah.
Bravado, here we go.
There's a Bravado. We're charging the remote server. We do know that's a border control, which will be a 3-credit res in some. It's a 4-credit res, and it has 2 subroutines. One ends the run, and one gives you a credit back for every piece of ice on this server. So you do get the refund immediately. Now, border control, a very unique standard card, the only ice like this in the game. You can trash that at any instant speed window, at any paid ability window to end the run on this server. So something you have to generally spend 2 clicks running the remote. I think Killian here, if they had a pinhole threading, they'd be okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're drawing for.
Pinhole threading would be a fantastic... pinhole threading a card, you run any server, and then if you are successful, instead of accessing that server, you access a single card in a different server. You cannot steal that card. However, if it is something like a Drago, you don't care if you can steal it.
Yeah, you want to trash those. Sometimes you use it as a pseudo expose card too, just to see what's in the remote server. If running archives is cheaper than, paying for the remote. And 2 credit comes down there. Killian needs to figure out what's going to happen here. Now, having about, I think it's 7 credits, a Market Forces is one of the tag punishment cards you're expecting. That's a 3-credit swing either way. On top of that, Self-Growth Program returns 2 cards to hand, and the installables are not that expensive. There we go, Mutual Favor.
Mutual Favor, that's a good one.
We're going to go find a Fractor, install it clicklessly again. 2 events in a turn is what you want to see. We'll see if this is a Marjana, if it's just an Amakua, could even be a Paperclip if you want to spend some influence.
Stalled on Amakua for a second there. I was thinking about it.
Potentially
choosing not to install because of seeing the IP block in the bin.
Yeah,
Nope,
there you
sure
go.
enough, there is the turtle. The turtle is on.
And if I'm not mistaken, we saw through the list. And I think it's hard to read a 419 list right now. Like, you can just get, value. There are endurance lists. Clearly, we've seen a console so far. It doesn't mean that you could, in theory, still be on endurance if you wanted to.
Especially with the new rule, you can over-install your consoles now.
Yeah.
So, in theory, there could be a boat here. I would be a bit surprised.
But seeing through the list, we know there's no Apocalypse here. That's always a spicy one you want to play around. Maybe there's a one of we missed. But there's the Amakua, mind you, an AI breaker at 0 strength, and gets additional virus counters on it for every time you expose a card or you end an access without stealing or trashing a card. So just running archives will give you counters. And the strength of Amakua goes up for all the virus counters, and you're breaking 1 credit for 1 subroutine. Immensely powerful, but is reliant on you snowballing your effort. And that's just going back to Extract again. With that Amaku installed, Self-Growth Program can return that to hand, and there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Self-Growth Program, 0 cost here, allows you, if the runner's tagged, to return 2 cards to hand. It's one of the... There's like 3 big tag punishment cards currently in the format. That, Market Forces, and of course Boom, which we don't know if this list is going to be on, but that requires 2 tags to deliver a massive 7 meat damage.
And as you can see, though, with the game plan that the Asmari deck has, Asmari often about leveraging credit differentials, creating credit differentials. And here, that is a 6 credit swing plus 2 clicks for Killian to actually reinstall that turtle and that penny shaver. Self-growth program, you see it here on the left. The Dodge Pong's wonderful card slide out program here. So, yeah, play only if the runner is tagged. Add 2 installed runner cards to the grip. Importantly, costs 0. You can do that from a very low credit differential. Or very low credit total, which matters.
And this is the sort of things where things start to slide more and more out of your control. You need your cards installed to get value. You need that, and then to keep the economy up to make sure that you can deal with this sort of hard-hitting news. And on the table, it's the one from the system gateway. I forget the name of this one, but basically the first time that Killian draws, that's the one. Yeah. When Killian draws, for the first time a turn, you spend the basic action to draw a card. You get 2 of them. A card that you see a lot of people dismiss because it's a bit inconsistent. You need to draw it early, but in terms of the value of the draw, especially this on top of Class Act, that's not bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and we do see here, event is no longer what's being called right now. We have program being called right now because Turtle is a pretty good card. Turtle needs to come down and run 1 server to be able to break this border control. And so Turtle seems like a pretty likely install.
Yeah.
Gonna get value if that happens. It did not happen that turn, though, so Extrac has a chance to actually ice up archives. And now it actually gets pretty difficult for Killian to start throwing down Eternal and getting credits on it.
This is the fear that I had. So I did end up playing 419 yesterday. And you see a lot of corps, from my experience, are, respecting 419. They've had so many years to play against this again. 419 has been gone, has returned to the standard meta, recently unbanned only about 3 weeks ago. But players respect this. They are going to ice up everything. They're going to make it hard for you to get those Amakua counters. They're going to make it hard for you to spin up again. This card does snowball. So Extract is going to ice up. The turtle is in hand. Again, we also do see Tapworm in hand, another good reason you want to keep that runner out from even very incidental runs on archives. And we still see there's just a Drago hanging on the remote server. And Killian knows if you overcommit, if you install something like a Class Act, an Earthrise Hotel might be a better example, that is going to be returned to hand. You cannot get value off your daily cast. It's so hard, again, if they have the tag punishment, to push something on the table meaningful. I don't know what Killian does here. Again, some of these 419 decks I think you are going to have to see that they're going to have to play more cards in their deck that allow them to generate value without being able to run. Whether they're splashing in things that are simple enough like Telo or Contract, things like liberated accounts, all that sort of stuff could be pretty important because there are some matchups where you're not going to be able to afford Chesva or not to be able to run many, many times to get additional value. So we'll see what that looks like. But Turtle coming right back down.
Now, I think one thing that is actually in Killian's favor here, Extrac is not actually that rich right now. Extrac only has 7 credits to his name at the moment. So run a few of these ice, make sure that ice gets rezzed. You might actually have a free server for a few turns to start getting turtle counters. And once you start getting turtle counters, you start making Asmari have to think about purging, or you do things like lose this Drago.
Yeah.
And have to find a new one.
And you see the financial tax there. Install in front of server 1. That's 1 credit to install the second ice, but on top of that, additional credit. Because while that exposed is information, it's really important to understand with Amakua on the table, that credit isn't exposed if you don't pay it. So Amakua gets a virus counter because Amakua exposed a card, or the runner exposed a card, right? So you have to continue to pay. Like, if you click for 3 credits on a turn and you pay 1 for Amakua, 1 for the install, like, you're barely going anywhere. Your board state is slowly getting bigger, but then how do you have the money to res any of this stuff? So we'll see if Killian makes the call here.
And that's before we even get into things like 419 potentially being on a card like diversion of funds.
Yeah, you're expecting that for sure. And we'll see if there's upgrades again. In terms of the influence, we haven't seen so much. Some of these more slow lists, the more mid-range or full glacier lists, they're running very few agendas, mind you. We're looking generally on 6 3-pointers, and then either tomorrow's headline. Asmari's actually a 40 minimum, so it's only 6 3-pointers. And then you're looking at backroom machinations. Some decks are still playing the Echo Chamber you might have seen years ago. And you see the poke here. That is a Bravado into remote server. That's just a turnpike. From Data and Destiny, this mid-range Sentry is hitting way higher than you reckon it should for only 2 credits.
Yeah, I believe back in excuse me. I believe back in 2017, 2018, this was called the Thinking Man's Toll Booth because it taxes the runner just as hard, but only costs 2.
Yeah, absolutely immense card here. You lose a credit on the encounter again. There's the mini toll booth. And Trace 5 is a huge trace. Even if you have 1 link, that's not a good decision. You always have to remember clearing a tag is 2 credits and a click, so it's almost comparable. But if you have something better to do with the clicks, it's a bit different. But that does really stymie the economic advantage you're hoping to get off the Bravado there. Running Archive, seeing a card in there, face down. I believe that's a public trail. So, of course, Extrac has that single tag punishment, but doesn't really need that sitting comfortably with that drag on their remote server. And still, about 6 credits, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 7?
Yeah, it looks like 7.
And this can be a longer game.
It absolutely could be. I think it's building up to be that right now.
Yeah. We'll see if Killian there straps down that worm. Throwing out a Hot Pursuit. Whoa, so that's really telling. You're seeing some of these 419 decks that are playing some of these cards that are incidental tag cards. This doesn't mean that they want to go out of their way to take play like a tag me archetype where they're taking on multiple tags. But sometimes they'll take 1 or 2, and then they'll clear them clicklessly with cards like Citadel Sanctuary at the end of their turn.
Yep.
But this is a matchup where it can be difficult. You can't float a single tag. Mind you, even getting access to HQ might be difficult. You don't want to pay 2 credits just to find out. It's something as simple as an IP block, which would be a very bad tempo hit for you right now.
And obviously, Citadel Sanctuary, tough to actually stick when Drago is the plan on the opposing side.
Yeah.
It is a little expensive to do that. This is not Reality Plus. This is Asmari, so you don't get the money for landing the tag. However, Drago, Trash Citadel, it is reliable. You're able to do that and then click up for credits. Drago gets trashed, though. Going to use this remote to install, pay a credit, and take credits. So hiding what is in this remote, representing potentially a Beal, potentially an Echo Chamber. Nope, a Rashida.
That's a Rashida, yeah. What it's going to go in the remote there, again, you generally don't have to run too much unless it's double advanced. And while I'd expect there to be things like NGO front in this list, you're assuming it's mostly, not entirely, 5-3 agendas. So single like this, just a 1 install into remote server. Rashida's the worst case. Yes. I think Spin Doctor is a possibility. You might just be okay putting that into remote server here. But Extract needs that money. They need that card draw. Because they haven't. He hasn't drawn into like a hedge fund, if I'm not mistaken. We play no Kami operations. Even just like a simple, what's it called? Predictive planogram would be good enough.
Yeah, that'd be great, yeah. Now, we did actually see the interaction of exactly what you were talking about a second ago. Rashida, a 0 cost, rezzed it anyway to protect from things like Falsified, still paid the 1 to make sure Turtle does not get an extra counter.
Yeah, it's really wild in retrospect when you think of like that. Like, you just show what it is, but you still pay a credit. And falsified credentials is the thing you're playing around. You see this even in a lot of decks. It doesn't have to be 419. They're playing generally a 2 of this. The exposed is really good. It pairs well with Mad Dash, which I think is quite a good card right now. But on top of that, it's money. It's exposed. It does everything you need to do to charge the remote server to know when to charge the remote server.
Now we have a Bravado onto R&D. That is going to see a Magnet. Turtle cannot break Magnet right now, so Magnet is a 3-strength code gate. There are no hosted cards right now. Magnet interacts with hosted cards. That part of the text is blank. However, what is not blank is 3-strength code gate, end the run. The run will end here.
So what Extrac needs to do is force Killian to find additional breakers in the list. And a lot of these lists are in multiple Amakuas. I do think we saw at least 2 while Killian was leafing through their list.
Yep.
But we're going to see what the breaker suite is, because usually the supporting breaker suite on top of Amakua is not very good. I think we'd be lucky, let alone you can't really play a Mina, a 7-cost decoder, into a potential self-growth program down the line.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe I'm expecting things like the new Cat's Cradle, which has been just good enough for Criminal. And the breaker suite, on terms of the Fractor, that can get ugly. You're seeing a lot more people play a Mackler, which is a 5-credit install, not the best Fractor.
Mackler never feels good to use.
That's a Panweave.
That is.
We're going to
that
go
is
HQ.
a Panweave.
A new card from Midnight Sun Panweave, mind you, is Cybernetics. When you install it, you have to take a meat damage. So that's going to be a random discard from hand. Extract's going to do the favor here. Hitting another Penny Shaver, you don't
That's
mind
a good
that?
one.
Or that's
Oh,
the
no, that
Penny
is the
Shaver.
Penny Shaver. Oh.
You kind of want that. But this card says the first time a turn you run HQ, the corp loses a credit, and if they do, you gain a credit. So a mini diversion every single run, as long as Killian can get in there. And that's posturing like Killian has some hope to get into HQ sometime soon. Mind you, they haven't ran a fair bit.
HQ doesn't seem that well protected to me. Only 7 credits on Extract's side.
Yeah. And there is a hedge fund. That's the Goose game version, if I'm not
Yes, it
mistaken.
is.
Yeah. Install Advance, preventing the expose there. You're worried about Drago. I do think we saw some agendas in hand. Those were the send a messages, the other big 5/3s. And I do think there's going to be bigger ice in this list. If you see send a message, you're expecting things like Hydra on the higher end, which is a 10-cost res. Massive. And so we'll see. We have to discard down here. And you know in the remote server that is not Spin Doctor. So you just saw it's been a couple turns. Mind you, not a lot of agendas in the list, but the corp has drawn a fair bit.
Oh, we have a falsified.
Exposing
naming
us.
agenda?
Naming agenda. And that's
not naming it. Yes, naming it.
Oh, we'll see.
Maybe naming it. Yes, naming agenda.
And that's really interesting, because that was install single advance, which means barring a seamless
Bluffing
launch.
a Drago.
Yeah, kind of bluffing a Drago. But Extract can't score that out next turn, so Killian knows they don't really have to move too quickly, unless there's a seamless, which is not something you're expecting in a list of entirely 5/3s. Maybe, but you'd be surprised. And so just drawing in there again, remote server is a border control. You have 2 strength on the Amaku. Could you run it? What are you worried about? It's a bit hard to tell the credit counter. I think Extract only has 9 credits.
Yeah, 9 at the moment.
Which puts him 1 underneath the big old Hydra.
That's correct.
8 credits could res something big like a toll booth. You're trading 8 for their 3. I think you're okay with that trade most of the time.
Yep.
Because at that point, the toll booth has resed, and then the value they get from the send a message gets even worse. And even if you fork that, now you run HQ, they're worried about even more credits.
Another magnet. So, Turtle, you can get these counters. It'll cost you.
Yeah.
But you can get these counters. Our Archives does not say end the run. I don't think that's necessarily what you want to do as 419 right now.
I think barring an IP block on the remote server, you're pretty happy just running server 3.
Yep.
Right? Because you're putting them into an awkward spot. If they score send a message with all the ice res on the table, that's rough.
That's
now if they does stay a turn, they have a turn to like install a piece of ice and then advance it once more.
Oh, paperclip goes in the bin, so
yeah.
There is an answer to at least other barriers.
I don't know what that is. It looks maybe like a bio vault. We'll try and figure out through context clues. I'm not sure if that's in the remote server.
Launch. That's a seamless
oh,
launch.
that is a seamless launch.
Yeah, so seamless launch, send a message, and it will gain 6 effectively by resing an endless Eula.
That's an endless Eula. So Killian didn't charge the remote server, which would have forced the res of the endless Eula, and Extract would have lost the agenda and gone no value from that. Mindlets, they could have res the endless Eula, and I think if you do, you're totally fine with that. They would drop down to nearly no credits. HQ is wide open, but that's a 6-cost, 6 subroutine barrier. Doesn't require a breaker at 0 strength. It just says 6 subroutines of pay a credit or end the run. So you can go through if you have the money, and Killian had the money. Running twice is hard. But I feel like giving that send a message value, mind you, Extract is now on game point.
Yeah, and the end game I imagine we're looking for here from Extract's perspective is install a Drago behind this very gross server, let Drago stick for a turn, advance, give a tag, and now all you need is 3 credits for a backroom machinations.
Amina, she's here. 7 costs is the decoder.
Oh, wow.
Now, the Mina is massively expensive on the stall, but has really good numbers, specifically into Magnet, let alone most code games.
Chesva down there.
Oh, Chesva as well.
Yeah, so Chesva going to pay for Amina here, and that's going to be 2 credits lost by Extract and 1 gained by Killian. So Extract now officially in econ hell, I think we can say.
Yeah, this is really hard. With the magnets up, you definitely need to either trash them or install something from them, because that's a free run with that Panweave.
And that is a send the message for no value.
We're both on game point.
6-6.
Killian finding it there. That was in hand for a while. Mind you, 2 send a messages, I think, just got in after the Rashida. But that is super important. So there's only 2 more agendas, and what's going to be only a couple cards, and we're running HQ for only 2 credits.
Here's R&D for 2 credits.
See the top here?
Not looking like the end of the game.
I think Killian actually can have a really good comeback here. Now HQ's super soft.
Yeah,
we
the
have
fact
the pan
that,
weave.
the fact that HQ is just a magnet is honestly gigantic, because that is now, I would consider over-installing to trash.
Yeah.
Almost, so you don't keep losing the Amina credit.
And then R&D is still an issue, but at this point, like, we're looking at 3 diversions we haven't seen so far. We know there's hot pursuits, whether they're worth playing at this point.
I would think probably, just given the credit totals.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it might not be, because Extract can, if you end the turn with a tag, go credit, backward machinations.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You can't float the tag for sure.
You can't float any tags right now. It is absolute danger zone for you.
So Spin Doctor and Remote Server, I think that wasn't prevented expose.
I see a Bologna in HQ.
Yeah?
Bologna in HQ.
That is nearly all the agendas.
Dangerous. That's very, very dangerous for Extract, because HQ is where Killian wants to go anyway. Now, Killian does have to actually get in with 5 credits for that Bologna, and I think the Bologna just went in the remote for that reason. It's safer there.
Yeah. With this Spin Doctor on the table, I thought there was a chance they'd try and reestablish themselves, but they only have 1 credit. And that's going to go as soon as an HQ, let alone a code gate's broken.
Clicking for a credit does nothing here.
It does nothing. So we'll see. I do think there might have been an Amakua counter not gained off of the expose off of the Spin Doctor. I don't know if it's going to matter on this board state. We're going to drop 1 again. Beth looking a bit lonely. Not a lot of reporting to do with only 1 credit for the corporation. And Killian knows. I think the worst case scenario on the remote server is probably the Rashida. I think we've seen 2 so far.
And this is start to gain money off of these runs with your Penny Shaver. Jezva just, so, okay, lose that 1 credit. I will gain 1 credit. I will put 1 on Penny Shaver. I will see a card. Ooh. The current boat count for chat, we have seen 0 boats. We are on Penny Shaver in game 1.
Yeah, this is a credit positive run. This is wild. It's 2 credits to run HQ, 2 credits lost. This is the sort of lock you want from criminals.
Yeah, and really, it ultimately comes down to a very, very small decision. The ice on HQ. It seemed so good for so long, and now that finally Killian was in an economic position to put down Amina, it's very, very tough.
Yeah. We do have a backroom in hand, which now Killian knows of what's in the remote server is the Drago. As if Extract starts the turn with 4 credits, which is going to be hard. Mind you, if you play an event, Extract is going to get the money back. Sometimes you will go out of your way to play a diversion just so they gain the credits so you can take the credits. Always a fun interaction. Amakua now at 4 strength. Again, you can go to the magnet really cheaply if you want to. Amin is only first time a turn you break the code gate.
Yep.
Maybe that actually wasn't necessary that run.
Yeah.
And we have also a new card in remote server. Not sure what that could be. You're not expecting a lot of assets. Double Spin Doctor doesn't make a lot of sense. If it's just Rashid out there, that'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, I think we happen to know what it is. But I think it's a difficult read from Killian's position to think that that is an agenda that's hiding outside of HQ.
Yeah. I think that actually might be a second Spin Doctor, the unresed one, right? Because the first Spin Doctor's getting popped.
Oh, you mean the
the empty one, right?
Actually, second Spin Doctor would make sense, I think.
Yeah, because Killian I think they charge the outermost. It's hard to see where that chop goes.
Yeah.
So we'll see, because again, Spin Doctor is unique. So if Extract res is the second one, the first one will get just trashed. So you might as well get some value worth, unless you want to put the first Spin Doctor back into the deck.
Yeah, and honestly, this is why I think Panweave is underrated. I think it's an extremely powerful card because of situations exactly like this. This seemed to be a game that Asmari was fully in control of, and it seems to have completely slipped into 419's favor.
I totally agree with you. Panweave seems very powerful. I do think, though, against a criminal, this is like a very, very underprotected HQ.
Agreed.
The sort of respect that you have to say, okay, second Spin Doctor there. So 2 cards are going to go back. We're going to have to draw 2 at instant speed. And now Extract knows that that's actually not that dangerous. A lot of times drawing mid-turn can be dodgy, especially when HQ is easy to get. But the big thing here is Extract knows there's only 1 more agenda, which is probably about 25 cards.
Yeah, and we're seeing a question in chat. Why is there a stim hack on the board? This is Asmari EdTech. Stim hack is naming event. So if the runner plays an event, that's what Asmari is going to get credits for.
Yeah, this is a shorthand that goes back to the early days of Asmari. Well, people will put out a visual reminder. It's not actually a card in play, and you see a lot of players will bring what they think are the most like degenerate cards in each slot, or the most memorable ones. So you see like account siphons from the old core set, things like Temujin Contract, Data Leak Reversal. They'll show up as a nice way to see them hit top table still 5 years later.
I'm definitely alone in this, but I had several Drill Runner alts. I've got the Gravedigger with the Rest in Peace or Automatic Skeleton War. I've got those. People like to express, one of the great things about playing Netrunner in paper like this is you get to see the ways that people express their love of the game through things like what cards they have for Asmari.
Now, this is going to be weird. While Killian doesn't have a lot of money, I think there's some money tied up on the Penny Shaver. Single advance there, credit advance, makes you wonder what this is. It kind of looks like an NGO front. It really does look like an NGO front because I don't think there's anything else you put on the remote server. It wasn't Rashida, which admittedly maybe you wouldn't pop there considering you just mass drew after 2 spin doctors, but I think you need the money. The problem is like getting mass money here into a potential diversion is disastrous. So even having a spin doctor here and keeping it, or sorry, an NGO front in the remote server and keeping it there, mind you, NGO front, a card you can advance and an instant speed trade those 2 advancement counters for 8 credits or 1 advancement counter for 5. That's pretty potent. So I wonder if Killian's going to piece this together. I would not call this as an agenda if you asked me.
I would not at all.
No. I don't know if we've seen any NGO fronts.
Obviously, the moment where it starts looking like an agenda is where Extrac goes, click for credit, advance the 3rd time.
Yeah. The 3rd advance is the weird one. And it's going to be an issue to see whether Extrac can... Again, if Extrac has a Seamless in their hand, they only need to keep 3 credits in hand to score out. But that's really difficult with the Amina, with the Panweave, let alone what I imagine are going to be 3 more diversions somewhere in the deck.
Having 3 credits represents, I think, 3 full turns of click for credits that 419 doesn't have a diversion of funds.
Yeah. And drawing up very good value draw, mind you, with that... what's it called? The
verbal plasticity.
Verbal plasticity.
Yeah, verbal plasticity.
Thank you. I think Killian just drew into a piece in our time. A very interesting card. I would be surprised to see in these sort of lists. Again, with Beth and Tapworm, it does make a fair bit of sense, but it's not a card you want to play, let alone you have to play your first click, but it gives the corporation money. It's one of the few runner cards that gives you, I believe, 9 credits in some, and the corporation 5, which is the worst thing to do in this board state.
Yeah, and it would... Right. In some ways, you understand the idea of playing a piece in our time because you give the corporation money that you can then siphon. However, that would be disastrous to play right now because that would be seamless advance money.
We're checking R&D, getting that the Amakua counter, getting a Penny Shaver credit. Mind you, Extract down on 0 credits. There's a falsified under his right thumb.
Are we going to see that?
Again, this is not a res here. If it was an NGO front, I think Extract would have resed it.
Yeah.
Not that you need to play around the Amakua that much. It's at 5 strength. That's going to break everything. 6 strength gets you through Hydra. Not we're going to see a Hydra anytime soon.
I mean, I guess it costs a lot to actually break here, right? Or to actually break through this server?
Yeah, it's 12 credits. Oh, you need to go twice.
It's
so
6,
13 credits.
It's 6, 2, and then 6.
You can give them the money if you know what it is, right, on the border?
True.
But Killian's going in HQ. I think they're breaking each time with the Amina, which is twice as expensive as it needs to be. So they are maybe they got the money back. I'm not sure.
Oh, wait. We're forgetting the 5 for Bologna as well.
Oh, yeah, and the Bologna credits. Yeah, for sure. Maybe they're overpaid there, but they're just checking HQ here. Again, there's so frighteningly few agendas in the game. We'll see if they're on any multi-access. Sometimes you'll see a Stargate. And there's just a tap
the Beth makes me think less about there being... it makes me think there's probably a little less multi-access. I wouldn't be shocked to see a copy of the Twinning.
I think Twinning is what you guess.
Jezva.
Yeah. Jezva Twinning is one of the best multi-access packages you have. Again, a lot of these decks used to run Turning Wheel. It's the closest thing in the modern format we have to Turning Wheel. It's a bit more explosive, potentially.
Oh,
wait, what? Credit Seamless?
Yeah.
Does Extract have it?
Nope. Credit Seamless credit. Threatening a Seamless.
That's an agenda.
Like...
That's not an NGO front.
This is, I think, all bets are off. This is now, okay, this is an agenda. Come get it. Can you?
This is going to come down to the credits. Killian has not, I think Killian has missed a bunch of credits on the table, either over breaking. I think we missed a Penny Shaver or 2. But I think there's a chance that Killian just doesn't have the money to run through this.
I think you're right.
We'll see. Killian here likely knows it's a Bologna. It's equally likely to be either agenda falsified to start with the money. That's going to be a lot of money, and there's the game there. It's a Bologna.
It's a Bologna.
Killian, let's see if they called it right. They're going to get 5 credits off that. 4 in some.
Oh, and that's 2 credits to Extract, though.
Yeah.
That means we'll end the turn with a credit unless there's a unless there's a diversion.
So I think there's not a Seamless in hand. Again, if Killian wants to just buy a turn, they can run HQ, make them lose 2, and then Extract will start on 1 credit. So they could do credit, advance. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Ending the turn with a credit is exactly what Extract wants right now.
Yeah. Oh man,
Wow,
Extrac
I thought Extrac was completely out of this.
just jam their remote server. But that ice is taxing enough. Just endless Eula. There's no good way to cheat it. Inside
Yeah.
job would be the thing that you'd love to top deck if you had it. Boomerang doesn't help. It's the same cost. It's actually worse. Breakers you don't need. It's 6 credits. We have the strength to deal with the border control. It's 1 strength. But border control, again, you trash. And you have to go through. So diversion of funds
There
off the
is a
top.
diversion. I see a diversion.
I think that's an option through.
Obviously, the thing that has to be in Killian's mind is if there is a seamless in hand, it doesn't matter. Credit seamless still wins.
I think if he had it, Extract had that last turn. So they'd have to top deck it. I'm pretty sure.
Well, no, wait. I don't think there was enough money to play seamless twice last turn. There was only it had to be like click for credit, seamless, click for credit.
Okay, yeah, right. Checking R&D there. That's probably not the direction you want to go. Extract lost
here we
to
see the
credit.
diversion. Okay, break with turtle, divert.
So actually, Killian
Lose 3,
lost
gain
money
3.
through this because they made. Oh no, because you're gonna lose the money anyways by breaking the magnet.
Yeah.
But this drops Extract down to nothing, and Killian is building up their economy. I think we missed 2 penny shaver triggers there, and that is the sort of trigger that's
yeah.
gonna change the game.
Click for credit, advance, click for credit.
And
oh
here-
boy, this is high-level Netrunner.
On 4 advancements, you can't economically deny this. You can take 2 credits from the corp. The corp can always click for a credit if they really want to again, and
No,
advance that.
This could also just be send a message off the top.
yeah, one more gen. It's so unlikely
Blown
though.
off the top though. as
So
well.
unlikely.
It's unlikely, but that is a line that might honestly be the best line for Killian, given the endless Eula and the border control doing work, pulling weight today.
Killian drawing up, finding that pinhole threading doesn't really help on this board state. It's just amount of money, and looking over on their side, I believe it's 8 credits. You're going to need at least 13 plus 5.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's 18 credits for remote server. Killian knows that it's just winning off of central servers. There's one more send a message. You need to
That
trash
does-
anything you find. That is going to get
that's
trashed.
the
Daily quest.
Daily quest is gone.
We're going back. Oh,
Let's
missing
see,
the
what
penny
is it?
shavers.
What is it?
Breaking for 1. That's
That's
a
an
Eula.
endless Eula. That is not an agenda. Is it an archives? Do you? I mean, 2 spin doctors got fired recently. It can't be an archives, right?
You would check it last click over HQ, I'm pretty sure. Again,
Yeah.
Killian knows that this is either the second last run or last run. So I think we might only get 1 axis here.
I think you're right.
Again, Extract losing the credit doesn't matter. That's a sure
That's a
gamble.
hedge fund.
Or, sorry, hedge fund. And that's it.
And that's it. Credit.
Oh, no.
Agenda scored. What a game.
Yeah.
We are starting off Worlds 2022 in style.
You saw the power of the Mina. Obviously had the economic denial, but just not keeping enough money afloat to be able to deal with the remote server. That is the disaster, right? Like, that's how you easily lose.
Yeah.
How do you win? You have to get lucky off centrals. How do you lose the remote server? So making sure you're flowing enough money. I do think there were some unfortunate missed triggers that could have been the sort of economy you needed.
Agreed.
But there's so many games where the right plays just click for 4 credits.
And to be honest, that is what happens when you play Netrunner in person.
Yeah.
You miss triggers because JNut doesn't do it for you. I missed plenty yesterday.
Yeah. There's a lot of players here who are either new to Netrunner or who have been playing exclusively for the last, like, maybe even 2 years on Jinsei.net. And Jinsei.net, you love it. You play all the time on there. But, of course, it gets your back. It tells you, start to turn triggers. Here you are. Here's your penny shaver. And people forget about that sort of stuff. And at least, this is something that Killian probably will see in retrospect, or any player will see in retrospect after round 1, right? And that's the sort of thing you get out of your system round 1, and hopefully you move forward. But we're going to see a clean game here. This is Hoshiko versus Sports Metal. Do you want to talk a bit about Sports Metal Hoshiko while
Absolutely.
I get up I'll set up the thing.
Yeah, I was on Sports Metal yesterday during Crown of Servers. Actually, that was a team with Cranked, Andre, and me. It was a lot of fun. Sports Metal, a very, very strong ID right now. The most represented ID in the field. There are 41 players, almost like more than a fourth of the field on Sports Metal today. And Sports Metal is a very simple effect. Whenever you score an agenda or the runner steals an agenda, you choose either you draw 2 cards or you gain 2 credits. Or you can do neither. There are niche situations where it's correct to do neither. Hoshiko, on the other side, is a dual-sided ID. You start off on the front side with 0 link. If you make a successful run, I believe it's, if you make a successful run, you flip Hoshiko and you gain 2 credits. While the flip side is up, you have 1 link. At the beginning of your turn, you will lose 1 credit and draw 1 card, but if you don't access cards during your turn, then you have to flip Hoshiko back to the front side. So this is kind of the default Anarch. I believe Hoshiko the most represented ID today.
By a mile.
By quite a bit. So this is a matchup you should expect to see a fair amount today because there's a lot of sports, there's a lot of Hoshiko, a lot of generic value you get from both, and a lot of really strong plans that both decks can have that can be difficult to stop even if you see them coming.
It looks like we don't have Hoshiko in the UI. We'll
we
sort
don't.
that out between rounds, but apparently
Yeah.
her name just doesn't show up. So we'll get through that. But again, that is Hoshiko on the right. So these are the two most represented IDs in the whole field.
Yeah.
Hoshiko versus Sports Metal is going to be a common matchup today. Sports Metal blisteringly fast. No matter how you interact with them, no matter what they do, they're getting tempo. 2 credits or 2 cards anytime an agenda is scored or stolen.
Yeah.
So even on your turn, you're running, you're thinking, oh, yippee, it's a 1-point agenda that gained them 5 credits. Like, that's a problem. So
we've seen a few distinct sports metal lists.
yeah.
Most of them on a bunch of fast advance tools. We've seen some that make them think harder.
That's the next activation command. This is going to be a spicy brew. So,
Oh, very interesting.
yeah, okay. So there's a lot of different sports metals you're seeing modernly. At Continentals, you see the basic stuff. I think the most vanilla, generic stuff is like, the Biotic Labor Audacity version, red level clearance, maybe
That's
some
exactly
bounces.
what I was playing yesterday.
As fast as possible, very consistent. I think it takes the least amount of brain space. With all due respect, yesterday.
The way that I worded it as I was playing a deck that was for a smooth marble brain.
Right. But it's good. It's very effective. It's hard to interact with. But then there's some other versions.
And honestly, even that list, we say it's fast, it's simple. It is surprisingly resilient. You can actually install ice and score behind ice, and I did many times.
And I think Killian is going to plan to install some ice because we see a next activation command in hand.
Yeah.
That is a lockdown, mind you. Currents are no longer legal in the standard format. They haven't been for a couple years, and this is the closest thing you have to it. This is a card that for 1 turn takes effect, and that's going to give all ice +2 strength, and you can't use non-icebreaker abilities. That means you can't click through Biroids. That means you can't use Boat, Boomerang, Botulus, all the very common non-icebreaker breakers. And Extract, setting down with 2 daily casts to start and then poking their remote server. That's going to flip Hoshiko. A card was accessed. We're going to unsleeve that one. Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier for you, I reckon.
Yeah, so that was a Tranquility Home Grid that got accessed. Tranquility Home Grid is a modest card, but an extremely busted card. That card is really good. So you'll see it here. It is 1 to res. The first time you install on Tranquility Grid, on Tranquility Home Grid, you either draw a card. I think 2 cards might have been drawn there, or you gain 2 credit. Oh yeah, that was install, gain 2, and then res Spin Doctor to draw 2. So as you see, like, you already want Spin Doctor. You already want to draw these cards, and Tranquility is not unique either. That's one of the best things about it.
Double Tranquility, first time per turn you install. There's ways to do that on the runner's turn too. You get a good old Drafter to fire and on sell, but that's a massive amount of value, and those are each 4 credits a piece to trash. And we're not seeing in these Anarch decks, we're not seeing a lot of Imps, which is great in this matchup. You're not seeing a lot of Scrubbers, let alone Fencer Fueno.
And you usually just don't have time to spend 4 credits trashing a Tranquility, so it usually just fires all game.
Yeah, and this deck can score out on very few credits, so we'll see. We'll see how well those are used.
Down? It seems like a campaign to me.
It could easily be a campaign, either in Nico or Maryland. There's also some chance that you just put out a Mega Pre out there, understanding it's going to be good for you no matter what happens, or the Hyperloop extension.
We should update the score. It's 0-0.
Oh, yeah, right on. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, chat. And that looks like a Bass? Is that a Bass Chiriboga?
That is a Bass. We don't know who gave him the hat.
Arrived.
Yeah.
Hat time. Well, hat in the trash.
Yeah, that goes down for, I believe, 4 credits, maybe 3. And that is a card that for a click, Killian can trash that to gain 2 clicks. So that's basically like a Biotic Labor that you put on the table to gain 2 credits for. Of course, the runner can interact with it way easier than a Biotic Labor. But with cards like red level clearance, some assembly required. But
well,
you can
we
build
have breakers in the bin.
Okay, let's talk about the ice. What are you expecting? What breakers do you want?
What breakers you want? Honestly, you want the one that you want more than anything is MK Ultra, because the most punishing ice out of Sports Metal is Drafter.
Yeah.
Drafter's subroutines say, 1, the Corp gets to add a card from Archives to HQ. In this case, that is a free Bass Chiriboga. The other is the Corp gets to install a card from Archives or HQ for free. In this case, it could be a free Bass Chiriboga, or it could be a free Spin Doctor, and it could go on a Tranquility, gain some credits. It is incredibly punishing for Drafter to ever fire. It's like an old Architect fire if you were playing with that card. You want the MK Ultra to break it. That's the most important breaker. Paperclip matters a lot. Hagen is a very common card. I think we might see Echo potentially. It's a very low cost end the run. Black Orchestra matters because of Magnet. It matters because of Gatekeeper.
That's hard, though.
Gatekeeper goes to 6 strength, though, so you oftentimes want a better way to deal with Gatekeeper on the turn of res than a Black Orchestra.
This is turn 3 or turn 4, and while Killian's been getting massive value off the Tranquilities, things seem to be going a bit strangely. I do think we saw an off-world office in hand, a 4-2 agenda. You don't see that a lot of time.
This seems like a very different sports medal list than we're used to seeing.
I think Killian is looking for ice. Killian's trying to build a remote server. And talking about drawing in the hand, Extract has drawn one of the better cards into this matchup, especially now when we've seen 2 Spin Doctors so far.
That's Mega Pre?
That's the Mega Pre. That's going to be 2 cards with 2 credits. Yep. It's a 3-1 agenda of that. Once there's one in us score area and a Hyperloop.
Hyperloop. And that's 3 credits for the Hyperloop and then another sports decision.
So,
and those are both agendas that Killian's very happy to see in Extract score area. Hyperloop, tempo positive when the runner steals it, fantastic. And then Mega Pre means you can actually spend a fast events tool on a Mega Pre or jam a Mega Pre in a remote server, and now it's a 3-2 that is only a 3-1 for the runner.
Yeah, that's massive. Bonchulus on the R&D ice. Again, that does break through ice. Breaks subroutines for 1 virus counter. Magnus we haven't seen so far.
Here we are. Now, Magnet would be a fantastic res here. Magnet blanks. It shifts over any hosted cards, and then it blanks them.
Yeah. Okay. Looking at the hand here, looking at the agenda suite, this is a strange agenda suite you don't see all the time. You also see a superconducting hub in hand.
Superconducting hub.
So you saw this agenda in 1 or 2 spots. You saw some of the moon pool lists that are going really fast, drawing a lot with fast break, and then scoring out a lot. There's also a chance that this list is on Giordano, a Memorial Field, a card that's seeing more and more play into the standard format, a card that costs the runner 2 credits per every agenda in their score area. So you're okay. Early game, they get 4 or 5 1-point agendas, and then at that point, you can make an unassailable remote server.
Yep.
But Killian's still jamming in there, not seeing a lot of fast advance. I would want to run HQ to some point. Killian's drawn a massive amount of cards and still hasn't used Spin Doctor to recur anything.
Yeah. Oh, and here
there's the first upgrade.
Yeah. Okay. This might be the Giordano. We have an upgrade in the root of R&D.
There's a lot of upgrades that this could be, and they're all pretty meaningful, right? Like
could be Chrysium.
It could be Chrysium.
Shuts down a Stargate.
Managarm is really important. Even just like having access to with a Virus is a card you'd expect in the list too, and that could shut down if you want to face check with the Botulus.
Yeah.
Admittedly, you do have access to breakers in the bin, but that will be more expensive. But maybe that makes a drafter a bit more appealing. It's going to be expensive, but Killian has money.
Yeah. Yeah, and will continue to have money. It looks like with these tranquilities still rezzed.
Yeah. This is a really cool play here. I think Extract has a hand pinhole threading. That's the new catch hen art. Liberated coming down. Now this is, if you ask me, pretty slow for this sort of matchup.
I agree.
The amount of clicks you need for this to be a credit positive tempo econ card is about 3 or 4. And that is too much to dedicate to economy. When you're Hoshiko, you can get value from just running, while this deck, Killian could be fast advancing from hand. Yeah. So we'll see what this matters. But there, I do think that's a pinhole threading. And the idea here, you could run archives, and the thread
Sansan City Grid? That's a Sansan City Grid.
Really?
That's a Sansan City Grid.
Oh,
right?
Triple Advance,
that's
Luminal. I think you're right. How many grids does this deck have?
This is Grid Tribal.
Yeah. We're playing all the grids we can. You can red level clearance that out.
Are you able to over-install on regions now?
I honestly don't know. You definitely can't have 2 in the same server. I think I think you're allowed to over-install. I would be surprised if you couldn't.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. You throw a Sansan down, now you have a scoring server that is very threatening, because it turns, I mean, that off-world office is now a 3-2.
Yeah, for sure. And Killian can get that down with red level clearance, can also probably build a good remote server. And that's an expensive card. Sprint getting thrown out, I think, last click? Played last click, I mean.
Sprint being actually played.
Yeah. So draw 3, shuffle 2 back. That allows Killian to have some good filtering, to find those fast advance peaches, to find the support cards. It makes the HQ pressure a bit less interesting. But Extract, they're not doing a lot of damage. And Killian, though, only on 2 points. So it's 2-2. Oftentimes in these games, the most important agendas you need to follow are just the 3-2 agendas. Yeah. So now that's the Mega Prees. There might be some Vitruviuses in this list. I'd be surprised. There's usually maybe some amount of global food initiatives.
Yeah.
But those are so important, because otherwise, if Extract doesn't hit any of them, they have to steal 7 1-pointers, and that's a nightmare.
An absolute nightmare, Score should be correct at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment. Stream delay, all that. So Extract thinking?
The Luminal is, as you can tell from it being face up, that is in the score area, not rezzed on the field.
Yeah. So it's 2 credits. Got through all those daily casts. Mind you, that's 10 credits clicklessly. Very good value. Compare that to the liberated accounts, of course. Archives wide open. Botchus on 3 counters. Extract has the ability now. You don't want to slam down the Stargate and just start Stargating. You need to threaten that Spin Doctor first. Otherwise, you're just undoing everything you've done. And there is a naked card in the remote server. We're running R&D.
That's
a wave.
That's a wave.
A new card, a harmonic card.
Okay, here we go. Wave is searching.
When res allows you to search your deck for an ice, you reveal it, add it to hand. So we're going to go full harmonic tribal on this one. Echo.
Oh, man.
Only going to have one end the run subroutine. But interestingly enough, Extract does not have a paperclip. It's a barrier with end the runs at 0 strength. And the one subroutine we can break with the Botulus on R&D, that is just gain a credit. Depends. Gain credits equal to harmonics. Upgrade not being touched.
Wow. And here's the upgrade.
Looks like...
I can't quite see that.
Is that a Manta?
What?
That's a Manta?
That's a Manta grid.
This is all the grids. Okay, well, we're pulling this one up. So Manta grid cares if you've accessed with fewer than no clicks or fewer than 6 credits, I think? Okay, so Manta grid. Yeah, if the runner has fewer than 6 credits or no unspent clicks when he accesses, you gain an additional click on your turn. And it doesn't care if you trash this or not. That's just an ongoing ability, if I'm not mistaken. So Extract has the credits, has the clicks, so this is not going to do anything.
Yeah, so no reason to res here. But
no reason to trash this, no reason to res this.
Yeah, gonna be a little, gonna have to remember that. Manta is, you definitely don't want to give a sports deck 4 clicks.
Yeah.
Especially with Sansan.
That's how you score at the 4-2, right? We're charging remote server. There's the other harmonic.
We weren't judging. We weren't joking. This actually is grid tribal.
Yeah, I know. It's full grid tribal. I don't know how many more grids you can play in this deck. So that, if I'm not mistaken, that Echo there, which is the end of the run harmonic, that should have 1 power counter on it.
It should,
It gains power counters when it's rezzed, or more accurately, whenever a harmonic is rezzed, which includes itself.
Yes.
So now if Extract is more aggressive, and mind you, the wave can find more of these. I do think we know 1 was added to hand. That is going to become a 2 end the run barrier subroutines, 3 end the run barrier subroutines. Largely, that doesn't tax out that much more. Like, you still paperclip through this for the same cost. Even if you next activation command it, it doesn't change the text or the value that much.
So you asked me a question earlier on, which was, what do you think about the breaker suite, and what are the most important breakers?
Yeah.
And I was dead wrong. The most important breaker is paperclip.
Oh, yeah, you're right now. I think the read on the top of the match is totally accurate, but now it's strange. Like, you don't often see these, like, hard end-the-run barriers. It's Hagen, which, again, you still need to deal with. Remote server, hey,
Another
more grids. 3 on the table. Let's go.
Yeah.
Engineering
Get that
the future.
triple tranquility value.
We're going to get that Hoshiko flip, mind you. Going digital now. We haven't seen a DreamNet so far. Liberated counts with 8 credits on it, but Extract's money is good. Extract now just needs to find that pressure. I think there's 2 Stargates in hand, which is exactly what you want to do to either trash the fast advance pieces or find the good agendas.
I see a Simulchip in hand, too. That does give you the line of install Simulchip, bounce the Botulus over to an ice that actually matters, such as, for instance, an Echo.
Yeah, with 2 subroutines, again, that'll be soon enough. You might need to do that on the corporation's turn.
Yeah.
Just so that start of the turn gets one. But yeah, you're totally right. That Echo should have 1 power counter, 1 dice on it.
Botulus does come in with a counter, so it will be able to break the turn that you bounce it.
Yeah. It depends how many of those get res throughout the game.
Oh, true. Right. At the moment, there should be 1 counter on this Echo.
Yeah.
There is 1 subroutine. However, if another gets resed, you're exactly right.
All right,
and that, in fact, could be a second Echo right there.
So many
we
installs.
know that there's a second.
Yeah.
That is now 4 end-the-run subroutines on barriers. They're only strength 0, but at the moment, strength 0 is enough. Stargate comes down, though. There is nothing saying end the run on R&D. Let's go ahead and see 3 cards. Well, not actually clicking. Okay, clicking it now. Let's see 3 cards.
All right, Botulus think through that. It would only give you 1 credit. Might as well. You have the Botulus counters. And we're going to reveal the top 3 cards of the deck. This is important. I think that's a Spin Doctor into a stock buyback, and in the middle, a red level clearance. Now, the stock buyback, not very valuable here. The Spin Doctor, I would believe that's the last Spin Doctor. I think actually maybe Killian shuffled back in a Spin Doctor with a Spin Doctor.
Sure enough.
But that's
Trashing Spin Doctor.
The enemy of the Stargate. You definitely need to get that thrown out.
Yeah, now RLC, you don't love sports having RLC. Red level clearance, a fantastic value card. It is better than them having a Spin Doctor. And that is just a bifurcation on the table.
Yeah, and Killian now using that, getting the card draw, drawing into the stock buyback. Mind you, a terminal card that gives you 3 credits, if I'm not mistaken, for every card in the opponent's score area.
So that's now
an 8 credit card.
Yeah, that's a good econ card.
Yeah. Throwing out a Citadel there.
Citadel not relevant in this matchup, at least as far as we know. I've been wrong.
So Extract did end up accessing a card. Mind you, Stargate doesn't. So they are going to remain digital, which is, I think, what you want here. You have more money than you have cards. That's a lot of times what we want to do. Red level clearance, a modal card here. You get some options there. That's a Macrophage in hand going on R&D.
Macrophage on R&D. Interesting.
So this is weird, right? Because the Macrophage will purge the virus, but it doesn't inherently end the run well against a runner with 1 link.
Agreed.
And on top of that, that's just a 1 credit go through. Like the next the wave doesn't really do a lot. But we're gonna score out again in the remote server. That's a Mega Pre. That's going to be worth 2 points because it's a Mega Pre in Extract score area.
So that is now 3-4 in this game.
I think it's, yeah, 3-4, exactly.
Yeah, I think you're right. Extract definitely happy to draw cards and lose money here. Probably looking for tools. We have the Steelskin Scarring to help draw farther. I mean, a paperclip just seems like what you want. With a paperclip and some money, you're doing pretty well in this game, I think.
Yeah. So we know also what's in that remote server is an upgrade, right? Something was scored on top of it. So you have to worry about something defensive. Again, you can't stack the grids. That's something Killian has to watch out.
Oh, here's another harmonic.
Yeah, and this gets scary, right?
Yeah.
Because the more aggressive you are, the like it's like quicksand, right? And not the card quicksand, the idea of quicksand. Because the more that you interact with this, the harder it gets. The bigger subroutines, the better subroutines these things get. So Killian needs to remember the dice here, but that should be to end the runs on the wave on the remote server. Or on the Echo on the remote server, excuse me. And now these waves have subroutines that say gain 2
Finding
credits.
another wave.
And there it is. All right, we're going to strap down the Black Orchestra again. You do break this for 3 credits. So you are spending more money than the corporation is gaining. And Extract's credits are kind of dried up there. While you do have 8 credits on that liberated account, you do have to be very aggressive still. A lot of cards in hand here. Should be 6, right? Because we drew an ice?
Yeah.
Oh, you hate to run through this thing and then hit the ice that they drew?
Yeah.
Oh, you hate it. Single access there.
No,
red level
just the
clearance.
RLC. Already knew about that one.
Now, Extract has to figure out what to do with the rest of the turn. They are going to remain digital, that's for sure. We do know it's a macrophage, and I'm not sure what's in the remote server. But Killian is posturing to have a remote server that they actually can score into.
Yeah. I mean, probably just drawing for agendas. Probably just wants something to score. Or potentially that's what's already in the remote, just letting it cook. Is this the off-world office, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. No, because there was an agenda scored on top of it. I think it has to be an upgrade.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, is it the Sansan?
That would be illegal.
If it's the Sansan, that's not legal.
No, but the Sansan's in hand. I think you see that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Still there.
Yeah, that's sort of like region thing. I think there was a game at Worlds Finals that was lost because of the double region and remote server like a couple of years ago and a Paul in a deck.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We'll see Extract there. Getting down that simul chip does give you the ability to add instant speed, move the botches around. If no program is trashed, simul chip forces you to trash a program. So you can just feed it the simul chip, which will now be in the bin, so you can reinstall the simul chip. It always feels a bit like you're cheating, but hey, you can do it. That's a line. It's actually a really nice kind of downside to that card in some ways. It works for you. Third and final Spin Doctor, if I'm not mistaken, in hand. We're going to res the third Tranquility. It's akin to clicking for credit. Might as well res it. So you're going to pay 1 to res that thing. And we can install in front of it.
What goes in there?
So we're going to figure out what that is in the remote server again. It could be easily be my viruses.
Spin Doctor goes on to Tranquility.
2 credits. We're coming up with the round timer. And it's very important to know that the round timer we're showing on stream is like approximate. It's not lined up with the official round timer. Yeah. Oh, that's a grid install. You don't see that. That gives you such a big read. I've almost never seen that interaction where Killian trashed a grid to install a grid. There is no reason to trash an upgrade to install another card in the remote server unless it's also a grid. Now, I don't know whether Extract...
Especially Tranquil.
Yeah. So I don't know whether Extract is going to understand that this has to be a grid, but that is like a very telling, very strange play.
I think the question is, does it matter? Is Extract actually able to get in this turn?
No, I don't know.
I think it's paperclip or bust.
Yes. Yeah. You don't have enough. There's too many subroutines with Botulus. Now, that card is covered by Glare, but that's a macrophage. And that's a massive code gate. Do you want to talk about it a bit, what it does? I'll pull it up.
Absolutely, yeah. So macrophage, it's cheap to res. It's only 3. It has very high strength. And then it has 4 subroutines. All of them are traces. One of them is a trace 4 to purge. That does matter for the Botulus counters. One of them is a trace to trash a virus. One of them is a trace to remove a virus in the heap from the game. And one of them is to end the run. The end the run one is obviously the one that's relevant the most often, and it is only a trace 1. Currently, Hoshiko does have 1 link, so all of these traces are less powerful.
Yeah, if you're not playing viruses, this is a really bad res generally into any like link-based runner, unless the credit differentials are like really messed up. Because Hoshiko can go through this for free with that link. And the idea with this deck, and maybe it's running a 1 of this, and you pull it with the wave in the matchups you need to. Again, this did look like a good enough board state for this card, because Extract is going to have to think here. If you wanted to keep that Botchus around, the purging might not matter. Maybe that stops the run. But if you wanted to keep that thing around, because again, the purge and then the trash, then the remove happens, so you'll lose that from the game. I'm not sure if there's more viruses in the remote server, or sorry, in the heap.
Yeah, and because of the way that the timing works, I don't believe there is a window to simul-chip it back between the subroutines.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you do all your paid ability windows, and then all the unbroken subroutines resolve in a clump. So there you go. That's been trashed. Again, the move from game, it's not that impactful. It hurts the simul-chip here.
It does hurt the simul-chip.
Yeah, there's no paid ability windows in the middle of the traces, so it's gone.
Botulus is gone.
Removed from game. So we'll see what keep going here again. That's an important thing to understand about those waves is they don't end the run. It's just 2 credits. And giving Killian 2 credits here, it will help. I think Killian might actually be spending into the end the run trace.
Yeah, I think so. Forcing Extrac to actually pay money.
Only be 1 credit. I don't know whether this is the remove from game.
I'm a little surprised about that. If you actually do have the Sanson in the remote, don't you want to have your money?
I think you might, but maybe with the stock buyback, you're like pretty comfortable.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. The stock buyback, yeah.
Extract drawing up. I think we hit an end the run there. That's 2 Steelskin Scarrings in a turn. We're going through 6 cards. Again, the new I've Had Worse from I've Had Worse like card. Very, very fun card. Glad that there's something like that.
I guess having actually written the art brief for that card, intentionally mimicking I've Had Worse in terms of the body positioning in it.
I think that's. I'm not sure whether this is a discard at the end of the turn or a moshing.
No, this is a moshing.
Okay.
This is a moshing. So we see 2 bin breakers, two bin breakers and a duplicate Stargate hit the bin. Gonna draw. Gonna game some money.
Cool. Draw 3, game 3.
Oh, we see.
That's our boat count. Okay.
Boat.
So you're wondering about boat count at Worlds 2022. We're assuming it's gonna be high. Now, our first game was in Boat, and we're seeing Boat pretty consistently and everywhere, even some criminals, probably the least expected card, or least expected in that faction, excuse me. But this thing is very, very good. And funny enough, on this board state, the ice, the end the run ice at least the echoes, as long as they're res early enough in the game, do handle the Boat really well.
They do, right?
Yeah.
That's. I think Echo might actually be pretty good right now for this exact reason.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Like, they still have Paperclip. It's still Amakua 0 strength. That's my least favorite thing about that card, but it definitely does the thing. It taxes that boat way better for the 2 credit cost than you'd expect it to.
Now, this is very interesting. Given that Extract is on the boat, Hippo pairs extraordinarily. Oh,
okay.
Oh,
okay.
Going all in. We got a fast break.
Okay, so this is a big finisher. This is a good old Rain and Reverie here. Fast break cares about how many agendas that are in the runner score area.
No, it is only 3 at the moment. So fast break is going to cost 1 credit effectively, but then it is draw 3 and install up to 3 cards in and or protecting a single remote server.
Which is kind of what you want for your region tribal deck where you need a lot of the installs. And on top of the Tranquility, this became credit positive. Yeah. So this is just all gas at this point in the board state. We'll see. I think Killian's credits are going to be a bit challenged if they want to go for the Sansan play. So we might see the stock buyback here for the final click. But it looks like it's
next activation command. We have seen that since the start of the game, and here it is.
And there's the buyback. So that's going to be 8 credits. It's 1 credit to play that card. It's a terminal that ends your turn. And then it says you gain 3 credits for every card in the runner score area. Next activation command, mind you, a lockdown. It gives all ice plus 2 strength. So we're looking at 2 strength echoes. I think it's 5 strength waves. But they cannot be broken. None of your ice can be broken by non-icebreaker subroutines. So Extract's Boat, the endurance in hand, useless. Botulus, useless. It's all about having the right breakers. And there you go. That is our second. We've looked at 4 harmonics so far, and that is going to have 1 end the run subroutine. But mind you, the other one on the table now should have 3.
Should have 3. Oh,
I think we're missing one.
Missed a trigger. Should have 3.
That should have 3 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Now, again, all the waves are now 1 subroutine, which is just the corporation gains 3 credits. That doesn't stop you from, it doesn't cause you, like, you can go through that. If you need a Stargate to win, you can go through that. That's a big difference. But again, Killian will appreciate the money when they spend 6 credits to res the biggest grid in the game. We're charging HQ.
Oh, yeah, and sure enough.
Yeah, we go through that.
Charge HQ.
Single access here. Just a biotic labor. 4 credits to gain 2 clicks for 1 click, so it allows Killian to score 3-2, 3-1 agendas from hand. We're checking the remote server in the middle. That is a moon pool.
Moon pool goes down.
So this, I don't know if this is the list that are on. So we saw 2 3 moon pool lists, even at Continentals.
Yeah. I believe at Intercontinentals, the list, the quote-unquote canonical moon pool list was on 1 moon pool and 1 Audacity, I think.
I think it was 2 and 1.
Possibly 2 moon pool.
Yeah, it went from 3 to 2. Yeah. So we'll see. Checking.
This is incredible.
This is wild.
What a round 1. What a round 1 of the Netrunner World Championships in 2022.
Killian, red level clearance to draw 2, drawing into 2 agendas. And the Vitruvius is a really important one, a real 2-point agenda. And you can gain a click back here.
Oh, and that's a pass.
So there's the bass.
That is a bass, okay.
So we're going to see install triple advance. Mind you, you get 2 credits back. You can get 2 more credits back. This is almost entirely free. This is a tempo positive agenda score, and we're not even talking about Sandbox and Off-World Office. It's a tempo positive Vitruvius.
And that is now 6-3. This is the real danger zone for Extrac because there are still 2 bifurcations out there. A single draw off the top could end it.
But an Audacity will end it. A Moonpool red level clearance will end it. The Sansan and the Remote Super will end it.
There's enough money for Sansan.
Yeah.
The game might already be over because this might be an Off-World Office and a Sansan in the remote.
We're charging R&D here. It looks like it's a Stargate. I think all the spin doctors have now been accounted for, so we're just going through again. That glared card is a macrophage. Not really important besides the trace, which Extract has enough money to pay through most of it. 8 credits to about, I think it was 8 credits before the trace.
Yep.
We have that link. Again, we are still digital, but Extract needs to get a massive amount of accesses. Funny enough, this is going to turn on, if I'm not mistaken, the Manta. Killian the Manta!
Oh, not res, though, so not live.
Resing the Manta.
Oh, that's okay. Find some food.
Food is good.
So, with the potential Mad Dash, that is 6 points. It isn't the win yet, though.
No, yeah, you need the Mad Dash. I don't know if we see it there. Oh, the Manta could have done something.
You're right. The Manta could have done it.
And that's the issue here. Stealing here is going to be tempo positive for the corporation. It gives the corporation the 2 credits or the 2 cards they need.
Oh, and that is time in the round.
Has been covered.
Time in the round has been called. So that's game then.
Yeah, it is game. I'm not sure when time is called, whether it was on Extract's turn or Killian's turn.
Yeah, Extract might have one more turn. We're not exactly sure.
Yeah.
But this, I mean, there is a reasonable chance that the game's already over. Killian might just have it here.
Yeah, so really quickly to explain how time works in this sort of organized play is when time has been called, whoever the active player is, they can finish their turn. And sometimes you only have 1 click left. Sometimes you'll be in your discard phase. Like, there's some really awkward timing for that to happen. And then after you finish your active turn, your opponent gets 1 turn. At that point, it just is whoever is on the most points. You get a full win. So even 6-5, that's a full win. You don't have to get to 7 points. But Killian, I think, is very capable, if they have a turn, to get to 7 points naturally. Yeah. We're running back.
Oh, and that's
no,
that's 6-6. That's 6-6.
Wait, handshake offered. Not sure why.
I think was miscounting because of food, I believe. Yeah, so Extrac has gotten it to its eye. 1 more run.
We have one more run. And this is the wave issue. The
HQ.
money should matter here. You should break it. I don't think you want to give more money here because if Killian has a turn left, that's it. Yeah, there's probably agendas in there.
There's only 2 credits.
This is a very important die roll. Extract could come out with the first round 2 wins if they're very lucky here. Single axes off the top. Just
a bass.
So Killian might be able to score out here. Again, otherwise you do actually get it.
Is it over?
You do get a real draw. If you end up both on time, that's a draw.
Oh, no agenda to score here. Oh,
no.
Okay, biotic.
Asking if he has it. That's the handshake. There
Biotic,
you go. There was an
Mega
agenda
Pre,
there.
7-6. That is a sports win. Congratulations, Killian. Congratulations, Extrac. What a round 1. I was surprised
excited
the entire way here.
Yeah, I know. Not the sports medal deck. You'd think it'd be way more interesting to see how that's going to work out. Killian managing to get there just at the last moment. Again, time does matter. It changes how Extract plays at the late game, let alone the last turns.
Yeah.
But Killian did have it in hand there. And a single axis on HQ could have done it. But both of these players now going in 1-1. Not the worst start, of course, at all for your first round. And again, there was missed triggers in this game, but that's going to happen. This is round 1 of Worlds. People are nervous. Being on camera is nervous. This is the sort of thing you're going to see clean up throughout the day, and that's, I think, a pretty good start. You get to see some of the very interesting decks, how they played it out. We're going to fill in our slips. And we're going to have round 2 up here in just a moment. Just, again, my name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is the Netrunner World Championship.
That actually was a win.
Yeah,
Time
that's
was
a full
called
win.
During Extract's turn.
Yeah. That's a full win. But you're tuning into Netrunner 2022 World Championships. We're here in Toronto, Canada at the Sheridan Center. We have about 160 players who rolled up here on Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. A lot to be thankful for. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. Panzer, your day's been good so far, huh?
It's been fantastic.
But we have so much left in the day. This is a huge day in Netrunner. We're looking at 7 rounds.
I see a question in chat I think we should answer. I see a question in chat that is, if rounds are timed, what stops the player who has the advantage to just stall during their turn? You call the judge. Slow play is not legal.
Yeah, it's not something that's really been a problem. Generally, if you see your opponents like really hemming and hawing and overthink, you can call for slow play. Judges will ask you to play a bit faster, but yeah, it's not really an issue in the sport. You don't see it, let alone you don't see it at top tables. That's for sure. So On that note, we're going to cut to a break. Again, we have 7 more rounds. We're going to have a break somewhere in the middle, but we're going to be here till, I think, about 9 o'clock Eastern tonight. So, pack a lunch. We got a lot of Netrunner today, and we'll be back tomorrow for so much more. We'll throw to a break. I don't know exactly when we're going to be back up, but it should be within 15 minutes for round 2 because we have a lot to get through today. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching the 2022 Netrunner World Championship here in Toronto, Ontario, and we're off to a game. We're going to have a good one. My name is Andre. Real quickly, Pants, how's it going?
Doing great. Already watching some great Netrunner games. I've been surprised. I'm not surprised here. We have a hedge fund ice.
Classic start, but hey, it's the ID that's going to be really interesting here. Rapku on the left, he's playing Pravdivos Consulting, a new identity from Midnight Sun. And this says the first time a turn that a successful run is made, you can not spend a credit, you can just advance a card. So we're looking at advancing, oh, wait, it's an install card? I don't think you could do that. We'll see. But you can generally at this board state you want to advance some sort of ice.
Agreed.
It's a card that has to be advanced. I'm actually not sure of the text on that. We'll look that up.
I believe, can we pull it up now?
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
Yeah, so Pravdivos, obviously getting these successful triggers off of runs. And then on the other side, we did see Hoshiko Shiro last round. We have another Hoshiko Shiro this round. Already seeing some of these run events. Rotage on the right, UK player, well-known, has made the top cut at Worlds many times. And here we already have Hoshiko starting off strong. We have Dirty Laundry to get that successful run trigger. We have DreamNet to capitalize off of these successful runs. Notably, DreamNet cares about whether your ID is virtual or not.
Yeah.
So Hoshiko, while flipped, will get both a card and a credit from a successful run with DreamNet installed, which does create this interesting tension. Pravdivos wants the runner to run successfully. DreamNet also wants the runner to run successfully.
So you see there, Pinhole Threading, again, a 1 influence card. You didn't see too much of the Continental season, but it's creeping back into decks. This 1 influence solution allows you to access a card in a different server than the one you're running. Well, you can see what the card is. If it's an agenda, you can't steal it, but if it's anything else, you can still trash it. You can't trash an agenda also. So Rashida Yahim, you didn't have to worry about the ice. You didn't have to worry about breaking into anything. You did make a successful run, and it looks like Rap has not been able to use that advancement counter over the Pravdivos. Definitely gets an immense amount of value. Like, getting a single advancement is a click and a credit. A lot of the abilities in the game give you 1 credit worth of value, incidental value at the same time.
Or maybe 1 click worth of value.
And this is both. That's really good. But it's a very narrow niche of cards that it interacts favorably with.
Yeah.
And Rotage setting up there well. That DreamNet means that Archives run is always a click and a credit. So that's better than clicking for credit. You might want to ice that up sooner than later. But I think Pravdivos loves that interaction. They might not fret too much. And install Advance in the remote server. Let's talk about advanceable traps. What do the cards look like in NBN, let alone in Pravdivos?
So before we even consider traps out of faction, which I think we should talk about, some that are obvious out of Pravdivos are, it could not be a trap. It could be a Drago.
Yeah.
Another card that's very relevant is this could easily be a Chekist Scion. In this board state, with the Pravdivos trigger, after the Chekist Scion is accessed, it would give 4 tags. That's a hard-hitting news just for accessing a card.
Yeah, this is an expensive play. Like, install Advance. That's your whole turn, let alone 2 credits. So you hope this is good. Again, it could just be an NGO front. We're going to hit that IP block. It looks like an NGO front is going to be popped. So Rapku gaining 8 credits there. You still technically did access. You commit to access at the window, so Rapku get an advancement. And let's talk about the advancements, because we're not seeing them. And that means you can have a read of what the ice is. You know it's not a Ket, you know it's not Masvingo, and you know it's not Mesnachestvo, which are the 3 advanceable ice. Maybe Ice Wall falls in that camp too, that you're expecting to be imported for low enough influence in these lists. Rotage, running there for Archives, gaining a credit. Not sure what the run is there for. And then we're throwing out a Black Orchestra. So we have an access to Decoder. And with Meston Chesvo's expected in the list, a new Decode Gate, I don't think you're going to see the new art, unfortunately, on these tables.
No, I don't believe so.
And Rapgu's just going to keep jamming in the road server.
All right, 160V, ADV.
Yeah. We have there on the table a Fermenter ticking up. I do think it has 3 counters on it, so Rotage can always click for 6 credits. Trying to plan their turn there with their hand. I think it's a moshing they're trying to sort out.
Yeah.
Forcing
like
3 cards to be discarded, you draw 3 there. So Rotage wants to plan their turn. So traps in the remote server, Chekist, and out of faction, Urtica ciphers are common.
Urtica cipher is very common. And on this board state, so again, Pravdivos would put a counter on a successful run. So that would be 3 counters on the Urtica cipher. Urtica cipher gives 2 damage regardless, and then 1 per counter. So that would be 5. And funnily enough, just happened to, in the hotel lobby a couple days ago, happened to be watching Rotage play against Pravdivos Consulting with what looked like a very similar Hochiko deck, and in fact, hit an Urtica Cipher for 5 cards, knocking out the last Hippo. So probably might have that on his mind at this very moment.
Rating HQ here, that's a Jua. A Jua is a sentry. It's a low-cost sentry, and it says for the rest of the turn, Rotage can install cards, but when it's hit, I believe you pick a choice between 2 cards and return one of them to your hand, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Check a Scion, or that's a Drago, right?
That's
in
a
hand.
Drago. And that is a Drago in the bin.
0 cost, that goes down, and now we got the first Pravdivos trigger for actual value. 3 advancements in the remote server.
Yeah, if this is a Bologna that is just there, like, you won't run this, that's so much value. That is an entire click. You get to do an extra thing on your turn.
There's terrifying agendas here, even if you leave on the table. Like, Bologna is one thing, but even things like, you see Artificial Crypto Crash, that can have a huge swing on credits. Whether you can follow that up this turn with a hard-hitting news would be a potential. Now, Rapku doesn't have a lot of money. Even an off-world office would be nice. Reversed accounts, you see. I do not think we're going to see a Ubiquitous Vig at this table. But again, a card that you could always... I'd be surprised to see that.
The reversed accounts, you're right. That was another... It's not exactly a trap, but it is an advanceable card that gets a lot of value from Pravdivos that would be extremely relevant right now.
Moshing away 3 cards to draw 3 cards and 3 credits, but it's going to be more than 3 cards because Steelskin Scarring was discarded, and that card is discarded. You just get 2 cards, so that's a 1 click to draw 5. In fact, it's not card advantage as heavily as card. Maybe we'll say quality, but that's a lot for a single click.
Agreed. And Steelskin Scarring, obviously, one of we talked about it a little bit last round. A callback to I've Had Worse. In some ways, it's interesting, and in some, I don't know, it's an interesting play on that because you get this extra value from cards like Moshing. You don't actually have to damage it out of your hand, but you also only get the 2 cards rather than 3.
Yeah, very interesting to see how players play that. We're charging to the ping. Not sure if that was last click. That is potentially a problem. No, we have 1 click left there. Ping does give you a tag when it's rezzed. It's only a 1 cost, 1 end run.
No. End either turn with tag. It looks.
I don't know. I think Rotage cleared at the top.
Okay.
We didn't mention this, but this is Rotage. Rotage has been a competitive player for many, many Netrunner years.
Has made top 16 at Worlds with Diaper, I believe. And I believe not with even.
This is not a player that I would be excited to be sitting across. Not that Rotage is not a nice guy, but that's an intimidating matchup. It looks like it was an NGO from the remote server. We're going to follow that up with a hedge fund into an install there. And even install, like 4-2 agendas are so wild. If Rotage wants to go through HQ, wants to go through R&D, whatever, they need a breaker for that. That single advancement can change what the board state's running. Suddenly this is, a 4-2 agenda that you're scoring for 3 credits.
Without even having to use a seamless.
Pinhole threading to start. We're going to draw a card, gain a credit. We're going to access this. You do get the advancement first. And, it's just
and that's another Rashida taken out by Pinhole. No, Pinhole is an interesting include because, as you said, many decks are not on Pinhole threading. What I think Pinhole threading is there to do, every deck needs an answer to turn 1 Rashida behind ice. And this is an answer to that. Yeah,
Drago too. It's a way that you can deal with the Drago because a lot of those NBN decks are not good at icing up everything. Throwing a Stargate in the bin, again, that sometimes looks painful to see, but a lot of times that is done because Rotage doesn't need a pivot to win here. They need a pivot to survive to some extent, especially with Drago.
Oh, here's a Spin Doctor.
But we got a lot of draw there. Planogram into Spin Doctor. We're drawing 5 cards already in just 2 clicks.
Yeah, sounds right. That I believe, looking at the art, I think that was a Mesna Chesto that just went on the remote.
Oh, phenomenal. Again, worth noting that this card is going to have new art going forward. Null Signal did post about that. Unfortunately, the new version hasn't shown up today. It was something they were looking into do.
It's stuck on the boat, I believe.
Yeah, beans. We'll get it soon enough. But we'll see here. Again, charging Archives. Going to force a shuffle. That means there's an agenda in there.
Yep, a face down. Who knows what it is, and a Drago.
The agendas in this list.
And the Mustang Chesto gets advanced.
Yeah, so that is, okay. Let's talk first about the agendas, right? Because I don't know what the agenda suite in this deck list is. Modernly, we're seeing so many NBN decks that have so many other things they can jam in a remote server that they're running as few agendas as possible. We're looking at usually 6 3-pointers. This deck would have to run an additional 2-pointer, maybe something like a Tomorrow's Headline. I would also not be surprised if they're on 4-2 agendas, which work really well with the Pravdivos ability as long as you're a bit confident.
And with Seamless.
Yeah, and with Seamless as well, we've seen it's a great NBN card. But you talked about the Mesna Chesto, and the math on that gets a bit absurd now. If Rotage wants to run that remote server, install the Black Orchestra, break with the Black Orchestra, and then lose 3 credits, it's a 9 credit.
Oh, a Citadel hitting the bin. That is a Citadel Sanctuary, that card on the right. So choosing not to keep the Citadel Sanctuary, saying, I don't believe that this is a matchup where I'll get enough utility out of dropping a tag clicklessly at the end of turn.
Yeah, it's tricky. And I think that's an Amakua in hand, right? So even if you get that down, is that an Amakua? I think it is. Maybe that's actually a boomerang.
I definitely see a hippo.
Yeah.
A gamble also. So gambling.
But I think you have such a strong read on what the ice in the remote server is. It's basically a barrier to code gate. I don't think you're expecting something like a Colossus. There's not many other advanceable sentries, I think, in the format. I think it's just Colossus, maybe.
I think you're right.
Probably forgetting something that sees no play. Now,
I
Arc
think so.
Lockdown off the top. That was a top deck lockdown. That's going to remove a card from the game. I believe we called
I think that was all of the MK Ultras.
So Arc Lockdown, apologies, we can't show the cards on the screen right now, but Arc Lockdown is a simple operation to play. For 1 credit, name a card. Your opponent finds all of them that are in the archives, all copies of the same name, removes them from the game, and that plays so hard into a field of today we have...
That's a splash. That is 2 influence for that card.
But today there's 45 Hoshiko at a minimum, right? So all the Anarchs that are not playing around that card, because of course you're not playing around that card.
Right, who plays around Arc Lockdown except against maybe Sports?
And then suddenly you're losing some of your answers. In the bin, we still have a Black Orchestra and a Paperclip. So also the sentry choice is kind of strange, right? Like we have a Jew on the table. Are you expecting a Hydras? There's not that many sentries I'm worried about. I think I'd be put this at Turnpike, Jew, and Hydra maybe.
Yeah, what sentry does this? Is this purely a value Arc Lockdown in the sense of get all of 1 breaker?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I guess what it does is it does say if you manage to get a situation where you have a barrier and a code gate on the same remote, you can then throw a Jua on the outside, and now you can force a situation where the runner can't break.
Yeah.
And they don't even go back to the heap. They go to hand where you can't reinstall them. Not that you could because of Jua.
Yeah. And we got to check archives there. Endurance is down, mind you. All hands on deck. So we
All
got
right.
a Spin Doctor shuffle. It looked like it shuffled in a Global Food Initiative, a 5-3 pseudo 5-2 agenda. That's worth 1 influence on neutral. But that boat's going to be important. That might be what Rotage needs to battle the fact that they're missing that killer in certain matchups. But that free advancement on the remote server, that basically says the run on archives is worth 3 credits. Because as long as you're running the Mess and Chesto enough times, that's 3 credits you lose every time you go through it.
And here's an install for 2. So still on a healthy credit total here from Prov.
Yeah. But we'll see if Rotage can challenge the remote server. I believe around 10 credits. Can't tell exactly what those tokens are. But we have the boat.
I think on Prov's side, I believe that's 17 credits. I think that's 2 5s and then 7 1s. And then Rotage, I think, is on 12.
There you go. There's the Mess and Chesto again, the older art there.
Chesto.
On encounter, you can spend an advancement to lose 3 credits. So now Rotage can go through this. It's 2 subroutines. That's perfect for the boat. You have the Black Orchestra. You're going to spend 6 there. Those subroutines, one of them loses 3 credits for the runner. The other one isn't a hard end to run. And after that's an IP block, which it's just a trace. And I feel like if Rapku spends a lot on this trace to end the run, that's favorable to Rotage.
Agreed. Especially with Rotage on 1 link right now.
Yeah, it definitely does help. So we're going to go sailing through that. And again, it's so easy. I think you're going to want to... That's the thing that I can't tell. If Rapku needs to get some ice on archives, because while you're getting the boat counter, while you're getting the DreamNet counter, which is so much value for Rotage, that's a Vladisibirsk. Cool.
Oh.
So Vladisibirsk, an upgrade that you can advance. It's 2 to res, 4 to trash, and at instant speed, once per turn, you can move the advancement counters on the Vladisibirsk to another card installed in the remote server. And so you can use that to basically you set that up, you get the free advances on it, and then you transition to scoring out an agenda. But I do think that tells you something about the deck, because that is not a card that's really particularly great at scoring out 5-3 agendas. A bit better for 4-2s. You can use it for Drago, and that can be super rude.
It's also good at 3-2s, obviously, too. So you might expect some Beals here. You might expect some tomorrow's headline.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Rapku playing well around Hippo. Currently, the ice that is available to Hippo is Jua, which might not be breakable with anything except boat the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Ping, which you don't mind losing. It's only 2 to res. And then on the remote, where the ice matters a little more, we have a refusal to res the outermost ice.
Yeah, that Hippo is that card. That's the Cat Chen alt art. And you're going to see, playing around that. It does trash the outermost ice. You break all the subroutines on first of the turn. So you might see that ice on the remote server never be res.
Yeah.
And Rapku throws down install advance. If you're expecting a 4-2, that can be scored out. If you're expecting a 5-3, a run can get that scored out for Rap at next turn. But we also iced up archives.
Something I'll point out. I do not know if this is in Rotage's deck, but this is the classic, I guess Apocalypse style of icing servers, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what you love to see if you're on Apocalypse again.
I don't know if it's there, but
I don't know.
That seems pretty juicy to me.
We've seen 10 influence so far on 2 endurances. The second one is in hand. I don't know what other influence we've seen so far in the list. We did see 2 pinholes, so I think that would put him at only 1 apocalypse if anything. But I'd be happy but surprised.
It would be pretty good right here.
Yeah.
Oh, and a botulus does come down, so I believe that's on the Mesna Chestvo. Or is that on the? Oh no, that's on the IP
it's on
block.
the IP block.
Yeah.
Again, there's only 1 subroutine on that, so you get a bit more value out of the botulus. That gets 1 break worth of virus counters a turn, and we're charging a remote server. We'll see if Rap Res is here. Whoa, that's a ballista.
Ballista. Wow.
That's a sentry. That is why they went for the arc lockdown.
Yeah, you're right.
An interesting sentry here. It has 1 subroutine, and it's a choice. Either here the runner can, or so the corporation decides to end the run or trash a program. So here Rapku has to break it.
Well,
are going to hippo it, so remove from game.
Hippo
it's gone.
Removed from game, and ballista's removed from the table.
But I do think now without any boat counters, you can
probably would end the run though.
It would. You can't install your Black Orchestra. You do lose the 3 counters, I think, after you install. Not that it changes the math because you still have to break for 3 credits.
Yeah.
But you can maybe get in here again. It's hard to tell. I think he's on 8 credits. I think he's short 1 credit. Yeah.
I think I see 9. I'm not positive though.
Okay. I think we're charging archives there. Hit the end of the run. It's an IP block. We're going to get a trace.
Block.
Now, that's a successful run. That should be a boat counter. That's a DreamNet card and a credit. It's going to keep Hoshiko digital, but that's a second advancement on the card in the remote server. So there's so many nightmares here, right?
Yeah.
Like Drago into bounce the boat. Obviously, an agenda score would be good as a start, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you pointed out earlier, Artificial Crypto Crash, definitely an option here. Lose 7 on the runner's side, and then last click, World's your oyster. You can do whatever you want. So a boat, a paladin, and a Stargate hit the bin.
Our final moshing, if I'm not mistaken, that's the second Stargate. So Rotage is not on 3 Stargates. I don't know what the multi-axis is to finish this deck out. We might have seen a Mad Dash in hand.
Does that make it more likely that it's APOC then?
I don't know. Just an NGO.
Another NGO.
So still Rotage is able to keep the credits up while poking, and I love this, where you force the corporation to res their ice. Spin Doctor is a start. Rapku is not pushing anything on the table here, and they kind of seem like they have a window.
That was an interesting res.
Which one?
That was an interesting ballista res, given that that
for
can
the
just
hippo.
Get hippoed.
Yeah, it does
especially given that it was just an NGO.
I think, like, on some extent, it taxes the bow counters. Maybe you'd love for them to hit the Mesna Chesvo. Yeah, you still get your NGO front. You get enough value from it. They lose 3 credits. I think you're right. I think it could go either way. Maybe you're hoping there's not another hippo in hand, but Rotage has been drawing a fair bit. So I think you have to hope it. Again, counting the cards, I think there's only like 15 cards left there, right?
Well, this is a new outermost, and the boat only has 1 counter on it, I believe. So this is a little awkward.
With Paperclip in hand,
Rotage.
You can always run HQ, break for 5, get 1 back, get a boat counter. That's the weakest server by a mile.
Or R&D.
R&D, sorry. I meant to say R&D.
But yeah, no, that you're right, exactly. It's a 5 credit investment up front, but that is going to pay off down the line.
I'm also wondering if Rotage is getting scared here. Whether they expect another Arc Lockdown or the Spin Doctor to bring Arc Lockdown down back into the deck. So sooner than later, they would love to install their Paperclip to get it just on the table.
Yeah.
Oh. Excuse.
Okay, so it looks like running Spin Doctor.
Yeah, that was an archives check, right?
Yeah. And it looks like face down being chosen, and I missed the second card. Couldn't quite see it.
Yeah, it's all right. So we got shuffled back in the deck. I think
we do have the prov on the outermost ice here. So another advanceable ice on the outside could be just another. Another Mesna Chesvo makes this a very toll boothy server to get through.
Yeah, budget toll booth. Like, it's hard to advance that card when you're getting value from it with things like Built to Last or Provdivos. That's obviously like way much better, and it's a very good ice for the sort of damage it can do to you.
Now, okay. Not to harp on Apocalypse, but I do have a question. What is the exact wording on Jua? Are you forced to choose 2?
It probably says up to 2.
Okay. Because it would be very interesting if Jua were forced to choose boat on a turn where APOC goes down.
Oh, you were trying to hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure the wording on that. Apologies, we can't bring that up. But yeah, it sometimes can help you. Even if you run into late in the game and they're forced to return your face down cards post-apocalypse to hand, that'd be fun. But Rotage, I think, needs to figure out what their game plan is here. I probably have an idea. I think we need to figure out what Rotage's game plan is here. Whether it's just going to be for the remote camp, which is getting more and more difficult. Again, when people are breaking ice for free with endurance, it's so hard to deal with that additional credit tax while still, playing around Harding News. I think that's a Keegan Lane in hand.
Really?
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense.
Keegan Lane.
This is straight up rigged destruction. So the idea is if you see Arc Lockdown, you see a Ballista, you see even a Jua, I think that tells you what's up here. And Keegan Lane, an upgrade that reses for 0. And at instant speed, again, a paid ability window, you remove a tag, which helps the runner, of course, but you trash an installed program.
Fantastic with ping.
Yeah, very good with ping. Very good with, if we're going to see a Funhouse at some point. The IP blocks are a bit rough, but I think ping is the easiest way to guarantee a tag. So we'll see if a rig shoot can shoot here. I don't know how you target the hardware. Like, endurance is an issue, but once you're locked out, the endurance is hard. And we see 2 paperclips in the bin here. I think Rotage might need to get that paperclip installed before a second arc lockdown hits. Again, a Ballista is something you need to. It doesn't actually do too much if you don't have programs installed.
Yeah.
It does end the run, of course. Rotage for the first turn, I think, since basically turn 1 not making a successful run,
correct,
Hoshiko is returning non-digital. And that's just, I think, just a 2-point Beal.
Looks like it to me.
Beal
not getting that extra prov counter, just scoring out a 3-2, discarding a card.
Yeah, it feels fascinating because you can do install advance.
Hold on. Here's an interesting. So, how does the timing work here? We do see a no free lunch on the table. How does that interact with Keegan?
It depends when you get the tag. No free lunch is not a void. It's not a void. It's removed.
You actually have to have the window to remove
priority.
it. Yeah.
Which means if they res a ping, they're doing their paid abilities at the time, so they can Keegan you before you hit the no free lunch, if I'm not mistaken. If it said a void, it'd be different because it'd be an interrupt, but resing is a paid ability window, and so the corporation can finish all their paid abilities.
Oh, so there is a third Stargate. Stargate goes down, and I wonder if we're going to... Okay, so boating through the ping to Stargate here.
That's expensive. Not hippoing it away.
And hippoing. Okay.
Opening up R&D again. There was a bit of that, as you mentioned, Apocalypse overcommit to the remote server. You love to see that. You get that advancement. We're going to see 3 off the top. Not a lot of agendas. There's a ping. There's a tomorrow's headline. A tag-based 3-2 agenda.
Fund.
Yeah.
This is an interesting question, what you take here. It's the agenda. Agenda goes into archives. That should be face up, but
and you love running this turn where there's nothing in the remote server that's getting advancements.
And there's no additional prov value as well.
Yeah, they get on the ice. We'll figure out what that is sooner than later. A Ket gets annoying. I don't know whether you can spend the influence on a Ket when you're working on Rig Shooter.
Well, there was
Colossus. Like, that actually works for the deck.
Oh my god, you're right. But Prov already triggered this turn, so we can't trigger again.
And we do flip. Do we get an access that turn? Stargate doesn't get it. Maybe we got to run off the top of R&D there.
Yeah, I think so.
And we're drawing in.
I think that was run R&D just to get the Hoshiko.
Okay, so there's a ping on R&D, and if I'm not mistaken, that's a Keegan Lane in front of the ping. So now Rotage, we'll find out very quick.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you run, your Stargate will be trashed. Now, you'll still get the Stargate off because the ability's already been active, but you won't be able to Stargate again. And this is the last Stargate. There's no more simulchip. So Rotage maybe trashing the, not trashing the ping, might pay for it here.
Is that a Mad Dash in hand?
Yeah,
I think
that's
a Mad
Dash
just got drawn.
That could put Rotage to 3, if I'm not mistaken.
No Spin Doctor threat on the board, so that would put Rotage to 3.
I think maybe, how many Spin Doctors are out? 2 or 3? It might be 3.
I think I see
Hard
3
to tell.
over there.
Yeah.
There are 3 cards under that Beal. I'm pretty sure that's all the Spin Doctors.
Oh, Rotage almost running, not running. There's a Hippo, getting that down first. There's a chance a Pinhole Threading could rescue from Keegan, but there is the window. Keegan laying into ping, removing the Stargate, trashing it. That's the last Stargate. Those aren't coming back. I don't think Rotage has the 3 influence for an AR live access.
We're seeing the exact question about no free lunch, but I think coming to the same conclusion here.
There should not be a window here. I wonder what's happening. If I'm not mistaken, right? Because no free lunch says avoid. Not avoid. It says remove.
It says remove. It says remove. So, well, we are seeing Paperclip come out. We are seeing Hippo. I am very confused here. What's happening?
I don't know what happened. Well, we'll find out in a bit. But off the top of the deck, we do see a 2-point agenda. Looks like a neutral 4-2.
That's 5 then. That's 5.
Potentially up to 5.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the Bolognas. Again, if you find a Bologna, you don't need the Mad Dash. Keegan coming up in a bit. There is an ice on top. I believe it's a Mesna Chespa. We're going to trash that.
Ice goes. Yep.
Because now you can just run on back. Make sure your Hoshiko's alive. You can steal that agenda. Get your Dream Nest should trigger regardless. It doesn't require access.
Wait, so I'm confused how we...
Okay, it happened.
Stargate in the bin.
Yeah. So the Keegan goes off again. You can't trigger the no free lunch. You just do not have priority. The Corp is doing their res and their trash with the Keegan all in the same paid ability window before they give priority back over to you.
Yeah.
If no free lunch said avoid a tag, you could interrupt, but it's a remove a tag. So you have to take the tag and get a paid ability window. But hey, Rotage is on 2 points. There are 2 more points in the bin. And so we are basically 1 good access off the top. You find the Bologna. If you Mad Dash a 2-pointer, Rotage will be on game points. Second, no free lunch.
Second, no free lunch. That does matter a lot against Drago, obviously, but...
Yeah, that means the Drago off the top is actually a pretty bad draw for Rap. And I think Rap is now going to draw into Drago. It's literally on the top of the deck.
You're right.
Rotage is going to think this one through again, now with probably no more multi-access in the deck at all. So it's all bet singles. And we need a top deck nice for the R&D, and we found it.
Oh, and the hedge. That's a really tough draw from Rotage's perspective.
This deck is on 3 pinhole threading. Whoa.
Wow.
So Rotage had a line, if he wanted to go through the IP block, could have actually brought them to Keegan.
Wow,
I think Keegan's like 3 to trash. You never almost see it get trashed. It usually fires before it goes.
Yeah. You see it get trashed a lot, but not by the runner.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see here again. There's a lot of agendas on the deck. It's like I imagine turn 8, turn 9. I don't think there's more than 20 cards in R&D, and we've only seen 3 agendas out of the deck, right? 2 is scored, 1 in the score area. So I think the density in R&D is actually really high right now.
It should be.
HQ could have something, but I feel like Rapku, maybe if they have it, will jam next
those
turn.
no free lunches just get popped for money.
Yeah. With a Keegan in hand, I don't know if you feel safe, but there's the Liberated. You do need to get that down because Rotage needs to put the Creditz back in the game. Not going to give that Profit of Oath, not going to get that run. Flipping back to the non-digital form, and I think we're going to see a jam here. And Rotage knows that this could easily be the Keegan. Or it's not the Keegan, sorry, the
Drago.
The Drago Ivanov.
And this is even protecting against Hippo with whatever that advanced ice is, so...
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I think there's actually a couple agendas in HQ. It has been so many turns, not enough agendas out of the game by this point.
Jua has just said, I'm not going to let you run HQ
you can't
so
run
far.
You need the boat to go through Jua, otherwise Jua...
Yeah.
It doesn't guarantee to return the boat because I do think the runner has a choice, but
runner
like...
does have a choice, but...
Still
I mean,
bad.
You then have to repay for Paperclip, or...
Yeah. Looks like we might be running archives there. Going through the IP block for 2 credits, 3 credits. There's the headline. You knew about that? I think we're just asking what's in there. I don't think we're running.
Okay. Yeah. Not running. Separating out the tomorrow's headline. Separating out the tomorrow's headline. It's slightly off stream for us, but we do know it is there, and we do know that there is a mad dash.
We're running there. I think that's the final
the third ping,
which in terms of a taxing ice isn't going to do it. Rotage can get through, getting the bow counter, getting the card, getting not a credit this turn. I think that was a ballista.
That's a ballista on the top.
I think this deck has no answer to that besides endurance.
Yeah.
And there's a card now in their most ever with advancement. Rapku can get a 4-2 there. If they have a seamless, they can even get a 3-point Beal. I don't think they have seamless. That's all the influence spent on like that sort of rig shooter that you're seeing so far.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
This is a wild deck. I went into this weekend thinking there is a very clearly established set of decks that are the meta, and we are seeing different things today, and I love it.
Yeah, always really exciting to see our opponents figure out. Rapku taking a bit of a read on that Black Orchestra. That's a full art. Mind you, if you're not playing in the standard format, you might not be familiar with these breakers, but Anarch has a whole set of them. They're called the bin breakers or the conspiracy breakers.
Yeah.
And they're breakers that you can install from your bin when you encounter the corresponding ice of their type. And there's one of each type, Black Orchestra, Paperclip, and MK Ultra. Paperclip's the best one, the Fractor. But we're going to charge this remote servers here. So while you might not see a decoder installed, we can get that during the run. IP block on the outermost is 2 credits if you want to trace it. If you're feeling like you can fight that war.
It would be 3 right now
or
because no link.
Oh, yeah, we're not flipped. Right on.
And now here is a double toll booth remote.
Do you see how taxing this is? It's 6 credits to go through them. It's 6 more to break and 3 more to install breakers.
Ugh.
It's disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting.
So Mest and Chesso again, that is the older art that's going to be replaced real soon. Those power counters or advancement counters, you can use them. On encounter, you can remove only 1 to make the runner lose 3 credits. It's not if able, I don't think. It's just 3 credits. So I think they just lose the money. It's not like Toll Booth, though. They don't end the run if they can't afford it. So if you can break it through free mediums, like a Endurance or a Boomerang, you can get through, but that is so taxing. At least forcing some money out from round.
Oh, and here we have an advance.
Drago.
And it's a Drago.
Retribution. The sip.
Whoa.
Rotage.
You are no longer breaking. There's a second endurance in the bin. You are no longer breaking sentries.
That's it. We have a barrier breaker. We have a decoder. There's a ballista in hand. There's agenda in hands. Now the Jua doesn't do anything. But Rotage using the no free lunch just to tempo up to speed to get the liberated counts threw out the protection from Drago. And admittedly, maybe Rapku could have done Drago 2 turns in a row, but for Rotage, that's really difficult. We do see the top of the deck here. That's a food. We're up.
A food? Oh, wait, this is game, right?
That's game.
Mad Dash, this is game.
Just Mad Dash, that's game.
All right.
We have the credits. The top of the deck will get there. Mad Dash, it's in head.
Mad Dash.
Archives, tomorrow's headline.
Archives, tomorrow's headline. Wow.
And Rotage right before things were getting a bit too late there. Mad Dash, a run event for 0 that if you steal an agenda on that run, you get an additional point. So with 3 agendas, Mad Dash takes you to 7. Such a good card in the modern meta. And Rotage, probably just about the turn where there's going to be a really unfortunate turn of events. Pulling it out. Oh, man. Rapku working so hard, and just the top of the R&D sometimes doesn't do it for you.
This is why we always say the correct play is just access agendas. If you just access agendas, you always win. Well played by both. I think you're exactly right. We were, I think, exactly 1 turn away from a lockout.
Yeah, it gets hard. It's still hard to build the raw lockout. Like, you still have central servers you have to protect. You still have, you know, you can't protect everything. It's going to take you too long. You might flood up, but it was obviously going to get pretty rough. And I think we are going to have a really interesting matchup here because these are 2 identities that actually some of them are well represented more than you think you would. Rotage on the outfit, which is the most represented Wayland identity in the format,
tied
equally
with Op.
Yeah. Which I thought we'd see so much more op. Again, we saw Intercontinentals, Continentals, Nationals, all having good op lists, but we're going to see the outfit. What do you want to talk about the outfit? Because I think outfit, you need to be careful on face checking at a minimum. What ice are we seeing? Do you know the Bad Pub Suite? So
yeah, the Bad Pub Suite, obviously, part of it is Trebuchet. Trebuchet, incredibly punishing face check, partially because Trebuchet allows a trash of any installed runner
card. Yeah, that's a very generous clause on a corp card.
And it reses for effectively 4 credits. Bulwark, often also a card that you see out of the outfit that has the ability to force the runner to trash programs and also end the run and gain money. Other ice you often see out of outfit, you might see an Archer. Just a lot of times they're running these small agendas that you like having to res Archer. And I would say just the good Wayland ice, honestly.
Yeah, it can be very fast. I wonder if we're going to see envelopments, which are well tuned to the meta. For those who don't know, this is just a 4515, a Wayland outfit, and it says, I don't think it says first time. I think it's whenever you take a bad publicity, you gain 3 credits. And this makes the ice so much more affordable. It means that you're going to get a lot of money fast into the game. And, of course, bad publicity scales really well into the mid, really well for the runner into the mid to the late game. So you're going to want to go fast because as the game goes on, you're just giving so much free money to the opponent. And speaking of the opponent, Rapku over there is on Smoke. Smoke actually is a pretty well-represented shaper, I think, today. It's a very interesting shaper because it's the one shaper you're probably going to see today that's not likely on Endurance. We've been seeing a lot of Onacom lists. I think also Smoke got the Twinning in Midnight Sun, which is an incredibly powerful multi-access, the thing that Smoke really wanted for a while now. And it charges when you use credits off of an installed card. And Smoke does not herself count as an installed card, but the Net Mercurs do, the Trickster Takas do, and the Mantles do. Yeah. So you can actually charge that twice as fast, especially with Mantle, which you can do on the opponent's turn.
Right.
And we're off.
And actually, Net Mercur can also be used on. Is Net Mercur only during a run?
It says used for anything. It's
used
a
for
really
anything.
Weird
used
sentence.
for anything. Yeah. So yes, you can, for instance, use Net Mercur during the opponent's turn, pop an SMC, install something, and look at that. You have an extra twinning counter you
could just boost
quote
your
unquote
breakers.
shouldn't have had. Yeah.
You could just pay credit.
You're right. You can even boost your breakers. That's wild.
But this is the issue is that some of these Smoke decks,
we have a Smoke with 2 sure gambles and discarding a paperclip. That's a pretty strong start.
Yeah, no, the start for Smoke is going to be so important because the outfit can be fast, and Smoke inherently needs to install a lot of cards. You need to find, obviously, your breakers, your economy, you're interacting with the outfit, so you have to worry about cards like Punitive Counter-Strike, but more likely hard-hitting news, so credit differentials are going to be important. I do think we have a misdirection in hand. That's going to play into it if hard-hitting news hits the table.
It does matter a lot. Now, speaking of fast starts, though, the outfit's starting off with Too Big to Fail, gaining 10 credits thanks to that ID ability, and now also on the second turn a hostile counter, or a good lord, hostile takeover, not a hostile counter-strike, a hostile takeover. So that will also gain. Let's see, it's 7 plus 3, so effectively you net gain 8 credits. Look at all those credits on Rotage's side.
It's massive. And you're going to see that Claude hit the bin. The misdirection also hitting the bin too.
Interesting.
So those are the cards that might come back with Simulchips. Smoke lists don't really run often more than 1 Simulchip, sometimes 2. Maybe if you're teching into sports and you're playing the Claude, which is not always that common, you want to play a Simulchip or 2.
Yeah.
But we have the Nemercur. So now we're going to need a breaker that we can boost during the run that gets the value off of Smoke, puts it onto the Nemercur. And I think there's a bad face check here. I think if you hit a Tithonium, or sorry, a Bulwark, Tithonium too.
Tithonium's also very bad. The worst face check right now would be Trebuchet.
Trebuchet can
trash
be really
that
bad.
Netmercur.
I think Tithonium trashes a resource, ends the run. It's not a bad pub card, but it's a
here's
card you can
Daig.
red.
Dig
That's
first
a
Netcat.
dig.
Yeah, so no,
What are we
that is
charging?
at the moment nothing. At the moment nothing is able to charge. We just have a telework on the board. Nothing is charging.
Is
I
smoke
wonder
on
what you are
endurance?
charging.
There's a stone chip, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
twinning. You're charging twinning.
Oh, yeah, right on, right on. Okay, install advance behind 2 ice, Rotage on buckets of credits. And Rap has access to only 2 stealth credits this turn. It could be a couple more. Rotage is going to have to read Dig.
Yep,
Not a
that's
card
Dig.
you see that often on the lanyards today. Love the art on that one. And
Such
there's
a
the
good card.
twinning. So Rap, when agenda scored or stolen, you can charge the twinning. The twinning, mind you, a new card from Midnight Sun, a very powerful multi-access. So you're not seeing a lot of outside of criminals and specifically smoke. It allows you, whenever you spend credits on an installed card, you can put a charge on there, and you can use those power counters to access additional cards, up to 2 additional cards on one run on R&D and HQ. Score on remote server?
Charge does not work. Twinning is empty. So Rotage gets that score for free.
I can't tell off camera what that is. It looks like it's
It
just
is
an
a
atlas.
glare.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think that's just an atlas, because otherwise if it was above the law, we would have seen something.
Yeah.
If it was an IZF
Yeah.
protocol, we would have seen something. So Rotage just getting points. Mind you, Project Atlas, blank, unless you over-advance it, and then it becomes a very, very powerful tutor. That's a Mind's Eye.
Mind's Eye.
That is a
with
charge
rigging
target.
up.
That's a charge target.
Wow, and it works with twinning too because Mind Eye
think
says
it
breach.
does. Okay, I wish we could pull up the card art right now, but our cards are down. Currently, Mind's Eye is a strange console. It says whenever you run R&D, you get to put a charge on it, and for a click, you can take 3 power counters off of it to access the top of the deck. Now, you can use this with Zig. You can use this ideally with the twinning to be able to see 2 or 3 cards off the top of the deck for a click, as long as you're charging this consistently. With Boat, with Into the Depths could happen, but Rapku is not presenting breakers. Mantle is a start of a breaker suite. It only gives you 1 recurring stealth credit.
Yeah, though notably, Mantle matters for charging up twinning, and Mantle could, in theory, be used for a self-modifying code that could charge up twinning. It doesn't have to be used only on breakers.
Speaking of charge, we're just charging there. That's a mouseless. An annoying piece
Ooh.
of ice. If you do have access to Penrose, you can get through that. But 3 subroutines, gain a credit, take a tag, net damage, are all quite annoying. That's actually one of the, I think, the hardest to deal with breakers or ices in the game. It reminds me of Engram Flush. It reminds me of Slot Machine, which are banned in Standard.
Yep.
But we're accessing, and there's an upgrade there. I reckon a price tag, maybe a Crisium Grid. Access Trash or Sheet off the top. Bad publicity finally getting used, and you're going to access a card in the remote server. We'll find out what that is. It's probably a Crisium.
So Smoke currently on
There you go.
5 credits, it looks like, removing these tags.
So I'm not sure. That did charge with the Mind's Eye. I do think the Mouseless is going to be well
those are bad
positioned
pub.
there.
Those are bad pub. Okay.
An Atlas getting
Atlas.
used. Rotage is now on game point.
Yes.
If we do not see a simulchip, we are not threatening Clot. And it's so easy for these Wayland decks. They're running 1, sometimes even 2 Audacities. So they can go fast. Audacity allows it to score out. Dig just charging the Mind's Eye. So now you can see the top card of R&D without running. There's the simulchip.
There's the simulchip. That's important. Yeah, Mantle obviously would have to go down to get that Clot. It is 100% worth it if it is the game.
Yes.
Now, okay, so an important thing in terms of Rotage being on game point is Rotage is only on game point with a 2-pointer. So you do actually have to wait for the install advance, or you can afford to wait for the install advance rather than having to potentially clot on just an install for an Audacity on a 2-1.
But the simulchip's being used right away there. An overclock into R&D, cracking the simulchip, trashing the mental to install the self-monument goat. Again, very convoluted, but standard shape or fair more often than not. So now for 2 credits at instant speed, we can install
is that an
anything from the
SDS?
deck.
Okay. The agenda we missed was an SDS.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's 6 points.
What I just said is completely wrong. Every install is potentially game winning because of Audacity.
Even Audacity into Hostile could do that. It's hard to clot.
Exactly, and that gives you no indication that you need to clot it other than a card has been installed.
Okay. So we're sitting there off the top. We're going to get a charge on the Mind's Eye. Now we do have our Penrose, which does break barriers the turn it's installed. A very efficient decoder. It's actually one of the best ways to deal with Mouseless.
Yeah.
So that's still going to be pretty expensive. Our twinning hasn't charged up yet because we're struggling to use credits from an installed card. That's a big difference because the overclock doesn't cut it here. And now we're going to use it.
There we go. Finally have a twinning. So going to see 2, it looks like.
We're running HQ. Yeah, boosting. Twinning going to see 2 cards. That's an NGO front.
NGO.
You can trash that for bad publicity again.
Yep.
And that's just a whoredom. So a code gate, you're able to break through that. But again, the face checks into some of those sentries can be so bad, let alone some of the big barriers. Does Rotage just have it?
Counting up credits.
Making some change. There's a boom in hand too, so
I
you
see a
know
boom.
there's going to be some tags.
Okay, here is an install. Here is an advance.
Asking for action.
Yeah,
There's no action
no
can
action.
be done. And
That's game.
hostile. Rotage
7-0.
takes it.
And that is the outfit doing exactly what the outfit wants to do, just rushing out super fast, super quickly. What a fast game. That was a sports medal left.
That was sports medal. Yeah, just ice. One ice on R&D is enough. But you saw Rapku, and sometimes it's hard with some of the sports decks. I know she's a bit faster now setting up.
Yeah.
But like, it's so many moving parts that have to work together. You saw sometimes the clumsiness of Dig and Charge, where you can't charge a card with no charges on it. And Mind's Eye didn't even trigger once. Obviously impacting the game to some extent, but we didn't even see it, which is such a shame. But I think Rapku's going to have a really cool deck there that's going to surprise some people for sure. Yeah, outfit's really popular right now. I reckon there's a lot of people just saying, hey, we got to go fast. We got hard-hitting news. We have 2 win conditions, 3 win conditions, fast events, jam, and some tags. So excited to see how that works.
And I guess the like the logic of playing that over sports, which obviously is doing the very same thing, is maybe you think it's a little more resilient to the tech.
Yeah, you can hope. You can hope. And you have good ice, and that's always really good. The endurance comes down a bit slow, but that's going to be for round 2. Again, we have 7 rounds. I believe right now, am I not mistaken, Pants, so we have the lunch break coming up?
Yes, lunch break is after round 2, so we will be back a little bit later for round 3.
Yeah. We'll
actually start having some stuff to talk about who's at the top of the rankings at that point.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting. Again, you can find the standings on Cobra if you want to follow along. Go to cobra.ai, cobr.ai. You can find it there. We're going to be here for a lunch break, but again, we have 7 rounds of Netrunner.
Yeah.
We're going to have, I believe...
Don't go anywhere. There's 7 plus potentially a tiebreak at the end. So up to 6 rounds of Netrunner still to play today. We have a lot of action still.
Hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far. It's only going to get more exciting. And again, we're back here together tomorrow for the finals, for startup as well. Yep. There's a lot of people playing here today. But we'll be back. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. Pants. How's it going?
Doing great.
We'll be back for round 3. It's going to be starting in a bit over an hour and a half. We'll get a timer up here, but don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the 2022 Netrunner World Championship. We're here in the Sheridan Center in Toronto in our dark tent where we cast from the distance, but we're going to have a really good game. Again, this is round 3 of round 7, and this is just the day 1 of the Swiss. So 7 rounds today. We're going to come to a top. I'm not sure what the top cut is. Probably 32?
16, I believe.
16 is a tight cut, and we're just about to watch a really good game. Off the top, my name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed your break. I'm enjoyed by Neuropanzer. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going, Neuropanzer?
Doing great. We have a rare treat here. You're actually going to get to see Anzekay, who is the creative director, the narrative director at Jinsei, helped make the cards you're about to see in play, getting to actually show them off. I think Sable was near and dear to their heart, so fantastic seeing Sable on the table by the person who wrote the fiction featuring Sable.
Yeah, Anzekay coming all the way from Perth, if I'm not mistaken. That's a heck of a flight coming over here. And we're going to see Sable. If you don't know, this is the new criminal from Midnight Sun. And on the top there, you see the mark cards. Do you see the back of these cards? They're actually really nice. The criminal logos.
Really nice, yeah.
But at the top of the turn, you get to decide. Well, not you get to. It decides for you randomly. And that dice there on Sable is the new dice you can get at the World Championship. Now, on the other side of the table, you cannot understate. This is Lopert, one of the, I think, the strongest Canadian Netrunner players. Canadian national champion in 2015, 2016, I'm not mistaken, one of those years. But this guy plays, and that is a very rare playmat. That is the Icebreaker tournament at Worlds, maybe 2017, I think. But this guy plays good Netrunner. Yeah, maybe a year before.
Yeah, it's one of the most cherished mats, I think, in the entire community for obvious reasons. Just look at it.
It's gorgeous. So round 3 is just about to start. Our timer is not accurate. Hopefully you're doing well. We're going to have some good Netrunner today coming back from the break. So we have about 65 minutes and we're off. So on the left side of the table, we are looking at R+, Reality Plus. There's so many ways to play this. The big card we're playing around today is Drago. Tell us about Drago, Pants.
Well, I think to explain why Drago matters here, I'm first going to say what R+ does. R+, a 40-15, so you get to have that low agenda suite, and the first time that you get a tag on the runner, every single turn, you get to either draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits. Drago, an installable, you res it for 0, you advance Drago, you throw a tag on the runner, and you trigger Reality Plus. And you can start triggering your damage cards and your other punishment for having tags.
Yeah, it's really difficult. If you're playing a criminal, you want to interact. That's where you get your money from, that penny shaver, if you want to run with the Carpe Diem on top of that. But the more that you're running, the more that your credits can be targeted by hard-hitting news. We're not going to expect economic warfare in here, but that's a Carpe Diem archives run. I wonder if Anzekay refused to run there just to respect hard-hitting news this early in the game. But I love what they're doing there with their target cards. So while the dice has bespoke symbols on it for all the servers, Anzekay is putting it on the corresponding card. So for those at home, it should be really easy to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, major benefit there. Props for the stream friendliness. Thank you, Anzekay.
Yeah. So Lopert knows there's going to be interaction. You can get those free runs, the clickless runs, and that helps. That's penny shaver credits. Anzekay looks like they're going to respect that. But Lopert needs to understand it. It needs to figure out whether it's worth icing archives, because that's usually the least impactful. It looks like that was a run there.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're okay with that interaction just to hit the credit differentials.
Mm-hmm.
Another big reason why Lopert might want to consider icing up all servers is pinhole threading. That card is so important. If you have a Drago sticking their remote server,
a hard hitting.
That is sometimes just what happens. You wanted to get that free run. It was free. You get a click back with Sable, but then suddenly the news hits you so hard. This is a trace for terminal. Ends Lopert's turn.
I believe we saw 3 credits pumped into that trace.
Yeah.
So that would be a trace 7, which I think that makes sense. I can't read Anzekay's credit pool exactly, but Carpe Diem obviously making money, but spending money on penny shaver.
Yeah, and you get those 2 credits back if the tag lands. First time a turn from Reality Plus, so that expensive boost gets a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
And now 4 tags. Anzekay needs to figure out what to do here. Again, IP blocks now end the run. I don't think we're going to see resistors. R&D is the mark. Lopert checking to make sure what's there. But we'll see, because Anzekay probably doesn't have the credits to clear all the tags. In terms of the tag punishment, 2 tags means boom. We don't know if Lopert is on that boom, but we can for sure guess that there's market forces in here. We can guess that there's self-growth program, and we're running R&D, hitting a turnpike there.
As we talked about, a bit of the thinking man's toll booth, as it was once called. Lose 1 credit when you encounter it, and also trace for, in this case, a 5th tag. Taxes you quite a bit for a cheap ice.
Especially for Lopert, that's a free res. Another hard hitting on the top. And this gets so difficult because Lopert's deck, as a 40-card minimum, probably playing 44 cards, is only running 3 6-point agendas.
Yeah.
Those agendas are very likely Bologna's, which is a 5-credit steal, very, very, very strong, or something like a Degree Mill, where you have to shuffle away 2 cards from your deck. And those are quite difficult. A lot of those you can't interact with. I believe that was a Bravado, an alternate Bravado.
Based on the money we see, I think that's a Bravado. Bravado, obviously, a way to start getting up to money where you can think about clearing these tags, but with 5 and with potentially more coming in next turn, and knowing that there's the other hard-hitting news in hand, that's very difficult. Do you think this is a point where Anzekay thinks about going tag me and just trying to find boom before Lopert can find it?
I don't know. I think you have to, but it's so hard there. Because you just float the tags for 1 turn, and a single market forces drops you to 0 credits and solves all Lopert's economy issues.
Yeah.
So you can clear some of them, and it's still going to put your economy down if you're going to lose it anyways. So Anzekay is going to start with that. I think we're clearing 4 tags there with the money come back from the Bravado. Mind you, that was a click returned run as long as it was successful because of Sable's ability. So now Lopert, 1 tag. Means there's still punishment. I
don't know if we ever actually explained exactly what Sable does. Sable is a 5-click runner as long as you run your mark.
Successful run your mark. That's a Spin Doctor in the remote, the new Cat 10 alter.
There we go.
And we know Lopert just drew into a hard-hitting news. So assuming Anzekay is only on 3 credits, maybe 5 credits, I can't tell what that piece is, unfortunately. That might be a hard-hitting news right here. Also on top, predictive planogram you could use for mad gas, but we're just going to go for that hard-hitting news again.
That hurts.
And we talk about how these decks that are involved, like so much of their economy is tied into interacting and running. And hard-hitting news doesn't even require a successful run, it just requires a run. So 2 credits are going to come back there. Reality Plus has triggered, I think, 3 times so far. Yeah. And the mark is just going to be archives, which helps with the penny shaver.
It does. Especially we see the Amakua, the turtle, in the hand. If Amakua comes down, you can start building up strength with these incidental clickless runs on archives or things like that, which does help to actually start breaking some of this ice, which will matter if you're trying to get into trash things like Boom.
Yeah, it's hard. Amakua is like, your one-stop solution, but with things like self-growth program, it's not only return to hand, it's like a purge at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to put all your eggs into that basket. Sometimes you have to do it. IP blocks will find you, but I don't know whether Anzekay is one more time again. Receiving no tag punishment this turn, wonders if they can just clear the tags again.
Another Bravado, I believe.
Bravado HQ.
Onto HQ now.
Not the mark.
Not the mark, yeah.
With only 2 credits, that means it has to be an IP block. It has to be a turnpike. A ping,
could be. Actually, a ping to go up to 6 tags would be very rude.
Just
it's an IP block. So that will trace for a tag, I believe.
Yeah,
that.
trace 3. We'll go through. Again, these are 2 free ice reses, and they're very taxing ice for
Oh, and
2 credits.
I think Anzekay is out of tag counters. That tells you a little bit about how this game is going.
Yeah, no more mid-season replacements in the format, so we're going to start using those dice as well. Anzekay really difficult here. Again, Lopert with only 2 credits means that they cannot, barring something like you'd have to do predictive planogram into boom.
Yeah.
So I don't think Anzekay is going to die next turn. It's not going to be a flat line.
Yeah, this game is very much not over. It is difficult because a very likely choice for 3 of those 6 agendas is Bologna, and obviously that's difficult to actually steal if you're not able to stay up on credits. That said, you know, Degree Mill is potentially stealable. You get a few cheap installables down, you find it, you can actually find yourself on 6 points. I think a big question is Anzekay on Mad Dash to actually get the 7th without having to steal a 3rd agenda?
Yeah, it's still so hard, right? Only 6 agendas in the whole deck. You need about half of them. Mad Dash does change the numbers a bit. But it's also worth noting that these sort of decks, the Corp decks, they're actually not very good at closing the game out. Some of them are just playing a prison deck where you're just, trying to grind out the opponent, keep the tags coming, keep that Drago on the table. But we'll see if they do have the boom, because that is the one way that this deck can close out the game actually quite quickly. Otherwise, we have to still score on a remote server, and that, takes a bit.
Yeah, and actually, I think a card that you highlighted early in the game, Pinhole Threading, that is an important one to keep in mind because, in theory, if there isn't a quick way to close the game out like Boom, what Lopert's trying to do right now, basically this just buys up a bunch of time to set up a Drago server.
Here
well,
we have
Pinhole
Planogram,
Threading answers that easily.
Draw 3.
I think I see a Drago in those.
There's a Drago. I think maybe, is that an AR enhanced security? I can't tell what we're looking at there. Maybe a public trail.
I think that's, I believe the agenda is an AR Enhanced Security, yes. Which, AR Enhanced Security, fantastic, because it does automatically throw a tag onto the runner whenever they trash.
It does change, though, the agenda suite you might expect, because that doesn't line up elegantly to the 18 to 19 points that you want to play in this deck, so maybe that's a bit different if that is. I think that might also be, no, there's a Degree Mill in hand as well, so.
In theory, it could, actually, you're right, because it's a 40-15, you don't have the 2 floating points.
No, you don't need to, yeah. And there's just a ping.
Makes me wonder if there are other 1-pointers, so should we be worried about quantum predictive model?
I doubt it. I'm worried that we just missed that we maybe misread from the distance
Actually,
I think
looking
it's a
at
Degree
it,
Mill,
that is a Degree Mill. That's a Degree Mill.
So install on the remote server. I think that's a ping. That is a good end to run. Now Anzekay can get through, but that with either a Boomerang, an Inside Job, an Amaku with 1. I don't think we're going to see a Fractor hit the table. The criminal Fractors right now are quite bad and expensive.
They're very bad, yeah.
And
here's a fun thing, actually. So a play that you often see from high-level players in Netrunner is knowing when to hide points in archives, even when you don't really have a way to recur them. You don't have a way to get rid of them. That is, you often see high-level players just, I got an agenda in archives. You're not going to run it. You can't make that bet against Sable. 1/3 of the time, archives is a very good click.
Yeah, that clickless run there. I think we should have a Penny Shaver credit there. We checked through R&D, and while that itself only costs you a credit, the tag doesn't matter. It does always give reality plus the card draw or the credits. Yeah. And it looks like Lopert went for the credits. I think maybe if there was something that he was missing in his hand, like a boom, he might have considered drawing for it halfway through there. So maybe that's not the option. Maybe we're going to see a bit of a longer game here.
Yeah, it seems like it to me at least.
Yeah, Penny Shaver caught up there. Again, HQ is looking pretty safe. That IP block doesn't end the run, but it says end the run if the runner is tagged. So unless Anzekay can figure out how to deal with that, I think we're career fairing out a resource. It looks like maybe a daily cast.
Yeah, career fair out of cast. That does make sense. Obviously, Anzekay tagged. Lopert can trash daily casts, but at least it didn't cost credits to put down.
Lopert now, again, predictive planogram, when you're tagged, that's gain 3, draw 3. Immense amount of value, like a Violet level clearance back from the day. Yeah. We have a Stealth Growth program in hand. I don't even think you trash the daily cast. I think you just return it to the hand.
I think you're right.
Stealth Growth program, one of the premier tag punishments in modern standard meta is for 0 cost. As long as the runner's tag, you pick 2 of their
and gets
cards.
the credits off of the Penny Shaver too.
Yeah, you lost a credit or 2 there, but they return to hand. And this is the sort of lock that this deck can make. If you're going to be constantly tagged, it's not like exactly you've seen in Continentals where they can just recur the tag punishment over and over again. Archive Memories, Manju was banned largely as a response to this sort of deck.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see what that Archived Memories influence went to. Did that go to Ice? Did that go to slower means of recurring, like genotyping?
I'm not 100% sure. I think Lopert is on La Costa Grid.
Oh.
You see some of the decks playing 1 or 2 of those just as a way to
works with Drago.
Yeah, it works with Drago.
You get an extra click effectively in the tag you with Drago, do a thing end game.
It allows you to like play tag punishment while also like at free cost, like slowly push an agenda that's pretty well defended. A Market Forces 2 is going to change the game significantly. And Anzekay's clearing some tags. I'm not sure how much tags they have left.
I think I see 3 counters on there, but that's a stack. Oh, I think that's 4 tags.
It's a stack. Yeah,
That's 4 tags, I believe.
So this is, again, looking ugly. No free lunch
no
coming
free
down.
lunch. That is going to...
Just 3 credits, I believe. It's the green chip.
Money.
And going to discard some cards there. I believe that's an Amakua in the bin.
Yeah.
Again, with IP block on HQ, you're already tagged, but it's a hard card to play into NBN. We're expecting 3 IP blocks. The card's so good into AIs on its own. It's a pretty good ice for the cost.
Yeah. You know, Amakua, one of the best reasons to play Amakua is look at that alt. Look at that art. Good. Look at that alt art. It's one of the best alt arts we have in this entire game, I think.
Cat rolled up to Worlds with a whole slew of new alt arts.
Oh,
and I can't tell which one is better than the other. They're all great.
It's really tough to tell. I really like the boomerang. I think the new boomerang might be my favorite.
Double advance. We get a hedge fund, something in the remote server. Again, if that's a degree mill, it's unstealable. You need to get through all that ice. You need to install 2 cards. If it's a Bologna, it's 5 credits. You don't have that. But Anzekay actually might, for the first time in a long time, be tag free. Are there 2 counters on there? I think
there are 2 counters. I can't tell if that's tags or if those are doing something else.
And while this is obviously a pretty brutal line, this is the thing. Like this deck, if it doesn't drop boom, scores that actually pretty slowly. And Lopert needs to find a background machinations and needs to jam another agenda.
The hard way. It feels so bad to score degree mill.
Yeah, I don't know. We've been spoiled with all these on-tempo agendas. Scoring an agenda that does nothing feels awful, but you still see them. They're everywhere.
Yeah. In the old days, you'd have to do this. You had to score your agendas uphill both ways. Nowadays, you score Bologna and you gain 5.
R&D is the mark. I don't think we're going to run through that because tag clearing is the name of the game. Looks like Anzekay is still just clicking for credits and pulling the tags off. Just about fast enough. And again, we did see that no free lunch just a turn ago, just to help. Does save you 2 credits at least.
And a click. Yep.
Oh, you got to install it.
Is that a map dash or is that a Chesva in hand?
Probably Chesva. Hard to tell.
Both would make sense, honestly.
There's still an Amakua there. Lopert did just draw La Costa.
Oh. Okay, so that's that influence. Do you think this is Jam La Costa in the remote?
Yeah, we might see. Even at this point, like putting a Drago 1 or 2, it's only good if you have tag punishment.
Right.
At this point, too, you could maybe guess that there's a pinhole threading coming up, and that's something that, it's kind of hard to play around.
Yeah, that looks like Drago on a La Costa in the remote right now.
And Lopert here has 1 click left. So La Costa grid, a powerful grid that came out in the Ashes cycle, and it says at the beginning of your turn you put a free advancement on a card installed in the server. So the idea is you just res that for 3 and maybe it gives you 4 or 5 advancements. And it's clickless advancements, which means you can triple advance on top of an unadvanced card to score at a 4-2 agenda. Not what this deck is going to do. But the idea is that now you can score Drago next time, or use Drago next turn, which is 2 advancement counters for a single tag, and then do something else with that on the same turn. And you have a click left.
All right, tags are gone. All of the tags are gone.
Finally clear. Corporation has no idea where the staple's from. But yeah.
So that is an advancement on what I believe to be Drago, mandatory draw. It's an NGO in hand.
Yeah. Lopert's credits doesn't seem amazing. But the idea, too, now that this Drago, like, if you don't do anything with the Drago, mind you did still pay for La Costa, but Drago becomes an econ card.
Yeah.
It becomes a clickless 2 credits every
other turn. Yeah,
it's so wild.
It's half of a pad campaign.
Yeah. So, advance, that's the 3rd hedge fund. I think Lopert has dug all of them up.
All of them on time, too. Needs all of this money, it looks like.
And I think now, Criminal untagged, they're still going to have to worry about the credit differential. They still can comfortably run because that 2 hard-hitting nooses, mind you, went back into R&D.
Yeah, and that's huge. But you've chewed through 2 hard-hitting nooses, but you are not done. It's not over yet.
With, I believe, 3 credits. Like, you could do Boomerang into Diversion of Funds. There are some lines there that do swing some credits. Archives is the mark. Lopert always taking time to check his face-down cards.
And obviously, Pinhole is exactly what you want if you're Anzekay right now. It allows them to get a very cheap run on archives that actually will gain a click and figure out, is this an agenda and I have to try to figure out how to get in this remote, or am I fine?
If I was on Anzekay's side of the table, though, I think I'd still be terrified to run. You need stuff like that, right? Like, you need the sure gamble. You need to be on 9 credits just so the hard-hitting news is not always going to land here. And on 9 credits with nothing installed, like, you're not worried about self-growth program. Market Forces is still annoying enough.
Yeah. And this is very much... Oh, that's an agenda.
That's a Bologna.
That's a Bologna. So that is pure value from that La Costa. That's 2 real credits that you get from scoring that Bologna.
And now the last point here, Lopert does not want to score at 3-5-3 agendas.
Yeah.
So this list runs usually 1, sometimes 2 of a card called Backroom Machinations, a new card that came out in Midnight Sun. It's an operation. You pay for 2 credits, and it says when you play this, remove a tag from the runner. It's a cost. It's an additional cost. And then you get an agenda point. So that's how Lopert's trying to close the game, and that kind of turns the tables again, where Anzekay, barring Mad Dash, needs 3 agendas where Lopert can get away with 1. And it could be as soon as this turn. I think that's a Deuces Wild, where it looks like we're exposing an ice. It's a Fairchild 3. That's more influence. Not the card I would have had to run first click into that. That would have been bad.
Yeah.
I think a 3 influence card, Fairchild 3, also recently unbanned, I think earlier this summer. One of the strongest pieces of ice in the standard format. 3 really good subroutines, and it's a 3.0 Byroid. I think we're running archives here. It's clickless. You'll get the click back. You see some face-down cards, a Funhouse, a self-growth program. That's not going to charge a penny shaver, but you had to run Summer because you did expose, and that's the only server that it's easy to run. And then I think we drew 2 off the Deuces.
Yeah, drawing with the Deuces.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fairchild 3, obviously, you mentioned one of the strongest pieces of ice in the game. Just for those who have not actually seen it on the table across from you, the reason that you don't want those subs to fire is one of them says the runner has to either trash an installed card, which at the moment would not be able to happen, or lose 3 credits. That subroutine, there are 2 of them. And then the last one is the Corp chooses either deal 1 core damage or end the run.
Yeah. Yeah, it really mean subroutines, and it's really well costed. It's really strong.
Here's a Boomerang, though.
Boomerang?
Boomerang on the Fairchild 3. It breaks the end the run, and it means that you only have to pay 3.
Now, I think we need to see something here like an inside job, because the outermost ice, I'm pretty sure, is a ping.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
And the fear here is that Lopert has, that could be a Drago into a Backroom Machinations.
Yes.
So Anzekay feels like they have to have it here. Again, if they have the pinhole threading, they could just check around. Looks like they haven't drawn one up.
Yeah.
And so that Boomerang is going to stand there. Mind you, they can trash that at instant speed to break 2 subroutines. And if a successful run happens, it gets shuffled back. I think we might have a judge call here.
Oh, we have a judge call. Okay.
Yeah, we just heard Lopert yell. Not sure exactly what the question is going to be. But again, if you're at an event like this and you have any sort of doubt, any sort of question, please raise your hand and yell for a judge.
That's what they're there for.
It's so important. I think the name of the judge might be a bit of a misnomer. It sounds like they're there to hand out punishments and and verdicts, but they're not. They're there to make sure that you're having a good time. So like that, both of these players understand. Yeah, call a judge if you have a question. All right. We know very clearly how Lopert can close the game out here. It has to be the Backroom Machinations. Even if you run last click, Anzekay runs into a ping here, like that could be set up.
Yes.
A lot of times, mind you, this is a small deck. When the ping fires, you can also draw 2 cards off of the R+ ability. So we can see how that goes, but you're just looking for the backroom. Having a question here about the Fairchild 3. Maybe a question is who fires the last subroutine?
Good question.
It's a corpse choice.
Yeah.
Because it's their card.
Yeah.
They read the text when the subroutine fires. It says you must either end the run or take a core damage.
Yeah.
And that's a corp doing that decision. So they always pick the thing that matters for them.
Yeah.
More often than not, it's the end of the run. I don't know. Did we see a backroom in hand? I don't think we did.
I haven't spotted one. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not there, but I haven't spotted one yet, at least.
Yeah. Is this a no-res?
On the outside, I think...
No, this is not a res.
This might be turned over for the judge.
Yeah, because Lopert didn't spend any credits on this. No, 15 credits is a fair few credits.
We see a thumbs up, so they have seen the judgment and understand it.
So again, if that is Drago into backroom, that is actually a free play because you get the 2 credits back. You don't need any money. You need 1 advancement on the Drago if the Locosta sticks.
Yeah.
So we're charging
and
here?
it is the ping. It is the ping.
I'm not sure how many clicks left Anzekay has. But that is a very simple end the run barrier, but on the turn its res it gives you a tag. And there you see Lopert drawing. So I don't think it's a backroom machinations. Just drawing to agenda in a funhouse, there is the best defense in hand. The 0 cost trashable. Trash something equal to the amount of tags.
Interesting.
But that's going to stop Anzekay in their tracks. Now Lopert could also, give the tag with Drago and then continue to draw 2 more to see if he can find it. Or could just jam the Bologna, and I think jamming the Bologna is probably fine.
I think so, honestly. This remote seems very difficult to get through for Anzekay. especially with Bologna being the agenda itself.
Yeah.
The 2 credits that you have to, or the 3 credits that you have to spend, even if you boomerang on the Fairchild 3, are very relevant when Bologna is what's in play.
Yep. And you see here Lopert getting that advancement there. Maybe considering just slow rolling. Is that a snare?
In hand?
I think that's a snare in it. No, that's a self-growth program. It looks like a snare,
self-growth.
doesn't it?
It's got the right shape. It's the open mouth kind of.
Yeah, the white center.
It's a self-growth though.
All right, that makes way more sense. Advanced.
Here's
There's
a
a
Drago.
Drago. So I think Drago's probably one of the most feared cards today.
Yes.
There are so many NBN decks in the format. They're all just kind of like Drago delivery vehicles.
Yeah.
Whether it's Asmari, whether it's Reality Plus, even controlling the message plays it and defends it with their ability. So Drago's going to give a tag, and that's 2 cards or 2 credits. I think Anzekay had some cards to give there at the end of the turn. And we're just going to go trash that. We're going to go install something. That's a blown advance.
Yes.
So if Anzekay can't take down the La Costa,
that's game next turn
Lopert
because
will
of
win
La
next
Costa.
turn. Yeah. Anzekay just struggling to spin up anything, still having that tag now. IP block ends the run.
R&D
Double
is the
ice and
mark.
R&D. 3 agendas now are accounted for, so there's only 3 more in Central servers. And Anzekay has to find every single one if they can't get into the remote server.
Yeah, and
that's so rough.
Unfortunately for Anzekay, Lopert on plenty of money to score this agenda and also res the Fairchild 3.
Yeah, you can need a diversion here, no problem.
Honestly, yeah, and you would need a way to break through the boomerang to actually get the diversion.
Yeah. So Anzekay going to take a think here, and again, taking your time is fine. That round counter at the bottom is approximate. It's not exactly accurate. I think it's off by a couple minutes, but with 43 minutes in the round, you can take your time on what's very clearly looking like the final turn.
Yep.
And you want to play to your outs here again. Anzekay needs at least, without a Mad Dash in hand, needs to make at least 3 accesses unless they can take down La Costa. So a pinhole's ready.
No, that is a paperclip. Just drew a paperclip. So
I don't think it's enough. I think Anzekay only has like 3 credits.
Yeah, not enough money.
But I think if you top deck a pinhole threading, you can pinhole the La Costa and buy a turn. That spends all your credits though, so like I don't know what you're doing the following turn. But it will buy you a turn, and sometimes you're just fighting for that.
Yep. Buys you a turn to potentially find something you can do from low money. Carpe Diem, for instance.
Yeah, it's a good burst. I think we played 2 Bravados, 1 Carpe Diem so far.
Yeah.
R&D being the mark with an ice, unres. Doesn't seem like you're likely going to get in there. But at least if it's your last turn, you can float tags, barring the IP blocks, I suppose. That's another draw.
I do have an important question here.
Yeah.
If Anzekay ends the turn with a tag, and you are Lopert and you draw on backward machinations.
Oh, you play it.
You play it, right?
Oh, yeah,
you play it. Okay.
Yeah, you play it.
Yeah, that's style points.
Yeah. You want to get to... scoring to 9 is cool.
But
7's a nice number.
True. But it's the still had all these play.
Yeah.
Looks like that's not the case. Yep, we just have the agenda
Triple
scored.
advance. Bologna Lopert going to take it to
played.
9. You get a good handshake there, and we're off to the other side of the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, that game just never really started for Anzekay because of the hard hitting on turn 2.
It's like, what's the chance they have it? I don't know if Lopert mulliganed, but like, it's a bit of that, like maybe that is the lore version of maybe it's a Sable's hubris. You want to check? It's a free credit. Come on in. Free credit, hard hitting news, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard to interact with an NBN deck if you don't have a lot of economy. So we're going to flip to the other side. And let me tell you, the other side of the table, I think it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah.
I do actually know a bit about Anzekay's list. Anzekay is a huge... Oh, this can't be right. It's Ag Infusion, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's Ag Infusion.
Okay. So, Ag Infusion. A very powerful ability that I think you're going to see a fair bit today. There's some spicy Ag Infusion lists going around, and I think you're going to see them on the table. This is going to be a different version of one of them. There are a couple notable things about this Ag Infusion list. Firstly, it's on Punitive.
Yep.
Anzekay loves Punitive. So this list is running 3 copies of it. Mind you, without Archive Memories, you're still going to spend your influence on it, but a lot of 5-3 agendas. You're looking at Obacadas, you're looking at Bacterial Reprogramming, and Lopert has to watch out. Again, it's going to be interesting to see if Lopert gets a read on that early, whether you can keep a Steel Skin Scarring in hand. It still works, Steel Skin. It's not I've had worse, but it still works, but not all the time, depending how many you keep in your hand. So that, that can catch up.
And it really matters if Lopert reads Punitive. Yeah. I myself got killed by Punitive just the other day because I forgot it's a card that exists. That could easily happen here. I mean, Lopert, obviously a much better player than I am, but you do actually have to play around the punitive.
But that's the thing. It's like we just haven't seen punitive in the last couple months. And there's so many reasons why that's the case. Lad, getting the free card draw, ending on 6 cards in hand, that's a disaster.
Oh, and all of the free drip, too.
All the free drip. Stone Ship Chart Room, giving you 7 hand size at instant speed if you need to after you survive 1 punitive. On top of that, everyone has Link. Just about every competitive runner right now has Link. Like, there's a lot of reasons where it doesn't line up very well. I do think you're also seeing people playing Citadel Sanctuary. I wouldn't bet on punitive, but Anzekay has been doing really well so far today.
Yeah.
I do also think you are going to see, and I don't know the real name of this card, but I think it's Sobel API the Beekeeper.
Oh, Isabel, yeah.
Isabel, right?
Yeah.
And this is not a card that needs to be in the list. This is B points.
This is B points.
And I don't know exactly what to say about B points.
You might already be watching the Queen Bee right here.
Can you explain the B points? I think I'm behind the times on this
So this is the brainchild of Sanjay, community member, been around for a long time. It's very simple. Sanjay loves bees, and Sanjay wants people to have cards with bees in their deck, such as the Beekeeper, Isabel.
Is there more than that?
It's pretty much that. I think you have to. Well, actually, I believe there are two qualifications. You have to have positive B points, which means you can't have Kakugo, which is a negative B point. Or rather, if you have any Kakugos, you have to balance that out with at least that many +1 B points.
We're noting Kakugo is banned, so we're in a pretty B-positive meta at this point.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually have any B cards and not qualify as a B participant. And ultimately, is it 6 B points are required? I think actually is the so you have to invest. You have to invest. It isn't just you have A B.
We'll see if this shenanigans comes down to Anzekay's detriment soon enough. It's worth talking also about Egg Infusion's ability, because it's not only a massively powerful and flexible ability, this is an ID that has 17 influence for reasons, and allows you to spend more influence on like some of the fun stuff like Punitive or Flashy Ice. So Egg Infusion, once per turn. When the runner passes an unres dice,
approaches an unres
dice, you can trash it. You throw the unres dice to archives, they don't see what it is, and then you force the runner to approach a different server.
And immediately, if the ice is rezzed, immediately encounter it.
They encounter it, yes.
Regardless of if it's rezzed, they encounter it. It's just if it's rezzed, they encounter it. If it's unrezzed, they immediately pass it.
Yes.
So it is a built-in Nisei Mark II effect. Plus, you can potentially shunt someone into an ice like Anansi or DNA tracker or something else very nasty.
So what are you going to see the play pattern here? And it's really interesting how it works against Anarchs, is that Anzekay wants to go out of their way to res one of the scariest, one of the worst face checks as the outermost ice on a server. And then what they're going to do is they're going to threaten their ability to throw Lopert at any point into that nasty ice. But the difference on the Anarch side, you're expecting 2, if not 3 Hippo.
Yes.
A card that says once you break all the subroutines on the outermost ice on any server, the first time a turn it gets trashed. So inherently you have this really like tight duel between a Hippo challenging runner who can trash the outermost ice and a deck that wants to get the strongest res ice on the outermost. So this can be kind of like a pretty tight waltz.
It's going to be a really interesting push and pull, and I almost wonder if Anzekay is not going to go for the worst possible ice, just like, here's a pretty bad one, but it's not a Nancy where if it gets killed, I have a really bad time the rest of the game.
Now, Lopert not getting a run, not going digital, and a strong economic start. So a couple altered here. That's a sure gamble in the bin. That is a Fermenter taking away, and the new Paladin Puemo altart.
The Paladin Puemo, I love that one.
Gorgeous, and that's so much money now. Hoshiko is the Anarch from Ash's Cycle. You do want to access cards every turn. Maybe every other turn you can convince yourself, but no matter what you're doing, if you're accessing cards, you're getting value. It's card and a credit.
Oh, another hedge fund.
Second hedge fund there, yeah. Anzekay needs to get that good money. Again, a lot of the ice in the deck might cost a lot of credits. 8 credits for Nancy, 12 maybe for Chiashi. DNA Tracker doesn't see that much play. Still very good on 8.
And you still want that money left over for Punitive afterwards.
Yes, yeah. Money's going to be a big part of this game. And we'll see, too. Anzekay could, as soon as like turn 1, in theory, throw out an agenda to archives. As long as the credit differentials are favorable, Lopert, if they access a bacterial programming, he has to steal it. It's not like an Obokata that's optional because it has an additional cost. And sometimes you can just get the runner when they're not expecting it. I don't think Lopert thinks there's punitive here. We'll see how long it takes for him to find out. And Lopert just going to set up again. Economy is important. We're going to get a couple card draw there. Not interacting so far. I think we have a Hippo. And when the corporation has as much money as Anzekay does, you do not want to be face checking.
Agreed.
You do not want them to get their ability for fun. You can't just poke. And even if it's not a big thing, a lot of times they'll res, like for 1 cost. The mid-range code gates. You're seeing Mind Game, Aiki is the 1 cost. That's pretty annoying for the,
Yep.
the Anarch Breaker suite to deal with.
Yeah, Ike, obviously a very interesting one because you can use it to draw up if you're the runner, but it is also one of the most efficient one-cost code gates that's in the game in terms of you actually want to break at least a few of these subs, and you have to do it every single time, and I only paid 1 for this.
Yeah. And Anzekay jamming in their remote server, I think there might be Rashid in there. Not too much else makes a lot of sense. Again, if you're assuming that this is the 5-3 agenda suite, for Punitive, you're looking at Obokata, Bacterial, maybe Send a Message too would make sense. And then probably a Longevity Serum, but sometimes it's just 7 5-3s and you go a bit over.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously 5-3s work extremely well with Punitive, so you want the maximum damage you can get from Punitive.
Lopert, I've been playing games against Lopert for years. He's been playing near my meta around Ottawa for a long time, and he has some really strong fundamentals. He sets up. He always prepares for a war, runs when he needs to, but he's the kind of player who will sit back and, hit Caddy Jones when you need to. Make sure that there's nothing you can do now. I'm going to be prepared for when you can do something. Some players are a bit too aggro. Some players kind of go in hard.
That is, in fact, a Rashida.
And Lopert is going to play a bit slow. There's Rashida remote server. 3 cards, 3 credits is a lot of value, and that's going to give Anzekay enough fuel to put. I think we're going to see a couple more ice on the table this turn.
And that is an Obokata in hand.
I don't think we've seen a Punitive yet, but I'm assuming we're going to see an Alt-Art Punitive. There's no way we're going to see OG Punitive.
Got to be.
Yeah.
We see the Alt-Art Spin Doctor in hand for Anzekay, that one. Another Rashida in hand. Rashida, honestly, a reasonable play here.
Yeah, it's hard. I think if Anzekay continues to draw at this rate without filtering with Spin Doctor, Lopert's going to consider running Centrals.
Yeah.
Now, assuming, again, so you're in Jinsei, you're assuming there's Obokatas in every list. You generally want to access with cards that you're okay losing. Sometimes you'll keep the bin breakers in hand. Mind you, Paperclip is in the bin, so Lopert can do with at least the Chiashi of a terrible face check. But
Oh,
click
it looks
to draw
like
there.
gonna draw.
I think that card must be the Punitive,
Oh, no, that
right?
was the mandatory. That was the mandatory.
That green one at the end?
That certainly looks like a Punitive to me, yeah.
Install, Jinsei Review, gain 5 credits in sum, but you have to trash a card.
Love that Jinsei review.
Not a card you see
what's
too
getting
often,
trashed?
and it looked like an Obokata.
Hovering over Obokata. Oh boy, is it happening?
I think Anzekay has 2 Punitives in hand, and that's a Spin Doctor in their remote server, so I think regardless.
Oops, why is this in here?
Oh, my bad. There's also a really, sometimes scary line here where you want to give the runner 6 agendas points in the same turn.
Yeah.
But again, that'd be up to Lopert to make that mistake. If he sees a punitive...
Oh, and especially with the Mad Dash in hand here.
Oh, wow.
Mad Dash just got drawn.
Yeah, that's going to be an important card. It's hard to keep that in hand when you're dealing with Obokata for sure. We'll see, though. Spin Doctor in the remote, I don't think Anzekay is going to let those go. I'm not sure Mad Dash is scored. I think it's added to the score area, so I don't know if you get punitive off it.
You don't get punitive off of the Mad Dash point as well.
And there you go, Endurance. I think we're now at...
Okay.
I think we missed an Endurance last game. We're not seeing Endurance in every game, which is actually
We're
really
not,
nice. No,
yeah.
that's good. And there's the boat. 3 counters on there. Again, that is actually not an amazing card in this matchup because there's so much ice in this deck that has 3 subroutines. And specifically, I think Anansi is the big one, right?
Yeah, in my opinion, Anansi is the best answer to boat in the meta right now, other than maybe next activation command. But the thing about Anansi is it's there every single turn. Oh!
Whoa, he's giving it
Hold
to
on.
him.
This could be 6 points.
If Lopert has a click left, Anzekay loses the game here.
You're right.
He can not take the Obokata Mad Dash back as long as he has 5 cards in hand. He does.
Yeah, that's 5 cards in hand. Compelled to steal the Bacterial
if
here.
Lopert has a click left, mind you, if that's a Spin Doctor, he can always stop it.
Yeah.
And then he'll take
Yeah.
a meat damage, which softens him up for punitive. Not in a meaningful way.
That actually is pretty...
Not in a meaningful way, because he'll be on 4 cards, right? So.
Well, would be on 4, then the meat damage from... would be on 4 from playing the Mad Dash, then the meat damage, so that's down to 3. You still need 2 punitives.
Yeah, you still need.
Need 2
punitives.
punitives.
Yeah, you're totally right there. But yeah, you still need 2 punitive. Just running there for the boat counter, and Lopert's considering. Now you have to steal the Bacterial.
The issue is Lopert's very rich right now.
Incredibly rich. But I think Anzekay has a lot of money. The question is whether Anzekay has 3 punitives. We haven't seen the steel skin yet. I wouldn't feel comfortable on Anzekay's side, knowing whether you can survive this. So, Bacteria Programming, this is one of the cards where, when your opponent does this, I generally go off and, get some snack, because this takes forever. You look at the top 9 cards. You can trash any of them, you can add any of them to HQ, and you can reorder the left of them on the top of the deck. That requires a fair bit of memory. Again, note taking is totally legal in this game if you want to remember the order of things. But if that's, I think it's a Spin Doctor in remote server, so the Mad Dash wouldn't lose the game.
Yeah.
This is also so important. When you play a punitive list, there are these punitive windows. When Lopert steals his first agenda, if he doesn't get punitive, Anzekay only has 1 more punitive window. Now, if Lopert steals a second agenda and does a Mad Dash, Punitive is now a dead card. An entire win condition goes out of the window. Now, this deck probably can still score at a remote server. We haven't seen defensive upgrades. But, like, if Lopert can survive one of the Punitive windows, that's huge.
Yeah, gigantic.
Oh, and there's a chance you find actually additional Punitives here off the top.
I don't believe that actually happened.
Yeah, I think Anzekay just drew a lot.
Yeah.
Has a lot of cards in their hand.
Oh, and declining to run back for the Obokata.
Yeah.
Maybe smelling punitive here.
Something's wrong. Lopert showing cards in hand. Can you hit me? 9 credits.
Oh, and
it's
Citadel,
not that
Citadel
much.
prevents meat
Citadel
damage,
installed.
correct? Yeah, Citadel prevents meat damage.
Okay. This is huge. So Citadel is a really interesting card to prevent meat damage. You have to trash your hand to prevent all meat damage. And while if you trash your hand, you basically need triple punitive here, and you need to be able to land all 3 of them.
Yeah, and at the moment, I don't think the credits line up for that.
Yeah.
The punitive trace is in your favor as the corporation, but it isn't this in your favor if you need to land 3 of them.
And this is one of those common tech cards that I think makes Punitive really difficult. Whether Anzekay just got a bad matchup here, but we're starting Punitive. Okay, so the math here.
Okay, Punitive.
Lopert has 4 cards in hand, so you need to land at least 3 Punitive. It gets a bit interesting, though.
And Hojiko with the link right now. That's
Yes,
important.
that helps. That helps. But the last Punitive is actually interesting because the second Punitive, if it goes through, you have to trash the Citadel, and then the third Punitive will hit with no cards in hand. The question is whether there's math here, and I'm assuming Anzekay has done the math.
Yeah, I assume that they have
No
done the math,
Steel
and
Skin?
I'm just...
There's a
Oh,
Steel
that
Skin.
hits... Oh, the Steel Skin.
I think if Anzekay missed the Steel Skin, there would be a chance there. But at least luckily for Anzekay, they don't have to do another Punitive here. And there was a 1 in 4 chance to miss the Punitive.
Yeah.
Or the Steel Skin scarring there.
Yeah.
That is wild. But Lopert holding
Very
it in hand.
close,
And
very
you see,
close.
some players will like play the Steel Skin for value, but I think in this sort of matchup where you're expecting to face check, you're expecting to take the damage, to steal the Obokatas, you love to keep that Steel Skin in hand. Anzekay, Spin Doctor and Remote Server, that Obokata's not going to stay. We did lose the Mad Dash, though, and if Lopert's not running more than 1, he's going to have to steal a couple more 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Obokata Punitive, Anzekay, getting ready for a future war.
Yeah, now, obviously, the threat that is now set up on the Hoshiko side is Boat.
Yeah.
Hippo comes down, Anansi gets trashed. Things start to get very difficult for Anzekay after this turn, I think.
And I don't know. Again, Lopert's always prepared for the situation. Almost never makes mistakes. I can't remember on camera Lopert making a mistake here. But the idea is that he might prepare for the long war. Say, I'm going to make you put in the remote server, and that it becomes a game of Obokata.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Again, I think as the game goes on, there's so much value still tied up here. I think you need to ice up Archives sooner than later. You can't get those boat credits for free.
Agreed.
Or the counters.
Yeah,
A lot of cards in there.
About to pitch some cards. Was hoping for the 3 punitive win there, but no, notably 3 punitive win still potentially online in the future because Spin Doctor can shuffle those back, and I believe has.
And there's the ice on Archives. If I'm not mistaken, that was an Anansi. So not the ice you're expecting on Archives, but you have to ice up everything pretty well. And as soon as you get 1 outermost ice res.
Yes.
So I don't think you're going to see Lopert run without getting down a Hippo. Because I don't think you can allow to go through an Anansi for your whole boat and not trash it on site. I don't think you can allow that to happen. So we'll see. We'll see. And now discarding a lot. I think Anzekay did draw. I think you see either 9 or 7 cards maybe off the Bacteria. So they're going to have to discard down there. There's a Spin Doctor in hand, another Punitive in there, a Thimble Rig, which honestly is like pretty good against Anarchs. They're breaking it for 3 credits or spending bow counters. That's really good for a card that you could reposition, let alone cost 2.
Yeah. And that is obviously 5 cards going into Archives. That's quite a few. Not a huge deal in terms of what they are. You know, not gonna potentially have Lopert win the game off of those at the moment. But
yeah,
Lopert is now set up to start doing some damage. Money coming off of daily casts, a lot of value there. Boat with 4 counters currently. Boat with 4 counters currently, which I can't think of an ice that doesn't break that would be in this list.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing. There's cards that hate on AI. There's cards that hate on 3 subroutines, but that's a big old boat. So we'll see if we see a Hippo. There you go.
The Hippo. Yep, Hippo plus Boat is live.
And now the
Your
issue,
ice is not safe.
if Anzekay wants to spend, and mind you, they spend a lot of money on their first Punitive, but if they want to threaten Punitive at the same time of having a scoring remote, and you love this, threatening the scoring remote. If you don't have a scoring remote, they have nothing. And I think that's an IP block.
This is just an IP block, so this is a reasonable res.
You don't Hippo that. That's 2 credits to go through that with Link. You can trace all you want. The paperclip's in the bin. You don't need it. Again, if they spend like 10 credits to give you a tag, I feel like you're winning that as a runner.
Agreed.
I think it's a Regolith in there.
Oh, interesting.
That's a big old money card if you leave that alone.
Regolith would be a good get for Anzekay right now, just to build up back to those I am threatening you with multiple punitives credit levels.
Anzekay boosted a bit. I think Lopert paid 3 on top of the lint. That's a Regolith. I don't know if you can let him
Regolith
have
mining
that.
license, 2 costs, you res it, has 15 credits loaded on it. You get to click that for 3 at a time. It is in the bin though, so it is currently doing nothing.
Yeah, that's a huge thing to get stuck on the table because Anzekay can get that, what is it, 7 credit turn? And then even more in the future?
Right, it starts off as good as Melange, or actually better than Melange.
Yeah, as long as you can res it.
Yeah. And then you just have pure value after that.
And so much value there. The Paladin Puemo has been empty almost all the game. There is more money with the Fermenter. You're seeing more Anarchs turn to Fermenter, mind you, in the recent banned list. We lost Rozeki, we lost Patap, so you're seeing a couple more economy cards. These are interesting cards, I think. You have to decide when to use them. They do give you technically more value than Rozeki in terms of economy over time, sort of. It's more click intensive.
Yeah.
But it is weaker to a lot of other things you can see in the format.
And purging.
And
Here's
purging.
another Jinsei review.
Ice on their remote server. We're going to discard a card here.
So Anzekay on quite a bit of money here.
Yeah, I think that's 5, 6, 7, 14 is my
I
guess.
think 14.
But that's like barely 2 Anansis. So we'll see if Lopert wants to put the pressure on. I do think there's an agenda in hand, and Lopert is basically now on having to steal 3 of the, I think, 7 agendas on the list.
Yeah.
So still a lot of work.
Now, what just went in the remote, do you think? Is that an agenda? Is that an Obokata hiding out in the remote server because it's safer than HQ?
I don't know. So I think Lopert's running that to like get Rashida's down. I think there's a chance that you want to run sooner than later to deal with something like an Anoetic. Not that this deck can really play Anoetic. If they're holding punitives in hand, they can't afford to Anoetic away. So we'll see. Maybe just a Spin Doctor at this point. But you're not worried about the agendas. You have to wait for Anzekay to advance them.
Yeah.
Because they're not going anywhere anytime fast.
Yeah, and obviously, in a deck like this, a card that works quite well with your game plan as Ag Infusion is Data Loop. Yeah, Data Loop. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of data.
There's a lot of data cards out there.
But Data Loop has the on and counter of effect of the runner has to choose 2 cards in their hand and put them on the top of the stack.
Yeah.
That's an on and counter effect. You can't break it with Boat. It happens regardless. And that synergizes really well with your Obokata in the scoring server, and especially with getting the cards down. So if that Obokata gets scored, you have a punitive window.
Yeah, that card has been a staple in these sort of decks. It is very expensive. And I think that's the struggle you see, spending 7 credits. Spin Doctor, mind you, in the remote server, they draw 2. But getting 7 credits and still threatening.
Hey, there's the B!
Points. Oh, man, I wonder if Anzekay is feeling rough about having that. That's not the card you want to top deck in this situation.
Not especially. We do see a genotyping in hand, so genotyping potentially going to recur some of these tools. Yeah, and that's what we see right now. So you got to trash the top 2 of R&D and now choose 4 cards in R&D or in archives and shuffle them back.
So they're a punitive win off the top there, so I think that has to go back in if Anzekay is committing to that.
And we don't necessarily get to see all of them, so...
Yeah, but 4 is so much. Now, mind you, the trashing ability, this is not restoring humanity. You're not going to get additional value from that, but that is actually one of the strongest mass recursion cards.
Is that a bacterial? I think one of those was a bacterial.
Oh, the one, not maybe from hand.
I think
was
the very
discarded.
top. Yeah, it might have been one of the 2 that was milled.
Okay. And that's removed from game. You're not going to recur that one. Again, a lot of the recursion in this game removes itself. Love to see it.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough spot for Ag Infusion, but winnable, I would say. Definitely not an over game here.
Yeah, Lopert definitely looking on the better side. Not producing a lot of breakers, but Boat is going to go pretty far. Whether we're going to see border control.
The fact that you get a Boat Hippo is huge.
Yes. Yeah, it's super important. Anzekay knows that they're going to have to spend 8 credits on getting rid of the Hippo.
Yeah. Or for the scoring server with Data Loop, I think what this represents is you have to spend another 2 credits and a click to install an outermost ice so that you actually get to keep your Data Loop.
Yeah. And Lopert is going to greed on that money, and I think rightfully so, making way more money each turn clicklessly than Anzekay can in a turn, largely.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's tough as the punitive deck once you have shown that you are a punitive deck and it didn't kill, because now Lopert knows just gaining money does a lot for me. I can just sit back and make money.
I have played many punitive games.
Oh, B in the bin.
Is it B just straight in the bin?
Yeah. Isabel just got discarded.
Hey, there's a real cost for your B points. I hope it was worth it, Sanjay. All right. A lot of credits still.
Sanjay entering the heel arc right now. Yeah, How dare you? How dare you bait people into playing these B cards?
Lopert, nice hand of cards there. You have a pinhole threading. You can threaten that Spin Doctor if you don't want to run the remote server. That's always relevant. Again, I don't know if any of these servers Lopert wants to run if he doesn't need to. There's a chance also he'll just wait until he gets down to Stargate, because you're seeing this more often on tables. Is that people are pretty aggressive with the Spin Doctors, and then at one point they're on one left or none left, and you just say, okay, now I'm going to commit to the Stargate. Now I have my economy. Now I have my breakers. Now I'm going to force the issue. And if a Corp can't close the game, Stargate will close the game for them.
Yeah, still on 3-0, but I think we are actually starting to approach something that looks like an end game.
2 ice res, and they're only IP blocks again.
IP blocks.
We don't have Link here on the Hoshiko. If Anzekay spending credits to make this uncomfortable, you're just putting yourself further behind, I think, from the
looking at
from
Hippo,
the
thinking about hippoing this just to have a free HQ.
So you want to spend credits or you want to spend the boat? Lopert thinking it through.
Yeah, that's boat and not gonna hippo.
No,
looks like not gonna hippo.
No way.
Right, it doesn't give you enough.
When you
it
flip
doesn't give you
Tiebreak
enough.
for 2 credits, that's not tax.
Exactly.
And hey, there's an Obokata in hand. There's a Spin Doctor in hand. Anzekay holding their cards up. There you go. Point on the
Obokata.
side. Lopert now looking at their hand again. This will put them on game point, but they have to survive another window here. They're opening their hand here has no steel skin scarrings. I think they have a whole turn left. I think this is click 1.
I see a pinhole in hand. That is certainly not a steel skin scarring. That's I don't think you have to steal here.
I don't think you'd have to. It's like, it's one of the things you could do to lose the game, potentially.
Exactly.
I don't think Anzekay's credits are overwhelming. We only see one punitive hand, of course. Lopert has not accessed a lot of central servers, has almost no read on what Anzekay's holding, barring like external game state analysis. And with 9 credits, after this you could probably steal it and just crack a fermenter and draw. Like, you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Well, you need to draw 3. That's the issue. It's like you have to figure out how to draw 3 or get a lot of money, because not a single punitive can land. Oh no, 2 can land. 1 can land, because you can always trash 1 or no cards for Citadel.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty safe steal, and Lopert's going to go for it.
Okay, sure enough. Going to keep 1 card. It is a sure gamble, I believe.
Yeah, losing
Trashes
a
pinhole, a
second
mad dash. Oh.
I wonder if Lopert is wondering if they're just going to mad dash back.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for the 1 and 5. But now, the second window here, you have access with the Hoshiko. Going to drop 1 on 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand, and now you can take the money. And you're going to crack the ripest fermenter there. I think that's 6 credits. Maybe it's 8.
I thought I saw 4 counters. No, it looks like 6.
Looks like 6.
Looks like 6.
And Spin Doctor going to be popped immediately. I do think there might be something in there, either burst economy or punitive.
I think one of those was a hedge fund.
Okay, so maybe there's the 3rd Spin Doctor coming down, and Anzekay needs to draw into the punitive, because this is it. This is the last punitive window.
Yeah.
Lopert knows if he survives this, the 6 influence is dead. You don't have to worry about cards in hand, barring maybe a snare, and obviously stealing the last Obokata. So we'll see. 2 cards getting shuffled back again with Spin Doctor at instant speed. I don't know if Anzekay is mandatory drew yet.
No, I think this is given that money's being shuffled back. I believe this is before mandatory draw, looking for ways to land this punitive.
Yeah. So we're shuffling up. Deck getting a bit small again. We're a couple turns in. We've seen 5 ice. There's a fair bit of face downs and other stuff, of course, in archives. Anzekay giving that a good shuffle. I think Lopert is feeling pretty safe here. 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
17 credits.
Yeah, if Anzekay is going to get it this turn, they're going to have to work for it.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy. Even like that's the problem. You need all 3 punitives, right?
Yeah.
Like you need a punitive for hand, you need a punitive for Citadel, and then you need a punitive for lethal.
Yeah, landing on exactly 3 cards is really, really important here for Lopert.
Yeah, Citadel, you can pop that. So I actually had to call a judge on this yesterday, whether you can pop Citadel with no cards in hand. The judge says yeah, because it doesn't. It just says discard your hand.
Huh.
And if you have no cards,
it's not right. Fine. It's not a cost. It's part of the effect.
Yeah.
Huh.
Actually, no. I think it's part of the cost. I'm not sure.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I'm not sure. But I've been told by a judge you can do it. So, in the remote server, I think that has to be another Spin Doctor. I don't think there's anything else that there's really exciting to run into the smash in the remote server here. And Lopert knows that he's survived another turn. So now he can play classic Anarch control? Question mark?
Yeah.
Well, that's what this is. You got a boat. You're going to get breakers. You have that money coming in. And there's the Stargate.
Oh,
just
Stargate.
Wants to finish it.
Yeah, this feels like the haymaker that wins the game here.
And not a lot of agendas, but Spin Doctors have been coming back. I think there's 1 in hand.
There's not a lot of ice that's about to stay on R&D,
that's
too.
the Anansi. That's going down.
Yep, Anansi. That costs 8 to res, and that is just 4 boat counters and a hippo from being in the trash forever.
Is it better to Egg Infusion this to eat the Stargate?
It honestly might be. It honestly might be.
I don't know if you want to throw them into HQ because there's agendas in
Probably
there.
archives. Probably archives.
Probably archives.
Assuming there's nothing in there, I think archives.
I think there's, last spin doctor's in hand. I don't know what's in the remote server, but there is an agenda in hand. So 3 off the top. Again, there is an Anansi in archives. So looking at
survives this turn.
3 ice? Is that Bathonis?
Regolith,
Anemone,
and Bathonis,
it
looks like.
Right. So Anemone's going to go down. That's one of the more unfair cards that the list can play. If you call it that, it's just 2 net damage. You can't interact with it as long as they trash a card from hand. And that is the sort of thing that helps with punitive. It loosens people up for punitive. It helps with Obokata. Very powerful card. So Lopert just going to do 1 Stargate a turn. Did get their boat counter as well. Managed to install that Stargate for 1 again. I think the Paladin credits, that was full there. Drawing into Dirty Laundry. Those are the sort of cards that are hard to play in Ag Infusion. Dirty Laundry. Run events they can interact with favorably. But Anzekay has not used the ability yet.
Yeah, Anzekay, I think if Anzekay manages to... So Rashida's going to help with this because the money and the cards both help with this. If Anzekay actually manages to get some outermost ice on R&D, can stem the bleeding, stop from losing as quickly, but still a very difficult road ahead to actually win this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And while that obviously Rashida is a generally good card, that means R&D lock is broken. So Stargate hits 3 new cards. And with the Stargate alive, with only a Spin Doctor in hand, you have to worry, do I install that now? A Thimble Rig on the outside, card in the remote server. And if that Spin Doctor doesn't come down, talk about the agendas in the deck, right? We're assuming there's 7. I think there's 2 in hand. 2 in score areas. So there's only 3 more in R&D. And second ice.
Yep, and sure enough, so we have outermost protection for both the remote server and R&D. Makes sense. I would imagine that Anzekay is probably going to spend a lot of this money on ice in the very near future.
Yeah, Anzekay is going to res the innermost Chiashi, and I don't think Lopert is going to have a good way to deal with that.
True. Yeah, you do have to spend 4 counters to break through Anansi or Chiashi.
Yeah, that's hard to deal with. Again,
and you're not getting them again very quickly. You can run archives, but there might be attacks. It might be another IP block. You can run HQ. You're going to have to spend some credits for those. You can get them back. It's just not fast.
We're running the server. There's a data ward. Outermost not res. So again, playing around the Hippo. This is a 7 strength. I think a 7 cost 3 strength barrier.
Yeah.
It ends the run.
So Paperclip does deal with this.
For only 2 credits, right?
Yes.
It's really cheap, but it forces 2 cards on
the
top.
subroutines aren't what matters.
Yeah, it's a 2 cards.
The subroutines certainly aren't what matters. It's the on and counter effect, which we are about to see. I think Lopert is thinking about which cards to throw back.
And had a lot of cards in the hand there. I think it was draw. So this is actually easy to interact with. Still going to access with enough cards in hand. Getting the Paperclip down 2 means that you can deal with the IP block behind it. So it's not too tall of an ask. You install that with 3 with the Paladin Puemo. So there you go. Paperclip installed for the bin.
Yep.
Again, it's this card is
7.
so expensive, but Paperclip deals with it for pennies. And it's a Regolith. You
what a
can't
good
let that
bait.
stand. And Lopert's money is gone. I think he got his bow counter there too. Has 8 credits, 10 credits next turn on the Fermenter, so you're going to bounce back pretty fast. But Lopert might just need to click for credits here.
If you're Anzekay, do you consider purging just to get rid of that value?
I don't know. Like, it never feels good unless you're jamming something, right? Because it's going to come back. So at most you're saving, because you get 1 counter back immediately. Like, yeah, no, that's not true. Well,
I don't
think you
know
can
if
spend
it's
your
fast
turn
enough.
doing that.
Yeah.
Because then they just click for credits. So then you didn't, like, you spend a turn, and then they just click for credits. They've undone most of the turn that you've undone, right? Like, it gets really awkward. Well, Lopert's drawing up. There's a Moshing in hand. There's a chance that you might want to preserve some cards.
Oh,
there's
sure
the
enough.
Black Orchestra.
Drawing, discarding the Black Orchestra.
I don't know if we've seen an MK Ultra yet. I don't think we have.
Not yet, no. So at the moment, Anansi, you can only break that with boat. And actually, I think, interestingly, Anemone, you can only break that with boat as well.
Yeah, that's hard. 3 credits is still a bit for something that you res for, I think it's 2 cost? Or maybe 3 cost? I think it's 3 cost.
It's 3.
Yeah.
It's 3. Plus the trash a card if you want to fire the 2 net damage, which if you're resing Anemone, you almost always want to fire that net damage.
And card in the remote server, time is coming up. The timer on the bottom of the screen, that's not exactly accurate. It's roughly accurate. That's what we've launched here. But Anzekay has to understand, right? Like, obviously they understand that they need to get to at least 6 points in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And this remote server, like, it's getting doable. Lopert needs to value cards in hand, also has to value credits, but that remote server doesn't cost a lot to break. It's just the annoyance of returning the cards to sender.
Right. It costs extra clicks before you run so that you can make sure you're able to steal Obokata, but that is doable. It's definitely doable.
10 credits off the Fermenter, a huge burst. That was 2 clicks for 9 credits. Not bad. And we're charging R&D again. I think that's a Stargate run, I'm assuming. So we're not going to res the outermost. So. And at the inside, that's an Anansi. That's going to eat most of the boat, but that's also going to eat most of Anzekay's credits. In fact, all of Anzekay's credits.
Who needs credits?
If the Stargate commits here, that's it, right? If it connects, you can bounce. It doesn't really do anything, and then you run back. Like, Anzekay can't res anything.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of agendas
left. This could be over.
Regolith.
It is not over.
Ike, and then...
Anetic Void.
Oh, that's an Anetic Void?
Yeah, that's the Void.
Cool.
I love that alt of Void. It's so good.
Anzekay needs a Regolith in the remote server, but I think we just saw 2 in, like, 2 turns.
Ike would be a pretty good one, but yeah, I think choosing not to have to run back and get that Void in the future.
Yeah. Now, the top of the deck is going to be the Regolith. Anzekay can jam the remote server, but if there's an agenda in there, that's going to be pretty awkward. Running our cards is a Beekeeper.
we got a reader. We got a reader.
That's a Thimble Rig and a Rashida face downs. And Boat is getting its counters. And Lopert maybe has, I think, just 5 cards in. You're good. Holding a sure gamble, right? Like, don't play the cards you don't need. If you're good on money, keep those cards in hand. They're hit points. Good fundamentals. Anzekay.
Yeah, similarly choosing not to play the moshing. That gets rid of 3 hit points. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Lopert might still have to respect Snare.
Yeah.
And we're running HQ. There's a 40% chance that this is game. And that's game.
And that's game.
Hey, finding it there.
Man. Good game. Lopert taking both games this match, and well fought, like hard fought on both sides.
2 9-point games in a row, all about the 3-pointers. I think there's a lot of agendas in hand. There might have been 2, might have even been 3, so that was just an inevitability. But you see the windows there. It's a mixture of the economy. It's a mixture of the tech cards, Steel Skin Scarring, and Citadel. How can you meet damage through that? That seems like so much work. And unfortunately, Anzekay just not getting the credits at the right window and forced into scoring in a remote server, which can be quite hard. But obviously, very on this deck. This deck has been doing pretty well. This is nearly top table. I think both these players are either 3-1 or 4-0.
I believe so, yeah.
4-0, okay, fantastic. Yeah. So we're going to see more Lopert. Anzekay still has some work cut out, but they can definitely do a little fair bit here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The day 1 of the World Championships is long. This is only round 3. There are 4 more left, and then potentially a tiebreaker after that round.
Yeah. And on that note, we're going to throw it to a break. We have about 10 minutes, a bit more until the second round starts. Or sorry, the fourth round starts.
Ends.
Until the round ends. Yeah, then we'll have round 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just in a bit. We're going to throw this up. We'll update the timer in a second. Again, hopefully you're enjoying Worlds. This is World Championship 2022. This is just the Swiss Day 1. Tomorrow, there will be the top cut. The standard finals this is the standard Day 1. And then after that, we even will have some startup on stream. The startup championship, the finals will be on stream after standard.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Awesome.
So it'll be standard into startup.
That's news for me. I better learn what's happening in standard or in startup.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what that is because we haven't had a huge startup event of that size, so it's going to be a lot.
It is the Startup World Championship, so, you know, there will be 2 world champions crowned this year.
Yes.
And actually, I guess the team world champions were already crowned. Do we want to take a second and talk about the team tournament from yesterday?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good place to start. I don't actually know if I can name the top winning team. I saw Chenchling. Is it Chenchling?
It was Tzinchling, Vale, and Cody.
Yeah. So
and I believe the name was Apocalypse. Now that's what I call music. Volume 22.09.
The team tournament was yesterday. We had a lot of players today. I think there's more players today. A lot of players could only come in for like the Saturday event. It's harder to play on a Friday for sure, but definitely a huge success of an event. There was like 30 teams, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little
more.
over. Actually, it was
40.
a little over 40 teams. Yeah, because top half was at least the top 20.
Yes, that's really exciting. But we'll be back in a bit. We're going to look at Cobra because the results now I think are going to be a bit more crystallized. So we can talk a bit about the meta. Yeah. But otherwise, we're going to throw to a break. We should be back in about 15 minutes. Again, don't go anywhere. We'll throw a screen on here, so we'll give you an approximate time. Again, thanks for tuning in. I am Andre.
And I am Nerpanzer.
And we'll be just back in a bit for round 4 of the Netrunner 2022 Standard World Championship. Hey, welcome back. We're just about to start round 4 of the 2022 Netrunner World Standard Championship. Just real quick, my name is Andre.
My name is Neuropanzer.
And thanks so much for joining us. Real quick, before round 4 starts, we have our Cobra rankings. And actually, we're having some numbers, some pretty important numbers here at the top. So we have 7 rounds today. I have been talking to some players, and they're saying the score that you need to do to guarantee that you're making it to round 2 is you can only lose 3 games. So we're looking at X and 3, if I'm not mistaken the math. So we have only 4 players out of 160, just about, that are on undefeated scores. 18 points is the most you can get. So these are players you actually probably have heard the names of. Whiteblade, Sokka, I think they both came into this with a bye, so they didn't play the first round. They got 2 free wins. Greg, that is Greg Tung. That's Creditz HD20. You see his deck lists all over Netrunner DB. I'm a huge fan.
Former Worlds finalist, runner-up.
Former head of, at the day it was called Jinsei Design. And Quacktapus, who I'm not too familiar with. Do you know Quacktapus?
I don't, but clearly tearing it up today.
Yeah.
Completely undefeated after 3 rounds.
And looking at these top 4 IDs, you pointed this out, Pants. We're looking at, I think, 4 different identities?
Yeah, 8 different identities across all 4 of them. So we have Ag Infusion and Zaya, we have Sports Metal and Lat, we have Reality Plus and Smoke, and we have Precision Design and Freedom.
Yes. And in terms of the narrative here, these players, this is a very important match for them. Because if they go undefeated here, for the next 3 rounds, they can intentionally draw. They don't have to play their games. The opponent agrees, and they'll be guaranteed to day 2. So this is a make-or-break round for so many of these players. And speaking of that, we are going to see Sokka versus Quacktapus just on the stream. We're going to just hop over to that in a second, and we should be off real soon.
Yeah, and I think notably, as we're seeing, like, we are starting to see some striation in terms of where players are ranked by points. Players are ranked in this tournament according to their points. That's why you have the 18s playing each other. That's why you have the 16 playing a 15. That's why you have the 15s playing each other.
Yeah.
The more you win, the stronger players you will play all day. And that also means that your strength of schedule will be better. Whereas if you lose early, you're going to be playing weaker players, and you have to make up more work to get those wins and get that strength of schedule.
Yeah, strength of schedule is important, but some players, you can lose your first 2 rounds. You can actually lose 3 games and still make it to top 16.
Oh, we have seen that in the past.
We've seen that. Yeah, people call that a submarine tech. Sometimes your rounds are easier.
Yeah. And sometimes it happens because you play a really good player in the first round, you get swept by them. You are now in the submarine, rising up from the depths.
Yes. So this is Quacktapus versus Sokka. Sokka there wearing the is that the OTG belt? No, I think that's actually the team tournament belt. No, it can't be.
I believe that is
that's
the
APAC
belt.
belt.
You're right. The APAC belt.
The room just got quiet. I'm not sure why. Someone's yelling. So we're worried.
That's why we got quiet.
There's massive cheering in the room going on right now. Again, it's so nice to be in a space like this where we have about 160 people playing Netrunner in the same spot, high caliber players, but of course it's World Championships. It's not only the top tables. We talk about the top tables. It's so many people just playing Netrunner.
Oh yeah, right. Outside of the 160 or so playing in the main event, we have people cubing. We have people playing original Netrunner. We have people gunslinging games on the side and spoiling some new cards.
Oh, I think we might have a repair.
Oh, man.
Yeah, real quick. Wait, actually, maybe Sokka's just going for a walk. But that belt,
that's the belt.
The prize support recently for winning some of the big events have been a belt. That's a 2022 APAC Championship Continental belt that Sokka was able to pick up just 2 days ago or yesterday on registration.
Just like a month.
So he's been wearing that.
Won it a month ago. Finally, actually has it in person.
Yeah. That's fantastic. So we might have to stall just for a bit. I think we can go back at Cobra because we might have to get a repair.
I think we should. We have a lot to talk about, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So we haven't talked about this. We haven't shown Cobra at all so far on the stream, and you can have the link. It's maybe hard to share in chat. I don't know if you're allowed to share URLs. Well, let's just start.
You can add some spaces between the dots.
You can try. You can trick the robot. But if we look at the tournament standing here, you get to see the distribution of the identities. And I think some parts of this is surprising, some parts not so surprising. I think Sports Metal on the Corp side is the big winner with 41 people playing it. And we've seen a lot of Sports Metal still at the top table.
Yes.
It's good. It's good. It's fast. It's resilient.
Yes.
You see the decks. You're seeing Anarch decks are running 3 Stargate. That's a response to Sports Metal.
It's one of the classic, even though you know what they're doing, you still have to try hard to beat it type of decks.
Yes. And I think you're going to see that a lot of mid tables. I think some of the top tables, it's less common, but I think it's a really common identity. It's quite fun and I think straightforward enough to play. It feels good.
It feels good in a long tournament, in a long day like today with 7 or maybe 8 rounds. You don't have as many decision points to strain your brain, as it were, over the entire day. Now, Jinsei Personal Evolution.
That's wild.
I think a little bit different here, and we are seeing that at some of the top tables. There are some players in the top who are on Jinsei Personal Evolution who are on 3-1 or 3-1-1.
P is like a favorite just about on any table, right? Like at the low tables, people love P. It's fun. At the high tables, people love P when it's competitive. So I'm interested to see what that distribution looks like. But we saw Personal Evolution decks throughout the Continental season just do their thing. And maybe we're seeing less Lat. Maybe we're seeing even less Stone Ship Chart Room. That deck kind of can get even more teeth. I think going down from that, not too many surprises. Asa, HB, Precision Design, Reality Plus being paired. It's the Wayland stuff that I think caught me off guard. We see as many outfit as we do op super heavy. We did see one outfit already on the stream table, on the top table so far.
Already one.
And
yeah.
it's going good. It's going fast. It's doing the thing that you think it's going to do. But I think the amount of op we're seeing is a bit surprising. That is a really good deck. It won Nationals in the last month. It's won Continental season in the last little while. So there's a fair bit of op I would expect it to see there. Now on the runner side, you have Hoshiko, 45 players playing Hoshiko.
I believe the repairing just happened, so we should be back at the table relatively soon. But
excuse us.
It will still take a few minutes, just for everyone to get there.
Yeah, we'll figure out who's going to be at top tables too. Sometimes it doesn't change. Some people.
Yeah, the top tables there are only there are.
There's only so many permutations.
Yeah, there's not that many. I should know this offhand.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess real quick on the runner side, I think Hoshiko, that's kind of just a value identity. You can do anything in it. You're seeing APOC Hoshiko, you're seeing Tag Me Hoshiko, you're seeing just good stuff Hoshiko. We did in the last matchup, and that's going to get you there. Cabinessa Wu now finally dethroning Lat as like the shaper to play. In terms of popularity, we'll see if performance mimics that. And Smoke also quite popular at 10 plays. That's a sizable part of the field. If you ask me what I'd play into Worlds today, I would say, barring if I had to practice with it, I'd pick Freedom. Because I think Freedom has a good sports metal matchup. I think Freedom has a good op matchup. I think Freedom has a reasonable matchup in the precision design and can deal with some of that tag punishment. All the tag punishment you're seeing in some of the NBN decks, they're all cost 0, and Freedom can deal with that, which is absolutely
if I'm reading correctly, I think we have the exact same top table. So
okay,
I think
cool.
I don't think they even had to move.
Yeah. All right. Let's try and jump back to that. Let's see if that's the case. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we'll wait for Sokka to show back up.
The belt is still sitting there.
Yeah, no one's going to take that chair. You don't move a belt without asking. What about Criminal, right? Because that was a big question.
Yeah, it is interesting. We do, obviously, Criminal overall, the least represented of the 3 major factions. We do see Isaiah at the top of Swiss at the moment, though, which I believe is a Tag Me deck, if I've heard correctly. Which,
yeah, that's my guess. If you see Zaya, a lot of times that does line up with Tag Me.
Yeah.
Strong ability.
Interestingly, we have seen 2 Criminals on stream already out of 3 rounds. We've seen Sable and we've seen 419.
That's true. That might be some variety that's infused in there that you want to go see that Criminal at the top table. But we have seen Sable. We have seen, I don't know if we've seen 419, have we? Yeah, we have.
We have seen 419. I think the thinking behind Zaya is essentially, market forces completely ruins my day, but if they don't have that, if I don't get market forces, what can anyone do to me?
Yeah.
Which,
The big thing is the counter surveillance, right? You go and tag me. You see 8 cards, you draw 8 cards with Obelisk, you get 8 credits. That's the value of it. Now, the big question is, if you are playing a Tag Me archetype, and I think you're going to see it across multiple factions, probably not Shaper, is what do you do into certain matchups? How do you play against Reality Plus? How do you play against Asmari that's tagging you?
Yeah.
And I think also now some of these op lists and some of the outfit lists are also running tag punishment. Now, you can deal with that with Obelisk. You have enough hand size, but it's some of the, I think, the NBN-specific cards that are a bit more hard to interact with.
Yeah, and another one you have to have a plan for how you're actually going to beat Precision Design. It is a fundamentals deck, but as we're seeing in the hands of someone like Greg Tung, it is undefeated.
Hey.
It is winning all of the games. You still have to be able to play that fundamental game and beat PD.
Yo, this more... Oh, I think our round is just
about the round is about to begin. All right, here we are. Sokka shuffling up. Quacktapus already ready. This will be Reality Plus versus Lat to start. We don't know exactly what's in this Lat. What do you think might be on the table in this Lat?
Yeah, so we've seen a couple big versions of Lat. Apocalypse Lat.
I think that answers that question.
Apocalypse Lat is kind of the newer version of the classic Lat deck you saw through Continentals. That was Sengren. That was Jeff who was playing it, right?
Yes.
At Euro Africas, and since then, a lot of people have tweaked it. It's the econ package of this deck that has to change in the last ban list. Again, we got the ban of Rozeki, we got the ban of Patap, and a lot of these decks were running as little, interactive economy. It was economy that doesn't take clicks. You can just install it and it's kind of good to go. But now they're hitting Telework contracts. I don't know if there's any other big inclusions. You're seeing more events even. You see some very event-heavy
creative
Shaper decks.
commissions.
Yeah, those are fantastic. I don't think we're going to be on a pawn shop unless it's 1 or 2 just to clean up after the Apocalypse.
It's very... I actually did play the Apocalypse Lat deck yesterday in Crown of Servers, and Aesop says I was only on 1. I found myself really wanting 2. Being able to sell you misdirection early in a matchup where it doesn't matter, being able to get incidental Aesop's value before you APOC is actually really nice. And then sometimes you need to APOC twice because you don't just have the inevitability of the drip. So being able to clean up after 2 APOCs is actually fantastic.
I've talked to some players and even the Shaper lists, you know, the fear of the Drago, the fear of the ability to challenge and to punish
we
tags.
have the Stargate in hand. Stargate Creative Commission. We see one of the hallmark cards Into the Depths also in hand for Lat. Though we're starting off with a hedge fund here for Reality Plus, so already starting off with money.
So Reality Plus, we've seen this on end table already today. The idea is that first time a turn a tag is delivered, the corp can choose for 2 cards or 2 credits. That's an immense amount of value. That makes the ice, some of them free reses. There's a lot of 2-cost ice that gives tags.
Yeah.
That's really quite good. But on top of that, things like Drago of Anav now become more time investments than become credit investments.
And I think crucially, right, for the Reality Plus deck, the reason that it would always lose to those drip-heavy Lats is because in a game where it has devolved into, advance Drago, give you a tag, do one thing, and the runner says, okay, clear tag, click for credit, do one thing. The runner was gaining 4 or 5 credits a turn doing that. That's no longer the case.
Yeah.
You don't lose the inevitability game to Rizeki.
Saga with a good start there. Again, we're talking about Lat. You want to balance cards in hand. It's a bit harder for us to tell on stream as opposed to like a Jinteki.net tournament, but Saga's definitely going to be planning his turn around that. So we got that Beth down. That should give value throughout the game, unless, you know, of course, resources can be challenged. That's a big reason I think we are seeing more decks go to operation-based economies, and Shapers are the best at doing that without running. Upgrade on R&D. Crisium Grid for the Stargate
could
be
easily
advanced.
be. Yeah, it could be Crisium.
Double advance. I don't know whether they're going to see things like a Maze Amusement, some of the other strange tag me cards.
Could be.
But Sokka there. Going to get some value there off Beth. I think it was just a credit.
Yeah, Beth. I think Beth is. I think 1 turn from paying for Beth's own cost, but obviously Beth can provide a lot of value as the game goes on. If this is in fact a Drago, I think it's worth potentially just trashing the Beth with it.
Yeah.
Don't let it stick around. Don't let that drip value
We're going to crack a Stone Chip Chart Room just to draw 2.
Stone Chip as a mini diesel.
So Apocalypse in hand, right? If you're expecting that, just a Crisium on R&D is good enough. It buys you a turn from the Apocalypse.
Yes.
You're going to pay 3. Again, the runner's going to pay 5. The question
here's
is
a telework, and a telework gets hit.
Whether this deck list is on hard-hitting news is the question. There's actually, I think, a fair few question marks when it comes to trying to analyze what the NBN decks are doing. Yeah. Are they on hard-hitting news? How are they spending their influence? Are they on Boom? Are they on Restore? Are they on some of there's stranger lists I think we've seen around with things like Snare in them? Some are running a bigger agenda suite than just the only 6 3-pointers, which are pretty common.
Okay, we have a decision point here. That's going to be triple advance and score out
just a Bologna.
Get those credits back. Seems good.
That's
so we do have a telework on Sokka's side. So telework, reminiscent of Akadi Jones back in the day, where it comes in with a certain amount of credits. You can only click it once, but you get 3 credits per hit. So it is recurring economy. You use it multiple turns in a row, and it isn't fast though. It doesn't burst you up quickly in a single turn.
Yeah, it's not the worst. It's like very comparable to things like liberated accounts, but I think it's so much easier to play. Yes. Doesn't have as much money on it. You get to that same sort of credit efficiency, if I'm not mistaken, something around there. But you get there, it's cheaper to put on the table. Installing for 1 as a way to recover, to get your economy up, is so much nicer than installing for 6 and then getting that thrown back to your hand with the self-growth.
And Sokka on, it looks like quite a bit of money. If I'm counting correctly, I think that's 22 credits. I think those are 3s and 1s.
It's a lot, yeah. I think those are piles of 5. I appreciate that. Quacktapus installing a remote.
Yeah, but both players with, I have to say, good credit discipline, both making it easy to tell how much they have, even though in Sokka's case, using different credit tokens than just the 1s and 5s.
That's the thing I used to do back in the day when we were recording gameplays, to ask players not to stack their credits. I think we might want to do that going forward, but there's a bit of learnings here, especially with all the alt-turrets. We've been reviewing the decks now before we go into the game, so make sure there's no surprises. So we're going to be able to tell you what all these cards are.
Oh, and Ice goes in front of R&D.
Yeah.
Identifying that as an important server, I think, correctly.
There's actually not a lot of pressure on HQ that this deck can put out. Some of the lat decks, some of the Wu decks have pivoted into, I think the best value they can get off an HQ run is DJ Fenris into Steve. That's a 1 of in the list. It's not something you're really worried about turn 1.
Oh, and DJ Fenris into Steve is...
so good.
It's so good. I mean, I'm saying this as a former Max player. That was just free draw for Steve. Yeah. But it's even good here where, I've played a creative commission. I've played another creative commission. I would love to get one of those creative commissions back.
This is wild. So IP block has a trace. Sokka has 2 credits, or with 1 link gets through for 2 credits. That is a Spin Doctor.
Yeah, that's a Spin Doctor.
Not something you love to trash while there's a Spin Doctor on the table. But Quacktapus went ahead to res the Crisium Grid. There's actually not a lot of cards that would interact with this run, so Quacktapus ended up paying credits there. I think Sokka would have trashed it regardless.
I think this is just respecting this could potentially be APOC this turn.
I don't know. If you APOC this board, are you happy with it?
It is showing a lot of respect to the Epoch. I'm not positive if it's correct there, but it is clearly respecting that as the plan here.
Quacktapus rezzing that ping, going to get the 2 credits back, and that's a daily cat. I don't know if you've seen this one.
I have. It's a good one.
It's a good one. So that's going to be 2 credits for the next couple turns. It's a 5-credit econ card. It's just not going to pay out very soon with Sokka there. I think that's another good thing. Like, sorry, as a corporation, if they install a daily cast, you probably have at least 2 turns before they want Apocalypse too. So that gives you some breathing room.
Occasionally, as APOC, you have to APOC and leave some credits on daily casts. You don't like doing it.
Yes. Sokka getting that card draw with Lat. And Quacktapus has a remote server. The remote server can be broken. I don't know what breakers this deck can produce really quickly. I think it does probably have a self-modifying coder too.
Yeah.
Those have been largely not seeing as much play as they did back in the day a couple years ago.
Yeah. And I think, crucially, SMC actually does work for that against this Reality Plus deck. You actually don't mind spending it to get breakers because you don't need to preserve it for a clot threat the way that you do against sports.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see. Just an advance. It's a ping, not a big ice. You only break that for 1 credit with most breaker suites. Now, if Sokka has to produce an endurance, that gets a bit uglier.
Yeah.
Pinhole threading also, I think, are pretty likely to see at least a 1-of in a lot of these good stuff shaper lists. With Apocalypse, it helps too. It allows you to deal with some of the upgrades on the central server runs.
Though, endurance would not completely break the bank here for Sokka. I think that's a reasonable, if boat is there, that especially given that it allows you to get into the depths value. Though into the depths can also just go onto R&D and get value here. I think that's maybe what Sokka's thinking over.
Yeah, he's thinking this through. And again, into the depths, a modal card. On the successful run, you can gain 4 credits, but you can also charge a card. But more often than not,
you can search out a breaker.
Yeah.
Or a program, rather, not just a breaker.
Yes, a program. You have to pay the cost, which can be expensive. But again, that is very comparable to self-modifying code.
Yeah, though notably, one of the ones you might think to search out is currently already in hand, the Stargate.
Right. Yeah,
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Stargate is just going to be held in hand until the APOC finally happens.
Oh, yeah, I think for sure.
Yeah.
There's 1 Spin Doctor on the table, 1 in hand. You can't put the Stargate down until that happens. So we're going to go through. Again, while the run is considered successful.
Oh, and here we have the search.
We're going to go find a Fractor. Searching the deck. You got to make sure they can't see your cards. That's a Propeller.
Propeller.
Yeah.
It's a cheap install, and if you're planning to APOC, you don't mind selling it afterwards, right?
This comes in with 4 power counters. You spend a 4 power counter to get +2 strength, each power counter. It's 1-for-1 subroutine, so it only has so many pieces of ice that it can actually break. Now, it breaks those ice for cheap.
No, it does break ping, notably.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what Sokka's
having
going
to charge.
So Sokka's going to be running the server, going to spend 1 credit to get through the ping, 1 power counter.
And honestly, at the moment, you might not even need to spend that power counter unless you're planning on APOCing soon, because you only spend 2 to get through this IP block unless it gets boosted.
Yeah.
But it's there as a nice backup.
I think you're okay paying 2 credits. That's a Bologna.
Oh, that's a Bologna. Yep, that is 5. That is a Bologna in the score area. It is 3-3.
Now, single install advance means that I don't know if Quacktapus has in hand, has access to things like a seamless launch. Again, a bit of an influence spend. We haven't seen any so far, but Seamless Launch does work with Drago to some extent. It bluffs a Drago a bit more efficiently, kind of. But we'll see whether that was meant to be a slow roll, because that is not a secure remote at all.
It is not, no. With this Propeller down, that's very threatening.
When you think, okay, so I think there's 2 things you can guess. When your opponent produces a Propeller, you're either thinking they're an Aesop's Pawn Shop deck, like just the Reaver type economy, or they're on Apocalypse. I think one of those is worse for you than the other.
Yeah.
I don't know which one you're expecting more than the other. But double install is going to force Sokka to do something.
I think it seems to me like Quacktapus is already playing as if this is Apocalypse, given the Chrysium res. Yeah. And given the respect of it. And now, obviously, the respect of having it on R&D also just says you might be on Stargate, but that really, actually resing it felt like playing around Apocalypse to me.
Yeah, for sure. I think Quacktapus knows what's going on. I'm wondering again, another install advance.
No, this seems like a seamless. It seems like a seamless to me. Yeah.
Because this is not the play pattern you see.
I think that's the purple card. I see one. Yeah. There's a seamless.
Into the depths.
Into the depths, R&D.
Once more. Actually, going to break that. I'm not going to allow Quacktapus to boost into that trace. Again, Quacktapus only has 4 credits. If the ice on the remote server does give a tag.
This could be the APOC turn, right?
I think there's a good chance. We're accessing here again. Spin Doctor on the table, 1 in hand.
Thinking this over. There is a Mad Dash in hand. Yeah. So Mad Dash with Stargate after an APOC is threatening a very quick win.
We're checking HQ, 4 cards in hand. Again, Sokka probably is going to be able to keep 4 cards in hand at the end of the turn for that free lat draw. That's just a Spin Doctor. Sokka could consider trashing
Thinking
that.
about right, because that's one of the few ways the Quacktapus can
Yeah.
quickly interact with a Stargate after an APOC.
But also, like, helps you recover that Apocalypse board, right?
Yes, exactly.
Gets that ice back into rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. It saves you. It saves you from a Stargate mad dash, and it also gets you ice back.
So Sokka, thinking again, there's no ice in that hand. I think the top of the deck isn't ice. So if Sokka lands the Apocalypse here, that's it. Untrashing the Spin Doctor.
Untrashing. Okay.
Yeah. An advanced maneuver. Just asking if they can not trash that. Again, no new information was gained. A lot of players don't mind that. And either we're running archives or just checking archives, kind of selling it a bit. And we'll see if Sokka just smashes down that board wipe, the Raigeki. Thinking about it.
And that's an NGO.
Okay, and Gino Moser asking if you want to do anything. There's a chance now that they don't pop it.
Yeah.
You might not need to Apocalypse now. You did all the work. You did use your propeller counter, so you're not threatening their remote server anywhere near as much as you used to. Asking if they want to do something, again, just by running 3 servers, which some of that was a cost. They got an NGO to pop,
Oh,
and they got a Spin Doctor to pop.
Shuffling back the Chrysium.
That seems important.
Really, really respecting the Apocalypse here.
Yeah. But just asking, is there anything you want to do after running 3 runs? Does this much damage to the corpse side of the table? Love it.
Right, there's Deep Dive. It says, oh, I get to access some agendas. Nah, forget that. Throw everything in the trash.
And there you go. All of those runner cards are going to be flipped face down. You might be wondering, what's those credits? What are those counters doing? They stay on the card.
Yep.
They're useless. They don't do anything.
You can't do anything with them, but they are there. In theory, it matters if Sokka is on a simulator, but I would be so shocked if that were the case.
And so Quacktapus has to take all of their cards and throw them into archives. The face-up ones will be face-up. The face-down will remain face-down. But Quacktapus now has been returned. Both players have largely been returned to turn 1.
Except it's 3-3, and Sokka has...
about the same money, I think.
Yeah, and Sokka has Stargate and Mad Dash in hand.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference from turn 1.
These face-down cards, too, interact really favorably with Degree Mill. They are installed cards, so you can go ahead and shuffle them away. It makes the Degree Mill pretty simple. And we know there's a Spin Doctor in hand, so I don't think Sokka's...
here's a boom. We see a boom in hand.
We do. 3 influence, that is a trashable. Quacktapus probably has hard-hitting news in the deck as well, if that's the way that they're going.
If Spin Doctor doesn't go down, this could just be it. If Spin Doctor's, I think Spin Doctor just got. Do you see it in hand still?
I don't.
I don't think I see it in hand still. It makes sense to jam it there. I think it's a
No,
really
there might be
important.
one at the end.
Oh,
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
This could just be game if that Spin Doctor didn't go down there.
But Sokka might not have to test the water again. I think it's in hand.
You're right. That's a Spin Doctor.
There could have been another one drawn out the predicted
man.
planogram. Again, Quacktapus did end up drawing 4 cards with mandatory. But Sokka could just throw down here. The issue is the credit differentials are getting a bit tight.
If I were Sokka, I think I would go for it.
Sokka not playing the diesel.
No, just going for the cast, going for the ace up.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense too. It's definitely the lower variance play, and I think Sokka is not. I think Sokka is playing for the long game, and honestly, I think that makes sense. I think Sokka is favored in the long game at the moment.
But I think also Sokka thinks that that's probably the what's it called, the Spin Doctor, right?
Yeah, that too, playing around it.
But this, you love to see that Ace Up's Pawn Shop allows you to install an installed card. And those face-down cards are, again, installed, and they are cards. Not that they have text, but you can go and pawn them. Now, if that is a Drago on the table, you could just lose the Ace Up's Pawn Shop this turn, but Quacktapus is going to install into a new remote server. I think that's probably Spin Doctor.
That smells like Spin Doctor to me.
So you actually want to pawn the right thing. It's going to be the right card, because you want to pawn that because it's a breaker, and you can pull that with a simul chip, so you do care about the order of the face-downs that you trash. Getting the money off the Daily Cats. And Quacktapus here is threatening an agenda in their mode server.
I like the flavor of the Daily Cats alt. You know, they brought you home a gift today. It was 2 credits.
Yeah. So if Sokka doesn't interact here, this is game. Because Seamless into Boom is the game.
You're right.
Sokka has to deal with this ping.
And at the moment, Propeller is in the bin. This needs to be a simul chip. Or there needs to be a...
Into the Depths doesn't work. You need ice.
Into the Depths? No, you need Stone Chip.
You need a Stone Chip,
Stone Chip would do it,
5
but
card
Stone Chip has to... Yeah.
But if Sokka doesn't have a read that there's Seamless in this deck, maybe he does, considering the way that the agendas were trying to be scored out.
Well, except one of them was an NGO, so it actually didn't look like an agenda.
The first one was weird. But Sokka might know that if he doesn't do anything here, Seamless gets 4 advancements on that. You spend all of those to give 2 tags, and the Boom just comes in hand. So Sokka can run and trash the Boom. Sokka's threatening the Spin Doctor instead.
Getting a ping and a face down back with Spin Doctor.
So we're going to shuffle those back in. Yeah, this could be it.
This could be. I just don't think that I don't know if Saka expects this to potentially be game.
I don't know if this deck has like a late game plan. We haven't seen any ice bigger than ping or IP block, right? Maybe he just wants to jam there early, like, you know, stick that early Drago. A pinhole threading gets you out. So there's a couple cards that get you out here. Pinhole threading
pinhole threading does it.
Simulchip doesn't.
No.
Because you need to trash
there's
the
no
program.
there's no program. And actually, I don't know the ruling on this.
I think
so
when it's trashed,
Propeller,
it wasn't
yeah,
a program.
it wasn't okay. Yeah, it wasn't a program when it was trashed. So Simulchip does actually require that.
Yeah.
I mean, a misdirection coming down and a Simulchip would do it.
Yeah, but then you still need to run. He's got only 2
Oh,
clicks.
oh. Quacktapus is counting clicks. Quacktapus is counting clicks. This is... Oh, boy.
This could be it.
This might just be it.
Saka's thinking about it. I think here you have to smash HQ. There's 6 cards in hand now, so it's been a bit buried, or 7 cards potentially. So you're going to have to hit the 1 of Boom. And it's not coming back quickly. We don't have Archive Memories. That was recently banned.
Yes. Yeah, this is a very interesting call of Corp into the Archive Memories ban for that exact reason. Boom is very easy to trash.
Yeah.
But you actually have to find it. There are plenty of cards in HQ right now, thanks to Spin Doctor.
Yeah. I reckon Quacktapus would have res that regardless of the HQ run.
Yeah.
Now, you could also just win off the top of the deck. You could just
true.
Mad Dash.
You absolutely could.
I think that might be a line here if Saka's really worried about this.
If Saka is worried about, wait, why is he counting my clicks?
Yeah.
Maybe Blind Mad Dash is the play here.
Oh, this is wild. And again, this deck runs frighteningly few agendas. If you're assuming that's the agenda of the remote server, which we know it's not, Saka, there's only 5 cards in R&D that do it. Daily Cast, that's it. Installing the cats.
Okay, install the cats. Is this over? Is this over? Let's see it.
I think this might be a really quick game. So no free lunch, that would have done it. No stone ship, that would have done it. No waiting on the remote server, that would have done it. No pinhole threading.
Slow rolling a little bit if this is actually the win.
I think he has everything. Is that an auto Drago?
It might be let's be clear here. You are about to kill the APAC champion belt, Saka.
Not the Drago?
No, it's not. It's not the Drago.
What is this?
It can't be the Drago then.
If it was, that would have been it.
Yeah.
What's happening? Okay.
What is it? Yep, it's the NGO. It's the NGO. Okay. Man, we just got roosted so hard.
We got roosed. Did Saka get equally roosed?
That's a next level bait. Yeah. Not only do you ruse your opponent, you ruse the commentators.
I wonder if Quacktapus is kicking himself, realizing that would have stuck. That would have been the game. And that's actually a real 4-2 agenda in there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to advance that because you have the Seamless in hands, but that is hard-hitting news.
Hard-hitting news, okay.
You love
get the tags the hard way.
You love this for.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Hard-hitting news, again, the credit differential is heavily favoring the corporation, so Saka will have 4 tags. Now, Saka's going to have enough money to clear all the tags, let alone clear enough of the tags for that to be relevant. But if Saka's doing that, it's hard for Saka to also run the remote server, let alone, obviously, he doesn't have breakers yet, but maybe he can produce them.
Yeah.
And I love this, where the corp actually forces you to clear the tags, but also forces something on the table. So Saka needs to try and do the bit of both. Yeah, Quacktapus, seamless launch, going to get them out to 5 points, potentially?
Could be.
And at that point, that's clearly game point. But this
no,
list is probably running more agendas.
I didn't quite see it. Which 4-2 is it? Is it
I think
off-world?
It's off-world, yeah.
Yeah, off-world would make more sense.
Again,
in retrospect, fantastic call by Saka not selling out to try to get that.
Yeah, I don't know. We thought it was wrong, but we didn't know it was in there.
We thought it was wrong, but it turns out we were wrong.
We'll see now. Quacktapus shows the first Seamless in hand. Again, the Boom is in there. I don't think there's Dragos in the hand. Maybe there is. Seamless. That gives you 2 advancements on the card that hasn't been installed this turn. Allows you to score out those 4-2 agendas really quickly without betraying that their agendas.
Scoring out.
And an off-world off. It's
So
going to be
both
2.7 credits.
Both players on game point now because, again, Saka with the Mad Dash in hand. Quacktapus just needs one more agenda of any type. Well, I guess a 15 minutes wouldn't do it, but I would be a little surprised to see a 15 minutes.
So the Mad Dash actually matters less unless Saka can find the last Bologna, which, top of the deck is open.
True.
You survived one hard-hitting news.
You're right. And off-world no longer makes it game point.
Exactly,
So, a Bologna has to be the one that gets found.
It's less important than it was.
Since this is a 40-card corp, sometimes those are on weird agenda suites that have one extra 5-3. There could be 1 degree mill in here.
Yeah, maybe. I'd be surprised. Well, yeah, I think we're going to find it soon enough. I think Saka needs to get the accesses in. Because he also needs to deal with the remote server. He has an endurance in hand and is getting a lot of credits. Those daily casts have been giving 2 credits. He sold all the cards on the table for 9 credits. You can sell the daily cast for 3 credits instead of 2 the following turn. That's a lot of value off of those cats.
Yeah, and Quacktapus is on enough money that you can't effectively threaten the remote with Stargate, you're just doing Stargate
rigging
for
up
Stargate value.
Stargate.
We're rigging
one
up Stargate.
credit.
That's
Doesn't
great.
get a charge. You get the vote in hand, but this is how you think you're going to win. C3 cards at the top. Trash one of them. Both players see it. Boom.
Oh, there's a boom.
Rashida, NGO, all one-cost trashers. You can just run back and clean
Yep.
house if you want to, but then they'll be drawing into unknown cards.
Which of these do you think you would trash?
Not the boom.
Well, why not the boom? There's no archived.
Because I don't think Sokka's worried about getting the tags here.
Okay. Yeah, Rashida goes down. I think regardless what happens this turn, I think you want Rashida in the bin. So I think it's defensible to trash boom and then run back and trash NGO and Rashida. At the same time, I think you want R&D lock.
NGO's a bad draw for them, right? Because they don't need the money. The question is, does it force you to run the remote server? With Boat, you can check. Maybe then you're worried about Harding News. But like the thing they want now is card draw for the agenda. They need ice. And I don't think they just need a whole turn to gain 6 credits, right?
I think you're right. Now, NGO just drawn does make any Dragos in hand like a fantastic reverse double ruse bait.
Oh, yeah. No, Sokka would have to check it. Like, that's the only problem with giving the NGO.
Yeah.
But yeah, ice is what they needed there. So Quacktapus got some ice. Put an ice on R&D. And they have
ice on R&D seems good here.
Yeah. Sokka's going to need to get the boat counter if they want to keep up. If he wants to keep up that.
Oh, and that's a Rashida. That was Rashida hiding in the hand that just went into the remote.
Cool.
So that's a very good one.
Sokka going to get some good value off these cats.
And once again, this is still threatening lethal. This is saying, if there is a
card.
Seamless in my hand that you don't know about, I could just win here.
Every card in the remote server Sokka has to be afraid of. Pawning that one daily cast for 3, getting 2 off the other, back up. And again, we were hard-hitting news down to like no credits. And now we're nearly on 20. So Endurance is going to be hard cast from hand. And we're going to go check. We're going to go
thinking it over. The boat is still in the dock. The boat has set sail.
Boat and run. 2 power counters gets you through that ping. You're going to get 2 more power counters left over on the boat after successful run. Access there will be Rashida. You're going to trash that.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that out of here.
And 10 credits.
Pointing at archives. Into archives. Get it out of here.
I think that might be a Stargate run. Yeah, it's a Stargate run.
Yeah, it looks like a Stargate run. That is a Funhouse. That is one of the...
This is hard to deal
with. Yeah, you can get through this with Endurance. You still have to take a tag to do that. It's a very annoying ice, even with the boat.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of this card. We saw like earlier today. We saw Messed and Chespa, which is another thing. It's like you can both through it, but it's taxing still.
I ran into that yesterday during Crown of Service as well. Yeah, I had Funhouse, and sure, would you like to boat through this? I guess if I have to.
Popping a stone chip to draw 2, and it looks like Sokka's going to bounce off of that, off that Funhouse.
Yeah, obviously the downside of Funhouse is that is 5 credits for nothing.
Yes.
In terms of what happens to the runner. Mad Dash hits the bin.
Yeah, there's a second in hand.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Missed the second.
Generally, it doesn't matter too much. There was a second in hand. I don't know if there's.
Oh no, I think that's a pinhole.
Oh. I think that was drawn recently. Okay.
Yeah, pinhole obviously does turn off some of those Drago lines. Makes it a lot more. Not that Drago behind ping is now threatening, but it does make it, if another ice goes down and gets rezzed, it still makes it easy to go in there and get Drago.
Yeah, a lot of these lists too. You saw this more in like maybe the Reaver shop lists. In terms of fractors, right? If it's just a propeller, that will get eventually taxed out. And Quacktapus, this deck seems to have enough things to put on the remote server that Sokka has to check with the fear of the seamless launch. That's sort of threat.
Yeah, it kind of needs to there needs to be more of a tax on the remote, because at the moment you're just taxing out a couple boat counters, which can come back pretty quickly by jamming in the remote. I think Quacktapus missed the obvious window to win the game, and Sokka is clawing back very quickly. I think Quacktapus needs to start making these runs more taxing.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard. I think this deck maybe wanted to jam out a bit faster, and now it is petering off a bit.
I think a Funhouse on the remote would honestly be pretty good right now.
It'd be good. And I don't know whether Sokka, this list with one link, you could play Citadel, Sanctuary, and Lat, and it would feel pretty good. Discarding some cards here. 2 spin deckers out. Again, it's 5-3, and Sokka, in theory, could be on game point. We sold our last cat on a healthy 13 credits with the boat down. And you can always run archives. Go ahead to run archives if you want to get that boat counter, if it's worth your run. And usually it is. We're taking a tag.
Yeah, that's going through Funhouse. Deciding if this is pay 4, deciding if this is take a tag, deciding if this is boat. That is pay 4.
Yeah, keeping those boat counters for the remote server, I reckon. So we're going to see 3. Again, Bologna is just game. That's the one agenda in the deck. That is the off-world office. So that'll take you to 5 points, 6 points if you really want to, if there's a Mad Dash in hand. I don't think you need to Mad Dash that. It doesn't change any of the break points. There's a small chance that trashing something like an Endless Eula or trashing Ice would be good. I can't tell what the second Ice is.
Is
maybe
that
a Magnet?
Is that a Jua?
I don't know.
I think that might be a Jua.
But the Endless Eula on the top, that is really taxing. It's 6 credits to go through it any way you cut it. And this deck it's running out of economy currently. It's not pawning anything.
Oh, is that
anymore.
a Funhouse? The middle one?
Oh, yeah.
That's a Funhouse.
Yeah, for sure. So Saga's a good choice here. Also, you see in hand, there's the winning Bologna.
Oh.
And
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
Icing of HQ is a lot of times fascinating to figure out why
Yeah.
they're doing that. Is it a bluff? Do they actually have an agenda? But Saka probably would have ran HQ to get a charge
Yeah.
off the boat. So you'd want to ice it up regardless.
So it does trash the agenda here. Leaves those 2 ice on top. There is a Eula and a Funhouse coming. Those can make it really awkward to go back in an Apocalypse or just be able to keep doing what you're doing. So it is now 5-5.
Yep. Tag has been cleared. Checking archives, seeing I think I was a Market Forces and the NGO front off the top.
Oh, and a creative commission for the last click just to keep up on that money.
Yeah.
So Saka on 11, getting that lat draw. Lat has been triggering almost all game. Saka's been navigating that ID ability extremely well.
And it's a big thing you see the players, the good LAN players, at the start of their turn, they have an idea what they're going to do, right? They're looking at the table to be like, I can install this, I can install this, I can run this. That leaves me at 4. Check. And then they go from there.
Yep.
And that's, gets you basically a 5-click runner. It's kind of like Sable.
Yeah.
Except you have to draw, and you're forced to do a certain
Oh,
thing.
no, I have to draw the cards that are in my deck that are good.
But now Quacktapus getting a bit nervous. I don't think this list is on deep dive. I feel like this list wants Apocalypse if it's done the prior homework.
Yeah.
But there's those sort of cards that you're actually quite scared of when you're on game point. They're hard to interact with. We're looking at
this gets really interesting for Quacktapus. I see another NGO in hand. I mean, do you just jam?
You might want to, but
I think you might want to just jam.
You're going to need something like a Funhouse on their remote server. Even forcing Saka through the Endless Eula for 6 credits.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that's probably the Eula on the remote there.
Yeah. I don't think we've installed it yet. We just drew it, right?
Oh, so what is that outermost ice then?
It's been there for a bit.
Oh.
Install?
Well.
I might be mistaken. We're going to start with the pinhole there.
Pinhole.
And while that might trash something like Drago, a lot of times that gets a bow counter, it's just used as an exposed play. I don't think you trash that. I don't think you have to.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Gain 8?
Yeah, spend your whole turn.
Have fun.
There you go.
Yep,
That's going to let this stay. And Pinhole has been like a really flexible card, and using it as like pseudo-expose is actually really valuable, especially for a deck that clearly has 2 Mad Dash or Stargating through. Just a single agenda here off the top. Knowing that's not a Spin Doctor makes the Stargate a lot safer.
Yes.
So going to pay for, going to take the tag,
or
we might both through that actually. I think Saka's considering it. And this could be the last or second last turn if we find a single agenda here. And I think we know where the 1 blown is. So we know the blown in hand, right? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's only 6 more agenda points through all of R&D.
Yeah.
That's 3 agendas.
I'm guessing, so that's like another off-world, probably tomorrow's headline. Yeah.
And then another off? No.
Potentially a degree mill. As I said, sometimes they have to play that.
Yeah, maybe they are playing one. You're right.
That is no agendas there. There's a Seamless, though.
A Seamless launch and the ping. Ping, honestly, kind of annoying.
Yeah, ping hits the bin. That's 2 boat counters. That's as many boat counters as any of the other ice. Yeah. And it's only 2 to res, which is really 0.
You're already playing around Seamless Launch. Again, you know that's not a Drago. You know it's not the winning agenda. So you're playing around that. A hedge fund doesn't matter. Again, the corp goes from whatever this is, 22 credits to 26. Doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
But Saka getting a bit unlucky there. I do think still you might want to consider running HQ at some point. We'll see if Saka reads like, oh, there's nothing in R&D. I've seen 6 cards, nothing. Maybe the agendas, of course, have to be somewhere. We also
and sometimes that somewhere is the bottom of the deck, and maybe that's the read right now.
Yeah, that happens. Draw off the top. That's a Seamless in hand. So in hand, we know there is an NGO front, which I think that's gone now. 2 Seamless. I think actually Saka only knows 1 Seamless. And I think a Boom, too, is a known quantity.
Yeah.
Saka holding in hand. Is that Ngolo? Pretty expensive. Technically, you can use that to get through a ping. You generally don't want to.
That feels terrible to do.
Yeah. Double install, though. Or, sorry,
so
third install on the ice. Install over.
Never advancing a Bologna is now live because of the 2 Seamless.
I think that's the play. And I don't think Saka can interact with that.
Yeah.
Double
enough ice to res this remote. And actually, those 2 boat counters spent on the Funhouse seeming pretty expensive right now.
So what do you think the remote server is? We know what the outside is likely to be Endless Eula. That's 6 credits.
Yeah.
Already an issue. Because after you do that, you can't steal the Bologna for 5.
Yes.
So Saka could go tag me an APOC here.
I think
To do that, they can't float 2 tags.
Correct.
So they need to pay 4 for the Funhouse. They need to pay 3
Or they
for
need
the
to,
APOC.
or they need to boat the Funhouse.
Oh yeah, that's nice. But I think if you boat HQ.
Yeah, you don't have enough. Yeah, you don't have enough clicks to use the stone ship for a charge, because you probably have to boat HQ. So yeah, that costs 4. Sokka does have enough.
Does
That
he have
does
an
require
APOC in hand,
going
though?
down to 2.
I don't even know if he does.
I thought I saw an APOC in Sokka's hand earlier. I think that's a possible play here.
And if we're not mistaken, I think Quacktapus did install the Blown Up with double Seamless in hand.
Yes.
So this could easily be the last turn again.
Yeah.
And this time we
This
know it's in the remote server.
This time, this has been such a sick game.
Yeah,
You can see why they're on the top table.
for sure.
High-level play happening both directions.
Yeah, no, you see this, right? Like Sokka tries
Yeah,
to
but
close the game
Bologna's
out.
not in the hand right now.
Yeah, it has to be there. And Sokka, I think it just called it there with a little point.
Oh,
Oh.
you love that.
I know what that is. I still can't deal with it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the double seamless Sokka might be regretting that trash off the ping.
but this is the classic L shape that you love to Apocalypse. Not much on the
Yeah.
centrals. Tower on the remote.
I don't think he has APOC though. I think it's like double and Golo.
Oh, you're right.
Stone
I don't-
Ship, Mad Dash.
Why
and
did I
then-
think there was an APOC in hand?
Because there should be, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, now a lot of thinking has to happen, I think.
Sokka just has to win off the top. I think you just have to win off of R&D, right?
Trust the heart of the cards worked for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, okay, we'll do agenda. Say we think it's blown in the remote server. It looks like that is.
Yes.
So 3, 6, 7, 8 again, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay? So 6 agenda points left.
Yes.
So that is potentially 2 agendas, probably 3 agendas, considering we haven't seen
Yeah.
3 off-world offices. So the chance of getting off the top with this target isn't the worst. Also, if you know this is going to be your last turn, which, again, Sokka doesn't know. I think Sokka has an idea. You can always run through the Funhouse, hope for a trashable, then go back. Because, mind you, Funhouse does nothing to you. It does allow the corporation to draw, which sometimes changes where the agendas are, but it's only the first time. So running through the first Funhouse, the second Funhouse has no impact, right?
Yeah.
3, 4,
Stargate.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Oh, 13, right? There's only 5 left. So it's 2 agendas. It'll be a
Yeah.
Bologna and then the last off.
Probably the degree ball.
Yeah.
Or the.
I think it's Bologna off. Oh, no, it can't be. I
Yeah,
don't know. You're right. I think
we're
you're
already
right.
counting the Bologna.
Top of the
None
deck.
of those are agendas.
Spin Doctor, Chrysium, hard-hitting news.
None of those are agendas.
Sokka just going tag me there, not connecting to anything. If you go back, you're going to be stopped by the hard-hitting news. It's not enough trashables there. But Quacktapus feeling really good about that. I think you're going to see Sokka swing HQ. It's the best they have.
And we already know the
Yeah,
win's
we
not in
know.
HQ.
He doesn't
But
yet.
I think that is the best. I mean, check archives as the last click potentially.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. But yeah, I think you have to. And I think we might. Oh, we're just looking at it.
Yeah.
Piecing it together.
Taking a quick peek.
15.
This might be it for Sokka in this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is just game 1. They still
Oh,
have another game.
yeah,
But
for sure.
what a hard fought game this has already been.
We thought the Corp had it.
Yeah.
They had it.
We thought the Corp had it, and now the Corp might actually have it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's one face-down card in there. I think it's a known card, right? Stone Ship?
Yeah, Stone Ship. Okay.
Gonna draw 2.
Stone Ship gonna draw.
Oh, I think that's just lat draw.
Oh, that's just lat draw. Okay.
That's it.
Is this it? Fun. Seamless?
Does he have 2 tags? No, he cleared them, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Seamless, advance. That is GG.
Quacktapus taking it.
Quacktapus with the win.
Oh, a huge sigh of relief. Showing you the ice there. Yeah,
Yeah,
Funhouse,
it was
there you
the Eula was enough.
go. Taxing enough.
This is the second game already today we've seen Eula be enough.
Eula's good.
It
Six
is.
to break through that. It's not like in the old days when this came out where there's things like, I don't know if Parasite was legal back then, but Chisel was
It was,
some
yeah.
play,
Yeah.
maybe.
Parasite was legal. You didn't want to install Eula because it
Yeah.
would just get killed immediately.
0 strength is not too big of a downside modernly in the standard
Yes.
format. So that is just 6 credits for 6 res strength. It makes me think that maybe we were a bit harsh on Firewall.
I think so. I think so.
Maybe.
Well,
No,
I don't know if that's true.
but
No, I don't
Grand
know if
Lodge
that's
is-
true.
No,
No.
take that back. All right, good cards. We're going to be on game 2 real soon. We're going to flip the table there. Let's just reset there the scoreboard. And it looks like we're looking at Smoke into Sports Metal.
yes.
Is that right?
Smoke into Sports Metal. That's an interesting matchup. I think a lot hinges on the SMC usage in this matchup because Smoke naturally wants to be playing those self-modifying codes.
Yeah.
If there's Clot in the deck, you can fetch it out at instant speed. So I think Sokka's going to probably be playing around Clot very carefully and try to bait it out at good moments. I
I
think
don't
another
even know if every smoke deck runs a Clot. I don't think it's like a
Yeah.
foregone conclusion. I think it's like
Yeah.
70% of them. I think if you were teched for Worlds 2022, you would probably want to get the Clot in there, considering
Yeah.
how much of the field is actually on Sports Metal, right? It's the most popular identity.
But you're right. Smoke actually spends a fair amount of influence
Yeah,
on
it's
things
hard.
like breakers and win conditions because of the twinning and after image.
Taka for 6.
Oh,
after image
yeah,
is
you're right,
2.
Taka.
Like you
Oh.
get to that amount pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I think that means that your Fracture gets a bit annoying because I don't think you
Yeah.
can play Paperclip with that influence suite.
God, what do
Sometimes
you play
can.
instead? Do you play Gauss?
I don't know. But we'll see here. Again, I think we saw Smoke
Is
once
your
so far
Fracture
today.
in Goldo? I don't think you can afford to do that with this much border control.
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be Penrose. You just
Yeah.
install that maybe at some point. But so we talked about this before. We saw a really interesting Smoke deck on top tables already today. And Smoke is inherently, in terms of other breaker suites, stealth credits are required for this. So it's a couple more installs than you think before you need to go. You have some of the best ways to deal with ice, and
Yeah.
you are going to see ice in this matchup. It's not going to be the primary issue, but it is. You have to respect the ice in these HP
Yeah.
lists. There are
Though-
very good ice.
Though notably, Saka was the original architect in a way. Basically, take the sports metal deck that has like 9 ice, go up to like 14 ice,
Yeah.
and that was the big innovation that ended up being the correct choice. So Saka could be on quite a few ice that are being used for real strategic purposes.
The sports metal agenda suite I think is also fascinating, and I usually think it's the easiest way to tell what kind of sports metal you're playing against. I think if you see stuff like Hyperloop extension, that's more kind of leaning into, you know, we saw like
the
moon
moon pool
pools,
sports,
the fast
yeah.
breaks. I think Giordano Memorial Field is also a big
Yeah.
one, but you're also seeing a lot of the lists that are running not as many agendas. I think it's
Yeah.
12 agendas as opposed to 14.
Yeah, that's the 12 agenda suite on Audacity and
Yes.
Biotic is a very common list. I'd say that is probably where my mind goes immediately if I don't know anything else about the list.
Yeah, I think that's the safe standard bet. I don't know whether
Yeah.
you're going to see something really spicy in here. I do think you're going to see some of the bigger ice. I think you're going to see Fairchilds. I think you're going to see, you expect the drafters. You can't let that fire. Hagens.
No.
Hagens are, I think, target in this matchup specifically. Mantles, I think, are like the
Mantles, yeah, SMCs if it's early.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, Smoke. One of the awkward things about Smoke is part of the econ package is often Peace in Our Time. You really don't want to give 5 credits to Sports Metal because that's a free biotic.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to keep them down. Of course, sports metal it's just kind of frustrating to interact with. I don't think it's a huge issue, but like no matter what you do, it kind of pushes them ahead.
Is that a next activation command?
Yeah, most likely.
That's a next activation command in Sports Metal. That makes me think maybe the 14 ice Sports Metal is a thing.
Saka's going to keep this hand, opening up with a hedge fund. I think we're going to see a Rashid on the table. Maybe sometimes you can put out a Mega Pre. You don't care what happens to it either way.
That's
Red
an
level
RL.
clearance, though.
Red level clearance. What a card. Drawing
Draw
2.
We might just see the Tranquility hit the table. You
Yeah.
can just get the click back, do it yourself if you really want to.
Yeah,
Sort of.
choosing the second mode, it looks like, is going to be install an on-agenda
Yep.
card. That was a Rashida Jahim.
And another
And
non-agenda
another,
card.
yep. So no ice on this Rashida. If Smoke runs it, Smoke can trash it for 1 credit. Will Smoke run on turn 1, though?
Yes, Smoke needs to set up. Smoke is not inherently running Prisha a lot of the times, doesn't have a lot of credits just to trash things. A lot of work to set up and set up quickly, let alone thread and clot if that's a thing. A lot of times on the table, you're expecting maybe Rashida, maybe an agenda. I think Tranquility Home Grid is the one that you're like saying it's usually there.
Yeah.
And that costs 4 to trash. It's not something you can afford to do while at the same time, having to think here. That's the Rashida.
But there you go, running.
Nice.
And that's the Rashida. Take
go
that
down?
down for 1 credit.
That's a good hit here. Quacktapus also checking the second one there. That's the Tranquility for
Yeah,
4
the
credits.
Tranquility.
It's probably going to stay,
That's
but that's
expensive.
That's a lot of value for the corporation, especially on turn 1. Quack thinking about it, looking at their
Thinking
hand.
it over.
No creative commission in hand. You see that? I think the Penrose, you did see the after image.
The after image in hand matters a lot because drafter is the most important ice, I think.
You're going to need a stealth credit for that, right? So you're
Yes.
set up at least.
Yes.
You have 1. Biotic on top of there, just throwing it on the table, just saying, okay, that costs 7. I'll gain 2 from this. I'll
We
gain
all know
2
what
more
this
from
is.
So there's only 3 credits to score this at as long as you have the upfront money.
Yep.
The Bagalter School of Math. And that puts Saka up on 2 points.
And it looks like gaining money off of Sports Metal, I think.
Yeah, I think you need to refund that. That's an expensive
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, so that makes it cost even less.
I think it's 4 plus 3 minus 4. So it's just 3, right?
But then you also gain 2 off of sports.
Yeah, so it's 2
Oh,
off the
you already
Tranquility.
counted that.
Yeah.
Already counted that.
So
Yeah,
it's
the
just 3 credits.
Tranquility.
Like,
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's quite good. Yeah.
And getting the Vitruvius early, like a big part of the volatility of these decks, and they're pretty consistent decks, is where the 3-2 agendas are.
Yeah.
You're looking at generally 3 Vitruvius and 1 Luminal. The Luminal, the best agenda in the deck, if you ask me. And then it comes to the Mega Pre's, whether they're turned on. If they're in a score area, they become 3-2s for the corporation. So the best thing Quacktapus can do is steal some of those 3-2s from underneath Saka. We're
Oh,
trashing
taking
that.
down the Tranquility.
What changed between this turn and last turn?
I'm
Do
not
we have more
sure.
economy there? Self-modifying code, getting installed, threatening a Claude with only 4 credits. That's all you need.
Paperclip in the bin.
So we are spending 3 influence on the paperclip. That's always important to keep track.
That makes it a little less likely there's clot.
Yes. But I think the SMC, we're going to find out soon or not. We'll see if Sokka
Actually,
can call the buff.
I tell you what probably changed between this turn and last turn. 2 credits.
Yeah? Oh, did they
Yeah.
credit? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 credits on Sokka's side.
Yeah. Double install. Sokka, I think, might have put the Mega Pre out there. Not really minding which way that goes.
Yeah, Mega Pre, honestly, is one you often want the runner to steal before you do anything.
Yeah, you put in their score
Wait,
area.
you want me to spend 3 credits on that? No.
Yeah, we're checking. We'll find out which one
I think is that the Mega Pre?
Asking to Axis.
You sure?
It's a Spin Doctor.
Okay, it's a Spin Doctor.
Sokka and Reza
Draw
probably
that.
going to crack back into the Biotic Labor at a minimum. The red level clearance also very powerful. Going to
Ah,
say, hey, you can trash that if you want.
The Rashida also not a bad call here if you're able to find any ice.
There you go. Mega
That's
Pre
the Mega Pre.
qualifier.
Hey!
A 3-1 agenda. He's going to fire Sports Medal's ability.
I
Sokka's
would
gonna have
gladly take 2
cards
credits.
Or 2 credits. And from that point on, now all the Mega Pre's are 3 2s for Sokka, while still remaining 3 1s for Quacktapus. The Global Food Initiatives of 1-pointers.
Global Food Initiative, but it doesn't change deck building in the same way, which
Yeah.
actually, I like that
It's a bit
design.
fair.
I like that design.
Misdirection hitting the table, no reason for that. But that will target Simulchip. It'll turn on Simulchip. I don't think
Yes.
Aesop's Pawn Shop is here. A bit of an interesting install, actually. I can't figure out why you'd want to get that on the table. We'll find out
I have
pretty
to think
soon.
it's just to set up a symbol chip down the
Yeah,
road.
right?
Yeah.
And with 4 credits here, Sokka knows that if they want to test for the fast events, they could
Mhm.
actually do it. You could do Biotic install advanced events. If they pull out the Claude, you can always install a Spin Doctor
Yeah.
on top of it. Again, a lot of times you don't mind if they steal your agendas, so it's not the worst. But you need a test before Quacktapus obviously is on game point.
Yeah.
Then that becomes a much tougher call. Sokka thinking this through. Huge meta cards. 2 next activation are entirely useless without even breakers, not even ice. And I think there's a Vitruvius in there. A Rashida.
Spin Doctor for sure. 2 next activation commands.
Those look like seamless launches on the left. That can't be right. Do all HP cards just look similar? Are those Nikos maybe?
I think they're Nikos. Nico would make a lot more sense to
Yeah.
me.
It's the same art, I think, right? I think it's all one big image.
It's one large image, yeah.
So Sokka thinking through here. So I think that was a card
Install, install,
draw,
install.
triple install. So we'll see what's on the table. I think one of those has to be Rashida.
Yeah.
One of them might just be Vitruvius. And we're playing like a shell trap game. There's not going to be a big punishment there. Oh, that's an Audacity in hand.
Oh, Audacity in hand.
Okay, so
okay.
there is a Vitruvius on the table.
Yeah, could advance Audacity to get a counter next turn. I don't think that's right with 2 next activation command
Yeah,
in
you
hand.
lose your hand there. We're checking the middle. Sokka's checking there
in the
'cause
middle.
I think that's a Spin Doctor. So going to res the Spin
Spin
Doctor.
Doctor.
Oh,
not
gonna
actually
res
resing it.
Yeah.
Not enough good to shuffle back at the moment is what Sokka's saying.
Quacktapus is calling him on his stuff. We're going to find the Vitruvius. Rashida's coming down.
It's gone.
Now, when you see 2 good cards, you think the last one's the bad one? Is Quacktapus going to realize there's 3 good cards on the table?
Not gonna run it,
Not
just
gonna
creative
run it.
commission.
Sokka getting away with so much there.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Vitruvius on the table. Does he have credits? Yeah, he does that. He has 4 credits. Not going to res that. That's a Rashida. Maybe pops a Spin Doctor. Again, sometimes you want to do that before start turn just to get stuff in your deck, but I don't think you can leave that Vitruvius on the table. Is that seamless launch? Those are seamlesses.
What? What is this deck?
I think the idea is that we can actually score behind ice.
I guess so.
Maybe you do seamless advance for a Vitruvius counter?
It's a precision sports design.
Oh my god, we did seamless Audacity? So that is 6 advancements on there. So it has 3 advancement counters. We just chuck the hand out. They're next activation commands. That doesn't matter. So this thing at instant speed can return 3 cards from archives to hand. If Sokka has enough money, Sokka can score out anything. Sokka can make his own big deal. Sokka has a big deal. That's what a big deal looks like. You pay the same amount of money. No, it's more expensive, I think.
Oh, that's so good.
That's sick. It's really funny how you can use these too. If you're just short like 1 credit, you just use that red level clearance credit. Red level clearance credit. Like, ridiculous. And you also get 2 credits on top of this if you want. 2 credits or 2 card draws again. It is a Spin Doctor Sokka.
A truly staggeringly galaxy-sized brain play right there.
How would you feel as Quacktapus? You checked everything on the table and then you let that go through?
Yeah,
that?
you checked everything, and now you checked everything except 1 remote, and now there's a 3 counter Vitruvius, and Sokka's dancing.
Oh my god. It's hard to dance in that belt. Sokka needs this, though. The split here is super important if Sokka wants to make it to day 2. Quacktapus
Agreed.
obviously in the same boat. All right, Quacktapus still like, okay, small deck size, that's nice, but in this matchup, has any of this mattered so far?
No.
None of this has mattered. So we need to see smoke mattering again. It'll matter in other matchups, that's for sure. You want to break ice, but Sokka here is just, putting it on the table.
There's no ice to break. Sokka's done this with 0 ice.
Bypass my sentry. Holding a hand. You got a bet. You got the gamble. We're going to play the gamble. Got some more credits there again. That's how Sokka plays around Claude, huh?
Wow.
So in hand, we have another self-modifying code. I think we have the Netrunner, but nowhere for the stealth credits to go.
Yeah, this is, once again, showing the importance of the strategy of accessing the agendas, because Quacktapus failed to do that, unfortunately.
A lot of work to do. Again, anytime that Quacktapus hits the top of R&D and there steals an agenda, Sokka, we're going to draw 2 cards against 2 credits. And with enough credits, Sokka can score at anything. Down. Sokka can score at anything with triple biotic with the Vitruvius.
Yeah.
Anything. Yeah. Archives, mind you, does have a biotic in it, so it is loaded. I think that's the second biotic in there, if I'm not mistaken. There's a spin doctor, whether you want to pull stuff back. And, of course, you need to make sure you keep some stuff in archives.
Yeah.
If you pull out all your cool stuff, then your Vitruvius doesn't get a lot of value.
You probably want your Audacity still in there so it's fetchable at instant speed.
Yes.
Maybe you shuffle back your Seamless. I'm not sure, actually, because if that sticks around behind ice, then having Seamless available to recur is really, really good.
Yeah, Seamless makes any scoring pattern terrifying. I even think Sokka, again, we're not there on the credits yet, but Sokka could install an agenda, I think biotic enough times and have an Audacity, manually purge, and score an agenda. I think that's like on the verge of possibility.
I think you're right.
With like some combination of
stuff.
What?
How much money does Sokka need to score a GFI?
It's like 17. It's like around 17.
It's actually
like big
it's less because of Audacity.
Oh yeah.
So it's you need 4. you need 5 clicks total. So you have to have biotic, install, advance Audacity.
Yes.
So that's 3 advancements. That's 11.
That's
11 wins
that's not
for a
expensive.
GFI.
You do have to play around Clot. I don't know whether we're on our clock down. This deck is on 3 next activation commands, wildly enough. Drawing another Seamless, drawing to Mega Pre 2, a 3-1. And I think at this point, when Quacktapus is only on 1 point, Sokka can very confidently just put them on Clot.
Sokka can honestly click for 3 for a while.
Cool thing about like calling them on Clot 2 is say that you have a bigger agenda. You can always like, there's a food. You can biotic, install the agenda, and if they pull the Clot on the second advancement, at that point you can always like pull another biotic. You can put the spin doctor on top of it. Like you can fix the issue. Or if they don't play it, you can continue advancing.
Yeah.
Okay. For those at home that are wondering why the whole room burst into clapping, someone just stood up and yelled, "Hey, everyone, someone just won a game with Apex," and the whole room just
Yo! Apex!
There's one
Amazing!
Apex today. Yeah, one Apex grinding games out there. They're going to be the top placing Apex at Worlds. They're doing fantastic.
They may not win Worlds, but they have already won Worlds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Chad loves it.
They have won our hearts.
All right, Quacktapus needs to figure out how to close the game here. Again, when on multi-access like the Twinning, which is what you expect in Smoke, you're not on Stargate, one of the better cards that you can use. Mind you, with 3 Vitruvius tokens, I don't know if you really love Stargate. But Quacktapus,
good point.
Running there on HQ, again, there are 2 agendas in there. That's just a hedge.
Not seeing it, though.
There's a food and a Mega Pre. I think the food is the one you actually do want to steal. Of course, it's worth 2 points, but Sokka can win the game if that stays in hand.
It's actually funny. Usually against sports, food is the one that you want them to have in hand so you can just pluck it out later.
Oh, yeah.
But it is really, really, really good for Sokka right now.
Yes. It's the credits. Hedge funds in hand. Seamus is in hand too, but Sokka's not putting things on the table, and Quacktapus hasn't really developed a board state. Beth is going to do something sooner than later. Again, that Netrunner's doing nothing. Now,
it has not triggered once this game.
Not once. The text on it, it's a bit nuanced. It says the first time a turn during a run, or first time during a run, I think, that you use a credit from a stealth counter, you can put a credit on that card. It becomes a stealth credit, or you can draw a card, and you can use the credits on it for anything. Very powerful. And solid advance.
Oh, we actually see there's actually ice in hand now.
Oh, this is huge.
I see a magnet. Is that a Meridian?
If Quacktapus doesn't Clot here, you Audacity.
Oh, is that an on-cell? Yeah, that's an on-cell. You're right.
So we're calling it.
Advance Audacity.
I think Quack has it here, so it looks like that Mega Pre is just going to go over unless you want to overinstall on it and fit with Spin Doctor.
Yep, here comes the Clot, and there's an ice.
Yeah, that's amazing. So now this SMC is gone, so Quacktapus is not as good at charting the remote server.
And only 2 credits, is that correct?
It seems like that's correct. You're going to get nothing with Beth.
Yeah.
Now, Sokka only has 3 credits, so it's not
Yeah.
like he can res a lot. But this is the
What is resable and still win? I don't know if there's a line to res and still win next turn, but you can res. I don't think there's any.
I don't think this is the food.
Magnet you can res.
You can res Magnet, you can res Drafter.
Yeah, it would make sense for this not to be the food. You just bait this out here.
You're baiting the Mega Pre. You don't care either way. But this gets a Clot out, so now Sokka has to spend a turn to Purge, and I don't think he's on Arc Lockdown. I don't think you see that many Simul Chips out of this deck.
Yeah.
This is fascinating.
It's
Quacktapus has to
very,
figure out how
very
to charge his
interesting
remote
matchup.
server. Top deck. 3 clicks left here. We have 13 minutes in a round. I think we're going to get to a real ending here.
Yeah.
And I guess you are scared that it's a global food initiative because Sokka has a chance. Again, resing ice is different. Magnet.
Yep. Okay. Magnet 0 credits. Not super threatening to win next turn.
Does end the run.
It does. It does.
And he saw
and that
Sokka
does matter.
had the hedge fund in hand, but realized I'm just going to put the game on the table. I don't need a lot of money. I'm sports metal.
The whole point of sports is to win fast and go home.
Yeah. Go big. There we get some Banknote code from hand. We're using up all our MU, so it looks like a Penrose can come down, but you need an
overclock.
That was the top
there
deck,
we go.
if I'm not mistaken.
That's a big one.
So 1 credit gets you 5 credits during a run. So now we can charge the Magnet.
So
we're
SMC.
Use 2 credits for self-modifying code, pulling out a Penrose. Penrose comes in at, I think, 3 strength.
Sounds right.
It's either 2 or 3 strength. And then it breaks for 1 subroutine. So you have the stealth credit. It'll be largely free because you use the smoke credit, move on the net recur. First time stealth credits have mattered.
Okay. Overclock.
Is this nearly
using that
perfect?
to install? I think so. Yeah. You even get the net recur credit, which is nice.
Yeah.
You can't use it right now.
I think you need it for this run.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, because you boost and then you break.
Yeah, so we're going to boost. It goes up there. I think Penrose needs a stealth for the boost.
Yeah.
And then we're accessing. There's the Mega Pre.
It's the Mega Pre. All of that just for another measly point.
And now the Clot is
out.
out.
Now it is 4-2, and the Clot's out. There are lines here. But Sokka can also just sit back and purge.
3rd Mega Pre in hand. Sokka might just install that in Audacity. Oh, no, you have to deal with the Clot first.
Yeah. Sokka sitting back and purging seems like a good line to me.
Yeah, I think you would.
Simul Chip has to come down otherwise.
And I don't think you have more than... I'd be surprised if there's more than 2 in the list. I even think 2 sometimes is a bit hard. Again, it's a 40-card minimum, right? And it's not the most valuable card in Smoke. It's not like you're using Oiler. It's not like you're moving around Botulus, right? There's not that many moving parts.
Does Penrose get value from it?
Yes, because it comes a Fractor, or it breaks barriers.
Right, it breaks barriers,
the turn it's installed.
Yeah, so you might be on a few Simul Chip.
Oh, is that one in hand? That's one in hand?
No, that's a Mantle. Oh,
No,
you're right at the end. You're right at the end. Yeah, it's a Mantle and a Simul Chip.
So I think if Quacktapus gets purged out here, they're actually pretty okay with it. And you're going to see that misdirection install actually matter from turns ago.
But here's the thing. Like, Sokka can bait again and then just purge again.
Yeah, I know, but I'm hoping maybe Quacktapus is hoping at that point they get enough access.
Yeah. That does buy turns of accesses on R&D, on HQ. Potentially find the GFI.
Yeah. So I think we're going to need to get a beefier server here. I think you're going to have to tax out the breakers and force in that direction, so it's hard to do a bit of everything.
It is a little wild to me that there is this triple counter Vitruvius and the game is not done.
Yeah. Both players exceptionally still.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're still
devoting all of their energy to the brain is what's happening right now. None of it's going to the muscles. It's all powering the muscle upstairs.
Yeah. Gotta make sure you drink enough water out there, okay? Both players super focused.
That's a good reminder. Stream, please hydrate right now.
There we get the purge. We're wiping virus counters. That clears the Clot. So Quacktapus is going to need a very, very fortunately slap down that Simul Chip and really stunt Sokka's fast advance.
No, that's 5. That's 5 in hand.
Yeah,
We're
maybe
good.
5 just on purge. So it's back to Quacktapus. Only 10 minutes left in the round. Still has to get some points to come, to time when time is called.
Yeah.
You still have a couple turns left, depending when time is called. And we're out of money. That's the issue. You got to click for credits. The cool thing, though, about Simul Chip, of course, is that it installs the Clot for free, which is different than 4 credits. And we're running HQ. There's 1 food in there, and there's a bunch of stuff that's not that impactful right now. Next activation,
I think there was a Mega Pre in there, I believe.
Oh, there's
a
Mega Pre. Oh, yeah, you're right. You drew the 3rd Mega Pre. So there's 2 agendas in here.
Though Sokka probably doesn't mind getting a Mega Pre taken right now.
No, I think the food is the one that's more interesting. Actually, I think Sokka wants a fast advance at the Mega Pre, but there's a simul chip last click. If there was no simul chip there, I think that Sokka, especially with the spin doctor on the table, I think you would Audacity it out. I think you just get it because then you're on game point with Elevagao or whatever.
Yeah. Elevagao bifurcation then becomes extreme. Not that it isn't already extremely good. It becomes even better because it just directly wins you the game.
Yes. And I think Quacktapus obviously has a lot to do, but you do need to thread the spin doctor. It just feels really bad because they have 3 Vitruvius counters.
Yeah.
So I don't actually know if that's right.
Yeah.
But now we'll see if Sokka calls it. We're going to use that. We're using our first Vitruvius token.
Okay.
Checking archives.
Is this on an archives one?
No, this is Sokka's turn, I think. I think simul chip is the last install. 9 minutes was just called in the round. Oh, food is not in the hand anymore, is it? No.
Oh, was food pitched just for hand size?
Yeah, I think so.
The Audacity is already in hand, so that's okay, right? You just need to pull back the...
Is there an Audacity in hand?
I thought we saw one earlier. Oh, no, it was used. You're right. It was used.
Yeah. Sokka rewinding. Yeah, I think it's Hedge Fund, Seamless, Next Activation Command, and Ansel. A Mega Pre and a Magnet was the top deck.
Yeah.
So a bunch of ice and some economy that Sokka's not going to be able to play this turn. I wonder if you ever just tempo out a red level clearance just so you can Hedge Fund. But install is
I would think about it. Install credit looks like.
Yeah. So Sokka needs to take a couple turns off just to get to Hedge Funds.
No, this does potentially bluff. There's an agenda in HQ, which, as we know, there isn't.
There is. There's a Mega Pre. Yeah, there's one.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I can't see.
No.
Seeing is hard.
So Sokka here, I don't know if the list is on a Mavirus. I think that's going to be really important because then you can red level clearance a Mavirus down for 4 credits clicklessly. That will purge you through. But Sokka, I think, wants to score at that last Mega Pre and then from there go. But we're dirty laundering at the top of R&D. I don't know whether they're going to boost our Stealth Breaker. It looks like we are just to get that value in net recur. Makes it similar to the old Desperado, a credit free during a run. Used for anything.
That's a Vitruvius. That's big. 4-4.
Sokka chucking that. Wasn't happy to let that one go.
Smoke clawing back into this game. Smoke is in it now.
And you see the tech, the double simul chip, right? Or is it a single simul chip, double simul chip with the claw? You don't see that in every smoke list. Quacktapus came here to deal with sports. We're going back.
Clearly a good call with that. No, is this...
That one stays.
No, it's going to stay.
We'll see it soon. It was an Audacity.
Oh, an Audacity. Okay, things get real interesting now. Sokka not quite on double biotic Audacity money.
No, but you still got to deal with that simul chip.
Though hedge fund helps you get there.
Yeah, I think you might see the hedge fund.
The simul chip's the big problem.
Okay, so how do you purge yourself through Clot? So you could do Biotic, you have 4 clicks. Biotic, you have 5 clicks. Then you do install, but it's so hard because you install, advance, Audacity. So you need 3 Biotics in an Audacity, and you can actually get through a Clot. That will only take you to 6 points.
Yeah.
Hedge fund?
I think the answer here is ice up and next activation command.
Yes, I think the next activation will maybe matter.
It's free, right? It's free, so.
Yeah, it's a click. And this is where it's getting scarier, right? Because Quacktapus is getting closer to the game point, so you're less likely to be able to be like, okay, I'm going to push the food in the remote. I'm going to push this remote. Because if they steal that, then they went off the top of the deck.
Right. Yeah, this actually has gotten really scary for sports, honestly. These are the situations where you have to trust the top of your deck.
Yeah.
And so far, the top of the deck holding out this turn.
Yeah, this turn's been okay. The Vitruvius, I hate to see it.
Yeah.
And this deck is, I think it's on the 12 agenda suite. It's not on the 14 agenda, so you can see a bit of R&D, be a bit kinder to the court.
So smoke on 6 credits. That is enough to install After Image, though I don't know if After Image matters because of Ansel.
Yes.
So.
And if you bypass it, you don't care about next, right? Like, it doesn't do that much.
Yeah.
After
Image comes down.
After Image is a killer from the criminal faction. Sokka going to give it a read.
Sokka reading it.
I think it's 2 strength, and it boosts 1 for 2, but it breaks 2 for 1. It's really good. But the big thing on it is that it allows you to pay 2
real quick.
Yeah, it allows you to pay 2 stealth credits to bypass the sentry, and that's what's going to be really important because there's a lot of stealth credits here. So Quacktapus can spend 2 credits to get through an on-cell. It's an icebreaker, so it doesn't care. Next activation command doesn't interrupt it. But otherwise, if you want to break, I think it's about, I imagine it's 3 credits to break. I think it's slightly worse than bypassing.
Yeah, here we go. Whenever you encounter a sentry, you may pay 2 credits to bypass it. Use this ability only from stealth credits. And then it is 1 credit to break 2 subroutines and 1 stealth credit for 2 strength. And you're right, it is 2 strength to begin with.
Cool. Yeah.
So it's a very efficient breaker once it's down.
So good. It's either bypass or break on self for 3. Sokka now red level clearancing, drawing off the top, getting a tranquility.
Yeah, and currently
Oh,
enough
the
stealth
virus.
credits on enough stealth credits between Smoke and Netmerker to actually bypass regularly.
That virus is huge.
Oh, Mavirus.
Sokka has the money. Sokka now needs to pull the clot, needs to purge at the same time. Has 3 counters on the Vitruvius, so they can get red level clearance. They can do a lot clicklessly. But I think Sokka is able to score at next turn.
I think so.
Confidently. If this virus goes down,
so.
it's a bit different.
What just got jammed in the remote?
I think it's a Tranquility.
Okay. That would make sense. Yeah, actually, Tranquility would make a lot of sense because you get the credits with Mavirus to help support that.
Yeah. But even then, like, not that you're going to win in one agenda score. I don't know if Sokka's set up to score food. I'd be surprised, actually. There's a chance that he is. He doesn't have the food.
Yeah.
But it's in archives. And mind you, you can get that with Vitruvius.
Yeah.
First click.
Yeah, like we talked about, good players oftentimes hide points in archives. Here, obviously, hiding them in archives doesn't hurt that much because you can just pull it back at instant speed.
Yeah.
You're not really threatening to lose those points.
There's an agenda in here, right? Oh, no.
Oh, the Mavirus!
Okay, so trashing that like seems bad. With the 3 Vitruvius counters, I don't think it's as bad as it would be on any other board state, but that's, I think, the worst hit
still
from the hand. I think that's
huge.
Quacktapus' best hit. Top of the deck. Quacktapus is taking it.
Oh, that's a food!
Quacktapus on game point, crawling
Game
back.
point!
Oh, this could be it. The top of the deck could be it. I don't know if there's clicks left there.
Can R&D hold out one more click? Let's find out.
No multi-access here. It's all singles.
Who needs anything other than singles when you can access the agendas? I mean, accessing plenty of cards, not just accessing agendas
no,
this
that's
game.
for sure. So let's do the agenda count, right? I think it's 2 foods accounted for, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're learning archives here. That's going to use a spin doctor, putting a food back in, not pulling it to hand with the Vitruvius counter, and putting
And RLC.
red level clearance back
that's
to the deck.
good. Yeah, you absolutely want the Mavirus in archive so you can actually use it on a turn you want to score.
And I think Sokka has access to red level clearance. I think there might still be one in archives.
I think so.
Sokka shuffling up there. He feels a bit beat up over those top decks.
Yeah.
Not liking this, but Quacktapus. Oh, it's a deep dive?
Deep dive! Oh! Wow! What a finish! Oh my god.
From 1 to 4 with a triple Vitruvius counter.
Quacktapus!
I didn't realize he ran everything. That makes so much sense. Deep dive in the smoke deck. I wouldn't what I'd call there, but we're going to look at 8 off the top.
And
the second one was the food that was just shuffled back.
And Quacktapus is now undefeated.
Undefeated.
Undefeated after round 4.
Yes, and knocking down again with that belt. I would be a bit worried in that matchup, but definitely I'd reckon an underdog in this matchup, but pulling it.
Yeah, this is why it doesn't matter how many belts your opponent is wearing. You still play the game.
Yes. And Sokka is now going to be really focused, the favorite to win Worlds for a lot of people, and he can still do it. Again, you can lose
absolutely.
3 matches,
Yeah.
but Sokka's going to have to be playing all his rounds. I don't know whether they're going to see 2-for-1s offered that soon, but that could be a Quacktapus. A heck of a run there, taking 2 off the top.
Incredible play here.
And that's right before we're going to hit the end of round 4.
If you didn't know Quacktapus before, you do now. Yeah. Respect the name, respect the game.
You love to see that. We're going to have round 5 starting in just a bit. Round 5, again, we have about 65 minutes more in Netrunner. After that point, there will be a little half-hour break. Yeah. Maybe you can go get yourself some tea. And from that point on, we're like basically 2 rounds from figuring out who's going to be showing back up at day 2. Again, day 2 also, well, it does have the Standard World Championship and the Top Cut just tomorrow starting in the morning. It's also going to have the Startup World Championship. And you're going to see the folks here at Null Signal Games crown a Startup Champion. It's going to happen a bit after. We're going to get through Standard first, and let me tell you, we're in for still a lot of Netrunner this evening. Hopefully you're doing well. We're going to cut just to a break. We'll be back in about, I think, 15 minutes. My name is Andre.
And my name is Neuropanzer.
And don't go anywhere. We're back at the Netrunner 2022 World Championship. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 5 at the Netrunner 2022. This is a Standard World Championship. We are just about 5 rounds in. We're going to be in a second here at the Sheridan Center. And I think we're underground. We're definitely underground.
We are underground.
You're at the hotel in the middle of Toronto. It's Thanksgiving weekend, and I'm going to be saying this throughout the whole weekend. We have so much to be thankful for. Firstly, I'm thankful to be joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going, Panzer?
I am doing fantastic. I'm thankful to have you on the cast with me as well. You know, all of the events we've commentated, this is the first time we've actually been in the same room to do that.
Oh, it's really nice. We're just talking about how nice it is to sit next to someone and like look at a screen together and laugh about things. But we're about to go to round 5, and we've got some pretty interesting standings. Mind you, there's 150 players here. So from who we've talked to, and I'll be the first person to admit I'm not a good break math person. I'm not a good top cut math person. But a lot of people are saying that at the end of 7 rounds, if you've only lost 3 games, we'll see you tomorrow. If you lost 4 games, we'll probably see you tomorrow, depending on tiebreakers and strength of schedule. So using that arcane math, a lot of the players you're going to see on this list are still fighting for day 2. Of course, there's 150 people here. Majority of people won't make day 2. They're going to be playing startup. They're going to be having fun tomorrow. Guard, thanks so much for coming out. But looking at the top table, we just saw Quacktapus take 2 games off of Sokka.
Amazing games.
Something that a lot of people might not have bet on, but Quacktapus, I think he's a bit shaken. He seems a bit overwhelmed by the situation.
Understandably.
Yes.
I mean, arguably the best player in the world, and you just swept him on camera.
And now Quacktapus can just intentionally draw. Again, there are these artifacts of the double-sided Swiss, of which you can not play your games, and you can just say that you want a game each, and you go on to play maybe tomorrow. And otherwise, we have all these 21s here. We're going to see, I think, 2 of the 21s play off. No, we're seeing 2 of the 19s, 19 and 18. We're going to be looking at
we're
Sam
seeing the
S
19
and Bridge.
and the 18.
And I think our table is
Or
just
it's
underway.
Banknote. We're
Banknote,
seeing the 19s
excuse me.
face each other.
Yes, the 2 19s. So it's going to be a tight matchup.
You guys have IDs and stuff?
I think we're good to go. Yeah.
Yes, we're good to go.
Excuse me. Perfect.
All right, so the game has started. It looks like we have a hedge fund on the R+ side. We should switch the
Oh yeah, the sides are flipped,
switch
right?
the seats.
Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah. So we have a we have 2 ice, 1 on HQ, 1 on the remote, and an installed and advanced card in the remote. Could easily be a Drago. It looks like we have a on the runner side. There is a liberated down. And there is a Wildcat Strike in the bin. So Sam starting off with a pretty strong money start.
Looking on that side there, that's
Banknote starting off with a pretty strong money start. Oh, we should switch seats. Switch seats, and then also we need to switch sides back.
Oh, okay. Hold on. We'll get that.
So Sam is on the left on Reality Plus, and Banknote is on the right on Lou.
Ah, if you ever doubted this was live, now you know. So Banknote on the right, Lou is very interesting. You have that 40 card minimum.
Yeah.
You don't have Link, but you have an ability that's about trashing cards. And it's cards you're accessing. So this doesn't fire off of Stargate. This doesn't fire off of Shistushka or Sabotage. But we're going to get some good. That's a paperclip, alt-art paperclip.
Yeah, paperclip in the bin. I love that alt-art. It's the one that I use.
And Sam S. going to be counting credits on the top of that Reality Plus card, install advanced in our remote server. How quickly could this be a problem? We've been seeing so many of these NBN decks do install advanced. Not something you're expecting to see, but they're following this up with things like seamless launch and then using that to be able to score out agendas. But we're seeing in hand probably a Drago, because in hand we see self-growth programs.
Yes.
I think we see market forces as well, and hard-hitting news as well.
Hard-hitting news, yeah.
So Banknote's going to need to get their credits up, going to need to get that money before interacting, and probably doesn't want to get that 6-cost liberated accounts bounced back to hand. So we're going to empty that out.
Yeah, another hedge fund comes down. So Sam, again, I was looking at the wrong side when I said this, but Sam with a strong economic start here on 11 credits with a double advanced card in the remote and 2 ice out.
And
here comes a Gachapon.
Gachapon, yeah. So allows you to look.
And Ngolo, that is how you deal with ice. That is a juicy self-growth target.
That is a lot of influence, a lot of credits. We haven't seen that much Ngolo lately. It is kind of an expensive card, and you're seeing so many more decks play Endurance, which fills that same sort of slot. An expensive solution that allows you to get through multiple kinds of ice and generate a lot more pressure from a single install. And we're going to see how this lines up. If that's just a barrier, like a ping, you're paying 3 credits. That's a fair bit. You still have to clear the tag. But now at this point, Banknote is wide open to the self-growth program, like you said. Sealskin Scarring, going to pay 1 to draw 3 off the top. That's a deep dive? Is that a deep dive? Are we looking at a deep dive there?
I think that's a deep dive.
Maybe not. It kind of looks like a cat. No, that's a Taka, I think. That's a Trickster Taka.
That's a Taka.
Yeah, apologies. There's now so many alt arts and alternate variations of cards.
We're going to get to see 6 more cards now. So that's a Simul chip.
Labor Rights. Friday chip.
Twinning is an argument here.
Yes.
Twinning and Paladin are that. Yep, Paladin's the one that comes down. That is a virtual resource. Reminder that this is an RPG companion.
Yes.
It lives in the virtual space. This is not a real otter.
Yeah, no, she helps you with your party out there. And Gachapon, we're getting a reader there from Sam. But this card, at instant speed, allows you to crack it to look at the top 6 cards of your deck. You can install a virtual or program, reducing the cost by 2, but then you have to shuffle back all besides 3 cards. You have to remove 3 cards from the game. Now, you're not forced to install a virtual. Sometimes you miss. You generally don't want to put into a deck where you can whiff, but we're going to remove from the game a Dirty Laundry, a Friday chip, and I believe that's a Twinning.
Oh, I think those are going back, aren't they?
We'll find out.
Those are getting shuffled back. So a Dirty Laundry got removed and a Simul chip got removed.
Excuse me.
Sorry, was that part of the pile that got shuffled back in?
Yeah, I think that went back in.
Okay, so I have forgotten the other card that got removed.
That's fine.
It's slightly out of frame, so we can't quite see it.
The Twinning is really interesting. In terms of the Anarchs we've seen today, we've
Actually,
seen
yeah, the
none of them
twinning
have
got
twinning.
removed, didn't it?
I think that went back in.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yep.
And
My
the
memory
twinning-
is so bad.
The twinning is set up right now with the Paladin Puemo. As soon as you're
Yeah.
spending credits off of it, that's when you get
Yes.
that multi-access. But we've seen so many more of the Anarchs, right? That you're just
Oh.
playing Stargate.
Here's a fun interaction. Paladin Puemu gets those credits.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend those on the corpse turn with Gachapon, so you can actually get twinning counters on off turns.
Yes, as long as you have the appropriate target.
Yes.
Trickster Taka, mind you, says only during a run. And I don't know if this matchup is going to all be about, like, you're totally right. I just don't know if this matchup is going to be about getting the most twinning value. So much of this is just surviving. And that's a Lacosta. I think this is going to be very similar to the list we saw Lopert playing before. Which I think this actually looks very similar to the list that Princess Space Kitten potentially posted on NetRunnerDB, which is the single Lacosta. I think it has a single boom even.
Yeah, I think we did see a single boom out of Lopert, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the same here. Obviously, this is... an imp comes down, so we see where the Friday chip got shuffled back. Already calling it Friday chimp. We don't have both assembled yet.
And there we go.
That is
that
just a
turnpike.
turnpike on HQ. So imp is live.
Yes, and you want to get that imp to connect. You'll trash just about whatever you see because you want to get that Lou ability. Hasn't been relevant yet. Imp, mind you, something you can always pull at instant speed with the Gachapon if you're lucky. We're going to crack a Gachapon here as well. Not sure what we're looking for, but we'll find out on the way. There's that twinning again. Puemo into Steel Skin, into a Botulus, into a Virtuoso.
Virtuoso Lou is on table. Is this table 3? This is table 3 in round 5 of the World Championships.
So we're going to put that back in. The twinning, the Virtuoso, those work really well together. Hey, you guys thought Endurance was pretty good, right? And we're going to get one more card in there. It's going to be the Imp again. We're moving a Steel Skin Scarring and I think an extra Paladin Puemo. Hard to keep track there. And we're going to get the Botchos on there, so that's how we're going to break that. We're not going to deal with the Trace 5. You know, there's a chance that the Banknote didn't hit a breaker there. I don't think you wanted to Enguldo that. It's a massive amount of credits, but just getting the Botchos there is kind of what you want.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Sam's going to have to be worried about the Virtuoso. It's not an economy card. It's not a breaker. And that's usually the issues that come up first in this matchup with, again, frighteningly few agendas. Those extra access on the Virtuoso could be pretty important.
One of the interesting things about these Gachapons is obviously Sam has the self-growth in hand. Seeing all these juicy targets, trying to figure out what is it best. Should I be waiting to self-growth something better?
Yeah.
Engolo is just such a juicy target, though. You have to think that probably comes down at some point. But what else do you bounce? Paladin doesn't cost much. You actually actively don't want to bounce Imp, so it gets refreshed.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think you do the Botchos probably. Yeah, you can move it around, so it's a bit dodgy. I wonder the remote server is just a slow roll of an agenda or whether it's an NGO front.
Was that a best defense on Gachapon?
Yeah. No, the best defense got imped, right?
Oh, best defense got it. Okay, I missed that access.
And there's a Citadel Sanctuary. It's not going to dodge attack from Drago. It's going to allow you to clear it. It's also going to prevent meat damage, so the boom gets a bit more difficult. Not impossible, but a bit more difficult. But I think Banknote actually overspent a click there.
I think you're right. I see the Citadel getting take back to hand.
Yeah, best defense is an interesting thing. You're seeing it sometimes as a one-of in some lists that care about tags. In a tag me meta, if you're expecting tag me decks, and they are here, and they're at top tables.
They absolutely are.
Just an NGO front. But that's a card that you want to deal with because Drago does not like no free lunch. And you're seeing no free lunch show up as a 2 of, a 3 of even in some of the lists today as a way to deal with Drago. Because you don't want to spend your time giving the Drago tags. You still give the tags, so you still get your Reality Plus money back, but you're not doing anything better on the table.
Yeah.
NGO popped. Big credit differential there. I think it's 12 to about, I don't know.
17.
Actually, maybe that's 11.
Yeah, it's 17 to...
I feel like...
I can't tell quite how much Banknote has. Those are difficult to see.
Is
that 6?
Yeah, I think it's 11.
6?
I feel like that thing here.
Oh, is that a 5?
Like
okay,
a 5.
yeah. Oh, hard hitting though.
Yeah.
It might be 6 if that's a hard hitting.
We'll find out really quick. But Sam can spend some money in here again. They'll get 2 credits back if the tags go through, and then Banknote knows they're going to have to take some time to clear these tags. And this is where the economy in these decks are so important. More important sometimes than those extra accesses and the imp destruction, all that sort of stuff. If you don't have a solid economy, this deck can hit you back.
Yep. Yeah, so Sam going down to 8 credits to make sure that these tags land.
Going to get 2 credits back, Banknote?
Or rather, yeah, going down to 6 and then gaining 2, it looks like.
Yeah.
So yep.
Banknote has 4 tags here. Now, when it comes to how many tags you want to hold, 2 tags, of course, means boom, that's a problem. Can't deal with that. We know there's a Citadel and hang. It's going to be an issue. But even a single tag, right? Like that Angola you just paid 5 credits for and did nothing with is going to be returned to hand.
Has not been used at all.
If you don't clear enough of the tags, Market Forces is going to drop you to 0 and going to push the Corp up into the double digits.
Here's Citadel to help try to clear one clicklessly.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the Corp can pay 1 to make that not true.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I think that circle above the N is part of the artwork.
I
fear that that's not a credit.
I have I have some concerns right now if I'm sitting in Banknote's seat.
Banknote thinking it through here, and we've seen so many games where just that cheeky central axis a bit too soon in the game is such a big difference. Using the Paladin credit to save on the Citadel. Again, money's going to matter.
It absolutely does. Oh, no,
that's
that's a credit.
money.
That's a credit. Okay.
All right, so I think Banknote can actually comfortably clear that. Obviously, it's a whole turn, let alone 8 credits. But they're going to be alive and well. But while Sam has put something in the remote server that is on top of La Costa, we'll see if Sam has the credits to res that. I think the Botulus should have a counter on it too. I think we might catch up to that later.
Yeah, Citadel seems aggressive given the credit differential at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if you need it.
Actually, I don't.
I don't think it's going to do
There isn't a
much.
huge credit differential.
We'll see. It just doesn't do anything.
That's a La
Drago.
Costa. Okay.
I think the boom will get through. La Costa going to get that slow advance. I don't know what's in the remote server.
Neither do I. It easily could be a Drago. Drago makes money right now.
Yeah. And we've seen 2 La Costas in hand so far.
Market forces.
So 1 single tag was floated, and that's the punishment there. So instead of clearing all the tags, kept the Citadel down, and I think it was paid into? I'm not sure.
So.
But it was only 4 tags, and Banknote didn't close them, and now you're punished. The single tag punishment, we said this. Before rotation, single tag punishment in Standard is looking not so good anymore. We lost exchange of information. What's the point? And we're seeing so many of these decks say, this is the point. Return your Ngolo to hand.
Ngolo
Return
and
your Botulus to hand.
Botulus.
And now also the 6 credit swing. Like it's
Oh.
it turns out the tag punishment on a single tag is just good enough.
Sometimes, yeah, tempo can be enough. And trashing the Citadel.
Yeah, all
Trashing
that.
the Citadel with last click.
Now Sam S is only down to 2 credits. That's just enough for most of the ice, and a lot of the ice here, ping,
It's enough
IP
for
block,
ping,
the
enough for turnpike.
It gets you that money back. So drawing up. But it's so hard to use resources that give economy.
Yeah.
On 1 credit, your liberated counts are dead. Your daily casts are probably dead. Paladin Poema, though, going to give you credit to get the Botulus back there. We have to run that.
Try to trash a Drago here? Well, there's no money, right? You have the imp. You have
an imp. It's a ping.
That's a tag. So that's staying at 2 credits.
We're going to break through that Botulus. You choose what to access first. Probably want to access the unknown card first. You're not getting any information.
Yeah.
It's not a virus, we don't think. And there you have to take that.
You could imp it.
Oh, this is the awkward thing. We're actually accessing in the other order was correct because you would imp the La Costa and then take the agenda?
You can shuffle back Botulus and Paladin if you want.
Oh yeah.
But chooses to imp.
Yes, I think you might need a Paladin. I think when you're tagged, though, the value of the Paladin is pretty minimal.
Sam certainly isn't scoring this degree mill anytime soon. Now, if there is a Spin Doctor in hand, which I don't currently see unless it's the one on the far left. No, that looks like a Market Forces.
Yeah. And another degree mill, I think.
Yeah, another degree mill in hand. That degree mill is not entering the score area at any point soon. And now, with the Botulus on the ping, easy to get into that server.
Yeah, Sam's going to need another ice. Sam's going to need a lot of stuff here. The credits aren't there. The threat isn't there. The punishment, if you're just holding onto those self-growth programs, don't matter that much. It does protect your degree mill, that's for sure.
What do you think the likelihood is there is, in fact, a boom in this list? Because if there is a boom, staying on 2 tags for a long time is tough.
I think it's a singleton.
Over-installing to trash the Botulus.
Yeah, and now you're further away from the degree mill, right?
Yeah.
I think if there is 1 boom in the list, maybe 2. I think it's probably 1. And I think the only line there that you're scared of is like predictive planogram into boom, which is another reason why you don't want to float a single tag. But another card in the remote server. These decks generally don't run defensive upgrades. So it's whether Banknote can just deal with a single piece of ice. Whether he wants to deal with that now is also a different question. But credits are not there.
They're not there on either side, honestly.
Either.
Hey, another Botulus.
Have you seen this play before? I think I've seen this play before. We're just going to
I thought Deja Vu rotated.
Yeah. Hey, it's worth doing again, huh? Single virus counter. We're going through that. It's an IP block.
It's an IP block.
So unfortunately, this actually has 2 meaningful subroutines.
Yeah, so this is going to probably be yet another tag landing on Banknote, triggering Reality Plus yet again, but you can at least break end the run.
Yes, you're going to get through it. You are going to give value. It's basically a free res, and money really matters right now, considering what economy is looking like. We're not able to trash anything here, but I do think you would consider stealing that degree mill the second time. We're going to access the unknown or the known. We'll take the one with the die on it. And there you go.
All right, well, that is 3 points. It is now 3-0, so Sam technically in the red when it comes to points.
But we did refresh. We did, I guess, undo our entire board state. That imp is back in the deck now, so it's kind of refreshed as long as you can draw it and install it.
Yeah, start the game over, except you're on 3 points, 0 credits, and 3 tags. I don't know if that's great.
Yeah, not great. And you're totally right here. The boom is starting to sneak up into.
Click for credit boom is now a live play.
Yeah, but Sam doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. Now, do you think this is a mad dash deck? Lose a 40 card minimum. As much as possible, you want to keep your deck as small as possible. It means the average power level of your cards goes up. You're more consistent. There's a lot of reasons why that's reasonable. But so important right now. There's no agendas that Banknote can interact with, right?
None whatsoever.
I feel kind of like a broken record. I've said this so much today. We're going to say it tomorrow, over the last month in Continentals. The agenda suite on this Reality Plus deck is so hard to interact with. It's 6 3-pointers, taking you to 18 agenda points, the minimum you need for a 40-card minimum.
Trashing the Botulus yet again with an ice install.
CV has a third one, right?
Degree Mill not getting stolen anytime soon.
Bologna neither. So Banknote really can't do much out of accesses. I don't think you need to deal with the Drago. It just basically survive through boom. And that's a tricky proposition for sure.
It is, absolutely.
And as soon as you get to like big credits here, that's where it gets really awkward. Like if they have the market forces,
right,
your money's their money. And that will be a huge swing in this game. Dirty Laundry into Archives to get the money up. Now we can play that sure gamble. We top deck this turn. Up on 9 credits.
I think there was a market forces in hand. This
Did you
could
see
go.
One? This could go poorly.
I saw something that I thought was a market forces. This would go very poorly if that is in fact true. Sam
marrying his 2 die together. I think there's 1 click maybe left here for Banknote, but that market forces, like, it's so hard, this fork. Because sometimes when you see, like, oh, I have a credit pool, I want to spend my credits so I don't lose the market forces, but then whatever you spend it on, it gets returned into hand with the self-promote program. Like, it's either way you cut it. But we're going R&D.
Gonna lose 1.
Taking a tag.
Another tag.
That's going to be 2 more credits for Sam.
2
again,
more.
free reses, access off the top again. The only agenda you can see
that
is
trash?
Bologna.
Oh, it's a Drago.
Trash is Drago's interesting. Like, you're already tagged, right?
You do it for Lou, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't even know if you do that for Lou. It's just a card draw,
You're right.
I think that's better for the corp to draw.
So this is potentially a very slow cooked degree mill out of this remote.
Oh,
market
you're right.
forces.
Oh,
that is
matter.
8 credits and 8 credits. So Sam is on 9 credits now.
Yeah, that can't feel good.
Oh, it absolutely can't. No, we are seeing, I do have to just comment, we're seeing excellent swag from both players here. We have the Magnum Opus tokens, both the Beanstalk Click Trackers and the gold mirrored tag tokens.
Yeah, the bad pub
Sam
ones.
has the full art hedge funds from, I think that was Worlds 2017. There's some very, very good stuff here.
These players have been playing for a while, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Banknote.
Obviously Sam, multiple-time North American Continental Champion. Storied player. Banknote clearly has been around for a long time as well.
I think Sam S is one of the few players that has 2 cards with their name on it.
I think that's the case. Yeah.
So again, this might be one of the situations where Banknote knows. Again, I'm not too familiar with Banknote as a player. Obviously, doing well today at the top tables.
Yeah.
But this might be that sort of intimidation you can get. That's a real thing, and we're just scoring out of the degree mill. The Costa helping. I think we're only going to pay 3 credits for that, and that just puts Sam up on 3 points. And again, this deck doesn't want to score out 9 points. We've actually seen a couple games on table where either side has got to 9 agenda points just because that's the way it works. But Backroom Machinations is going to be that last point that Sam might weave in earlier than scoring to 7, but it clears the tag to give you an agenda point.
6 credits on Sam's side, so that can bounce back up with a hedge fund pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and see. Okay, so drawing, that is an imp. An imp helps. None of the ice on Centrals currently ends the run.
And this is where, like, Reality Plus becomes closer to Sports Metal, which whatever you do, they get value out of it. You want to run R&D, it costs you credit, but I'll draw 2 cards, or I'll gain 2 credits. That's the big difference here. And, of course...
Okay, seeing HQ. Imp is live. Let's go ahead and see. Anything going to happen here?
You love that Imp. One of the most important cards, I think, in a Lou deck is the Unconditional Trash. Our Furry Cook is going to... get
5
cooking
tags.
in there. 5 tags. So
I like seeing him pile up. I'll be honest. I like having 1 tag per.
Fairchild,
one token
it's gone.
per tag. Oh, Fairchild's gone.
I think this might be the exact list Lopert is playing.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
So far, it seemed card for card the exact same.
Pinhole throwing, pinhole threading drawn off the top, and again, Banknote knows there's very few cards or agendas they can interact with. MK Ultra. So a whole set of those breakers?
Yes, there is.
Oh, lovely.
Papercliff's my favorite of the 3, but they're all good. They're all fantastic.
And that is a Trickster Taka. I like that one a fair bit.
Yeah, it's...
Off the top is a
Bologna.
Bologna. Oh. That was a Bologna on top of the deck.
Okay,
Banknote could have ran that way and imped it. Again, they'll just need
Yeah.
5 credits. They could have done it in turn. Credit, run archives, I think, was yet enough there. But Sam is just going to go for a purge. Obviously, a ridiculously slow line of play, but the amount of pressure the imp is putting on, it's the only way that Banknote can interact with any of the agendas in the list.
Correct.
Purging 1 virus counter, I have never seen that. But I don't think that was wrong.
I have only with imp.
Yeah, it would be imp or anything, right?
Well, I could see an argument that you would maybe purge a single counter off of Palongi, but imp is the only time I've actually seen that play.
That's true. So now Banknote left with no board state. 2 credits.
Though
5
notably,
tags.
imp doesn't trash when the counters go off, so imp is still around for something like a Friday chip like this, or in the future, something like, I don't know, a degree mill.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just keeping it around for a degree mill is one of the best things you can do with it.
Just to name a card at random.
Yeah. Now that Friday chip, I believe it's 2 credits installed. It's a hardware that says if you've trashed a card a turn, you get to put a virus counter on it. And at the beginning of your turn, you can move 1 virus counter off of it onto another card. So that means as long as you're trashing stuff, it makes that imp what people call infinite. It's kind of hard to say, but you get the idea. But Banknote's going to have to trash cards, and this list doesn't have that much. I guess it actually does. NGOs, Rashidas, Dragos. Yeah. I think that's the easiest stuff. Spin Doctor, I guess, is obviously in there, but I don't think
there is a
much
pinhole that could go get the Lacosta. That
is expensive.
Helps with that.
Yeah, we might. We're gonna access.
Sure enough, the Lacosta, gonna trash that, gonna get that counter on Friday chip.
Yeah, and that's gonna keep that engine going. Of course, you can purge the Friday chip. It does have a virus counter on it, and with the double advance there, that doesn't stop Sam from scoring out if that is the degree mill or the Bologna, but the Bologna's in hand.
And it also doesn't stop a tag if it's a Drago.
Yeah.
My guess is this might just be an NGO.
It might be. Sam could have popped it there, but maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't care if the NGO goes down.
Sam only on 6 credits. Sam is not actually that rich anymore. So it depends a lot what this ice on the remote is.
We're going RD here, and the axis is...
What is it?
Unlikely to connect with 1 credit. Can't trash. It's a Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor.
Yeah, that axis there is really hard, right? Like, we only know there's 1 more degree mill. The Bologna can't be it. And that's a second Bologna. There's enough points in hand to win for Sam.
Wow. That's huge.
Yep. Now, Sam doesn't really have remotes over. The biggest thing is Banknote doesn't have credits. Now, a single overclock is all it takes. Again, if you need to get through that ice, we've looked at, I think, 2 Botulists. We have bin breakers, but again, that's more credits on top of the 5 credits for Bologna. You can always imp the Bologna. That's important. And we've moved over the Friday chip. I think we're running HQ here. Drew 2 cards off of the...
Spin Doctor. Correct?
No, I think you ran through the
Reality
Turnpike,
Plus.
right?
You're right, Reality Plus. Yeah.
So the Bologna's in there, and I think if they draw, it means 1 of 2 things. Either they're looking for agenda, they're looking for economy, but I think they're also trying to bury agendas at hand, which is what we know is the case. So there's 1 Bologna in there. We don't know the 2 unknowns. It's hard when you have a 7-card hand to randomize it, but we figured it out. It's an NGO.
NGO.
Happy to trash that.
That's a good trash. That's a Friday chip. That's a blue.
You have to imp it, though. You have no money.
0 credits. Oh. Heartbreaking.
He has a counter on the Friday chip. So that infinite is still going to go on. Sam it's going to have a whole hand of cards there. But Banknote getting that 1 axis a turn. Just that single imp is all he needs to try and stop the win. We do know there's a Spin Doctor in hand, though. So if the Bologna hits the bin, it's not going to be there for long if you don't want to.
Oh, that's a backroom machinations.
We don't need a
backroom
mandatory
machinations.
Draw. We have it.
Who needs agendas? Get that out of here. 7-3. Sam wins the first game in this match.
And we're going to go on to game 2 here. Again, both of these players, they need to play both sides. They need to win both sides to really secure. And you saw, like, that N'Golo came down. Obviously, that threatens breaking stuff. I don't know what in this list you're excited to N'Golo. All of that seems too expensive. And it's the second time we've seen that in the game, right? Like, you just step slightly out of line, unfortunately, and the hard-hitting news just changes the entire narrative of the game. It's hard to interact, but at the same time, you have to keep down the Drago. Both players enjoying the Virtuoso Luke combo. So cool. That card's like 3 influence, probably. It's probably 4 influence?
It is 4.
No.
I mean, it is a pretty sick card, though.
It's a cool card. I'm into it. I'm definitely into it. It just, it can be a hard sell sometimes compared to all the other options you have.
Yeah. Now, we have a 4-1-9, and we're about to see Asa group, so...
This is a fun matchup. It's an interesting matchup.
It is.
Because I think it's very dynamic. So 419 is an identity that was banned in standard format for a long time. And only recently, 2209, right? That was only a couple weeks ago, came back into the legal standard card pool. And it's an ability that's I've been calling the scourge of middle tables. That sort of additional credit tax that you need to pay if you want to keep your first installed card not to be exposed. It just kind of stymies a lot of corporations. They just have to spend a lot of credits trying to do this simple thing that they wish wasn't there.
Yeah, and Asa Group absolutely one of the corps that has to do that very often, because Asa Group's ability, the first time you install a card each turn, you can then install a non-agenda card in or protecting the same server. So if you actually want to throw something down and bluff it as an agenda, you have to pay that credit.
Yes, but it's cool. It gives you some flexibility. In Melee, if you want to put something in the remote server that you don't want to unexposed, you can get that ice for free. Like a lot of times against 419, you do want to install 2 cards a turn, and this does it for a single click. So in some ways, it's good.
Yeah.
I think a big thing about this matchup too is about like you're going to go horizontal. You're going to get that criminal economic denial, things like diversion of funds. You're playing around that from turn 1, but you're going to have a lot of assets here that maybe you can duck under the diversion.
Yeah.
But the big card here is that if Sam doesn't get an early, we're expecting a missed bones and can't keep the table down with that checks into the remote servers, inside jobs. I think boomerangs might be more likely. You're going to get that fully operational. That's suddenly, oh, you're on 1 credit. I've been economic denying you the whole game. Suddenly they're at 12.
Yeah, and that's really key, because it isn't enough to get the credit totals low. You also have to keep the board in check, because if you don't, fully operational only costs 1 credit. It's really, really easy to bounce back.
We have been, unfortunately, Pants, I think absolutely cursed. Since the beginning of the Continental season, we've seen so many of the HB decks playing a single copy of Big Deal. And
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm registering what you're saying. Are you saying we could see
I'm saying.
Big Deal win a game against Mr. Big Deal himself?
There's a chance. If Sam finds his face on a card, do you trash your own face?
I think you have to. It's a good card.
You kind of have to. I wonder if the money's going to get there. We've never seen it. I'd be really
we've
excited.
never actually gotten a
never
chance to see it.
I've had to change my language when I talk about Netrunner because of that card. So thanks, Sam.
I'm going to have to change my language. And there is usually a word I throw between the words big and deal.
Yeah. I think Asa took the mulligan there. 4-9 with the 5 credits. Again, criminals are not the most popular here, so I'm really excited to see how Sam built it. Actually, talking about criminals, this was the thing that we were worrying about yesterday with Crown of Service. Actually, maybe me. I wasn't the criminal player. But how you build 419 right now is super fascinating.
Yeah.
There's, I think, 2 big packages when it comes to multi-access.
Yes.
If you're playing Stargate, that's very powerful modernly, especially if you're expecting a field of sports and the 5-3 agendas that are hard to interact with. But if you're doing that, your MU is clogged up, so you can't play Chesva, and which would go with the twinning, another really good package that you want in these criminal lists. So you have to make a really big decision how to build your deck, what economy you can put in it, because this deck lost a lot of the economy that would classically play. Rizeki, Patap, that's all gone. So Chesva was meant to take that spot, and now you don't have the MU.
I don't know all of what's in the deck, but I did overhear Sam talking about his deck earlier and kind of called it 3.5 credit tribal, which is all of the cards that are 3 credits plus a thing.
Oh.
So I think that's the econ package.
I mean Regolith? Or sorry, Telework?
I don't think I mean things like Career Fair or Dirty Laundry or Bravado or
just to keep those
or like a Falsified or Sure Gamble or
right. I think we did just see
so that's very flexible.
Yeah.
That could be anything.
I think in the opening hand there on the side, exposed, that's going to be a Managram. That's a full art Managram. That's a Null Signal participation
Yes,
thing.
it is.
Oh, Banknote. It's part of the Null Signal team. Install. Advance, we're charging it.
I should know that.
We're just accessing. That's the Managram. You want to trash is 3 credits. We're not going to go ahead and res that. So just clearing that out. Again, remote servers with nothing in them mean fully operational don't work. So just kind of clearing those, clearing those servers to some extent is worth doing.
Yeah, and going down to 1 credit to install daily casts here. Obviously not worried about a hard-hitting news out of Asa usually. We have seen that in the past. I don't think we see it in this meta much.
There was a narrow window where that was pretty cool, but I think there's so much tech for some of that sort of stuff. Not that they're expecting it. I think that's a big difference. New remote server we're going to expose. Looks like a Maryland campaign.
Thank you for revealing that to the camera.
And there you get the Asa Ice. And you see, that's exactly it. Normally, people put the ice and then put the thing in their remote server. Or no, actually, they do the opposite more often than not, because it could be an agenda, right? But that is the idea. Now that the ice is hidden from 419.
Yes.
And these exposes, while Banknote might not want to pay the credit to hide them, that's going to entirely change once the criminal plays an Amakua. Because now that expose becomes strength on the virus. Oh, we're reading the Blueberry Diesel. It becomes a strength on the virus counter, and that virus counter is strength on the Amakua, which is an AI that can break everything. So it's really important that you stop exposing ice when the Amakua is at least taxed out.
A flavor note on Blueberry Diesel that I only just recently noticed. Blueberry is trademarked. It's Blueberry
TM. Oh, yeah,
TM
it's
Diesel.
not real
That's
Blueberry.
fantastic.
we ran out of that a long time ago.
That's amazing. I missed that. I completely missed that boat. No.
We're Bravado HQ. Drafter fires.
Oh, and that's a next activation command. Definitely want to trash. Not enough credits to trash.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah.
It's 4 credits to trash. And actually, I don't know if you need to.
And there were 0.
Yes. Now, next activation command, a very popular card in the meta right now. It deals with boat, and we never mentioned, but 419 has a chance of being on boat.
Yes.
We've seen like 2 endurances show up in some of these criminal lists. It's expensive, but it does what criminals want to do. Run aggressively, keep that pressure on.
Now, a drafter did fire there, so
yes,
I believe
Managarm, I think, went back.
Yeah, Managarm went back, and there was a new install.
As a border control.
Yeah, border
It's
control.
going to be a 3 credit res after refund, and that's a 1 strength barrier that at instant speed Banknote can pop. That's a 3 influence spend, though. It gives you a slight read on the deck where Asa is going to spend that influence. So border control into Managarm don't work together as mean as they could, but still at the beginning of a very strong scoring remote server. Class act coming down there at the end.
Yep.
Going to give you that filtered card draw, let alone the burst card draw, but now Sam is going to be able to find what they need when they need it, hopefully, and get through their deck. We're going to res that Maryland campaign in the remote server. And with 2 iced remote servers, both with stuff in them, Banknote has access to that fully operational, which are going to get more and more powerful. I think we have a hedge fund in hand. We mentioned the next activation command, but I think the only thing that's going to hit in this matchup guaranteed is the boomerangs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think just about everything else is going to be an icebreaker and inside job. Or if we see a boat, that'll be a problem. But we're calling a judge here.
Yeah, it really, I would be a little surprised to see this, but in theory, well, no, backstitching bypasses, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a bypass.
Yeah, so that actually wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would expect inside jobs are probably pretty likely. Boat is definitely possible, but boomerang's the only guarantee. I agree.
Yeah. So we don't know what the judge call is. Sometimes you just want to ask the judge what a certain card text is. I've had to do that yesterday. It's an important thing to understand. You can always ask somebody. They'll show you what the card looks like. But Banknote here has a whole turn to put stuff on the table, do that ASA efficiency. The hedge fund's going to come out.
Hedge fund.
And you love that. Like, that's good criminal play. Sam just face checking into stuff. Yeah, the subroutine's fire, but now you know what you need to get that HQ, a diversion of funds off. You know what you need if you're on Apocalypse, per se, which I wouldn't rule out entirely.
Right, because especially with 419, your entire deal is you want to deny credits, you want to keep the corp very low. It is difficult to keep the corp low if you're not making them res ice, and you are not making them res ice if you are running scared of drafter all the time.
419 exposing. It is an Eli 1.0 on R&D. 419, funny enough, it's a May clause that mattered a bit more when there was a couple traps that fired off of expose. But you have to remember to ask your opponent, because if you don't, they don't have to show you or pay the credit. So you got to keep on top of that trigger. I push my 419 to the front of the board. And there's the first cup of coffee. Turkish style. Bosnian, if you ask me, but 2 recurring credits to spend on central servers. We'll see if that comes with a breaker. You can also use that to pinhole threading. You can use those credits to trash cards, either the Managarm in server, let's say 1, and the Maryland in server 2. We get our once per turn draw-in with the class act. That's what you want to do. And the Blueberry Diesel gets even more flames next
So
turn.
much scry.
Yeah. Is that a Citadel?
That is a Citadel, I believe.
So why is that happening, right?
Good question.
So that means that Sam is definitely playing either Hot Pursuit,
yes,
credit
incidental
kiting,
tag tags,
or rogue trading.
You know, credit cutting actually makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Boat costs 8.
With Endurance, with Amina, they both get played. This deck is not going to give you any tags. Maybe you expect an IP block. Maybe you find an IP block with your Amakua. But that has to be a Citadel, right? We're not mistaken there. Yeah.
Yep, that is.
So I think you're going to see
we do see a
card.
fully operational get fired off. So 3 charges here.
Ooh, that's a lot of value.
Banknote thinking things over.
Again, just checking away. Going to figure out, again, this is a card that once you get 2 credits or 2 cards, and from that point on, you kind of start to draw up.
Okay, so a second ice going down on the remote. So what certainly looks like a real scoring server is being built. Plenty of money here. You can res this ice. You can res this Managarm Skunkworks. There's a lot. paying not to reveal.
Yes.
Threatening for
hiding.
this to be a score.
That's install advance. And Sam has produced no breakers. Again, that Chesva on the table doesn't do anything. We're going to start there. Blueberry Diesel lets you
Blueberry
look at
Diesel.
the top 2 cards. You have to put one, or you can put one on the bottom, and then you'll draw 2 cards. Now, that'll be 3 cards with the class act, and you have
With
to
an
bottom one
additional
more.
filter.
So
So
keeping
it looks
both
like
of
keeping
them on
both,
top. Yeah.
and now
I think that's a turtle.
That's a turtle. Yeah, the third card is a turtle.
Amakua on the top.
We have a judge call.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
sorry.
it's another table, though.
Yeah, might have heard it over the stream.
If you're going to get a judge's attention, you got to yell loud.
In a broom this big, you absolutely have to. So it looks like the Amakua got kept, and I can't quite see what the other card was.
I think there was a Bravado. I saw an Earthrise
Bravado
as
would
well.
make a lot of sense. Yeah.
And there it is.
And there's a turtle.
Turtle coming down for 3 again. It's an AI. Breaks anything 1 strength for 1 subroutine, but it currently is at 0 strength. It gains virus counters anytime you expose a card or anytime you access and don't steal an agenda or trash a card. So you could just run Archives twice to get it to 2 strength. Whether that's enough for the remote server, I doubt it. But we're
Running
going
R&D,
to
though.
force an Eli res here. Just to make Banknote a bit uncomfortable on credits. If they don't res, you get an access. That's a problem. But that's just an
gonna
Eli.
res here.
Not a face check, not a punish, just 2 end the run subroutines. 1.0 buy road you can click through. But Sam is just getting that pressure on, clicking for credit last click, I think. And Banknote's board is good, been uncontested.
Yeah.
That econ with the Maryland campaign, you're going to see a tempo positive agenda, I can only imagine. 3 advances, bring you to 4. Let's see what that is. It is.
That's a
like
Vitruvius.
with a counter.
Vitruvius with a counter. Yeah, the Vitruvius counter is very good. The Vitruvius counter, for instance, at the moment gets back to fully operational with 3 charges.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Or
value.
4, depending on what the installs are next turn.
Yeah, you could swing those servers out. Now, you don't want to put iced remote servers. Sometimes you see
Yes.
people put a Maryland out, and then they can say, like, you can trash it. Your economy's not that good. But against Amakua, it's a bit of an issue, again, with an open archives. It's not the worst liability, but it's something that's going to be on the table for a couple turns. We'll see. I think Banknote does eventually want to ice up archives, because if you can lock the turtle out, Sam's going to have to present breakers, and that can actually be quite difficult sometimes, because we haven't
Yeah.
seen a mutual favor. We are going to get more filter card draw, but then you have to install more cards and then spend breaking with those, and that's never as efficient as just using the turtle.
Yeah, Sam asking to see what cards are face up in archives, looking for the different targets for Vitruvius. Fully operational definitely seems like the most obvious. But oh, here's a credit cutting, and that's just to get an Earthrise down.
Yes, so we got 2 runs on archives for the Amakua. We did run the remote server. No, sorry, we did run archives. We ran a central server. So now we can play credit kiting, which allows you to install a card from hand at a reduction of cost of 8. Which a lot of times people try to greed that, they play the 8 costers, the 7 costers, but just installing, an Earthrise hotel for free, clearing the tag for free, mind you.
Yeah, the fact that you get the free tag clear is so huge.
Citadel Sanctuary is it's a really interesting resource. It's one of the few runner cards that initiates a trace. So if you're tagged at the end of your turn, it's a trace 1. And that means the corpse starts first. And if they don't boost into that, it's just trace 1. They generally don't boost into that. And then, because you have 1 link, you clear the tag for free. If you have a 1 link runner, like 419.
Oh, there's another Vitruvius in hand.
Banknote trying to figure out if they can push it in here. Again, Amakua can be up to 5 strength. 5 strength deals with Hagen, which is the one bad face check for the Amakua. Hagen, mind you, trashes non-fractor, non-killer, not decoder programs. Gatekeeper would be at 6. Fairchild would be at 5. And again, you still have to run through the remote server twice if you're going to pop the border control. Expose here. Banknote on 10 credits. That can go pretty fast. Now to
choosing
9.
not to expose. That puts Turtle up to 3 if you expose. Obviously, one way that you get Turtle's counters is you run a server and you don't steal agendas and you don't trash cards. Another way is by exposing cards. So 419 synergizes very well there.
We also haven't seen a lot of the actual exposed cards, and a lot of the Amakua criminal decks are running, 2 copies of falsified credentials, 3 copies of Deuces Wild, and they're all the sort of things that get that turtle rolling way faster than you think it should, even when they're locked out of getting the free runs. So we'll see if Sam can jam some. They're going to drop basically 3 cards, return 1 with the Earthrise.
Yeah.
So, man, Earthrise feels so good in criminal when you get that
really
card draw at the
does.
top, and then you start planning your aggressive turn.
Oh, a next activation command comes out.
Okay.
Now, obviously, next activation command, it stops a boomerang. It stops a boat, sure. Probably the most important thing right now is it gives your ice +2 strength.
And it's all of them. I used to
All
think it was
of
only
them.
Byroids. It's all of them.
them.
Pinhole threading, though, for the remote server. We're going to go see that Managram Skunk works. We're going to trash that.
Skunk works, and it gets just. And sure enough, the Judgment credits get used to trash that.
Yeah, love to see that. Now Sam could consider running the remote server, winding away like a snake. But Sam needs to get, just for the border, go to 3 strength.
Yep.
Love to see an inside job here. That would get you in their most over. But we're
Inside
just
job
charging
would
here.
be so sick.
A Fairchild would be
Oh,
massive.
I think that's a Fairchild. That's 6 credits. It's an on-sell. On-sell. That's not a fun one either.
Sam has how many clicks left? 2? Just 2, I think.
Yeah. So that's going to fire, yeah?
Yeah, so there's a couple subroutines on this thing. There are 3. Sorry, 3.
You can't click through this, right?
You can't click
Next
you can't click
activation.
through this.
Yeah, this
oh
fires.
My. Wait, whoa.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's
brutal.
That's absolutely brutal.
Now, Banknote's only down to 2 credits. If this is a tempo positive agenda, they can't steal or score any more cards this turn. So that's going to fire. That also trashes an installed program, so we're going to lose the Amakua.
It trashes an installed... Is it an installed runner program?
I
or
feel like it's an
runner?
Ichi type card. It must trash
I
a
think
program.
you're right. I think. Let me double check though.
Yeah.
Well, no, it must be an installed runner card because you can gank loop for the whole board.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. So what got trashed?
Or I think it's the runner trashes an installed card. Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me look this up.
But nothing got trashed. We just reinstalled in their remote server. But it doesn't look like it hit that hard. What happened? I think Sam clicked through it. That can't be right. I think Sam clicked through it. Oh, no.
Oof.
That is a game-changing play. Again, not a lot of players are familiar with Next Activation Command. It was a card that was, largely in the binder for better or for worse.
It is trash one installed runner card.
Oh, your choice. It's the corp.
Yeah.
But that card largely was in the binder, and a lot of people are playing it just because of, the top text. It's like forgetting. It's so easy to forget some of the text on some cards because you're just doing it for one important part. But unfortunately, I think that was clicked through. So Sam,
I think so.
Protected that. We got to reinstall, if I'm not mistaken. I think he only had 1 click left.
Diversion, though. Diversion comes down.
Yes. Breaking
Turtle
that
at strength.
for free with the Chesva. So that's going to be all the credits. Again, Banknote can just res in their remote server if they want to, just to duck some of this. Maybe that'll be an access sometimes. The access can be worse.
Yep.
But we're just going to take the money. Again, now we're back to, fundamental criminal pressure.
Yeah.
Amakua loaded. Counters, good. We can run their remote server. It's going to be 3 for that on sell this turn, and it's 2 more for the border control.
And what do you access here? You probably access the newest card. And actually, with 4 credits, that is enough to trash a Skunkworks and to trash a Void.
It's another Vitruvius.
So that the score is now 2-2.
And that's going to be an Anoetic and a Managarm, maybe double Managarm. Sometimes you see that. It plays around pinhole threading a bit. 1 Managarm actually is down already. We'll see if it's a virus. Oh, it is a ganked. Luckily.
Enough credits to pay through the Sancel, though.
Oh, Banknote, I like your deck suddenly. We talked about that infinite gank loop. And it's so unfortunate. Did not remember or realize that there was that additional thing. And this is really unfortunate, too. The order that you access the cards matters. Because if you hit that subroutine on the unsell that you don't break, this says you can't access anymore, you can't steal or trash, right? Then at that point, but you're forced to actually access everything here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah.
Because you can't end the run. I think Sam actually has to see the final card there, and if that's a gank, that would loop you into it again.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's happening. But it's okay. We're going to draw up there.
Well, still 2 credits left, right? So you could break the exact same 2 if it is another gank.
Yeah, you'd be okay.
But you're right.
Should
Should have accessed there. They might have been shortcutting. I believe that was a Managarm that Sam already knew about because it was reinstalled with Ansel.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, that's true. All right, and Banknote just has to recover. Click for 3 credits, and that's really unfortunate. If these 3 drawn off the top, 1 return, Sam can just find another version.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have saw a rogue trading in there.
I must have missed it.
Yeah. We'll see. It's a bit slow, but it's a lot of money. A Bravado in hand, too. Again, the HQ run is entirely free. 2 cards in hand. Seamless, an Ice, and something else. Mind you, R&D is free, too. Those Cheswas should be refilled.
Oh, yeah, that is the rogue trading. There
that's
you
the
go.
rogue trading. And that's, a huge economy card. It's a bit slow. It's so much better, obviously, if you don't have to clear the tag. But that is going to be 2 clicks for 6 credits and a tag, which you're going to clear clicklessly with the Citadel Sanctuary. That's a lot of money.
It is.
And now it's going to be all about the Amakua. Because if that Amakua isn't dealt with, whether this deck is on a virus or not, and we're seeing influence spent on ganked, I think it's 2 a pop, that Amakua gets through everything.
It's actually 3 for ganked, I believe.
Really? Whoa.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong on that.
No, so we'll find out soon. Bravado hitting HQ. Again, you break that for free with coffee. And again, this is going to be 7 credits back, so it's going to be a 4-credit econ card, 3.5 credits a click.
Exactly.
We're getting access here. Again, I don't think there's an agenda in there. There's a seamless launch.
Seamless launch. That's good information to have.
Yeah, you
that does
expect
show
that
you
to be
what
there.
can be bluffed.
but there's no diversion here. And now with the Vitruvius counter, also like double seamless is a possibility if you ever don't run and there's a food on the table. Oh, Sam's on 2 points. Excuse.
Yeah, so starting off the turn, mandatory draw. I believe that's a Rashida.
And that's a Loki. That makes sense. Loki.
Yep.
You'll love to see Loki with the ganked combo.
Right, because Loki gaining the subroutines from Ansel, but not gaining the click to break ability from Ansel.
But not only that, it gains subroutines for the run, not for the encounter. So the more often you hit it,
can loop you into it again, and look, suddenly there are 7 subroutines.
And now we're purging. And purging sometimes is a bit rough, especially with an open archives, because while you spend a whole turn to knock 4 counters off the Amakua, Sam can just undo that.
Yeah.
And at the same time has access to that clickless card draw, still getting stuff on the table while Banknote isn't. So we'll see if that purge actually works out. But a lot of times with an open remote server, even the remote server on the far left side, like you can just run that and force them to res.
Right, it's 3 credits.
Yes, it could happen. Again, it could be a drafter, it could be a gatekeeper.
I think that was a question about does ganked fire from archives?
No, yeah, not at all.
It obviously doesn't, though. There's obviously also no ice on the remote or on archives for it to fire into.
I think that's more coffee.
I think so. Yeah, must be.
Yeah, let's guess that's that. And again, some of these cards are the photocopied proxies.
Well, no, I see a die with 3 on it.
Well, what has 3 counters on it? Is that a
I'm
boat?
not sure.
That's a boat.
That's a boat. Okay,
that has
that's
to be a boat.
That's
what else has 3 counters on it?
That's a boat.
Oh, wow. So Sam probably wanted credit
deepest
cutting
apologies to Boat for not recognizing you.
We've been so long. Then now this is going to entirely change the game. The boat's also like a nice pressure valve against the sort of gank combos, as long as you have counters on it. Banknote, new remote server, we're going to get the expose on that. With only 3 credits, it's so difficult to protect these sort of stuff from the 4x9 expose. It's a spin, Doctor.
It's a spin. So, turtle counter does happen because of the spin reveal.
Now, the spin Doctor is not going to stay there forever. Card inside that remote server. And I don't know if Banknote has enough credits here, but that's why we're going to go for a fully operational. This is going to be the one recovery card here. So this card says gain 2 credits or draw 2 cards, and you repeat this for every server you have that is iced with something in the server. So that can potentially be gain 6 for 1.
And that's exactly what it was. Gain 6 for 1.
We're going to need some credits there, and we're set up for the hedge fund next turn. I think Sam would love to find a diversion of funds here if they could.
Definitely would be good. This is obviously a long, grindy game. Only 2-2, but this is what 419 wants to do. Get to this somewhat inevitable board state. You have the free runs on the centrals. You have building up counters on your boats. Just looking for whatever's going to actually get you enough accesses to win the game. There's a diversion at hand.
Oh, fantastic.
There's a
Now the Amakua won't get through that gatekeeper. You have to spend 1 click running archives. The big question, too, is what is the multi-access here? Again, that boat gives
Is there any?
That boat gives you 2 MU. There has to be, right? I don't think it would be just jailbreaks. There's a diversion.
I don't know if there is any. I think this might be playing just a pure control game.
Oh, I'd be so surprised. I don't know. The twinning would be like really easy, right? But that boat is a lot of it.
You're on pinholes to break the remote, right?
Yeah.
This genuinely might just be on access the remote as your multi-access is accessing all of the cards in the remote.
Dropping Banknote down to 3 credits. We're running. That is another Eli. We got 2 versions of the art. That is actually a really rare art.
Oh, which one? I missed it.
It's Eli 1.
Oh, is it the Eli 1 alt?
Original Eli 1.
The Eli 1 alt.
The
That's
digital
so good.
mainframe. Running a remote server, that's Rashida. That has to come down for sure.
Gone.
Now, that is not going to get you boat counter. We've run this turn. It's not going to get you Amakua counter. You've already trashed. And we have 6 credits waiting on that rogue trading down there if you want to spend 2 clicks forward. But the money is good even after the boat install.
Still enough for hedge fund here.
Yeah, hedge fund's going to help a lot. Undoes most of that diversion.
Credit hedge fund.
But Banknote doesn't have much else to do on the table. So Sam has a turn here. Again, central servers are pretty soft, but you need a way to convert that into a win. Singles might not do it, but that's a cleaver.
That's a cleaver.
Cleaver doesn't deal with Eli well. 3 credits? It's the same as Paperclip. Actually, who cares? That's fine.
Though, admittedly, twinning or Jesva makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. That's an offer office off the top. You take that?
That isn't. Yep. That.
Maybe
you don't get to charge your turtle though.
Yeah, maybe you're hoping to get the Amakua up to strength. Mind you, Eli is 4 strength. It's 3 strength for the drafter on HQ. But we're going back in again. We got a boat counter there. That was a very good run. 1 credit to break with Chesva and get the boat counter back. I like this list so far.
Yeah.
I think in hand we have a mutual favor. It's hard to tell without the color. Sure gamble in hand too, but Sam has access to a lot of economy. There you go. We're going to
Choosing to
jump
play.
back into 10, and that's a second
Sure gamble
class
to
act.
reinstall Class Act just for more draw.
Yeah. So class act, again, this is always important to know. If you install a unique card, you can always install it. It just trashes the original copy of the unique card. I do think it's sort of multi-access. We have a Dawkins pass in hand for some HQ pressure.
Yeah. I guess one thing that is nice with Cleaver, right? It actually is more efficient than Turtle to break something like a border control.
Yeah, yeah. It's the small stuff. The big stuff's an issue. As soon as you hit a Brawn, that's where like you want to do Turtle or something else.
Yeah. I guess you have the boat for the Brawn.
Yeah, for sure. Spin Dart to draw 2. Seeing a Fairchild 3. Seeing another Managarm. Again, that's what is in the first server there.
Yeah, Sam is definitely, I think, in control here, but it is not firm control.
Yeah.
This game could absolutely, as we've seen, ganked loops could happen at any point.
Installing in their mode server, showing it's a Managarm too, so that's going to be a turtle counter if Sam catches that. And an ice in front of it using that also trigger.
Yep,
there you go.
Does catch it.
So now Fairchild 3.
North American champion right there.
Yeah, Fairchild 3. You can vote through that, but it's hard. It has 3 subroutines, so you're going to have to spend generally 3 credits, or you can trash one of your installed cards and 2 counters on your boat. So we haven't seen a Dakota yet. This list actually has a big chance of being a Mina, considering that it has...
Oh, Doof.
Doof is a good start. Now you're not going to be able to res on R&D. A diversion of funds, too. There's only one that's been so far. I'm also imagining there might be hot pursuits in this list. So the Managarm on R&D is showing where the game is. Again, there's no agendas in hand. Not that Sam knows that. But that sort of thing might have been okay on central servers. Docklands Pass.
Oh, Docklands Pass. That's just going to make these value HQ accesses are going to get stronger because you have the extra access each time.
I'm actually not sure the wording on Docklands Pass. I don't know if it triggers the first time you access cards from HQ or the first time you run HQ. Because it has specific wording, because it is a first time per turn card. It might not trigger here. I don't know. We'll just hope for the best.
They are triggering it, so.
Yeah. Spin Doctor off the top. It's 2 credits.
Spin Doctor gets trashed. Turtle's still not getting these counters.
No, still not. You're finding things to trash.
Yeah, I think Docklands actually triggers on a breach.
Okay, and Diversion replaces the breach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good, very good, very good. All right, 4 points. Again, Banknote down to 6 credits. It's just good enough remote server, right? Barring Gamaku, that's good enough remote server. With the Managarm, with the border control. I don't know whether we're waiting on Anoetic. I think the ganks kind of take up that influence, so I don't think you're going to see it. And gank, to me, from someone who's played a fair bit of gank, feels a bit like punitive Counter-Strike. You have ganked windows. Because if the runner's on game point, if they can falsify to figure out which in the remote server is the agenda, which in the remote server is the thing, you just win when you steal the agenda. You don't access the ganked anymore, right? So that's always a huge issue, where once the runner, and they're not exactly on game point yet, considering there's probably food in this list, and then I don't know that they have Mad Dash.
Mad Dash would make it, Mad Dash synergizes so well with 419's ability that I would be surprised if there isn't one. But you know, I've been wrong before.
In the remote server, we're gonna prevent that expose there. There is a global food initiative in hand.
It takes so much money to prevent that expose.
And there is fully operational, the third this game. So again, this deck is pretty resilient from low credit levels. 1 to play that, and then you can get up to 6 credits, so a 5 credit gain. Not too bad at all.
So back up to 10 credits, it looks like, on Banknote's side.
Yeah.
That is a threat to res basically anything on R&D, including potentially a Chrysium.
We're checking here.
Again, we already know that's a Managarm, never mind.
Yeah, with the boat, we're pretty comfortable there. So yeah, Managarm is in that server. This is the unknown one. I think it might be a Rashida. It looked a bit purple.
Looking it over.
We're checking here. Again, Endurance is going to get counter. You have the Chesva counters. Those are only for central servers we're accessing. It's a Trieste model Byroids.
Trieste. Gotta get rid of that. Yeah. Trieste can just do shenanigans.
Yes, that is a scary thing to deal with. It prevents you from using Icebreakers?
I think so.
The text on that card's going to be important this weekend. I promise you. And Dawkins Pass coming in. Keeping an eye on the Dawkins Pass to remember to use it, I reckon. We're going to see 2 cards here. Again, this is a free run. Already we have gotten that boat counter. Loki.
That is a Loki.
Not a surprising
See, that is a seamless missing the food.
Those have been in there for like 5-6 turns. They know we're good to go. Again, Loki is an expensive install.
Sim demonstrating the best way to dodge the agendas. Ideally, would be demonstrating something else from his point of view.
Yeah. And I think we just took 6 credits off the last part of the Rogue trading, cleaning the tag for free, but 419 on 10 credits. Banknote, considering trashing the ice on HQ just to save a credit there, the drafter is still doing something if you purge out the Amakua, but we're going to pay 1 to prevent the expose. I don't know what that ice is. They're likely Loki. That's what we saw, right?
Yeah, yeah. You have to feel it isn't fun to throw the Loki on the on HQ to feel that you need to, because you want that on your scoring server, don't you?
Yeah. You've also seen 2 diversions so far. So, like, the
Yeah.
HQ pressure is mostly the Docklands pass. I don't know whether we're going to see a pan weave. I'd be a bit surprised. It's not a card that's always making the cut, but we're checking R&D here again. We have enough bow counters to deal with most everything. I think this is a Fairchild 3, which is going to be most of Banknote's credits.
No res.
We'll
Well,
see.
maybe res.
Banknote's thinking this one through.
Let's go ahead and see.
Again, that's 6 credits. And as soon as you do this,
No
you
res.
spend so much money
Eli.
protecting R&D. Single access. There's so many agendas still in R&D here. And there's an upgrade there we got to remember.
And
That's
that
a
is not one
Rashida.
of them. That's a Rashida.
Trashing that for
The
1.
upgrade.
I think Banknote maybe forgot to res this. This is a Managarm. Yeah, I think we know this is a Managarm here.
Yeah, that's a known Managarm. It was revealed.
Yeah, and I think you'd pay 2 credits to force 2 clicks or 5 credits for sure.
No. Unfortunate miss there on
Yeah,
that.
feels bad for sure.
Does take Sam down to 6, which is better than the alternative.
Sheer gamble in hand. I think we played 2, maybe 3 bravados. Boat getting a counter 2
Yeah.
on the successful run. So that is so much free running stored up in that boat. And Sam's just not needing to use that. Amaku again, so good. The combination of these 2, the turtle swimming alongside that icebreaker. And it's a good image. Just checking archives. Turtle on 5. Spin Doctor going to get popped. We're running archives.
Next activation command, Triesta.
Whoa.
Going for that lockout line. That lockout line is the plan.
Banknote has real grand plans for the next
Yeah.
couple turns. If that's what you're shuffling back, that's not economy. That's not value. That is a series of interesting plays.
Beat you up and throw you in the ocean.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. We'll see how that works out. Again, we saw the next activation command only get half of its potential value, and I do think of that connected. This is an entirely different game. Draw up there. I think that might be a gatekeeper. We haven't seen one yet. A card you'd expect. But I think with the Trieste mono Biroids, you might see a couple more Biroids. Eli's not actually that common, and I think could be a card that shows you a bit what's up. Not that you want a Trieste and Eli. Next, drawn off the top. Fairchild in hand. We have that Seamless still. The Loki is still there. Or no, it's in front of HQ. I think there's a Ansel in hand.
I think I see that, yeah.
And there's only 10 minutes left in the round. Again, the timer, we're going to say this time and time again, is not accurate. That is close to what's accurate, but it's not what the
10-ish,
judges are
yeah.
using.
10-ish minutes.
Yeah. But
What that does mean, why it's relevant, Banknote, if at time the player who's ahead gets a full win, it is not a timed win.
Yeah.
So Banknote does want to actually try to get up to at least 5
And we're running HQ.
to get a win here.
As a Loki, you get to choose a rezzed ice, and you gain all of its subroutines and its type. So this is a Sentry Mythic Biroid. It has 4 subroutines. 3 of them are quite good on Ansel. The other one asks you to end the run or shuffle your hand through. But we're going to go through that for 2 credits with Chesva and Amakua. 5 cards in hand. There is a food in here. Sam's going to see 2 of them, though.
Yeah, 2 out of 5 chance on it.
That's the next.
Next activation command.
It's pretty expensive to trash that for 4.
Yeah, you might want to, though.
I don't know. I don't know if we're on boomerangs here. 3? That's the Fairchild 3?
Fairchild 3.
Okay, so we missed the Seamless. We missed the Global Food. So Sam, shuffling through the hand, has the Bagalter in hand, has the No Free Lunch in hand. Bagalter not exactly necessary. In terms of MU, I think we have a fair bit left, right? We're only using 3 of 6.
Yeah.
Mad Dash.
Oh, is that a Mad Dash in hand?
I think there's a Mad Dash in hand.
Mad Dash in hand, okay.
No Free Lunch on the table. Let's remove a click or draw. Sorry, remove a tag.
Remove a tag or gain
3
3.
credits. Remove a
Yeah,
click.
in this matchup, almost certainly just money, but it is also instant speed money, which can matter.
Yeah, and sometimes it works if you don't get your Citadel down early and you want to play some of the
Yep.
tag cards. It helps you deal with that. So see again, Banknote on only 6 credits. The remote server is a Trieste, and Sam, or not a Trieste, excuse me, is a Managarm, and Sam is holding a Pinhole Threading in hand. Not wanting to clear that, wants it to be a surprise. You want to jam in the remote server? Okay, well, I'm going to go trash the Managarm. And there
Stargate
you go.
comes
There's
down.
the Stargate.
That's where the MU's gone, and
Yeah.
that is the answer to what is the multi-axis in this list.
And Turtle is on 6, means that there's no ice you could imagine in this list you can't get through. That's Gatekeeper on the turn is rezzed. That's
Is that
everything.
8 boat counters?
yeah.
8 boat counters. Good lord.
Miss here.
That is
but
a mega cruiser.
that is the last Spin Doctor, maybe the second last.
Yeah, Spin Doctor is the one that goes away.
Hedge Fund on top and Spin Doctor again,
One
the
of-
one card that stops the Stargate pressure.
Yeah, one of its few natural predators.
Yeah. Drop. That's a falsified. We're going to expose that. That's a Managarm, right? You get an
Yep.
advancement. You get 4 credits. Or not advancement. You get a
Choosing to
virus
res
counter.
now. Now playing around falsified.
Yeah. And that forces you to spend money that you might not need, especially when the pinhole threading might connect. Off the top of the deck, it's a hedge fund, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think importantly, we talked about it earlier. You know what card helps you get from 2 to 5 to win on time?
What was that?
Big deal. But that's even farther away now.
Yeah, it's so far away in terms of the money. It's 17 credits. I think you need 18 credits to be able to advance once more.
That's a lot.
I think there's only one more diversion, but if the Mina comes down, that kind of changes it. Not that we see code gates on the table. But yeah, it's going to be a bit. Maybe we'll see a hedge fund here.
Oh, that is a purge, so the turtle has been purged away. Thankfully, there are 8 boat counters to fall back on.
And 2 remote servers, or 1 remote server and 1 archives that you could threaten just to be able to get the counters back.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're running R&D there, not resing Fairchild 3, knowing it's going to be all the money, having a hedge fund in hand. So we're breaking that for 1 credit.
1 real credit, yep.
Off the top, on
Fully
sell,
operational, oof.
fully op, and Maryland will be on the next draw. So doing a fair bit of damage. That is a lot of card draw, let alone a lot of credits that Banknote just lost access to.
Yeah.
Draw 2, bottom 1. I think that's a rogue trading, which Sam would be pretty happy to get down.
Yeah.
I don't think Sam has enough clicks to actually get him any money off of it this turn.
Yeah, Sam,
Just click or two.
the money is drying up a little bit for Sam. It's not, you know, he's not in trouble, but
No, but this
rogue
is
trading helps reload quickly.
this is the thing with criminals, is that criminals, if they're not, they have all the run events that are very profitable. They have Chesva that's profitable. But beyond that, they eventually run out of money.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's
Yeah.
infinite the way that it used to be. So
Yeah.
you need those rogue tradings as a slow way to get your economy back into your deck. Maybe you want to play Teller Contract, maybe Liberated Accounts. I don't know. But at some point you do run out of money because Chesva just doesn't do everything you need it to.
Yeah.
In the remote server,
Oh, next activation command. Well, that is one way to say those boat counters don't matter.
yeah. And we get install. I believe that's advanced. And now you can't use the bow counter. You
Yeah.
can't boomerang. Everything's at huge
Pinhole?
strength. We're pinholing.
Gonna
Managarm
get the
coming down.
Managarm?
Using the Chesva credits. Time
Oh, time just got called
has just been called. And that's been called on Sam's turn.
on Sam's turn. So Banknote will have one more turn. If this is an agenda in the remote, this could be a tie or potentially a win with enough seamless.
We're
But
running
Sam
this.
is going to run the remote.
Wait,
And if-
Sam.
If this isn't an agenda, or if this is an agenda and Sam steals it, the game is over.
I don't know what's happening here. We're running into this. You can't boat it. Next activation command.
Oh,
You can't boat
you
it.
can't boat this. You can't boat. Yeah, this is the entire point of next activation command.
Again, time has been called. So Sam has his final turn and Banknote has his final turn as well.
Yeah.
Now Sam, assuming there's a food in the remote server, needs to go now.
He's boating. He's boating. Yeah, pointing at next activation command, pointing out the boat does not work here.
So Sam has the Bagalter in hand. The question is whether he has enough money. Mind you, that is, I think, a 6 strength on
Yeah.
sell with the next activation command buff. And you have to run through that twice with the border control. You know the top of the deck isn't an agenda, if I'm not mistaken? I think it's whatever was the third card.
On sell. It's an on
yeah,
sell.
on sell. Perfect.
So either the wins in HQ, though. Can you break HQ? Loki is how much strength? A lot.
5.
Yeah, Loki's 5 strength right now.
You could potentially, here with only 5 credits, you could Stargate and then maybe Mad Dash for the win off Archives.
Yeah.
I think that is the line. I
I
think that's
think
the only
so.
line. But we do see the Seamless in hand. So Banknote can score out to 5 points, which will win on time.
Yeah.
Playing perfectly into it, jamming right at the exact moment.
I think it has to be. Yeah, it has to be an agenda off of Stargate. I think that's the only line here.
Yes. I don't think Bagalter does it, unless there's an
No.
inside job, and even that, I don't know if there's enough clicks.
Running Archives, that gets a turtle counter, but a turtle counter doesn't do much.
Yeah, a turtle counter does nothing on this board state.
Yeah, minimum ice strength right now is 2, so
Unfortunately, that's it. Time has been
that's
called.
it. Time is called. Next activation is trashed, and it is a seamless. I don't see a
Advance,
second
advance.
seamless. It's a tie.
Food. No, that's a
Oh.
food. Seamless
Wait.
advance. It was one advance. It was a single
Oh,
advance.
it was single events.
It was single advance.
Oh,
yeah.
it was already single events. Wow, Banknote pulls out the win at the very last minute. Who needs a big deal? Build your own big deal. Banknote
Wait,
gets
it's
there.
not over. What's happening?
Wait, it should be over. I think
Okay,
we're just
excuse me.
seeing the top of R&D to see if Stargate was the right play.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
And it was. I think
Yeah.
if there's a Stargate there and a Mad Dash, that would have been the game.
Yeah, so that is a split on table 3. Sam
Yeah.
and Banknote are both on 22 points now, so very much
That's a
still
good
in
standing.
contention.
Yeah, that's
Very much.
definitely still a good standing.
The extra point actually matters a lot.
Yeah. Oh, because they had a draw at some point? That's why.
Yeah, each of them had a draw.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I think the top of the RD could have done it. I think they couldn't have res the Fairchild 3. I
Yeah.
think you can get through the
Yeah.
Eli on 6 strength. You have enough money
Yep.
with the cleaver. It's expensive, but again,
it is
it's the last turn.
expensive, but it's the last, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe there's a hope that wasn't the food so you get to a tie, but I think you'd still want to take your chance to win.
Agreed.
So time called at a really impactful point. Banknote taking that win off of the Corp. Both Corps winning it. And I think we are just about to have a small break coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they canceled the small break. I believe we're
behind on schedule, ain't we?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, yeah, classic. Yeah, that's a thing that happened. So, hey, don't go anywhere. How's your Worlds 2022 been so far? Let's get some hype in the chat. That is the end of round 5. We have 2 more rounds, and soon we'll be able to tell which players might have to go to tiebreaker or which players are going to come back tomorrow to vie for that standard World Championship title. I'll see y'all in a bit.
All right.
All right, welcome back. We're just about to start round 6 here at the World Standard Netrunner 2022 World Championship. My name is Andre. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going, fans?
Doing great.
And we are in the dark tent in the corner of the basement of the Sheraton
Hey,
Hotel.
we have a window open.
Yeah, okay. We have a window open. It's been nice. Thanks so much for joining us. We have some really exciting events. We're just about to start round 6. We're very, very close to starting getting our top 16 that are going to be moving on tomorrow. We might even have some additional tiebreakers today. But looking at the standings, there's a clear break here. We saw Quacktapus. I would say a bit of an upset, but I think a lot of people were rooting for Sokka and got the sweep. Swept through Sokka and is now at 27.
Play.
Intentional drawing at this point was the last round, and I think you can continue on forward. We have 125 Sam S. Mind you, did win both games last round from what we understood. The Stargate run did go off. Sorry, just give us a second. Orbital is announcing. Just at the top of the round, you might hear that bleed through, but the room is really quiet right now otherwise. Give us 1 second. Otherwise, we're looking at a bunch
sounds like
of
they're about to
24s.
start
The round's just about to start, and we're going to see one of the 24 tables. If I'm not mistaken, actually, the table that we're seeing is a bit lower than that.
Yeah, it's a bit lower.
It's the 21s.
The 21s are still in it. The 21s are still in it.
But do they have to 2 for 1?
21 is 7 wins, which would mean 4 or 5 losses. No, that would mean 3 losses. So I don't think they actually have to 2 for 1, because in theory, an X and 4 can make it.
Yes.
So this is still playing as normal.
Yes. Okay. So both these players are going to be playing it out on. I think we have this backwards. Yes.
I think we need to flip the seats. Yeah, we have Creditz, aka Creditz at Hotmail. If you played against Creditz on Jinsei, I would say anytime over the last 5 years.
Yeah. Creditz has been jamming out there.
Former King of Servers teammate of mine, one of the people carrying the team that year.
Oh, get out. Cool. And Functor on the right playing Restoring Humanity. If I'm not mistaken, that's the lonely soul Restoring Humanity at this event. Yeah. Right? It's just one of.
Yeah.
And Jinsei representation is actually really good at this event, but it's mostly personal evolution.
It's because it's personal evolution, and there's the super secret Ag Infusion list. This is the Restoring Humanity saying, nope, what I want is to be, I want to be 80% of a Pilana.
Yes. So you're going to get those credits. Again, Restoring Humanity from System Gateway, a 40 card minimum. We're going to look at 18 to 19 agenda points, 40 to 44 cards is my guess. And it says if there's a face down card in archives at the end of your turn, gain a credit. Now, there's so many cards that interact with this. Whether we're going to see some spicy Regenesis, Kakurenbo stuff, we'll see. But this last
Hansei Review, obviously, also one. And
yes.
I think an important one to remember is the basic action card. You can click to draw and discard at the end of your turn.
And Creditz on the other side is off a very simple playmat hanging off the edge of the table there, but 3 credits just off of that no free lunch. So I know a bit about Creditz' deck, and the idea here was just jam all the events that you can. You're playing into that Drago, you're playing into all this tag punishment. The one thing they can't interact with...
Oh, that's breaking up for Stargate.
How aggressive is
Oh
this gonna
boy,
be?
I love this.
Just to get the cards in
Okay,
hand.
just to get the card.
click,
Okay, VR-cation. All right,
But
all
this
right.
deck, I think, is a pile of like 22 to 23 events.
I see
think,
a bravado.
Yes,
I see
it's
a bravado
all
in there.
Events, a bit of Stargate. I don't think there's Pawn Shop. I think there's like 2 resources in it, or all those resources that are like ethereal that go. But that's the idea here. That Creditz on the left is going to be playing, just to see how far this event economy can go. And of course, both these players doing
That
pretty
is an
well
overclock in the bin and a lat draw.
at the end. Now, unfortunately, Functor's hand, there's a lot of cards there. I'm not too familiar with some of the arts here. There's a Konjin. Konjin, not a card you see very often. I don't know whether this is going to be similar to some of the Ag Infusion lists we see. I don't think it makes sense, but Konjin means that you're going to see a lot of meaner ice. So you want to see a Res Chiashi, a Res DNA Tracker, a Res Anansi, because Konjin allows you to play a side game and then redirects you, or sorry, it copies. It lets you encounter that ice. And we're going to start with the Hansei review. That's a 6-credit card in this ability. Discarding a card from hand. So that's going to turn on the Restoring Humanity. It's a face-down card.
And it's just fantastic economy because you get the 5 right away. You only have to have 5 credits to play it. What a good card this is. I'm sad we don't see more of it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play. That card from hand it's expensive cost because now it's 5 credits for 2 cards. But you really don't mind in Restoring Humanity. Functor there. Just clicking for credits, get that economy up. There's some interesting cards there in hand. I think that looks like a trust operation, but I'd be very surprised to know that is a trust operation.
Is that a...
It's an Obokata, a Konjin, an NGO front, and then I'm drawing
that
a blank.
attitude adjustment?
Yeah, maybe. That
Looks
makes
like
sense
an
too.
attitude adjustment to me.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah.
That seems good. Drawing up with that Diesel again. That Stargate comes down, but with Ice, we're going to check what that is. Turn off their ability. Sing.
I can't quite tell what that alt is.
It has a person on it. And Dirty Laundry to game 3, a whole handful of cards, more no free lunches, just a lot of economy. Well, we'll see what the Breaker Suite is here, because the Shaper Breaker Suite, again, it's endurance. It's largely endurance.
Yep.
On top of that, you actually have some interesting choices. I think the Sentry Breaker is the weak point in most of these Shaper lists. And these Shinteki lists are the one deck that can play the most impactful Sentries. You're expecting a Nancies, maybe a Bathonomist there on Archives sooner or later.
This seems like one of this honestly seems like one of the rough matchups for Boat as your primary breaker plan, because if you actually have to spend all 4 counters on an Anansi,
so
unlike
hard.
an FC3 or such.
Where you can choose to let a subroutine fire, but that Anansi, that spider, if you don't break all the subroutines.
Oh, that is a boat in the bin?
Yeah, I think there's 2 in hand, so there's still a second one in there. That VR-cation did draw a fair bit. And I was just talking to Creditz a bit ago, he was saying like, hey, VR-cation's really good. No one's playing this thing. And just getting you the cards that you need. Like, of course, you're getting that lat draw, but this is the best burst draw you can ask for in Shaper. And there's an Into the Depths. Pairing really well with that breaker. Eventually, you're going to get down the endurance. Not a breaker, but I meant the ice breaker. We'll see with the hand of cards here. Obokata is not surprised. Some of the bigger ice, I think, drawing into Functor's hand. A Gene Splicer.
Oh, a Gene Splicer.
Gene Splicer, a really cool advanceable asset. It looks like an agenda. It's not an agenda. It does damage equal to advancements on it, but this might mean Functor's on only 3-pointers, and that's how you score it out.
That's the natural Jinteki answer.
Yeah. So you want to play 6 3-pointers. Again, this agenda suite we've seen time and time again. A Mad Dash is going to be so important to see whether Creditz sleeve that card up. And we're going to start with the boat.
Oh, a boat is down. The boat has arrived.
Those are credits?
I have a really hard time telling how many credits is on.
Dirty Laundry there into Archives. Going to get that boat to 4 counters. Going to ask for a die or something a bit easier to use. There you go.
Okay,
Appreciate
that's better.
But yeah, that's a pile of credits.
Please.
I thought that was just like some schmutz on the table.
No, those are the credits.
Boats at 4. Now you can consider face checking, but
There.
again, a single Anansi draws you so far backwards. We're got to think, what do we do here? Again, it's been a couple turns, some cards drawn. Obokata is the sort of thing where you need to understand when you're interacting with it.
Counting up money. This is. I'll give you a hint. This is plenty of Anansi money.
It's some money. Wonder if you are worried whether this is a punitive list. Maybe that's what the face down card is in Archives.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask someone. Last click. Credit commission. Gain you 4 clicks. 4 credits, sorry, for a single click.
Yeah, it's pretty good economy. Much like VR-cation, it is actually quite efficient if you get to play it for just 1 click.
Attitude adjustment is going to draw 2, and then you're going to shuffle 2 agendas back. You gain 4 credits, if I'm not mistaken. 2 credits per agenda.
Yeah, it costs 2, so you net 2 credits, but shuffling 2 back.
Not too bad. And that hand there, you see a border control. That's some influence spent. Not the first card you expect in Restoring Humanity, but it does mean that they want to score on a remote server. And then a Regolith, which while Functor has credits, again, you res 1 Anansi, you're through more than half of that. So you might see that Regolith stick for a turn. I don't know whether Creditz is on the pinholes or not. How many credits does Creditz have?
Functor's shuffling back agendas. I wonder what Functor's currently looking for.
Yeah, I think you need to get something in the remote server to go. I think the Regolith's actually a really good draw here.
Yeah, Regolith would be great.
It's not very aggressive. Drawing up even further, and that Obokata just came straight back. Thanks for shuffling it away. But I think the Regolith, even in solid advanced events, the NGO might force Creditz to do something.
Yeah.
But like, you don't often see the Stargate on the table, like a tempo Stargate, not to use it.
Stargate.
It is controlling Functor. Functor understands if he spends 16 cards on their remote server, hey, Stargate might be an issue.
Yeah.
And that's the Regolith in the remote server. Yeah, real quick, actually, I want to address this because I think we got it wrong on the last round.
Yeah.
But at the end of the Sam Swade versus
Banknote.
Banknote. I was going to say Bank Money. But after Banknote, that game, the time was called at a different time. I think they got a bit of extension because of the judge call.
Yes.
So they actually had another minute in the game, which means they actually got to a final resolution of the game, which was Stargate, trashing an agenda, and then either mad dashing or just running a win. So Sam Swade actually swept both of those games against Banknote. So apologies. We got the read wrong there from where we sat.
Yeah, we didn't realize the judge extension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bravado.
So Bravado into the remote. This is good. Force you to res some ice. That's an Anansi.
There's the big one.
That is all of the that's all of the boat counters.
Yeah. Going to spend all that. Again, 8 credits to trade for 8 credits in the remote server. That is a Regolith.
It's a Regolith.
Especially if they spend 8 credits, you'd be happy to trash that. You're going to get, what?
That's gone.
8 credits back here after the run?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's a pile of credits.
It's 5 credits plus somewhere between 1 and 99.
Yeah, it's a number. It's some number. I think that's meant to be a 5. It looks like a 2. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Credits. Now flush out of the boat counters. Going to click for a credit. Get that lat draw again. So many of our good lap players, they are trying to figure out the difference in the hands here.
Yeah.
Make sure those lines up. And that's an NGO friend. Install advance here. Obviously not an agenda. I think you're actually pretty happy if that was an agenda. If Functor scores out an agenda, mind you, none of these Obokatas, they're not tempo positive. Maybe it's a send a message.
Yeah, it's not a Bologna.
Yeah, it's not a Bologna. If they score that out, you're totally fine. But I think that's why it looks so much more like a potential NGO front than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit's probably content to sit, let this pop, build up.
We talked about this, right? It's all about that Operation Econ, the event economy. You run out of that.
Yeah.
If you don't have things like the teller contract, if you don't have ways to get more money off of a single card, that might not last you. And we're just going to get a new boat.
Rigging up just to go back to 4 boat counters.
Yeah. Some people I've seen playing Rejig.
No, don't get rid of that one. Don't get rid of that one.
But now we got a new boat. 4 counters. It only cost you 5 credits. It's not the worst. We still have a fair few credits. Again, you might want to run R&D here for the Stargate. Of course, that NGO front can mean that Functor can raise just about anything.
Yeah.
I think it's a Biovault in hand too, right? That's a nightmare. Stargate. Chopping R&D.
Ooh, Stargate has arrived. Stargate is stargating.
We're going to look at the top 3 cards.
Obviously, 4 credits is less than the actual functional amount of credits. Sure enough, there's 8.
Yep.
I wonder if we will see these 8 immediately spent.
So we're at, what, 12? That's exactly Chiashi. That's a Chiashi, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a Chiashi.
Yeah. That is the altered Chiashi from, I think, the recent Game Night Kit series, or I'm not sure what the name of that is.
Would you like to spend your entire boat, or would you like to take damage? So spend the entire boat, get 1 back.
You could consider taking 2 damage for the boat, and there's that unknown card.
Oh, Restoring Humanity loves this.
Subliminal?
Loves Subliminal.
Yes. I think that's a Rashida. I don't know.
Think
that's my guess.
Maybe Spin Doctor?
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
It's yellow.
It's
the
yellow.
Card frame's yellow.
It's a bit yellow, yeah.
I'm going to say that's Spin Doctor, and if I'm wrong,
no,
I apologize to the crowd. So that does mean there is still...
Into the Depths HQ, love this.
Into the Depths, yes.
And Creditz does have at least 4 cards in hand to connect here. You're going to get that free, either the charge if you want to, and you can charge the boat. You can't charge if it's empty, but you can charge it as long as it has 1 on it. Otherwise, you can get 4 credits. You can actually find something from your deck and install it. That might be a bit expensive. We're just going for the money.
Going to gain 4.
And I think there's a single Obokata in here. Just going to poke. It's a Biovault for 2.
Biovault seems like a good trash, yeah.
But Functor's economy has been entirely gutted. No econ in hand.
0 credits. Build your own siphon here.
Yeah. Subliminal, though. You can get up to 4 credits.
So Subliminal will make this a 4-click turn. I'm not going to hold my breath on Subliminal coming back to hand anytime soon.
There you go. played for one.
So far, Credit's doing a very good job of denying the Restoring Humanity credit. Obviously, Boat helps with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Boat helps a lot with that.
I'm just worried whether we're burning the candle at both ends here. Again, an explosive deck. The slot deck has gone through, I think, more than half of the list, right? We've drawn a fair bit. We played, I think, 2 Diesels, 2 VRcations. We're running HQ here. Getting that boat counter
2
for free
credits.
feels good.
No res on the ice.
We're looking for the
That's
Obokata
the
there.
Obokata.
I think
Found the
you
Obokata.
need to take that 2 SMC.
That's
There's
4.
a Gauss. And I don't know what the last card is. It kind of looks like a Mad Dash, but it might be a black and white. We're going to take it.
It'll be
It's a Mad
fine.
Dash. Yeah.
Your cards belong in the trash. Put them there.
3 credits.
So that is 3 points to 0 now. 2 counters on the boats. Credits on 0 cards in hand, but well ahead on the board. Only 2 credits to Functor's name, and Credits is on 11. Hey, I can actually read it now.
Yeah, easy. Drawing
back up. That seems like the correct move. Now, here's a place where a VRcation would be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know if the list's on 3. Because drawing up here again, now the Mad Dash is gone. Whether the list is on 2, that's the big question. Because otherwise you're going to steal 3 agendas to win the game.
Yeah.
And that's really difficult when 3 of those could be Obokata. I don't know if the other one could be Bacterial or Send a Message. Both would make sense in the list.
Yeah, Bacterial actually makes a lot of sense out of Restoring Humanity because you get to A, stack archives, B, draw a bunch of cards, and C, make sure nothing good is on top for the runner.
Yeah. So we're going to get a card discarded there. That's akin to clicking for credit. It's
Though,
aggressively goes through your hand.
The Chiashi makes me think it's probably Send a Message.
Yeah, I think it'd be very good. And that pile of cards can't be that tall. The stack is pretty minimal.
Yeah.
Sure gamble. Now, if you don't run here, it's actually pretty important. And you lose the bow counter. Functor will also knock it back to Subliminal. We're resing for, I think, 2 credits.
IP block?
Just a Thimble Rig.
Thimble Rig.
If Creditz doesn't have an answer, you're going to pay a lot to go through that. It's 2 bow counters for the tiny Thimble Rig.
2 boat counters. Oh, man. That must feel terrible.
But Functor's economy still isn't there. You can run archives.
You were supposed to make counters off of this, not lose them.
Yeah, I think you reckon you bounce here.
Yeah.
You do kind of want to access HQ because they did draw a lot. There's a Rashida for their Monster, if I'm not mistaken. Archives is also probably unresable on 1 credit. You can check that. It also flips their ability. I think that's actually quite valuable.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have the clicks on the turn. Just click for 2 credits. DNA Tracker in hand.
DNA Tracker, not doing much against boat. You can just let 1 subroutine fire.
Probably the Rashida there.
Yep.
So Functor going to claw back, starting to build a remote server. And again, this Shaper deck isn't very good at breaking sentries. Getting that Anansi up was expensive, but that is not something that Creditz can run through over and over again. Now, Anansi doesn't end the run, but it does do a fair bit of net damage, up to 4 net damage. Mind you, you can draw a card for 2 credits, but that means the Obokatas behind it are quite safe. Unless you get Stone Chart Rooms on the table and you install them and you pop them at the right time, that's a line of play that's reasonable. It's kind of niche, but you always want to keep that in mind.
Here's an Archives run. Are we going to see Bathonimus raised? Bathonimus?
Yeah, no,
it's an Anemone.
Functor.
Do we see a trash?
Probably going to get a trash here again. Creditz doesn't have that many cards left.
That is not a fantastic DNA tracker. I think I'd be happy to get rid of that.
Yeah, we'll see if the money comes back. Maybe Rashida into a hedge fund will do something, but I hear you there. It looks like Functor does as well. So Anemone.
Yeah, sure enough. 2 net damage.
The exciting on-res cards, we're going to break that for 2 counters to deny 1 more net damage. But when res, if the corporation trashes a card from HQ, you can do 2 net damage. And it's not.
And that's a Simmel chip.
It's not a subroutine.
Yeah. Still got a subroutine here. Would you like to break this with your boat, or would you like to take another net?
I think Creditz is considering it again. You can see what they trash from hand. Whether that's worth preserving your, I think it's a hyperbaric. No, that's a deep dive?
I think it was, yeah.
DNA tracking. You're going to see that Gene Splicer as well.
Gene Splicer.
And knowing where those are changes how many agendas Functor needs to win the game.
Yeah.
What do you think the fractor is? Because how are you getting with the Chiashi? Is it 7 credits with the paperclip? There's nothing better than that, is there?
Yeah, I think paperclip. If it isn't paperclip, then that Chiashi's very, very, very bad news.
Yeah. I think Eric is on somewhere between 16 to 10 credits. I don't know if those are 5s or 2s. I'm assuming they're 5s.
Those are 5s.
They're way too big,
yeah,
right?
So that's
yeah,
16.
because it's meant to be like 5 together. Okay, cool.
Though, yeah, with this orientation, they do look like a 2.
Rashida firing in the remote server, draw 3, gain 3. I think we have 1 more agenda there on the farthest left side. We'll see what it is.
I think I see a border control at the very top of the hand.
Yeah. I think that one's been there for a couple turns. The Gene Splicer also came back up.
Yeah, border control through Anansi. Obviously, your boat does not want to spend 4 counters once, much less twice, to break through Anansi.
Yeah, that's hard.
So Border control into Anansi is a potential way you win this game. You actually have to get money to start threatening that, though.
I feel like this is one of the matchups where you could, in theory, get lethal with the Gene Splicer.
Yeah.
Because I really doubt that Creditz over there is playing around it.
No.
Same way you
even
play around
seeing it in
Avocado.
the bin, how do you play
that's
around
true.
it?
That's true. He did see it. That,
Well,
that
at the
matters.
same time, it's tough to actually play around it, I think. How
It's
do you
all advanced.
effectively do that?
Keep cards in hand? I don't know.
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stun
you
chip?
mean like a cheeky actual win off of the Gene Splicer damage?
Yes. Like a lethal.
I was thinking along the lines of like, you get them with the Gene Splicer, they run, they take damage, and maybe that gets you closer to winning off of Obokata lock. But
We have a Bravado there. Creditz is considering. There's the that's a hyperbaric.
that's the hyperbaric.
So it comes in with only one counter on it, and you have to spend 2 credits to boost the strength of it. That means HQ is open. We might just see inside. We might see a Bravado into HQ. You want to make sure you're accessing with 4 cards. That's a Stone Chip.
Yep.
Important to know, you cannot pop Stone Chip while accessing. As soon as you touch the Obokata and you see what it is, you have no more paid ability windows, barring any of the interrupt on access paid abilities like Imp that are very clearly labeled.
Oh, gonna take 1 damage here from Anemone. Run Archives.
Get that
See the new
flip.
card, which is another Gene Splicer.
Gets a bow counter. Again, those bow counters are super valuable. I don't think this deck is able
Reading
to break-
Gene Splicer
Yeah.
makes it less likely that Creditz will die to that now.
Yeah, I don't think you're able to break sentries very easily, so you're going to need those bow counters. And again, it's 4 bow counters for a single
Yeah.
Anansi.
Or a Chiashi.
Yeah, Chiashi, same thing. You could take
Unless
2
you
net
wanna
damage.
take 2
yeah,
net,
you
yeah.
can take 2.
That makes it real tough to steal an Obokata, but I guess you are just Stargating. So if you're able to stand a turn without... Oh, yep. Here we go.
So popping the
Stone
Stone
chip to
Chip
draw.
just to match cards in hand. Functor. Drawing up to 6. That's a Kaku Renbo. Okay.
Kaku Renbo.
I do not know at top tables how people play Kaku Renbo. Creditz is not note-taking. Kaku Renbo allows you to flip all cards in archives face down and allows you to install a card from archives. Mind you, you can trash cards from HQ as well and put 2 advancements on it. It's really important for things like Gene Splicer. It's okay with cards like NGO Front. It's a bit more expensive, but you get the advancements. It's actually the same. But the problem with this card is that it forces your opponent to remember every single card in archives. And with note-taking being allowed, in theory, you should actually note-take every card in archives. If they trash a card from HQ, it gets a bit more interesting, but I wonder if that's played, whether Functor is just going to let Creditz know what is missing, what is the loss, the missing target there.
That would be the nice thing to do. It
Yeah,
might
I
not be
hope people do
the
that.
game theory optimal thing to
Yeah.
do, but who cares about
It's
that?
awkward. Bravado also in hand. I do think that Hyperbaric does come in with 1 power counter, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct.
Into the depths on HQ. Again, we're breaking that for only 1 credit with the Hyperbaric. It's 1 to play, and now we do get our Into the Depths trigger. Either 4 credits, either charge, or
Boat should also have a
install
counter,
program.
correct? Oh, no, already ran Archives.
Oh, this is a new turn. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the boat needs to happen there, too. There you go.
Oh, yep, sure enough, boat counter.
So we'll see what they do with their Into the Depths. They have to decide now. So let's see what Eric's going to do.
So that is another charge. So up to 4 counters on boat, can break an Ansi.
That's good. So that's the Into the Depths. We're going to access a single card. There are agendas in there. That's a
Bio
Buy
Vault.
Vault. That's gone. 2 credits. Trash
Yep,
that.
gone.
It's a good value of a run. Still 1 agenda in there. A Kaku Renbo. And I can't tell what one of those cards is. I think it might be a Spin Doctor. No, it's red.
No, I don't think so.
Credits figuring it out here. Still a lot of a turn left, but I think that stack is so low.
Yeah. It almost looks like a single card.
Oh, let's see how much depth there is. Checking archives again, just taking the damage. And now cards actually matter. While you have a lot of cards in hand, you're not going to be able to play all of them. You do just need enough hit points to interact with, Gene Splicers, to interact with
Oh, that's a clot.
Obokata. Claw, you're not going to need it. That's fine. But access there just to get the flip as well. It's a border
control.
How often have you seen a corporation discard a border control?
Very rarely.
That makes you think
Very
that
rarely.
something is weird in HQ.
Yeah.
Rashida off the top. It's agenda. It kind of looks like an IP block. Maybe it's a Loki. Kind
Is
of
that
looks
a
like
Palisade?
Loki. No, maybe, yeah.
That might be a Palisade.
NGO front to gain 8. Mind you, something that was installed advanced in the remote server. Credit's not checking it again. Very expensive to deal with that. The only thing they can break is code gates and 1 Anansi.
Kakarembo.
We're
Here we
playing
go.
it. Oh,
That's a reader.
I don't like this. So Functor's going to show this many cards and say, hey, remember them. No, you can't do that. That's not possible. Now, here they can also discard a card from their HQ. They can discard any amount of cards, if I'm not mistaken. And now they install one. So that can set up a Biovault, can get an NGO front, it can get a Gene Splicer, which is hard to interact with. There's so many things this can do.
The eidetic memory coming in.
Yeah, okay, Creditz. You really are remembering every single card here? Can I write it down? I'm hoping that's what he's asking.
I think that's what's happening right now. That looks like what that question was.
I don't even think Kakarembo needs a card that can be advanced. So like you can even do this if you really need a Spin Doctor, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if we're in that situation right now. Actually, Biovault, a pretty good target.
Biovault's great.
Yeah.
Biovault's actually surprisingly good. It's all you're doing this turn, but that's like a pretty potent ability to set up. It looks like it is the vault, so that gets installed with 2 advancement counters on it for 2 credits and a whole turn. That's what you're expecting to pay for that, but you did get the recursion as well, and you got the credit.
Also turn on RH. Yeah.
So we'll see if Creditz runs that back. If Functor says it's the Biovault or says figure it out. And we're going to install
here's
an
an Ika. Ika solves a lot of the problems that Creditz currently has.
So Ika's really strange, right? Like, you have to host it. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But it's a program you have to host on another icebreaker. It's a killer. It's a really good killer specifically to deal with Anzekay. It breaks Anzekay, if I'm not mistaken, for 4 credits. I think it's 2 to boost and then 2 breaks. 2 to boost,
2 to break.
Because it breaks 4 subroutines. That's really good. But the problem at that point is that if you trash the Anzekay by overinstalling it, I don't think Creditz is going to have another killer. I think we've lost a couple Simul Chips. It looks like maybe 5 cards left in the deck. And if you want to use the Simul Chip, you need to trash another card. What can you trash?
Stargate?
Yeah, and I think Stargate's actually where it's going to start.
Yeah, Stargate's going to start and there's a Biovault. Or, sorry, not a Biovault.
Yeah,
a different way to end the run at instant speed. Border control. That can shut down this Stargate run. So I think the question here is it worth even continuing? Is it worth even spending the boat counters? Nope. Just going to gain 2.
And we didn't mention this, the Biovault in the remote server, once it's double advanced at instant speed, kind of like a Drago, but you can use this on any player's turn, you can end the run. And this is not end the run while running this server like border control. It just says end the run. So
end the run.
During a Stargate, you can end the run. During a run on archives where they're checking to get a boat counter, you can end the run. Not that it will likely happen, but that's the idea. Ika hosted on this.
Archives.
Oh, there's no way that Ika's going to stay there for long.
Yeah.
I think Functor would be happy to trash that. And we're checking.
Yeah, I wonder if Creditz...
I think Functor's just laughing, be like, figure it out. Solve this murder mystery. Which suspect is missing?
You should have written it down.
Bring your paper. Oh, man, that's hard. And last click, creative commission there, cards in hand.
Do you bounce the Ika over to the Anansi because the Anansi is something that Functor doesn't want to trash?
I think
is that too much? Should you not do you not need to do that? I'm not sure.
I think you would consider it.
Because
I think that Anemone is like just as much taxing as anything else. There, like a Thimble Rig is okay. Thimble Rig is actually a fair bit worse.
Yeah.
But I think you consider it. It's worth knowing that you can move that Thimble Rig around. So if HQ had agendas in it, there's a chance that Functor would, move something around where that's a bit more taxing. But that is the easiest place that Creditz can go to get boat counters. I'm surprised that we Ika the remote server, or Ika archives. I think Creditz wanted to see what was in there. But HQ is 1 credit.
Yeah, and also turn off RH, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. But that's a hard thing about turning RH. You're hoping you're turning it off. But if they do something next turn that puts a thing in it, like maybe you force them to do it. But yeah, it's very, very generous that Restoring Humanity fires at the end of its own turn, not the beginning.
Okay, we're seeing more ice on the remote. That costs 2.
And we have in hand.
What do we see? Rashida going to get jammed into the remote.
On top of now the Biovault. That card in hand looks like a Mutate. Is that a legal card?
No.
Oh, it's another Kakarembo.
That's another Kakarembo.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So Creditz here, starting the turn again. The remote server, nothing happened, and something got installed on top of it. So if you think that's an agenda, then the second card's an upgrade. This is actually the opposite. And now Creditz is going to go HQ, breaking for 1. Sees a card. It's another Thimble Rig. Comes in pairs. You do get the bow counter. And I think the credits are good. Eric has like 14 credits, but struggling to figure out ways to use them.
Now, on 6 boat counters, that does matter quite a bit for this remote, because you have to spend 4 of them. Well, you actually don't have to spend 4 of them on an Anzekay. You can use Ika.
Yeah, you can. It's only 6 credits. We're running R&D here for a Stargate. Again, this is the issue, is that Creditz, when stealing the Obokata, the one that he has, threw out their Gauss.
Yeah.
And so now there is no Fractor. Not that the Gauss is a good Fractor, but it's the Fractor you have that suddenly becomes the best Fractor. Now, you're not going to use
Fractor
Gauss.
is better than no Fractor, yeah.
Yeah, usually. And there's
and
the
border control denies the endurance counter is actually a pretty important part there.
Yeah, you could have seen the Biovault used there, but the border control makes sense. It is where it is. And now that Chiashi stands mighty. Again, that is a 12 cost res. It's an 8 strength barrier that has 3 subroutines. The last one end the run. The first two both say do 2 net damage. Some of the most net damage on a single card.
Yeah.
On a single ice, I think actually in standard format that might be, barring Mlinzy, which is kind of your choice if you let it happen.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Running HQ again for credit. Just need to get accesses where you can.
In standard, I think you're right, because Cortex lock in theory can be a larger number, but not if you have Cortex in your lock, your opponent's calling the judge.
Creditz has to take this. Obokata in HQ. Going to get a boat counter here. Unless they got one in 4 cards, it's going to be their last.
Ooh, that's an Obokata.
8. There's only 4 more cards. Credit's at 6 points. Understanding there's only one more Obokata on the list. Having to play around those gene spacers. Having to worry about anemones. A single anemone means that the Obokatas are safe. But there's going to be 3 more agendas, assuming they're sending messages here. But Functor could lose to single access. The question is, what are Credit's last 4 cards? He's sitting back far to frame, understanding, okay.
Tell you what they are, they're hit points.
Yeah, they're hit points. Maybe a Fractor, but they sound like hit points. Cards in hand. There's a send a message in the remote server.
That is an install advance.
Yes. This is like the weird board states where you'd actually consider rezzing a Mavirus to do a single net damage.
Yeah.
Not that we've seen one.
Now, this remote server is potentially extremely disgusting. There could be a border control. We've seen a few in hand. Anansi, obviously, already that's grossed enough. And you're going to have to run through Anansi twice. Now, you only have to pay the host cost once, so actually it's not that bad to run the second time. What the rest of this ice is matters quite a bit.
Is Credit's accessing with no cards in hand?
Yes.
Massive snare disrespect.
And the disrespect pays off.
Yeah. I don't think they're in the list, but some players would be a bit more cagey around that.
A little more cautious, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to start drawing up. That's a no free lunch. That's just Credit's. 2 more draws. I think that's a Stone Chip Chart Room as the second last card. That's a bit awkward. It's a charge, though.
Yeah.
That charge is valuable.
Yeah.
The card might be more valuable, but again, there's only so many.
And that is a send a message. A message has been sent. The message says, hold please. The message says border control.
Not a big res, but that's good enough.
It's only a 2-word message, but it says quite a bit.
So now I think if Credit's going to win the game, it's going to be maybe an HQ. Now, did not score that turn, scored that turn, but did not install that turn. So Functor had a chance of mandatory drawing into an agenda that has nowhere to go besides HQ, which you can check for 1 credit. But that Chiashi.
Man. This is actually a really nice thing about Restoring Humanity. A lot of times when you're scoring a 5-3, you have to discard a card. That's actually good when you're Restoring Humanity.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Okay, so I think Credit's here has to run HQ. You pay 1, you get an access. You use the bow counters, you just Stargate, you take 2 net damage. You get Biovaulted, unfortunately, and I think you know that's a Biovault. But you have to bait the Biovault out. Maybe you just run for a single. But you can't do that often. When you have 2 cards in hand, you can take 1 Chiashi to the face, and that's it. Or half Chiashi.
Yeah. It starts to actually get pretty tough for Creditz here.
And I'm pretty sure if he runs out of cards, he might actually scoop. Either that or Anemone is going to scoop for him. We're breaking that for 1 credit. Accessing, that's a Regolith Mining.
Yep. Not an agenda.
And if Functor top decks the agenda there, no, just another Chiashi.
Another Chiashi. A bit away from rezzing another Chiashi, but at the moment, that other Chiashi would essentially say, you cannot run this server.
That's a second Biovault.
Another Biovault.
Now, Functor knows, like, drawing is a bit dodgy. You draw an agenda, you have nowhere to put it. Well, you put it in the remote server. You're not scoring in that turn. I don't think that's an issue. But this forces Creditz to go and do something dangerous.
Yes.
Because they're pretty sure, well, not that they're going to lose, mind you. Functor can get to 6 points. That's fine. But it definitely makes that R&D Stargate a lot more difficult. Checking HQ for 1 credit, 5 cards in there, no agendas. I think it's a Kakurenbo, a Chiashi, a DNA Tracker.
DNA Tracker.
Cards back in hand there. Creditz just clicking for Creditz. And there's the Obokata off the top. Now, Creditz needs all 4 cards in hand. I can't believe the 3 Obokatas came up before anything else.
Seriously.
There's still 2 send messages, and that's the remote server. Install advance events. That's the last turn. Creditz needs to win off of R&D. But if Creditz needs to win off R&D, Creditz needs to run 3 times on R&D potentially.
You've heard of clown car servers. This is a clown card server for advancement counters.
It's like a game of dominoes out there.
Oh, here's a pinhole threading, though. That's going to trash
This is going to trash.
one of these biovaults.
Yeah, it's like you used the Biovault. You spent the run, right? Like you ended a run. Thimble rig.
It is much cheaper than running through remote and having to run back. Though, is this challengeable? You just have to get rid of the Biovault, right? And
You have to get rid of 2 Biovaults.
Yeah,
You
right.
can't
How do
run
you
this
get rid of a
twice.
second? Is there a second pinhole?
I don't think so. And as soon as there is, like now he has only 3 cards in hand, he can't steal
Yeah.
the Abacada.
Yeah.
Like no matter what, this is not a winning proposition. You have to also trash this for 2.
Well, Biovault
So-
goes down. There is another Biovault. There is no other playable card that this
Yeah.
could be than a Biovault.
No, you're right. Now the play is, okay, on 3 cards in hand, it's rough. Because you could have ran our HQ R&D twice
Yeah.
to take 4
Yeah.
damage, but you're 1 card short.
Yeah.
So one of those runs
Well,
will
you
probably
do
be
at least
Biovaulted.
you do at least get the boat counter, so you can at least boat through.
He's already got it. He got
Oh.
off the pinhole, right?
No, I'm saying you now have 4, so you can fully break.
Oh, yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
assuming it gets Biovaulted, right? You need to run it twice and eat the Biovault,
Oof.
but that's going to be
Yeah.
it. Well, not it. Functor's only on 6 points. Excuse me.
Yep.
But that's
yep,
the last
so
Abacada.
No, that things get really dicey now because Functor can win without putting a real agenda in the remote with Gene Splicer.
Yes. I do think with the Kakarembo in hand, that's going to be the play next turn.
Yes.
Very good, the
Yes.
Gene Splicer.
Yes.
Now, Creditz has 4 counters, going to run HQ. That Thimble rig hasn't been moved around. I'm kind of surprised to some extent.
What's the cost on Kakaramba? Kakaramba costs 2, correct?
Yeah.
So that's exactly enough to score out Biovault, right?
I think
Because
so.
it's like a 5/3. You have to spend 2 full turns, but it has the click ability to score it.
I think it's only 3 advancements, but it costs something
Oh.
to res. It's
Oh,
like
you're
2
right,
to
it
res.
does cost to
yeah.
res.
We're trashing that Spin Doctor from HQ. The boat's on 5 counters with 2 cards in hand. Again, you're going to need 6 counters to run R&D twice. So I think there's a chance that Creditz here can run twice, once on HQ, and then can see the top of the deck. But we're just going to Kakarembo for the Gene
Kakarembo,
Splicer.
here we go.
Looking through
This
all there.
definitely isn't a Gene Splicer. Don't worry about it.
Are you ready for this murder mystery? Can you remember 20 cards?
Do you know all the suspects?
Yeah, face down. Going to get some credits there, too. I don't know if it's 1 trash card. Oh, that was a pre-existing face down card.
Well, hopefully Creditz has the Sherlock Holmes hat on.
Yeah.
Backwards, if so, it looks like.
But that is all of Functor's turn. So Creditz has a play here.
Yes.
I think you run. You have to get 6 counters. You spend 4 to break it once. You get Biovaulted, and you spend 2 to run back, and you take 2 net damage, and you get the top of R&D. That's all you have here.
But if it is
it's
a send a
boat counter.
message.
You need to remember the boat counter.
Yeah, boat counter matters. Boat counter matters a lot.
Yes, that's so important this turn. I think you realize he missed the boat counter. Oh, I hope he does. Oh, that's such an important boat counter.
Thinking about it, not sure.
That is a trigger on the first successful run of turn. Oh, there he is, pointing archives, realizing he might have missed the counter there. It's such an important counter.
I think Functor's allowing the counter.
We'll see.
Yeah, Functor's allowing the counter.
Take it. Oh, man.
The
So
sportsmanship
nice,
here at the top
yes.
tables.
So here, it's going to be 4 counters to break all of it. That could bait out the Biovault again. It's all
Yeah.
the agendas in the deck are able to be interacted with, but there's only 2 left in what looks to be about, I'm assuming, 15 cards.
Yeah.
But it's a very narrow chance.
Is there's an Obakata in the remote, or there's an Obakata in...
All the obos are out, right?
Oh, you're right. All the obos are out. Creditz has 2 of them.
1, 2. So spending as few counters as possible. Again, obviously die to snare. We're going to Biovault that.
Biovault.
And now we can go back.
Goodbye. Boop.
We have 1 run where we have to break all of Chiashi. That's the only thing a Creditz can do
There's
here.
a line here.
Has 2 clicks left.
You could Stargate here, right? Or was that a Stargate last time?
No, I don't know. Yeah, the question is whether that's a Stargate or not. You're right. You can Stargate.
This
I
is
think
just a
that might have
natural
been a
R&D
Stargate.
run. This is a natural... Yeah. You buy it.
off the table. Single axis.
It's
an
an Anzekay. Oh.
I hate to see that thing. And that's a handshake. That's
And
a
that
Gene
is a
Splicer.
lat with arachnophobia, not seeing what needs to be seen.
Oh, no. The agendas were in the bottom.
They
There
were
was
in
only
the
like 7
bottom.
cards left, and they were at the bottom
Wow.
there.
Wow.
So I do think that's interesting. Maybe you go for the single access first to see if they'll Stargate it, and then you go back for the Stargate. But I think you open with the Stargate, which is like, a bit of a juicier target.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's a good game for both players.
Yeah,
that's a
props.
hard matchup.
Very
you saw
well
that
played.
lat deck. It's like all gas, all operations, breaking stuff, boat only, and these sort of Jinsei decks playing Ganansi. We saw that even yesterday. Like they stop these sort of lists. They force you into breakers, which they don't exactly have. Well played.
As many counters as boat has, you don't actually want to spend forever.
No,
that
that's
sucks.
way too many, especially when they're kind of expensive to get. Mind you, that Tiebreak was the easiest thing we had going.
Look at the bottom card of this R+ deck. That is a price deck that we see revealed to the camera.
Oh yeah, so I know a bit about this list too. This is it's a strange pile. It's actually a deck that basically is a controlling the message deck put into a Reality Plus shell. So you're going to see.
Are you on Ares?
There's on Ares. There's a snare in it.
There's a snare.
Yeah.
That gives a tag.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my
it's
God.
a 2-credit snare. There's Pricek, there's snares, there's Ares. The tag punishment, I think, is a bit all over the place. I don't know if it's on Boom, but it's a list that basically looks like a controlling the message list. Just put the Reality Plus, you shave off 5 cards, and you have an ability that doesn't stop you from trashing, but it pushes you ahead.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating.
That's really cool.
Yeah, Creditz generally plays some interesting brews. I know he talks with a group of Netrunner players from all around the world and comes together with some very strange lists. Well, we'll see how this game goes.
Creditz definitely wants to get the run back here, wants to get the win because
Yes.
Both of these players really, I think they have exactly one loss to give. Two would potentially knock Creditz out.
Yeah. Ace is super important. If Creditz loses both of those, the chance of getting to day 2 is very minimal. You saw the hand there. You did see the price deck.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see some other spicy cards in there, and we'll see what this Cabanessa does. Again, this looks like Reaver Shop. That would be my top guess.
Yeah.
And we saw the NWE list posted recently before Worlds about what Reaver Shop they play, and they also changed the list in a day before Worlds. They said this is a different version. It's running Deep Dive. It's not running Stargate. It's running this card, not this card. They're running Citadel, which is, actually would be pretty impactful against this
that
matchup.
actually would matter a lot here.
But if you're seeing that sort of Reaver Shop deck, a lot of these decks are running 3 copies if they're on Reaver of No Free Lunch. A card that removes tags, but let alone if you crack it on the opponent's turn, you get a card draw with Reaver first time a turn. So actually really good into this matchup.
So I see a Stone Ship chart room. I see an SMC.
And in hand, we get a best defense there. I think it's a Maryland. I'm telling you, this is just a CDM deck.
This is wild.
This is so interesting.
Wild.
And price deck remote sometimes happens. I'm really excited to see how this goes. Functor there, starting with his hand. That misdirection can be important. I'm not sure if the list is on hard hitting news, but again, we're going to build some remote servers. One of them iced up. Centrals, you can leave pretty wide open for the first couple turns. And Stone Chip chart room just to draw 2.
Complete central disrespect. Paying off so far. No punishment.
Yeah. No free lunch there in the hand. That's a card you want to keep on the table. Probably
go.
not going to crack that for 3. And this is Cabanessa Wu. So, of course, her ability allows her to search her deck and install a non-virus program, reducing the cost by 1. For a click. That's immensely powerful. That's your whole deck access to. Again, 14 programs. Go find the one you want. However, at the end of the turn, if that program is still installed, it gets removed from game.
Yeah.
So again, you can use that to pull self-modifying code. Functor is going to show us how it's done here for 0 credits.
There you go.
And then you're going to crack that for 2 credits to find a program you really want. So the Reaver comes down for 4 credits on turn 1 every single time if you want it. And you're going to see that no free lunch come down. Probably going to crack that for 3 credits and a card draw on the corpse turn. And we're off to the races. Again, a 4 influence card. But when you can find it on turn 1 with Cabanessa Wu, you kind of see where these pawn shop-based decks really, really succeed.
Yeah. And we've seen the power of getting a card every turn with Lat.
Yeah.
This is that.
This is very
you get
comparable.
that. You get that, but you also have another ID ability.
There's also Prisha in hand, which in this matchup actually might look a bit better than you think.
Prisha's actually, yeah, Prisha's kind of hot.
An AR in
that is an
hand.
AR off the board.
Okay, we got a different game here.
It was iced, but yeah, that's whew. So AR enhanced security, that is a 3-1 agenda out of MBN. The first time the runner trashes a card, it doesn't have to be installed. The first time the runner trashes a card each turn,
yeah.
give them a tag.
Corp card.
A corp card,
Yes,
you're right.
Of course.
Trashes a corp card each turn, give them a tag.
So, you know how we're talking about how this is controlling the message? It's literally now controlling the message.
Yes.
It's controlling the message where they gain money or card draw when you trash their stuff.
Yeah.
It's
It's
really
controlling
fun.
message, except you skip the tag entirely, and you
yeah.
gain money off of it.
Not that you can't play AR and controlling the message, but you see what the idea here is. And Functor is going to have to set up. Again, this deck has a resource-based economy. We're largely on, while we do have some spec works, we're on Aesop's Pawn Shop. A connection resource, which if credits can challenge that with things like Drago, you might not have a credit engine. The cast coming down, though.
Cast comes down, hopefully credits for the long term.
And we'll see that misdirection doesn't help against a single AR enhance. It's really
Yeah.
good against hardening news. It's really good at charging Reality Plus remote servers that give you 2 or 3 tags, but a single tag, it's not good.
No.
And it's not like no free lunch is going to do the lifting for that sort of interaction, but this is not Deuce's Wild. This maybe has a Citadel. We'll see exactly what version this is.
And as much as I want to say misdirection is good against 2 Ares, nothing is good against 2 Ares. Scooping is good against 2 Ares.
Oh, I don't know if it's that dire, but
I
think we just want to see this deck do something cool.
bad.
Double price deck there. We have a second one in hand.
Oh man, the price deck.
There's the best defense. But you could pay 2 credits to deny them 3 credits on a card. Not what you want to do on Creditz' board state. Again,
Agreed.
They kind of do look like mouse droppings, but those are Creditz' credits.
Yep, there are
just
3.
3 credits to the corp.
And only 2 for the runner at the moment.
Yeah. That can
Drawing up.
change really quickly. The Daily Cats giving 2 credits there. I think there's multiple price decks on the table, and those cost 2 credits to fire, so it's a bit of a bluff. But once the first one fires, you get the 2 credits back. It's
Yep.
actually free price
Yep.
decks. Isn't
It
that
is.
cool?
Yeah.
As long as you have the upfront money. Again, Begalter accounting. Creative Commission.
Creative Commission, that helps.
Functor realizing that this is not going to be very fast. It's a Maryland campaign protected by a price deck. Not a credit positive card, but it's 6 credits. That's good for an econ card, and it gets shuffled back once it's done.
And it's really annoying to trash right now because you have to take 2 tags to do so, and you also take you take a little bit of damage for the trouble too.
That's a second AR enhanced security in the remote. I think that's AR2.
Oh no.
Is Functor
Remember what
ready
I
to
said a
interact?
minute ago?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Is Functor ready to interact? They have the self-modifying code. They have enough credits. They have the Reaver. They want to trash things. This actually is a deck that's pretty good into assets because if you have the Parisha, if you're trashing installed cards once per turn, you get that Reaver draw. That's not bad. But of course, the AR hand security is off the table.
Drawing
But
up,
that's
finding some cats.
it's an ongoing ability.
Another deep dive.
So this looks like the more modern version by 2 days,
Yeah,
mind you, on Netrunner
yeah.
DB of the deep dive version, and centrals are wide open. Again, I don't know if this agenda suite is. This is going to be running 4-2 agendas.
I assume so.
I don't know if it's Crypto Crash. I don't know if it's Off-World Office. But it's not just Bolognas and ARs. I think there's more agendas on Creditz' side.
Yeah.
But Functor's setting up really well. More drip
Cats
economy.
goes down. Is this the AR? I think you're right. I think it's the AR.
Now, normally you might be scared of things like a Drago into trash your stuff.
Oh,
but
Parisha.
that no free lunch is going to protect you. Parisha coming down. Not going to get use of it. Could be something you pawn after you get some value, spec work. There's a Quantum Predictive in hand, but that's a second AR enhanced security scored just off table. Now, the first time a turn a card is trashed, Functor is going to take 2 tags. I think Functor is going to say, you can have your remote server. I'm going to go for a deep dive sooner than later.
Yeah, Creditz is only up 2-0, but this is already, in my opinion, a commanding lead. Those ARs just mean that you can't trash, and you just can't trash anything on the board. Your assets get to scale exponentially like they do.
But how do you close the game?
By having enough money to res a bunch of ice.
Well, that's going to take such a long time, and we only got 20 minutes left in the round. There's no explosive economy here. And look at
I think
Functor's
you have enough
side.
time.
Oh, I'm excited to see. That's a Takobi.
Oh,
I think that it
Takobi.
is a Citadel Sanctuary. That it was one of the tech cards that was added later as a response to these sort of decks.
Yeah.
Not exactly this deck, but these sorts of decks. And an Overclock hitting the bin as well. So
It doesn't do quite enough now.
yeah,
Yeah.
it helps, but it's not enough. Mind you, Cabinet Wu does have a link, so the Citadel does get sweeter.
Is that a news team?
It looks like it is, yeah.
That's a news team.
That's a quantum
There's a
predictive
news
model. And this is what I mean. Like, if Creditz wants to score to get to 7 off of 1-pointers, it takes some time. Now, this is interesting, because if he asks the price deck first, which I recommend, I would assume it's a mistake, and most of the times you'll get the tag, and then the quantum predictive model goes to Creditz score area. I'm assuming here the outermost ice might just be a ping, something that gives you a tag, which at that point you could always end the run, clear the tag, come back, but that might be hard to do all in a single turn.
Agreed.
The Fracture slot of this deck actually got
Here we
interesting,
go.
because I think they're back to Gauss.
Let us see ping.
Funhouse.
It's a funhouse.
That's
an expensive res for Creditz.
Almost all of Creditz is credits. Now, if you want to go through it, the money will come back, and you will have the price set credits, but that means you have a tag. So if you come through, hit a price deck, it will actually cost 2 credits, get a tag and a meat damage, but that kitty is going to go over to Creditz to score area. I think are we going through?
Yeah. I see tags.
Thanks for the quantum.
There you go. Thank you.
What does that agenda do, Pants?
Quantum predictive model, what it does is beat me. Quantum predictive model is a 3-1. If the runner accesses it while the runner is tagged, instead of stealing it, it just gets added to the corpse score area. It doesn't get scored, it just gets added to the score area.
Yeah, and that's good. Now
And that's a price tag.
the price tag, and Creditz is not going to fire that. Again, they don't have a lot of money. That will be 2 credits to fire.
Funhouse already got the 2 credits from R+, so the utility's a lot lower.
And Parisha has a really strange clause on it. It's recurring credits to them, but only to trash assets. So you can't use this for upgrades, but it's 16 credits to 3. So I think Functor can take the 3 credits there. Now we're trashing the Parisha. Again, we only have 4 MU, 2 of them used by self-modified code.
And this is clearing all of those tags from Funhouse, from trashing.
Yeah, that was 3 tags. I forgot because that trash was actually.
I think it was 4.
Yeah.
Didn't break the sub, and then the double Aries.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And that is where this misdirection actually gets easier. The Funhouse remote is not that taxing if you're doing everything all at once.
Very true.
Shuffling back in the Maryland campaign that was in the new remote server. And I don't know what Creditz can do on the table here. Functor has no points, but Functor's playing Control Shaper. It's just a matter of time before they do a deep dive.
Yeah.
Maybe a second deep dive. DJ Fenris is in the list as a Sable target. It's a possibility. Otherwise, you can go Steve for HQ value.
Oh, here's what you do. You throw down a... Oh, you best defense misdirection. All right, that's
a good start.
That's a good start. Throw down not a Rashida. Yes, a Rashida? Maybe a Rashida. Yeah, I think a Rashida.
Kind of looks like it. Up to 4 credits. I think there might be a hard hitting news in hand.
There is a hard hitting news. I think what you have to do here is start building up a credit differential with econ assets and get to the point where you actually get to land a hard hitting news.
Yeah. I think it's just a matter of time, though. Functor's going to find a pawn shop, and then the economy absolutely explodes. For them, their economy's been good. I think he's played all of the creative commissions, if not 2 or 3 of them.
I think so, yeah.
Some of the decks actually don't
Harbinger
have creative
gets
commission.
trashed.
Some of them are sure gamble. Yeah, trashing Harbinger is a bit ugly, but it's not a card that does anything if you don't have a spec work or you don't have a...
Yeah, you need to actually find the trash things.
Aesops, yeah. I think there's 3 creative commissions played, so the economy's actually going to stall a bit unless you want to use the no free lunches, but it's going to require the pawn shop. We'll see if the endurance comes down. It doesn't seem that important on this board state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only ice that's currently rezzed, it does nothing with.
Yeah.
How long until you deep dive, if you're Functor?
I don't think you need to. I think you want to make sure you're not losing to the table, and then once you're on, a couple points and one Creditz feels uncomfortable, you can really close it. But I just don't think you're in a rush to do that. Drawing a pad campaign, a Turnpike, a Lady Liberty.
Oh, that is so good. Lady Liberty. So that is a 5-cost asset. You res it, costs you a bunch.
Yeah.
And it gains 1 power counter each turn. You cannot control that. It is not a May. It has to gain 1 power counter each turn. And what you do with Lady Liberty is you triple click it, you spend your entire turn, and you toss an agenda with a that is worth a number of points equal to the number of power counters on Lady Liberty into your score area.
Yes.
It is a fantastic way to non-interactively get an Ares from your hand into the score area against the runner. Obviously, 2 of them are already there. Lady Liberty still could tick up. You threaten to potentially score 6 points off of it if it doesn't get contested. It is just another good way to force the runner, run, trash this, take 2 tags.
Unfortunately, those assets are going to sprawl off the table. I'm going to see if we can get that rectified so you can see it, because there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a bad campaign in Lady Liberty, something in the remote server. Diesel to start to draw here. Again, it's all about that pawn shop. None of the economy showed up. Specworks are not also showing up either. I wonder if they're still on the list as well.
Man. Yeah, we...
This is
the Zoom.
You give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, unlike on Janet, we can't just zoom out here. It is a physical camera, a physical table. So, Wu drawing up. I think that is... well, let's see. Okay. Thinking it over. Gonna see the Citadel? Thinking about it. Oh, no, that's a DJ Fenris. So DJ Fenris, a 3-cost resource. You get to choose an ID. It has to be a Gmod. You have any idea what just got DJ Fenris?
What got Fenris?
Yeah, Fenris is down. There is a clear plexiglass
Sable
cover. It's what?
That is the blue Yakuza
That is Sable.
Yes.
That is Sable.
That's for deep dive.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so we're going to see that dice. So this is the thing. A lot of times this deck will either become Steve if they need to get that HQ pressure for the recursion. Thank you. Oh, or it'll become the deep dive, the Sable, which gives you the extra click when you run a central server, so you can start checking, but also you can use that to get the extra click, so you actually have the 5-click deep dive term, because Beth is not triggering on the 15 credit mark anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, there are 2 deep dives in hand, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's 4 axes out of the top.
That's how you're going to close again.
And then 8.
Yeah, those are from Yakuza. They were prize support yesterday for top
right.
finish.
Dude, we won those, didn't
Yeah,
we?
yeah, yeah.
I need to pick mine up for pranks.
You got the green one because you play Shaper. You got
What?
Padma.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's good. It looks, it's gorgeous. And off the camera, still there. Unfortunately, that is the Lady Liberty.
Lady Liberty. So Lady Liberty is ticking up to 1 here.
Yes. On 2, it's going to be meaningful. We're going to see what the 2 pointers are. There's a Retribution in hand. I'm telling you, there's so many one-ofs in
That's
this
so
list.
sick.
So many strange one-ofs. A Turnpike, you might need that for central servers again. Sable, if you don't know, is a G mod that's going to get a mark at the start of a turn. When
I
you
see
run
a
the mark,
boom
you
in
get the
hand.
click back. There's a boom as well.
Yeah, there's a boom in hand.
So 2 tags. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon, but losing the misdirection. Now these are the things we're going out of the way to trash the Lady Liberty. That's difficult. 5 means archives.
Okay,
So
archives.
it's a clickless archives run. We'll see if Functor just tries to close the game
Running
out.
archives?
Yeah. Running
Oh,
HQ
no, running
first.
HQ. Running HQ.
There's a boom in there. I don't think there's any agendas.
That's a retribution.
Yeah, good to know
So
that's in there.
the weird little one of is
Yeah.
known now.
And this is definitely a deep dive.
Yeah, that's R&D.
Trash
That
that for
looks
2.
like-
Trashing
no,
cards
no,
on a
not
deep
gonna
dive
get
is
trashed.
good because you see more, but you're
Yeah,
going to
you
take
see
2
more.
tags. That's
Right,
the issue.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And there you go. There's a deep dive. So it says after you run all 3 central servers, look at the top 8, set them aside. You can access one of them. Spend an additional click to access 2 of them.
Yeah, I think Sable changes this game quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
think.
really cool, flexible option here.
That's very, very cool.
I've also started seeing people DJ Fenris into Lou if you're dealing with assets. That's
Oh,
kind of a
that's
fun
very
thing to
cool,
do.
yeah.
I forgot. That's an option. Make your Reaver go even further.
I forget they use a G mod.
Yeah, all the time. 8 cards.
Oh, show
You're not
us.
showing it
Show
to the
us
camera
credits. Credits, show us.
You're on camera.
Come on.
Oh,
okay,
thank you, Functor.
you.
Snare.
Snare.
One agenda. So this is interesting, right? Because Functor could wait another turn, which is probably the right play. We're going to steal like Global Food Initiative, but
Yeah.
can wait for another turn, or you can, in theory, deep dive right now. I don't think you're in a rush to, because you can only steal one
Yeah.
agenda there. So we're gonna see
there
that.
is an easy way to lose the game right there, which is choose to trash a Rashida. Ares does fire off of that trash.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
so,
awful. Don't do
good,
that.
good that Functor chose not to do that.
And now just getting a single ice on central servers does make that deep dive a bit more awkward. Now,
Yeah.
Creditz does have the Turnpike, and I don't know how you're going to break it. You might just want to go through it and then no free lunch it. It
Yeah.
opens you up to some Drago plays, and there are cards on the table that nothing's happening with, so they could be just Dragos and wait. We did see the Retribution.
Oh, I think we finally see an Aesops in hand.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, and going back to HQ here. Smelling something in HQ. Let's go ahead and see if anything's going to happen here. Finally getting a legal die roll. That is
That's
a hard-hitting
hard-hitting news.
That's not going to trigger this turn, at least.
Not for a while. I don't know what Creditz does for burst economy. I don't know. Do we see a hedge fund? Because that's the sort of thing that doesn't always show up in the controlling the
Yeah.
message list. It's not that that
I'm
is
not
what this
sure.
is.
Yeah.
Is there a Quantum Kitty in hand? No.
No. DBS. Yeah, Daily Business Show.
Top deck. Psychographics. I'm just telling
Psychographics,
you, it's
wow.
like one of the strangest.
This is a strange list.
Yeah.
So that's the DBS going down.
Yo, Functor is,
Functor,
I
thank you.
think, helping the camera, the streaming setup
Trying
so
to.
often. Yeah, kind of shifting everything. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the tape. The tape is what we can see.
Yeah. So now, okay, if you top deck a Global Food Initiative, I believe next turn, especially with the DBS, that might help. But that is going to be where the Lady Liberty actually can add take
Yeah.
credits to game point.
Yeah.
There's a Turnpike.
Oh, yep, Turnpike. So
Trace 5 on the
just going to
Sentry.
make this a little more annoying to run.
1 credit to lose. Functor needs to figure out how to deal with this. You could always just crack your no free lunch.
Yep.
You don't want to access with a tag here. There's a small chance you hit a quantum predictive model. Not the biggest
Yeah.
chance.
It's non-zero. Non-zero is enough.
Yeah. And it's actually really lucky that this deck switched from having Stargate to Deep Dive, because Stargate into two AR enhanced security, that's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So Trace 5 again, we do have 1 link that'll cost 4 credits. That is akin to breaking it with the Breaker Suite of this deck.
Credit's thinking this over.
I don't know what you can do here. I don't think you want to boost. I think you're going to need the money. Making a
Yeah.
Trace 9, actually, at some point, if you have enough stuff on the table, could help. Again, Deep Dive is a 2 credit play at that point if you don't win, and Functor is unlikely to win. I think nearly impossible to win. But we're just going to use that no free lunch to remove
enough.
the tag. Now, that means you did give the tag, so Creditz can get 2 credits off
Yep.
the Reality Plus ability. Hasn't fired in a couple
Reaver does
turns.
draw.
Yes. Snare.
That's a snare.
That's a
Yo!
snare. And you can't...
Snare on exactly 4 credits, correct?
5 credits.
Oh, on 5. So
Yeah.
can fire. Chooses
So
to fire.
the cool thing about the snare is you can't
You can't trash it.
You
You're right.
don't
You
want to
can't trash
trash
it.
Snare in the NBN with AR enhanced security is so cool.
And also, does this hit the deep dive?
Oh my, the
Does
one
this
of
hit
Snare.
the deep dive?
That one.
The
Yes.
deep dive hits the deep dive.
Functor saw the Snare in the first deep dive, right? Spec work, pawn shop. So Creditz is.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to be on top of R&D. What
Yeah,
are the odds?
right? What are the odds? Oh man, absolutely amazing.
Oh. Snare still getting people in the
Wait,
Eurobar.
Functor trashing it,
Trashed it?
taking 2 more
That's
tags.
2 tags.
I think we're gonna see the misdirection come back up. There's no way we're not, right?
You have to, right?
Now only on 1 credit. We're going to HQ here. It looks like we might start floating. If the boom is in there, which it is, that's a 4 credit play, so you can't get that. Psychographic's a bit scary. You can clot that if you're really quick. And
Yeah.
I think this version did add the clot back in.
Oh, running back to HQ. So there are not 2 clicks left, if I remember it correctly.
No. 2 tags. Going to use the SMC. Oh, Sable got a click back. So I think this is less rude than it
Okay,
looks.
okay.
Yeah. That should be 3 tags, right?
No, 1 was free launched.
But snare and trash. That's 3.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah?
I think they forgot the snare tag.
Yeah, maybe.
It would for what it's worth just be 1 extra.
Yeah, it's
credit
1
with
credit. It's
misdirection.
not the most meaningful thing,
Yeah.
but it's something. Let's see if you top deck a food here. Okay. The Lady Liberty successfully did nothing.
Yeah.
It cost 5 credits.
Yeah.
It had a threat, but it's not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's no 4 point agenda in the format anymore. There used to be.
Yeah.
But Functor now still in 12 credits, but no
Yeah, this-
economy engine whatsoever.
This looked
Spin
so
Doctor drawn
good for
up.
credits at first.
I'm telling you, it's still really hard to win. And like
Yeah.
Functor is trying to win, and there's traps that are getting in the way. But like, if you just leave credits on his own, the amount of time I think is going to force him to score to 7 is actually a long time.
Yeah.
So
Now 7 minutes left in the round, might not need to score to 7,
yeah,
especially with the 1-0 snare knocking out the second deep dive.
yeah. I think the list is
Amazing
only on
play.
2. We got the
we
Sable
talk
roll.
about, right, the best play is to just hit the agendas. Well, sometimes
Yeah.
the best play is to just hit the deep dives.
So yeah, that misdirection. We did draw into the spec work. You can use Cabinet's Boo's ability to get the Harbinger on the table. That also opens up simulchip plays if you want, but it looks like we're going to do that. Cabinet's for the
Yeah,
Harbinger.
Harbinger.
Costs you 0. We'll spec work that, so you end up drawing, getting 3 credits and drawing 2 cards for 2 clicks. It's not too bad.
Plus potentially more because of Reaver.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually 1 more card than that. 3 cards, 3 credits.
Man, Beth has been underemployed this game.
No, but you were happy to install her.
Yeah.
So this is going to draw a bit. I think Functor now is looking for the last 2 Ace-Up Spawn Shop, and once that happens,
Yeah.
the economy engine is totally in full gear.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get that infinite recursion of the DJ Fenris. So the Sable, you know, if you hit HQ, maybe you'll run HQ. You're feeling pretty confident. Daily Business Show rezzed far off camera, and it's between a Turnpike and a pad campaign. Pad campaign is money. Eventually, Turnpike is an ice.
Money eventually wins out.
Yeah, something to put in a remote server as well. Hand has no agendas. They're all still in R&D. Boom, Harding News, Retribution. Some stuff on the table with 2 credits again. Functor's not worried of a score. Spin Doctor in the remote server behind the Funhouse. We're going to draw 2 off the top. I think there are news teams in the
Yeah,
list.
that's a news team. That has to be a news
And
team.
a food, yeah. So I think there's a news team in Archives, unless that's what's between the pad campaign and the Spin Doctor. There may be
Yeah.
a news team on the table. No, that's a price tech, right? That was
Yeah,
protecting the Maryland?
Yeah, because that didn't get trashed.
Yeah. Credits figuring out what to do here again. The food is not going to go anywhere, and HQ can be open. In fact, a free run sometimes. Just the Sable pressure will do it. So we'll see what to do here. Again, holding a huge mid of cards. I think Functor's also holding a huge mid of cards. Maybe 1 too many.
Oh. Yeah,
They're noticing
I
now.
think Functor just
That's
realized
cool.
that.
Clean play. And I don't mean
Alright.
that sarcastically. I mean to call yourself out on that. That's I like that.
Yeah.
Throwing out the Retribution. I think the food is still in hand.
I believe so.
And
Boat
the
comes
boat
down.
comes down. Again,
We
Retribution.
have set sail.
Love to hit the boat if you could. Not going to be the most important thing here. Again, there's not a lot of ice, but you want to get through that ice for free if you can. Let's roll. 1, 2, 3, 4 is apparently R&D. 1, 2, maybe HQ. Boat. Going to be a 4 counters? Why? Was that rigged up? Yeah, we're running HQ.
Ran?
We're running HQ.
Yeah, okay.
Credit's
Ran
pointing
HQ.
at the triggers too. They did help each other in the last game. That's the psychographics. We do know that one. I think all we know in hand is psychographics.
Boom is still in hand. It is just sitting in there. Functor hasn't actually seen it yet.
Oh, we're running archives here. This is actually going to bait into some news teams. And news team is an asset that when accessed, regardless where it is, it's either added to your score area as -1 points, which matters so much on time.
Yeah.
Or agenda point minus, or sorry, 2 tags.
Yeah,
So it's either 2 tags.
3 minutes 45 seconds left. Those 1 point matter. Those points matter a lot.
Oh, go ahead. Help yourself.
News team. Oh hey, we're here to give you the news.
Yeah, and if you take it too, like 2 tags you can clear with misdirection is technically an economy card, and it permanently poisons if you don't take it out. Permanently poisons archives. So anytime you go by, Functor giving that a read. And you mentioned this is 3 minutes and 24. That's not an exact timer. It's about that time. So Creditz knows there's not going to be more than 5 minutes left in the game, and Functor's going to take that. That's -1 agenda points. Down to 3-1, unfortunately.
Dang.
And Functor has no more multi-access in the deck. It's 2 deep dive. That's it.
2 deep dives gone.
Yeah.
1 used, 1 hit by snare, tragically. So things actually start to get a little hard for Functor here, just based on the time. There might only be 1 more turn for Functor.
Yeah.
Have to find 2 points from somewhere.
Another AR enhanced security in hand. There's a prize deck. I think that was bottom of the daily business show draw again. The first time you turn you draw 1 more. It's basically class act. Second ice.
Icing up the remote.
Now it's really hard.
Do you jam the Ares here?
It
Try
looks
to
like
get to
that's the
4
case.
points.
Yeah.
That protects you from a 2-point score.
Yeah. I wonder if you even can do it into a naked agenda, into a remote server. I don't know if they're checking your stuff. Put it on top of the prize deck. This does get the boat. We're going to run HQ. I think the Mark is still in R&D. So you're running here to get the counter. You're breaking through that for the boat. Seeing the top of the card, the top of the deck, mind you. R&D, nothing there. HQ, there's a news team in here.
Yeah.
And I think maybe a food too. That's
Just
always,
the
it's always a psychographics.
There's actually there are 4 psychographics in there.
About 2 minutes left in the round here. Harbinger going to pull from the deck. We're going to see a spec work here. Maybe a simul chip. You just need a tribute. But there's a spec work. Going to trash that. I don't think we've drawn yet from the Reaver. So that's 3 cards, 3 credits. It's a predictive planogram.
Pretty good.
Credits might just get to 4 agenda points here. Sure gamble in hand. Simul chip too.
I see an overclock in there. Overclock, a pretty good card.
Yeah, that can help a bit. I don't know where you spend the money on.
No free lunch goes down. No free lunch definitely helps.
Pad campaign, daily business show, seeing a San City Grid and a Spin Doctor. San City Grid, in theory, threatening a win condition of some sort. I think a Claude's already in the bin.
Yeah, that not a good enough win condition to keep on. So that is 4-1.
Third AR net
Credits goes up to 4 points.
Have you ever seen
Functor
3 in a score area of AR net security?
No.
Trash 1 card, gain 3 tags?
No, I have never seen that. And we talk about scooping is good against 2 AR enhanced security. That might be the case here, but not for its printed text, other than the 1.
No, yeah. I think Functor's still in it. You just need to rip like a Bologna, but I don't think there's Bolognas in there. I think there's foods.
There's foods, yeah. You need to get 2 agendas. You need to get 2 agendas.
Yeah. And still dodge. That's a Sansan, I believe, off the top of the deck. 5 to trash and 3 more tags. Misdirection does deal with it, but the credit differential is like, credits has never been over 5 credits, if I'm not mistaken.
I think maybe 1.
Time was just
called.
And I think
Functor
that's Functor's
has
turn.
The very last.
That's the food?
That's the food? Is there one last click?
On 3 credits, we know the top of the deck. There's nothing left in HQ.
Oh, so there's no chance then.
No.
Unless there's one on the field.
Boom.
Oh.
You can't afford to trash that here. You'll take too many tags. I don't think you do that. You take 3 tags here. Now
It doesn't matter, right? Functor can't win. Functor can't win.
Yes. And that's going to be it. 3 tags there. It goes back to credits. Going to have 5 or 6 credits. And going to draw 2 cards off the top there. We know the top of the deck is a Sansan. The 1 unknown card on the table is a price deck. Functor knows it's an upgrade. Not worth checking. Going to have to hope it's an HQ. But that could likely be it. I think Creditz just has the final turn here. Doesn't have to do anything. But that snare.
That snare won this game.
That Sable call, when
That
you're holding
snare
2 deep dive. One of them hits 1. Oh my god.
Yes, Sable basically didn't do what Sable was supposed to do. There weren't 2 agendas in that first deep dive, and the second deep dive got knocked out by a singleton snare.
Yeah. Throwing out an overclock there. Top of R&D, we know it's a Sansan. We're just overclocking that. Maybe we have a click back to trash that Sansan and go see another card. I think that's probably the play here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
if
think,
this
I
is
think
an
you're right. I
agenda.
think you're right. Let's see it. Let's see it. Heart of the cards.
It's a
It's
Beal?
a Beal. It's a Beal.
What?
Wait, but Functor's on too many tags. Creditz can win. Creditz can boom.
But Creditz, the boom was trashed.
Oh,
Creditz
you're
needs
right,
to
the boom
top
was
deck an
trashed.
agenda with the psychographics and needs to top deck with the daily business show and agenda. Creditz has 1 more turn.
Creditz can do it.
With
Creditz
the
can
daily
do
business
it.
show,
Creditz
you
can
can
do
even
it.
draw once.
Yeah.
Because there's 4 tags.
That's
is
an
tomorrow's
agenda. That's
headline.
an agenda. That's tomorrow's headline. That is
Install? There's no clock?
psychographics.
Psychographics?
Psychographics. What a game.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, love to see it.
What a game.
I think both players had a good time there. A bit of a pop-off, but you needed that on the daily business show draw. Oh,
That's
man.
the only way it
What
could
a
end,
wild
right?
ride,
The only way it
yeah.
could end.
Functor.
We talk about Shaper bullshit. That was CTM bullshit.
And it's such a wild deck, right? The idea is like take it controlling a message deck, change the ID, get 3 influence, and you see what it does. Obviously, the air and hand security are kind of important. That snare was kind of important, but oh man, I'm so glad both players had a great time there on camera. Fantastic. Their core decks did what they wanted to do. That's awesome.
That was so fun. What a round.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, wild. Okay, that's round 6. That
is
ain't the
round
last
6.
round. We got
There's
another
one
round
more.
coming up.
There is.
Hopefully,
do we want to look at the standings, see if there's enough rounds reported for us to talk about it? Or
I think
should
we'll wait till everything
let's
comes
take a
in.
quick
We'll
break?
just come in a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have a lot to talk about when it comes to standings going into the next round, but let's take a break between now and then.
Yeah, so round 7, the final round, should be coming up in about, I don't know, even 10 minutes. So we'll be up real soon. I'll change the text on here, but don't go anywhere. It's the final round of the first day of the Swiss rounds of the Standard Championship. I'm saying final round, but there's a chance we have tiebreakers this evening.
It's the final Swiss round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there might be even more rounds after that, but don't go anywhere. Again, you're watching this on Null Signal Netrunner, the new Twitch channel here. If you don't follow this channel, if you don't, I think follow is the thing to say. If you hit the follow button, you'll get notifications when we're live, because we're going to be streaming tomorrow as well. There's Startup and the Standard, of course, World Championship for both formats. So hit that button if you want to be notified when we're live. We're going to be back in a bit. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm joined by Neuropanzer.
Indeed.
Hey, we'll be back just in a bit. See you in a second. Hey, welcome back. This is the Netrunner World Standard Championship 2022. We're just about to enter a final Swiss round. We are very likely going to have tiebreakers. But before we get into that, we're going to check out Cobra. My name is Andre, hailing from the Metropol Grid. Thank you to Null Signal Games for having me out here. And of course, I'm joined by Neuropanzer in the flesh for the first time in, I think, ever. How's it going, Pants?
I've been in the flesh before today. I'm doing great, though.
It's good to be together here at this event in person. We're in the dark tent in the corner, and this bright white screen is it's a bit of an eyesore, but
We'll suffer through it.
yeah. Let's look at these points. So
Yeah.
the top 16
actually,
players.
I think we should scroll down until the 27s end, because that's the real story here.
Okay. So we're trying to get 16 players to go on tomorrow for the top 16.
Oh, 16 players go on
16
next.
players,
Oh,
yes.
right. That changes my math entirely.
So that's kind of clean at this point. We have a lot of players at 27. The 25s can do it. Now, okay, we're going to be all over here, but we're going to talk about one of the big artifacts of the Swiss double-sided Swiss rounds, which is the idea of 2-for-1 matches.
Yes.
So many of the players on 25, so many of the players on 24 are going to offer their opponents 2-for-1s.
Yes.
The idea with them is that they will call a judge over, they will randomize which side they will play, and they will play only that side. And whoever wins that side gets the full 2 wins.
Yeah.
So you don't have to play both games. And the idea for this, it's really important, because if they split and won one game each, 27 points will not make day 2. However, 30 has a chance of making it. So that is what's going to happen for a lot of the tables. For the 27s, I think none of these players can really safely intentionally draw. I think there's still a lot of risk there.
I think that Ice Cold Jazz and Greg and Bridgman could consider it. Their breakers are immaculate. They are just about the only ones who really could.
Yes. So this is it gets very dodgy. You need really high strength of schedule. That's the third number, or the second number on the right. That's basically kind of charting out the difficulty of your tournament. If you had more opponents that are doing higher up in the standings, that says the tournament says you had a harder time getting there. So your 27 is worth more than someone else's 27.
It's very likely that we're only going to see one intentional draw. Sam S and rather Lopert and Quacktapus are matched up this round.
Yeah.
An ID will land them on 33 and 31. That is going to be enough to make it to the top 16.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, sometimes these players have already played each other, so they won't even match up, so the matchings will be a bit more volatile.
Lopert and Quacktapus are locked in, but Sam just ID'd with Quacktapus this past round, so I believe Sam is going to have to play it out. Sam would be glad to ID, but I don't think he has an opponent who's going to be willing to.
Yes.
It is Sam versus Greg, so actually Greg could think about it. Those breakers are fantastic.
That is probably the best breakers in the whole tournament.
Other than Ice Cold Jazz.
Oh, yeah. Sam, excuse me. The other thing that I'm going to struggle to explain, but we want a clean 16. That is the rhyming scheme that we've used to make this obvious. But if we have an amount of players, so say that the 16th player, it has the same score as the 17th player. I think this is how it works. Those two players will enter the tiebreaker rounds. And then on top of that, say the 15th player has the same score as the 18th player. You're basically only going to keep going up, one player down, until you find all the players that have the exact same score of people who are still within the top 16.
Yeah.
All those players are going to play one side in the tiebreaker round. That means half of those players will lose their games, half of the players will win their games, and then we will be left with a clean 16. So nobody who has the exact same score as anybody else won't make it. I think that's the explanation of it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It'll look a bit easier, I think, once we have it again. At this point, if this was our last round, we would have Motionblur playing against Extrac, and that would be our only tiebreaker round.
That's correct.
But
right, because if you go one up, that's Scry on 27 versus Freak King on 25. They don't have equal points, so they would not play.
Yes. So that is what's going to be happening. We're going to have a couple rounds here. Looking at the top tables here, we're going to see a lot of these people playing. We have our judges yelling about some match slips. Give us 1 second. We're going to figure out what's going on.
Oh,
all right.
We have the round beginning. I actually don't know who's playing. Should we switch over to the table?
We have no idea, but we're going to find out real soon. It looks like nobody so far. So tune in a second. We're going to figure out who's hitting that table. Again, we just had an announcement about prize support and that's going to be handed out about tomorrow, all that sort of stuff. But the round is just about to be starting.
Yeah.
This is also kind of a slow round to start because you have so many judge calls
2-for-1s
about intentional draws and 2-for-1s. And on that note, there is a lot of prize support that's handed out at lower numbers. There's a lot of prize support that if you get the top half, you get something cool. If you hit 18 points, you get something cool. So there's going to be a fair few players, further down the chart that are maybe on 15 points that are going to actually offer an intentional draw to the opponent just to assure that they get some prize support.
I myself have done that in the past.
Oh, I've done that. Yeah, I'm not ashamed. That's a good way to do it. You make sure everyone's happy. There's nothing wrong with that. So this might take a while for some of the judges to get around to enough tables to assure something is happening. Apologies for this fast enough scrolling. These 24s still have a chance, huh?
They do. Yeah, 24s, especially the ones with good tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And the 25s actually have a very good chance. The 25s are, in fact, paired. Two of the 25s are paired up together, Jaedeng and I think either Freaking or Functor. I know Jaedeng is in the 25 matchup. They're definitely going to 2-for-1.
Yes.
The 25 that's paired up might not get offered a 2-for-1, or a 2-for-1 might not get accepted. But all of these 25s are still live for the top cut because at 31 points, they will beat any 24 that sweeps.
Yeah. I'm really excited that we're not going to see a lot of intentional draws. We are going to see players on the top table, and they're going to be, the top players for sure.
People are going to have to play it out. It's going to be interesting.
We're still waiting for someone to hit the table.
Yeah, still waiting.
See what happens there again. It takes a while for this round to spin up. This has been really exciting. If you're looking at the top lists, I do think you're seeing a fair bit more Anarch than anything else. Again, a lot of the 27s, everyone at the same score. It's a bit hard to tell. But I think the things that jump out, you see Ben Blum there on the one Wayland we have on the top list, the one single op. You're seeing the Shaper. You're seeing a fair bit of Anarch and a fair bit of Yellow. I think we've seen...
That's 2 Asmaris, 1 Acme in the top.
Yeah. And again, this top is going to change pretty radically with all the 2-for-1s.
And these 24s all also have a chance, so yeah.
It's the HB you actually don't see a lot of.
Sports was the most represented ID, but there is only one Sports that's in pretty solid position for the top cut here, and that's Sokka.
Yeah, in terms of
I guess Freaking also.
In terms of the conversion rate, Sports was, I think, 45 players, something around that were on it.
I think 41, yeah.
41, and that's like a really, I think, a pretty straightforward deck to play. If you're familiar with it, it feels good. Everything you do is tempo positive. It also means 7 rounds in. Mind you, we're coming up on nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. We've been here for 12 hours so far. Like, that helps you. That's not maybe that mentally taxing, but we're going to see the conversion rates. I do think one of the biggest corporations that people were teching into for this event was Sports. And that's not going to help you when you show up to something and they have, Mad Dash, Triple Stargate, and then, I don't know, Embezzle or whatever else you could put in there to try and keep it down.
We are seeing quite a few Ag Infusion decks in this top list here.
This is an Ag Infusion list we haven't seen before.
I'm hoping we get it. I mean, it looks like there's a good chance we'll get it on camera tomorrow, regardless of what happens here. I would like to see it on camera if we're able to here.
Yeah, we'll see if we get table spun up again. Still nobody at the table so far, so apologies that we're just stalling until we figure out what's happening.
Should I go figure out what's happening? Or
yeah, maybe you can ask to see what's going to happen.
I'll be back shortly.
I'll mute your mic. Otherwise, here, looking at the top lists here, we're seeing the Reality Plus. There's 3 Reality Plus in the top 3. And again, the difference between a 30-point slot and the 27 slot is not too far apart. Again, Quacktapus, I don't think, has played for a couple rounds. That's the one intentional draw that I think Quacktapus can just keep IDing and is pretty guaranteed. I don't know if that's the right word, but very likely to make it to day 2. Quacktapus has put on a heck of a show and just stood there at the top of the charts. But you're seeing a lot of names here for a lot of some of the most impressive Netrunner players that have huge world records, huge continental records. If you've been playing or you've been watching online for a while, you're recognizing a lot of these names. But I'm also really excited for my experience today, too. Again, we spent so much time talking about the most competitive tables. I've had such a good opportunity today to talk to so many people who've come out. This is their first Worlds. This is sometimes their first big Netrunner event or their Netrunner event ever. And the fact that we have so many players coming out today, again, joining us here in Canada, here in Toronto, to celebrate in this Netrunner World Championship has been an absolute blast. And we're going to see even more players tomorrow with the side events, the Eternal, with the startup. So huge shout out to everyone involved today. Again, if you're watching this right now, you're probably not that crowd, but if you listen to the recording later, let me tell you, huge thanks for participating. Hopefully you're watching at home has been nice enough too. Again, startup is tomorrow. It's a very popular format, especially this year. We've had a lot of new players. It's easier to get that Null Signal cards than some of the other stuff. I was really surprised to find out that Null Signal here today does offer you proxies. They have a printer. You're missing cards for standard. Proxies are legal. They'll print them out for you. Absolutely fantastic in terms of accessibility. But tomorrow we're going to see all the startup cards. It will be after the World Standard Championship, but hey, you don't want to tune out there. There's going to be a lot more going on from there. This is going to be a big round. I think Big Unit and Scry, I think Whiteblade 2, all coming from the same testing group. That's the Snare Bears. I don't know if we've seen any Snare Bears on camera today, but that Ag Infusion list it's doing something else. And you see that when you see the 2 same pairings, Ag Infusion, Freedom Kamalo, that's a testing group that's figured out what they want to be playing. And they test and tune together, so they know what they're up to. I think Whiteblade on the Zaya, that's a bit of a rogue last-minute move, but hey, that's a strong Zaya deck.
It took us a while to find someone who's willing to be streamed. They're setting up now.
All right, it looks like we're setting up now on the stream table. Give us 1 second to figure out who that is. We're going to get their names.
It was going by the Scumlord this tournament.
Okay, all right. We're going to have an old friend of Netrunner on the stream soon enough.
Let me find the full table.
Yeah, perfect. Just give us a second while everyone sets up here. What's the matchup? Are they, is this like a win it? This is like a 2-for-1?
6. I believe so.
This is a 2-for-1 to make it in.
I think so.
Lovely.
I actually can't see the standings, so I'm not positive of that.
Okay.
That's my guess.
That'd be a 21 point.
Okay.
Okay. Give us 1 second. We're just going to throw the microphones on mute because we have a bunch of information to input before the stream comes. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be here. You're going to see what we're doing. We'll be here in just a second. All right, Alex, we're just about to start the round. On the left, that is the Scumlord. Pointing up at the camera. That's actually a known name here. I don't know whether we can go outside the aliases, but that's Dean, a Canadian player who's been playing top 16 at Worlds multiple times, if I'm not mistaken. A very phenomenal Canadian Netrunner player. Now, it's worth noting that Dean had to pick up new cards today. Yeah. The majority of cards he does not know. He hasn't been playing Netrunner for the last couple of years. It was a lot of reading to done. Had a whole bag full of new and seal null signal cards.
Well, one of the good pieces of news about that is being on 419, you get a chance to read your opponent's cards.
Yeah.
Unless they pay a credit.
True. There's a Polaroid on the table, too. I think Dean has classically always brought his Polaroid camera to the World's events. I think he has the binder on him of all the old memories from the last Worlds. I haven't got a chance to look through that just yet. I'm not sure what that one shows, but we're going to be in for a matchup here.
Notably, we now have both halves of the recreation of Big Deal in person.
That's totally true.
Have been on stream. We had Sam a few rounds ago, and now Dean.
Yeah, we'll see that matchup maybe happen at some point during the day. And on the right, we have Jinsei, and Jinsei's playing Jinteki Personal Evolution, one of the most represented corporations at the entire event. We haven't seen any on the top table, but this is a matchup where, out of nowhere, something awful can happen to the runner. If you just slightly misstep, they can get you.
And sometimes they don't even have to misstep. They have to not access the correct thing because it turns out there were two clearinghouses.
Turns out there's always two clearinghouses. So you haven't seen these personal evolution decks. The name of the game here, it's an ability that says whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, that is going to be 1 net damage. So that makes all these agendas harder to interact with. Things like Obokata Protocol now become a 5 agenda or 5 card steal. That's very dangerous. And you're going to see things like Mitosis.
Mitosis, yeah.
Super important card. Allows you to put 2 things on the table, double advance both of them. So the question is, where are the Utica Ciphers? Where are the Cerebral Overriders? Where are the clearinghouses? And where are just the agendas waiting to be scored? Where are the stings? Sometimes the false leads and then the blood in the waters. A lot of teeth here. But 419 gets it exposed. So if you want to keep your secrets, your Jinteki spiky secrets, you're going to have to pay extra credits for them. Oh, the Toronto Bravados.
Oh, the Bravados.
That's going to go straight into the criminal deck for sure.
Yeah.
One of my favorite alt arts of all time. That thing is fantastic.
Yeah, it's so good.
So 419 is going to get on the economic pressure. Personal evolution never flush with cash, right?
Never.
Maybe you see, and you don't always see it, but maybe you see a celebrity gift exposing, revealing, not exposing a lot of cards from HQ for some credits. But the Scumlord gets that diversion of funds. Even if you're on, I don't know, on Bezel, some people play it. Falsified credentials, mind you, very valuable in this matchup.
Very, very. Yeah.
Oh, excuse us. Looks like we're fine.
Okay, we're good.
Fantastic. So Scumlord has a hand there. Amaku in hand. Did the picture get more clear?
I think so.
What happened?
Good job, us. We fixed it.
Yeah. I think Jinsei threw out a guilty. But we're going to go for that mulligan there.
Guilty. One of the best on-stream moments in Netrunner history.
It's Tribunal, right?
Tribunal, guilty.
Jinsei setting up that 5-card hand off the top. You'll love to have the control. Opening hand again. We had some breakers. I think we had a Stargate in the last opening hand, which is the best multi-axis you can ask for this matchup. But we're off to the races. Handshake. Good luck, have fun to the both of them.
All right. 5 credits each to start. And we have an install revealing a Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor. Not the best opening, but it does eat that expose. You don't mind it too much. So now you can get your traps on the table.
Oh, and that is an upgrade in the root of HQ. What do we think that is?
It's
Mwanza?
strange. Mwanza exists, but it's a niche archetype in Personal Evolution. Not often do you see it, but that card makes running HQ very dangerous and very credit positive.
Yeah.
Now, it could just be a Hokusai. It could just be a Chrysium Grid. Both of those are a bit, annoying.
Oh, diversion!
And so we're going to see. If it's a Hokusai, it will land. If it's a Mwanza, it does nothing. If it's a Chrysium, it eats it flat, but it's just the Hokusai.
Now, that does deny 1 credit off of the diversion.
That's going to be a single net damage.
Hits,
the Scumlord's going to lose an
yeah.
Earthrise Hotel. It's a good card in the matchup. You
It
love
is.
to get the
It is.
quickest
The
card draw at the
quickest.
start of your turn. And you're going to see the Scumlord more often than not, I think, run early in the turn and then set up for the end. Because you want to know, are you going to steal an Obokata at the top? Are you going to hit a snare? And then you want to spend the rest of your turn drawing up. Running last click is very dangerous. Is there an Endurance in hand? I think there is.
There might be. I didn't see it. So running the Spin Doctor, forced to use, and is going to trash the Spin Doctor.
Jinsei does get the 2-card draw, mind you. The big difference here. 5 cards relaxing, then the remote server. That's a Regenesis. A single point, another net damage.
That is damage.
Not often that common in these lists. Sometimes the one of in a class act.
Oh, and the class act, definitely I think what the Scumlord wanted to play at the end there, just to draw up.
And drawing up there?
Instead, just going to click to draw. Now, drawing up does actually matter. It matters a little less with PE on 0 credits, but obviously being on 2 cards in hand makes Blood in the Water a 2/2, which is very powerful.
Yeah, that's one of the new cards. There's 3 big cards that came out in Midnight Sun that really make Personal Evolution a lot more tricky, a lot more dangerous. Like you said, Blood in the Water is an X2 agenda, where X, the advancement cost, is the amount of cards in hand. And because Personal Evolution does the damage when scored or stolen, if you have no cards in hand, that is a single-click kill threat. On top of that,
Neural for
Regenesis,
0 credits.
Yeah. And then you can Neurospike after it if you want to, which is really fun. You have the Regenesis, which is a bit of a tricky card, a lot of text on that. But when scored, it allows you to add an agenda that's face down that hasn't recently been added to your... It's complicated. I don't think we're going to see one. That's usually the one of the list that's out. But it is a card that makes you care about the face downs that are in archives.
Yeah.
And lastly, we talked about Mitosis, the most powerful card on the list. 2 advancements
That is
on
a
2 cards.
Diviner on HQ.
Don't often see that.
Yeah. It's a cheap res that sometimes ends the run and does net damage, so
if it hits
it
an
makes
odd,
sense. Yeah.
If it hits an odd card with the net damage, it ends the run. Adds a bit of a reader there, but I think for the Scumlord, there's going to be a lot of readers.
Yeah.
Just because it's not very familiar with the card pool. So we're going to see we put that again. That's exposed. They're having a very amicable jog through this. Explaining through it.
It looks like this is, in fact, a 2-for-1. They're hoping to play the second game, but
cool.
This is a 2-for-1 in terms of the impact on their score.
You know how some people get really stressed playing against Personal Evolution? Then add the 2-for-1 on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This is not Dean's first rodeo, though.
Nope, that's true. Earthrise Hotel, that one did survive the barrage of damage on the first turn. Diviner just protecting the HQ, I believe. Jinsei there clicking for credits.
Yep. So that clickless draw will start to come in. It was just click for credit, Earthrise.
Yeah.
Now, Jinsei on 2 credits, I believe, if I'm reading correctly. So not threatening much right now.
But the credits are going to be so important. You're going to have to pay so much money just to protect this stuff, to make sure that it is...
There's only 1 credit on the board. Not threatening Snare
yeah.
right now, not threatening Cerebral Overrider. Not that you would be on this, but...
But luckily, Urtica Cypher now is a free res.
You're right.
A free trigger.
It's a
it
free
used
fire.
to be
It's
a
a free
1
fire.
credit fire back in the day when Project Junebug was the card in that slot, but now Urtica is free. Agendas cost money. Cerebral Overrider needs advancements, also cost 3 credits, so credits are going to be so important here. And 419 probably has at least 2 falsifieds in the deck.
You have to think so.
With 1 credit, 2 ice can't be rezzed. You're okay to access central servers. There's not snare credits.
That's a gamble.
Credit to gamble. You got the money there. Just going to draw once more. 5 cards in hand. Bravado. I believe that's a Boomerang, an Earthrise.
I think a Citadel as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Citadel. Actually, wait. Citadel does matter because of Clearinghouse. Though,
it does. It's not
unfortunately,
great.
yeah, unfortunately, because you have to trash your hand, that does mean you're open to any other kill.
Yes.
So it can save you as long as there's no Blood in the Water, no agenda, no nothing.
Rogue trading is coming down. This kind of looks like Sam Swade's type of list, where you're going to run the Citadel just to clear those tags off the rogue trading. Again, it's a bit slow, but that is, again, a massive economy engine that, while it is not fast, this Jinteki deck is never that fast. It does get you give you a lot of money on a single card. 18 credits on a single 0-cost install.
Mm-hmm.
Jinsei drawing up again. 3 cards on the table. Not scared of too much.
Oh, and that's a hedge fund and a
Double.
hedge fund. Recovering from that diversion of funds and then some.
So Now in the modern list, just having credits is actually quite threatening. If
Yes.
one of these cards on the table is a moon pool, you can use that at instant speed after someone has agreed. They've, kind of locked themselves into interacting and accessing a card. You can use that to add 2 advancement counters at instant speed. We're
Oh, we see
falsifying
a
the
falsified.
middle.
That shows a House of Knives. That seems like a good thing to run.
That is a powerful
Dan
agenda.
agrees.
If you don't run that, that's 4 net damage throughout the game. If you do run it, it's just 1. You are healing yourself by stealing this. Mutual Favor getting hit.
Yep.
2 cards left on the table again. You're assuming maybe an Urka, maybe a Snare. If there is a Moon Pool there, you could use that if you access the wrong thing at instant speed to give the 2 core damage. I think is a worst case scenario, but that requires a lot to line up.
So we do obviously have DN on 2 points here. That matters. You need to start accruing them quickly against PE. You don't want to go too quickly. You don't want to make mistakes, but you also don't want to find yourself with half of your deck left and you're only on 1 point.
Yeah, you really want to steal Nobikata, also sooner than later.
Yes.
Once you're comfortably on 5 agenda points, just a single Blood in the Water off the top of the deck will win you the game.
Though again, it's one of those things. Steal an Obikata early, but not too early.
Yes.
It's always that fine line.
Yeah, Class Act's actually really important, and some lists are running 3
Yeah.
of them. But it's the sort of card that you want to install.
Oh,
and
here's
then
a Sting.
Sting. Going to get scored out for 3 credits. That's going to do X +1 damage.
Yep.
So Stings does, when scored or stolen, equal damage +1 to the amount of stings in your opponent's score area. On top of that, Personal Evolution is going to do single damage, taking down a 5 influence endurance. Maybe the
The
final
boat
boat we're going to
has
see in
been
the Swiss
scuppered.
rounds. Yeah, there's a second one in hand, actually.
Oh, man. There's always another boat.
Always another
Always
one.
another boat.
You think you trashed it? We got more influence to spend. Deuce is Wild to draw. Drawing into double Amakua. Again, breakers are not that important in the matchup. Endurance is probably going to go far enough, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have double ice
Well,
servers, maybe centrals.
I can see an argument for having Turtle as the only thing you do to deal with ice, and
I'm
it costs
worried
3
about-
instead of 8.
Yeah, a lot of these decks aren't running Mavirus. Maybe you
Uh,
could. It is technically a net
yeah.
damage card, but it's quite expensive.
It's 3 for 1 net damage is a lot.
Maybe a Swordsman, but you don't see that as well.
Yeah.
But I do think, maybe just endurance is enough. It doesn't deal amazingly with...
Okay, and here comes the
there you
boat.
go.
So the boat is the way that ice gets interacted with this game, it looks like.
Do you think there's a Saisentan in the deck if there's a Saisentan on the playmat, or is that enough Saisentan?
I think that this is just purely a value Saisentan mat. I think that note how it is very intentionally not getting covered up. It is staring the
Yeah.
entire round.
It's also backwards. It's looking at Dean.
Yeah.
Scumlord is
Yeah.
getting peeped on.
Getting scumlorded.
So we'll see. Again, Saisentan has
Okay,
3
I was
Subroutines.
wrong. It's getting covered up now.
Oh, no.
There goes the mental edge.
There's a lot there's a lot more other edges in this deck, at least.
Yeah, obviously both players. Again, I need to call out both players on excellent swag. We have the wooden Jinsei Personal Evolution here, the alt art on 419 as well. Oh, and that's another
That's
House of Knives. That's
another house.
huge for DN Defined.
Again, so much damage in a single card. That is the altered Boomerang.
Yes, that is Boomerang.
Do like those.
Boomerang probably one that Scumlord doesn't mind getting hit.
No, yeah.
Probably not going to use
Everything's
that.
a hit point in this. That's,
That's
a
a
tithe.
tithe.
And interesting enough, it is a card that you would maybe consider using 2 bow counters on. It's one of the cheaper non-end runs that you would, in this matchup, I think, pay 2 bow counters. Again,
You
bow
actually, yeah, it
counters are
actually
not gonna be
matters.
taxed
That
out.
those hit points add up.
That
those-
saves you.
Those
one card.
cuts, once they get to 1,000, do end in you dying.
As Rashida, we're going to take that down for 1 credit. Again, just keeping the table in check. 1 unknown card on the table. I think the big turning points here is when Jinsei hits a Regenesis. Or, sorry, a Mitosis. Excuse me.
Mitosis, yeah. Oh, Turtle comes down too. So that is actually 2 cards devoted to dealing with ice, which is more than I expected.
Yeah, at least when you see the Tithe, which I believe is 1 strength,
Yeah.
the Turtle is going to get more value.
Yeah, it's going to be cheaper in the long run.
Install going to pay 1 for the exposed protection. Again, when you do expose, not only is it information, but now with the Amakua, that's going to be virus counters on there. And the Amakua strength is equal to the amount of virus counters on it. You get 1 whenever you access, don't steal, or trash. So that can get pretty big pretty
And
fast.
unfortunately, due to the glare, I can't tell exactly how many credits Jinsei is on. It looks like probably 6.
Some amount.
Some amount.
We'll see.
It can't be. Oh,
it looks like
it must
might
be 8. I think that means it's 10.
That's an Anansi.
No,
that
4 now. So it was 12.
that connects. Amaku is at 1 or 0 strength. The boat only has 2 counters. This is going to do 3 net damage.
It's going to do 3 net damage. You can break the subs. I think it's worth breaking the subs.
Yes. Yeah, the subs are quite good.
Breaking the stacking subroutine and the net damage probably.
But you want to pay
Yeah,
2 credits
gonna let
maybe
it
to
draw.
draw here. Again, I don't think you're going to need any of your breakers. You don't have to be precious about it. But here you can access.
I think it's worth drawing here. If you draw, are you able to access?
I think snare is a problem.
Oh yeah. Okay. So drawing the card.
Okay, if
up.
you draw, you can access the snare. Not the thing
Yeah.
you want to do. You can't steal a Bacata. But I don't know how this deck...
You can, right? Oh no, you can't because you get 3. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you
No
have to take
free
one
lunch,
from
Citadel,
Personal
and
Evolution.
is that 3 Citadels in this list?
Yeah, it might be.
Wow. Those rogue tradings certainly do a lot.
We're
and
accessing
this
here.
is an
3 cards in
access.
hand. Now it looks like they have money for snare. It says Spin Doctor getting
Spin
trash
Doctor,
for 2.
get that out of here.
And so now Scumlord's going to need to find a Bagalter. Because
Yes.
that Anansi, Bagalter is one of the best reasons or best ways to deal with it. At that point, maybe you want to get a second sentry out there. That means that the Bagalter actually does pay a lot of credits. I think to get through Anansi, it's only 5 credits after all. Once you get the refund.
I think so.
That
I
sounds
think
about
so,
right.
yeah.
It's 7 credits up front.
Yeah.
We're going to end up with
Yeah.
that rogue trading. Going to get 6 credits. The tag's going to be cleared clicklessly. Mind you, a Trace 1 is not something that Jinsei can boost into.
No, certainly not with the credit totals what they currently are.
And Jinsei not putting enough on the table. Again, the threat of this deck is enough things on the table. Icing up Archives. Now that plays around a Sneak Door Beta. I'd be surprised to see it, but it does play around Turtle.
Yeah.
Even the boat,
Double
second ice on HQ.
HQ.
We know that Innermost is Diviner, and there's a stock buyback
Stock
for
buyback.
7 credits? 8
Yeah.
credits, I think.
Yeah, 8 credits. So that's good money for personal evolution here.
But that's influence.
It
Which
is.
makes me think that this
are
is
those
actually...
are those 2 or 3 each on influence?
I don't know. Somewhere, one of those options.
They're a large number.
Yes. But I think now this is a big turning point because I think Jinsei might not be on the sort of no PE, the sort of PE decks we saw at Continentals. This is running a Nancy. This is running stock buyback. So this actually probably wants to build a remote server and tax it out. I don't know whether we're going to see data loop. I don't know whether we're going to see like an agenda push, whether we're going to see things like, again, Hokusai in the remote server, whether we're going to see even, what's the name of the Ronin that does 2 net damage? That guy. Like these sort of cards see play in these sort of lists. Even Pricek does it.
Yeah.
Ben Musashi. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
Ben
Regenesis.
Musashi, yeah. Oh, another Regenesis. So that's 4 points for Dian.
It's just been on the table again. Losing a
RIP,
sure gamble from
RIP,
hand.
Sure gamble. So stock buyback is 2 influence each. So, I mean, that's clearinghouse influence. You have 3. You have 3 stock buybacks. That means you do not have 2 clearinghouses.
Yeah, it changes. It even changes the cerebral overrider influences.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So see here again, Scumlord needs to be able to run a remote server soon enough. Jinsei is just slowing down
is that
here.
the 3rd House of Knives that just got drawn?
It kind of looks like a Sting.
Oh, that's a Sting. That's a Sting.
Yeah. And
Sting, honestly, not a bad one to feed here.
yeah. No, it's going to do 3 net damage. That's a lot.
Though it is, you start to get into really scary territory once the Scumlord has 5 points.
Yes.
So it's not the worst thing for it to get stolen here, but you certainly don't want that.
If you can score it, though, it protects the last one. That becomes a 4 net damage access, no credits necessary, and that gets pretty
It
dodgy.
makes the last one pretty painful no matter who
Yes.
gets it.
Yeah. Oh, no, if the runner gets it, it still does 2.
Yeah.
It's always the opposite, right?
Well, right. So if the runner steals the last one, then it does 2+1.
Yes, that's the bad.
Yeah.
That's the bad thing.
But if you actually manage to score if you actually manage to right, because it's going to the same score area.
Yes.
Duh.
Yeah.
But if the runner steals this one and then they steal the
Then
last
the
one,
second,
then,
yeah, the third one's better.
that's
Yes,
scoring.
yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
Stings hard. Stings very hard.
Stings hard. We're gonna diversion of funds here. We are going to still get hit by the Hokusai grid. That's not coming down, but we're threatening credits here. We know there's a Diviner on the innermost, which you can get through the boat. Amaku has no virus counters on it. So we'll see. You could actually just res some of the ice here, dodging, maybe ducking to very low credits. At that point, again, diversion funds is interesting. It's not like some of the other run events that have been printed since then. You can choose to not do it. A lot of the other events, you're actually locked into do it. It's not a may choose. So at the last minute,
here's
here, you can
Anemone,
choose.
though.
Yeah.
Anemone, this is another reader, so going to trash a card here.
Oh, this is so
2 net damage.
This is so hard to play against this sort of matchup and not knowing all the cards, having to read all these things, knowing wait, there's an ice
You
that
don't
could
know
just
the
hurt
threat
me.
levels. Yeah, you
Yes.
don't know the threat levels.
So Scumlord going to discard a card again. That's very valuable when it comes to Regenesis. We're assuming that they're on Obakata if they're playing
And
Regenesis.
that's Bravado hitting the bin. The Bravado alts hitting the bin. Showing it off, though. Thank you for showing off the alts, Dean.
Scumlord has that set up for the old Max games where you wanted to see your whole heap all at once. It's
Yeah.
good to know the information. That's actually a very valuable thing to do.
Agreed.
But how do you get through this? It's either 2 bow counters or single net damage. Again, you're going to take 1 more from the Hokusai. If they want to res a Diviner there, you have to bow through it. Or not you have to, but you probably should.
Probably. You really don't want... Well, it's 0 strength. You can turtle this, right?
I think it's 3 strength.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's 2 for 3.
Dang.
Yeah, it's eaten by buzzsaw on startup, but otherwise, like,
Oh, you're
it's
right.
not the
Okay.
worst in standard.
Yeah, so you're going to boat. Yep, boat happens. Boat gets a counter back.
Now, this diversion
I
will take
believe.
4 credits away, but it's also the Hokusai going to land. It's not when Access is on successful run.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we get that trigger there. We're going to lose 4 credits. No Hokusai?
It should be a Hokusai.
Turtle-
It should not be a turtle.
Turtle shouldn't happen. Hokusai grid should fire here. Again, it's buried underneath that identity.
Yeah,
Basically, it's the
Hokusai should
first
be
install
firing.
of the game. We'll see if that single. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay, Hokusai. So
Perfect.
that DN down to 1 card in hand. How many clicks left? I
couldn't tell
have
you.
to think frantically draw up here is the play.
Yeah, you do want to get some draws here. Again, 1 card in hand. It's all about the hit points. So you actually could count how many cards are out of the table. That's actually a good thing that the Scumlord is playing out their
Yeah.
cards. You could count what the hit points are left here. Again, whatever that is, minus whatever's on the table, gets you to 45 cards in hand and the deck. And we're just going to do install, stock, buyback.
Stock buyback.
That's
There we go.
11 credits for a click.
There we go.
You tried to do credit denial. No. We're
You
back
couldn't
in it.
deny enough credits.
And we're drawing back up. There is a chance that this list is not on Blood in the Water. I think it might be on
might be.
Obakadas and just a bunch of 1-pointers.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a cogent agenda suite.
Blood in the Water is, I mean, it's both good and bad in PE because when it's good, it's very good. But when the runner is able to stay up on cards, it is worse than blank because it actually helps the runner win.
Yeah, it's really rough here. But we're at 4-1 if I'm not
You-
mistaken.
you remember
Jinsei
the old-
waving to the camera?
You remember the old NAPD score? No,
that's why he's waving to the camera.
Regenesis
We
for
got
Obakada,
Regenesis.
yes!
it happened. It happened on the top tables.
So,
on the stream.
so we actually have to explain Regenesis
Yeah.
now. We
Okay.
didn't earlier. So Regenesis, a 3-1. What it does is when you score it, as long as no cards were trashed this turn, no corp cards were trashed this turn, you can grab a face-down agenda from archives and throw it straight into your score area. So
Yes.
that is straight from 1 point to 5 points.
Yeah, that's the biggest jump you can ask for in standard format.
Yeah.
The 4-point swing. There's nothing bigger than that. And Jinsei has had that up. Again, we just saw Regenesis floating on the table. Now, how did that get in there? I think I got in there with
No.
an anemone.
Dion did know about Regenesis because
yeah.
2 in the score area.
But, like, that's the sort of card that you think is kind of mythical. Like,
Yeah.
does it fire? Sometimes, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen it. And then it happens.
I've had one fired on me before. It never feels good.
No, it's wild. And I think that was an anemone discard. It must have been because there was a
Mhm.
face down in there. And
Yeah, you're right.
Regenesis has so many conditions to it. It says that you can't, a card can't enter archives that turn. The agenda has to be face
Yeah.
down. There's so many things that line up. But Jinsei is now on game point. Whether it's
The
a Blood in the Water.
stars have officially aligned. Yeah.
Yeah. Bagalta coming down. That means we can open up R&D. It's going to be a bit expensive. The remote server as well. And that's a Mockler. You hate to play that one, but sometimes you just need to play a Fractor. Install the remote server. Scumlord's going to check it. Mockler breaks barriers. Bagalter breaks sentries.
Something's happening. Something's happening.
Cards in hand is the question. Do you just die to anemone? No, you have a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards.
We're asking here.
Looks like a no-res.
Now, Scumlord, you get through that type for free. I don't know what's happening here. I'm glad everyone's having
I don't
fun.
know either. Well, whatever it is, it's funny. Okay, here's another anemone.
All right, let's see if we throw a card out. So that's going to be 2 damage. Again, you break that for free. I think you get your money back with the Bagalter. So 1 face down in archives. All of the Regenesis are out, so you're not too scared of it.
Yep.
You're going to add them to the stack, to the heap stack that the Scumlord's building.
Okay, now there is a tie. That's just 1 credit. Thank you, Turtle. That's a sting.
Scumlord now on game
5
point.
to 5.
That sting is going to do 2 damage.
2 damage.
Plus 1 damage from
Plus
PE.
1
No,
damage.
3 damage plus 1 damage, right? Because there's the amount of score in the other score area plus 1. So no, 3.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah.
So it's 2 plus 1.
Oh man, there's going to be one day where we're going to know the text on Sting like confidently. I just think it's going to be 2024.
It doesn't matter if I know the problem is even if I know the text on Sting, I still have to do math.
Yeah, I know what it says. Oh yeah. Okay. The last Sting is now super exciting because whoever scores or steals it, that one is.
It's real.
That one
gross.
is 3
It's
damage.
3 either way. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's 3
3
either way.
I wonder if this deck has amount to fast advance. It doesn't make sense with our Genesis, but like we haven't seen too much influence.
Moonpool would work with Regenesis.
I think Sansan City Grid Kakurenbo is like
Yeah.
a Genesis thing you can do.
Yeah.
I think Sansan also just kind of works in a deck that has this many 3-1s and has a remote server that wants to protect.
So still 6 credits. That is a jam in the remote server, a new ice on the remote server. 6 credits threatening here. This could be another anemone.
Scumlord holding a Stargate again. That's your kind of your panic button when it comes to these sort of matchups that run cards that you're scared to access. Now, MU, is that getting tight?
You really have to be panicking to do it right now, though, I think, because of the Anansi.
Yeah, it's only 5 credits. It's expensive.
True. I guess you have the Big Altar.
You have Bagalter, you have Rogue Trading getting you 6 back. You are going to have to run Archives too, which is, a bit difficult. There's no more...
Diversion would be pretty good here, yeah?
The Hokusai, I don't know. But yeah. Be good. There's an Amina in hand too, so...
Oh, Amina in
lose
hand. That's spicy.
I think the list is probably...
it's okay to lose Amina, I have to think.
I think the list is probably on a credit kiting.
Yeah.
I don't think you can afford to play 7 in this matchup that's not producing a lot of code gates you have to deal with. If there is...
Oh, yeah, we do in fact see a credit kiting that got hit last turn.
Oh, right on. Yeah, there you go. That's how you get the boat down, how you get the Amina down.
Yeah.
So Scumlord's considering it again. Shuffling through the cards, that's how you do it.
Okay, so we're seeing gestures towards the remote. Does that indicate a run on the remote? Thinking it over.
Both players on 5 again. This is a 2-for-1, right?
This is a 2-for-1.
Okay. So whoever plays this has a chance of making it to day 2. I think they might still play the second game just for the camera.
Yeah.
And these two players are having a lot of fun for the camera. Again, Scumlord doesn't know all these cards. Getting back into the game, one of the best Canadian players from the competitive seasons
many
of
years,
the last
many
2-3 years. Yeah, it's been a while since Dean has been playing.
Two of the most two extremely legendary moments of streamed Netrunner in history. There's obviously the guilty. There's also the Hades shard flip.
Yeah. So let's see if the Scumlord can make some amount of history here. So far, we've had a really
getting
fun game.
some good moments already.
Stargate almost hitting the table there. Posturing, had it in hand.
Thinking about it.
Ready to slap on the table, but Amina instead.
Amina? Okay.
Very expensive.
Amina's expensive.
Now, it does make the Diviner a bit of an economic liability.
That's very true.
We're running Archives. Again, there's been a couple cards discarded in that. One of the Nemini, I don't know. You're not scared of Regenesis. I think they're all accounted for. And if that's a code gate, again, Amina breaks 2 for 3 subroutines, 2 for 3 strength, but it says the first time you break all subroutines on a code gate, with Amina, the corp loses a credit. That's economic denial. It's hard to interact with that. If you ever code gates up, a lot of this is broken for 2 credits.
All right, so we're going to see these face downs. There's the
Anemone.
last Anemone. Oh, here's a have a Kusanagi. Have a Kusanagi. That does not update the score. It is still 5-5. It does make stock buyback better.
It's a 2-0 agenda that if you advance it over its score, I think it's what it needs. So if you get it to be a 3-2 or something, it gets a counter, which you can use at instant speed to give an ice that's being encountered a net damage subroutine.
I believe so, yeah.
I think that's a text on it, but you're just playing it because it's 1 net damage and because it does it helps stock buyback.
Yeah, we talk about the idea of Archives poison. Essentially, Kusanagi is Archives poison.
Yes.
You make it hard to run Archives because they're going to take damage to do it.
A lot of the players who've been playing for Netrunner for a long time have seen these small agendas, the 2-0s, and have maybe been a bit scared of them. Back in the day, a card turntable existed that allowed you to trade agendas between score areas, and that meant the 0-point agendas were a huge liability. Oh, we're spreading them out nice for the camera. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. 5-5.
It's also a nice thing to just install
one of these 5s was much harder than the other.
Yeah. It's less of a direct path. Not to undersell how hard Regenesis can be. Scumlord thinking up here again. They kept the Stargate. They could have lost that to that single damage.
Okay, so that is installing Ice over Anansi and making money back. This Anansi not feeling like it protects well enough.
Protecting for the exposed 2, which the information is valuable, but I think the Amakua at 1 strength doesn't really change much. Mind you, that also Kusanagi turned off the Amakua counter. It's a niche case, but it's funny.
That's funny, yeah.
We have a Mad Dash in hand. Now that can be an impactful card if you find one of the 1-pointers. I think there's 1 House of Knives not accounted for, 1 Sting not accounted for. It's hard to play that, though. You're going to need Falsified. And there's a card that's been in the remote server for a while now. I'm kind of convinced there might be Sandsens in this list. There seems like there should be some Fast Advance. And it has to be Fast Advance that doesn't throw cards into the bin because it turns off the Regenesis.
Well, from the influence we've seen, I believe it is possible for it to be Sansan because we've seen 4 influence on stock buybacks. Have we seen any others?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, Cerebral seems like a reasonable guess, but we haven't seen it yet.
I don't know. Click to draw? Jinsei's looking for something here. I don't know what the credit count. It looks like 6 credits. I don't know what those chits mean. But Dean there on a comfortable, I think we're looking at about 10.
Let's see.
Click for 2.
More money.
Back to you. Draw it. Credit. Our hand there. You have the diversion. The falsified. We're going to see what's in the remote server. That's
gonna see a Sting.
All right, that gets an exposed.
That's
if you called it
gross.
right, you get that. Well, you get the Amaku counter no matter what. You get the 4 cards if you call it right. It looks like it was called wrong,
Looks like it.
but Jinsei not scoring that out. That doesn't help Jinsei win, but I think Jinsei's hoping that Scumlord's going to fumble into a snare and then be on low cards at the end of the turn, and then just go ahead and score that out to do 3 net damage.
It's a very aggressively postured sting, I think.
Yeah. And Jinsei can't score it out, of course. This doesn't help Jinsei win.
This is a good question. Mad Dash.
Oh, wait, that's
Mad
game.
Dash. This could be game. Oh, the handshake. That's game.
There's nothing in there to
Mad
stop
Dash
it.
takes it.
Yeah, that is too hard. It's
And-
tight into.
And Mad Dian has just enough cards in hand to survive, because you do actually have to survive all the way through the PE damage
Yeah,
to
you
get the Mad
do.
Dash to win.
And hand had a wake-up call, a snare, and that is a longevity serum, I believe, the 3-2 in hand. So the winning
Yeah.
play was in hand, too. Again, snares didn't show up, but that single Mad Dash getting drawn off the top of the deck, I think that turn, maybe it was a turn before, knowing what the agenda is in the remote server, just being able to run it. So, yeah, we got that Mad Dab.
The Mad Dab.
And that is going to be a 2-for-1. So Scumlord's going to take it. I think
Let's
that
see
puts
let's see if they play the reverse. So
Yeah.
that's Scumlord on 27 points, I believe.
that's going to be rough. You're going to need tiebreakers to make
You're
the
gonna
top.
you're gonna need godly tiebreakers to have
Yeah.
a chance. Definitely not out of it though. This
No.
could have been a win and in.
There's a chance. And you love that old 2016 swag, the old name tags from the Crown of Servers on the top
Yeah.
of the deck box. It's been a while.
Oh, the Slack name tags. Those were so useful.
Yes.
Back in 2017, when I was going to my first World Championships, I had met no one in person except Jonas, because he was at a regional I went to. So that was we see the Polaroid.
I don't know what it is. I think it's
Pose for the camera.
Brandon.
I couldn't actually see what it was.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It's upside down. That's okay. You get a freeze frame there. You want to clip that? We can see where that piece of history is. But we're
All
gonna see
right,
the
and
other
we're going to
side.
see the op versus...
I think it's Op
versus Hoshiko.
Hoshiko.
Let's do it. Let's see it. We got 37 minutes.
Yeah, we're
Let's
gonna
see
the
some
end of
more
the match.
Netrunner.
So again, after this, we're gonna get some tiebreakers, most likely. I'd say nearly definitely. Again, we still don't know. It'll be about 16 players. It'll be
Yeah.
exactly 16 players that will make it tomorrow. And Op has been, I think, one of the most competitive Wayland's identities for the last
while,
month
yeah.
or so. Except we
and-
haven't seen any on stream. There's very
Yeah, it's
few
the
at
first one
event.
today. We have to explain op, don't we?
We have to
So-
explain Op. Okay, wall of text. I can do this.
45-15. Let's start there.
Standard Wayland. It says once per turn, when you trash a card, when your corp trashes one of their installed cards through an ability other than installation,
Yep.
which means not over installing things and not resing things to uniqueness, that technically is not covered by that. I'm already getting off track. You can search your deck for a card with an install cost exactly one less than the card that was just trashed, and you can install and res it, ignoring all credit costs at instant speed. So there's so many ways to build this deck. There are combo versions of them that will crack things like MC Austerity, get a lot of clicks, go find a zero coster, find a Drago, advance the Drago, deliver a boom, mutually assured destruction. There's a lot of ways to do that. There's also versions that are just going a bit aggressive, rushing to remote server, using some of the best dice in the format. Border control gets even wackier, even stronger in op. On top of that, envelopment, one of the best dice in the meta if you're worrying about Boat and Botchless and Boomerang. And then they can play with things like Forma Carry, Manigar, and Skunkworks at instant speed with Mavirus. Love that. And then finally, we have the acid-based versions, the Bridgeman Continentals version. We saw at Intercontinentals as well.
Dreamboat.
I really love that list. That's the list I played at Crown of Servers yesterday.
Notably carried our team with. Carried our team.
It went all right.
But don't be modest. What, you had the best record out of all of us. You were the only one over 500.
Yeah, it was okay. I had a good time. It was fun. But I like that op list. The idea with that one is you mash out the assets. And all of these assets, some of them are like pretty underwhelming, right? Things like Launch Campaign. You don't see a lot of that. Maryland Campaign, you do see commonly. But the idea is that when these cards get trashed from their own abilities, then at instant speed, you
get
can
to
go
search
get
out something
another
good.
card.
Yeah.
And then you see the Svigators, mind you, the most important card. You need to trash those nearly on
Yes.
sight. Because if a credit differential gets up, that deck is going to get the urban renewals out. It's going to get it's going to cause you to force you to interact with them on top of course, hard-hitting news.
Now, an interesting question. You might ask, why would Dean choose to play Op, which is one of the most complex ID abilities that in theory presents the most decision points out of just about anything in the format, being new back to the game? I'd say there are two reasons.
Yeah.
One, Dean is very good.
Sure.
Two, In many cases, it isn't actually as decision intensive as it seems because you have a pretty linear chain. You know what your 4s go to. You know what your 3s go to. You know what your 1s go to. You're usually making maybe one decision like, oh, do I get Rashida? Do I get Spin Doctor? But you're usually choosing between those.
I think there's 2 reasons. Firstly, Dean likes shuffling. And so this is going to allow Dean to shuffle as many times as he can in the match. Looking at the hand, this is the Bridge Monopolist. I think the second reason is Dean was told these are good decks, play these decks, and so he's going to play this. We're going to find out what Hoshiko this is too. Whether it's Tag Me, I think that's a bit harder. There's Tag Punishment in this list.
Yeah.
Whether it's Apocalypse, whether it's just good stuff.
Could just be Boat.
Could just be Boat. It actually probably is Boat.
Yep. Reasonable chance it's Boat.
Jinsei needs to keep the credits up, needs to interact. The main threat here is the Urban Renewal. We saw those on the opening hand. It is an asset you rest for 1 credit, and it gets 3 power counters. That on the beginning of your turn, it loses a power counter, and when it's empty of power counters, it does 4 me damage, and then it trashes itself. So it becomes an ob trigger. On 0, you're largely getting Spin Doctor to draw cards to find out some punishment. On top of that, you can also draw Rashida. It won't fire at start of turn because it wasn't there when the start of turn triggered, but it'll be set up for next turn. You want those. You get them out of your deck installed for no clicks. That's amazing click compression. What I did for my list, the small change I made from the Bridgman version, which now is a bit different because preemptive action is now banned, so there's a card slot there, is I found myself in a lot of situations where some of the Anarchs were tanking the Urban Renewal. They realized, I can take this. Maybe they do have a Steel Skin Scarring, but they'll end up with 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
And so I played 2 copies of Audacity, so you can fast events out, so you have that SZF protocol to get the lethals. And a lot of players know they can't interact with the Urban, so that Audacity will hit. I'm interested to see what Dean is doing for that last
So
slot
Spin Doctor comes down, rezzed immediately for drawing cards.
Yeah, the Spin Doctors come out of the deck real quick. There's an Urban Renewal in hand, another asset on the table.
So we have an install, and we have... Can't quite see what the install is. We have an install, and looks like an ice over...
That's a Mouseless.
Ice. Okay, a Mouseless goes over the Spin Doctor. So this is definitely threatening, or I don't know, inviting a turn 1 run. Try to get this. It looks like it's the Spin Doctor is going to give me value over the game. You want to get rid of this. There's the hard hitting in hand, so this is a bit of a bait. Not only are the hard hitting, the economic warfare plus the hard hitting.
Yeah, Hoshiko's hard to hard hit. She does get her credits at the beginning at the end of the turn, so there's going to be credits to take away if you need to. Steel Skin
That's
Scarring.
a Steel Skin just played.
Deuce's Wild as well, just to draw up. So it's just cards and credits getting that economy rolling. But we'll see if you want to interact
making
here.
money.
Sometimes with Hoshiko, you want to access early to get that flip, to get that link, the 2 credits, the card draw. But all that stuff, again, requires interaction, and that means if Dean just has the hand, if Dean just has hard-hitting economic, which we know he does, that can be a very, very short game.
Yeah, and this would be the worst case because economic warfare does say lose 4 if able.
Yeah.
So ending on exactly 4 would be the worst case, but not going to happen here. Just going to click up for a credit.
Is that 5 or 3 credits?
Oh, wow. So that's 3 credits. Going to be 5 at the start of next turn.
They seem different shapes. I don't know. We'll find out. Launch campaign being red.
I mean, I don't know what else that last quick would have been. It looked like click for a credit. And so that is that is 2 of the bin breakers in the bin now. That is Paperclip and Black Orchestra.
A launch campaign res. I think the credits on that might be incorrect. It should only have 6 credits. It should be 4 after the start of turn. So we're going to ice up that Spin Doctor again. You do build a scoring remote. While this is a deck that does pressure economy, I think we just learned it here.
Yeah, recognize that. Okay. Oh, forgot to take it. Forgot to take it. That's what happened.
So while this deck does want to pressure the assets on the table and get an economic difference, it also does have to score out into the agenda. The score out agendas in their mode server. And that's something a lot of runners understand. Like if you don't do anything, barring the Urban Renewals, there's not much they can do, and they're forced to score out. While a lot of the agendas it's just 3-2 agendas in Global Food Initiative, that means that at some point you're going to have to run the remote, but it doesn't have to be right now. They have to kind of force the issue. So Jinsei can set up. There's nothing on the table you have to deal with here.
Yeah, and notably, out of Hoshiko, oftentimes what you're setting up is a hippo to deconstruct this remote server.
Yeah, it's tricky. And Envelopment trashes itself. At least if it trashes with the hippo, you don't get the ability of up, but we'll see how this remote server gets challenged. Also, Hoshiko not interacting here. I think there's a dirty laundry. You can hit centrals. Again, get that flip, get the credits, but you're still worried about that economic warfare hard-hitting news, and you're going to get good enough money off that launch campaign. The Spin Doctors are really important. They can come out of the deck fast, and those are the cards you're recurring some of your worst assets, like the Urban Renewals. Once those are out of the game, that's when the Stargate's going to be really relevant. Yeah. So Jinsei, I think, just wants to set up for a couple turns here. I don't think you need to smash centrals. Here. I think there's a chance there's an agenda in HQ. I just don't know whether you need to go find it right now. Moshing?
Going to moshing. Okay, so was pondering what to mosh. Looks like a Stargate and an APOC. So an APOC hits the bin.
Is that an
And
APOC
an MK.
card?
Yeah, that's the Apocalypse alt art.
Whoa, that's nice. So we're going to draw 3, gain 3. Apocalypse showing you what is the game plan here, and that's actually a really good card into the matchup generally.
Yeah. So
Well,
it's very interesting to see it hit the bin.
yes. Definitely a couple more hanging out somewhere. But there's not a lot of ways for this deck to stop APOC. It's generally not running Crisium Grid. Border Control and Central Server is the best you have, but this deck only has, I think, 9 copies of Ice. So dedicating one of those, and Dean just ripped one off the top. That can be tricky. Border Control and R&D, that'll
Here
buy
we
you
go.
some breathing room here.
This is honestly, I have to say, once again, showing respect to these players, what a flex.
Throwing out
I'm
the
going to
APOC?
discard this APOC.
Sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes your hand just doesn't do it. It's going to give some information. The question is how many APOCs in the list. I would say at least, okay, some decks are on 1. 2 is pretty common. 3 is a pretty big influence ask, but
Yeah.
I think sometimes taking 3, making sure you have it consistently is good enough. Jinsei getting the daily cast credits, another one coming down.
There's ice on R&D now, which is pretty important.
Dirty Laundry, we're hitting HQ. This is their first run of the time, so this is where Hoshiko is going to get the flip. 5 cards in there. We're going to get access here. That is only an economic warfare. So Jinsei knows that their credits can suddenly disappear. That says if you've run last turn, Scumlord can play that for 0 credits to lose 4. And a Liberated Counts is coming down there. Going to be able to click it twice, so ensuring you have the credits again. For 3 clicks, you only gain 2 credits, so a bit worse than clicking for credit, but hey, it's the kind of economy you need. So we'll see the Scumlord throws the book here. And this is where we're going to see the op ability for the first time. We're going to use the Spin Doctor.
Oh, Spin Doctor.
Going to get 2 cards back into the deck, but that's not where the op ability happens. It's going to be on this launch campaign.
Yeah.
Because it's going to finish, and I think Scumlord's going to use that to go get a Spin Doctor, which is a unique card. So why the first one was popped just there to get additional value off of this. And again, this is before mandatory draw. All the started turn triggers are before mandatory draw.
Here we go. So launch campaign trashes. We're going to... Wondering why did I shuffle these back?
Yeah.
Can it get to search a 0? That is a Rashida.
Okay, so
Rashida will
Rashida
not fire this
instead.
turn, but...
So is getting the Spin Doctor to get the remote server open. And again, the Rashida won't fire, but next turn, Scumlord's going to get some gas.
Yep. And, you know, the Rashida certainly looks pretty safe right now, especially given the economic warfare hard hitting and the current credit totals.
Yeah, I can't tell what the current credit totals. I think it's...
Yeah, Dean's on the 2s
16?
and 3s that are a little hard to tell with this mat.
We'll figure out what those orange ones are. I think they're either 3s or 5s. I'd be impressed if they're 5s, but hey, Dean's doing the math here.
The big ones are 5s.
Okay.
Yeah, the big ones are 5s.
So that's 15 again. This was just a flip from Hoshiko, so you have a link, just got 2 credits. You will lose a credit, but gaining card draw at the beginning of your turn. So that's 16. So if Dean has double economic warfare, which I think he might, that does change things a fair bit.
Yeah, that's a very expensive hard hitting that Hoshiko can still clear all of, though.
I think those are 3s, considering the way they bunched them together. Oh, no, that would make sense. I don't know what this is.
Separated them helpfully into piles of 8 for us.
Yeah. Devil Install instead.
Okay.
Gaining
and
a
a credit.
So losing a credit there to the Hoshiko draw, you're going to get 4 credits off the daily cast. Again, that's really difficult to be sitting behind all those daily casts, but Scumlord's going to need to get something on the table. Again, this wasn't a very explosive open. A lot of the op lists will open with 3 cards on the table, but I think Scumlord did have some of those on the table. I think there was an Urban in hand, but instead decided to get some more value and build up a scoring server. So we'll see. Again, if you push into the remote server, you can let them score in Atlas as long as it doesn't have a counter, and then go from there. But
Oh, here's an overclock into the remote.
Access to all our breakers. And that's going to start with envelopment.
Envelopment is a pretty nasty one to actually break.
Yeah, there's
Part
a
of
lot
the
of text
problem,
on this.
yeah, but part of the problem with actually breaking envelopment is you have to break all of the subroutines.
Yeah, you really
Because
want to.
otherwise this just searches out of border control and it's rest.
Yes. But if they pop a border control here, I don't know if you're too upset about it.
No, but it is there.
Yeah, it's there. It
Yeah.
pulls it out of the deck and installs
You get so much value.
Yeah, if
You
you wait,
get 9 credits worth of ice for 5.
eventually this envelopment will eat itself. We're just going to let that end the run. We're pivoting for HQ. We did get our paperclip installed again. That overclock had 5 credits. You might as well use them. And just with one spin doctor out again. 2 cards on the table. Rashida looks like it's going to fire, so Scumlord's going to have a fair few credits.
Yeah, very strong economic start here from Hoshiko. Obviously, we have the 2 the 2 daily casts down, and 8 still offloaded on this Liberated, just waiting there to be used.
Yeah.
Now, what are in these remotes?
So you're expecting the usual suspects: Svigator, Launch Campaign, Wall to Wall, and Maryland.
Well, we're gonna find out what this one is.
That's a wall to wall.
That's a wall to wall.
So 1 to res, 3 to trash. It has a clause. It does give you a modal ability, but if you have other assets, it's not that strong.
And that's
There's
a
the Svigator. That is a card I
You were
think
saying
you
trash on
might
site.
need a trash.
Well, choosing not to here.
Like that card. Okay, so what it says, at the beginning of turn, you can trash an installed card to gain 3 credits. Now, on its own, there's not any assets in the game anymore that give you 3 credits on the turn they're res. That's so much economic value. On top of that, you can do things like this, where you get 1 credit from the wall to wall. You have to pre-res everything and then start your triggers. And then at that point, you can trash the wall to wall to go get a spin doctor, gain 3 credits, draw cards. I don't think you need to do that with the Rashida, but again, a tempo positive card that gives you 3 credits.
Yeah.
That is
fantastic.
So much. Again, it's 4 to trash. That is a lot. But we'll see what the order is here. In theory, too, if you trigger the Rashida first, you'll have only 1 res asset, so the wall-to-wall will be a lot sweeter. There's a card draw and a credit. The Advancement, I don't think, interacts with any card in this deck besides the Mouseless, which we do know is the innermost of the remote server.
Okay, we got a judge call.
Yeah, I think they're asking about the ordering here, but you can't do Rashida first.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really cool. Starter turn triggers are fantastic in this deck, and you actually are ordering them a lot.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Aesop's Pawn Shop deck, where you're like, there's Svigator becomes an Aesop's Pawn Shop.
It is green, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying, okay, first you could trigger this, then I'll get the value off of it, then I'll sell it. So we're going to get maximum wall-to-wall value. There are 4 options on this. One of them says gain a card. One says gain a credit. One says you can advance a card. And the other that can be advanced, and then I think the last one says return this to HQ, which is not something we're going to do, but hey, we're going to get everything there.
I believe it actually has to be an ice. And
oh, it's an ice. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, it has to be ice.
So I don't think it actually has to be advanceable either. You just toss an advancement counter on there.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So we saw an IZF in hand. That is an altered boom of the flames. Man, I'm missing one of those. I don't have enough
IZF.
to play 2 in a deck. And
yeah,
we have Ribbon Renewals.
Remind me what that Altar Boom was from. I believe that was from a National Championships kit.
Worlds 20?
Or was it Worlds?
I got mine at Worlds, but I think it was from the prize wall, so I don't actually
know.
Yeah,
I think that was a Nationals kit, so I think this,
that sounds right.
Yet another flex of I did well enough at Nationals to have enough of these.
Yeah. That's another wall-to-wall, I think, or an Urban. Something went into the remote server as well. We see in the hand we have a Veritas, the only sentry in the whole list. If this is card for card. Oh, that's a Sandstone, excuse me.
Good sentry. Oh, yeah, Sandstone. Sandstone also an interesting one, obviously. As the strength lowers, you can just Svigator it away, get a 2.
Yeah. It's mainly played in the deck because you need a 3 cost and the run barrier. So when you pop a border control, you can find something.
Good point.
I think it's 1 Afshar and then the Sandstone. So you care so much in these lists about the the res cost of your cards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, right? You look at what breakers your opponent has out.
Yep.
If they can't break a barrier after you pop the border control, you get a barrier.
Yeah, you get what you need.
Yeah.
Recharging ID again. We have to remember this is an APOC list, and if Jinsei threw one out, I think Scumlord's going to try and guess that there's another one in hand because that's a very powerful ability. That's a border control.
Border control.
Break for 2. We can get an access here. This is one of the unfortunate things about this deck sometimes. If you're using
border control gets popped.
Oh, immediately to get a 3-coster there. We're going to see if that is the Afshar. Otherwise, it's just going to be a Sandstone. Comes in at 6 strength. It's massive. 5 after the first access or first encounter. And there it is, Afshar on HQ.
There it is, the Afshar.
So that means there's going to be no Apocalypse this turn. It requires 3 successful runs on Central Service, and with 1 click already down, Jinsei's not going to be able to get that and play the event. Asking a bit of information about what's on the table. Jinsei going to go for the cut there.
Yeah, thinking through the rest of the turn, obviously Afshar on HQ, very, very difficult to run. Especially when your breaker is Black Orchestra.
Yeah.
Effectively, with Black Orchestra, you have to pay 3 to install, and then every time you want to run through Afshar, it is 5 credits, because you have to break the sub that ends the run, but you can't break the one that loses you 2.
Yeah, it's massively expensive if you don't have an Amaku or something.
Oh, here's an overclock, though. This will get through envelopment. Now, border control was popped. This is a really good time to make the envelopment trash itself.
Yeah, you'll have to see this play where you're trying to bait the op to use their ability. So this just became a 3 credit is gone.
Yeah.
Or 4 credits gone. And there's a mouseless. Single advancement doesn't change anything. Another ice that Enarchs struggle to deal with. If you want to get through these with Black Orchestra, it's immensely expensive. 3 to install, 6 to break, and you don't even get all the subroutines.
Yeah, just going to let it fire. So that hits a moshing. Going to take a tag, and Dean's going to gain a credit.
We're still
Going
getting
back
here.
up to 3.
And Dean doesn't have a lot of credits anymore, you know?
Yeah.
There's an
Oh,
SCF.
and that's the SF.
So 2 points
So
for
that is
Jinsei.
2 points.
So not an
And
agenda, I think.
slowly
You're
breaking down the prison.
excited. Yeah, I know. I think this is the issue with these sort of lists. If you don't get a very explosive start and the Hoshiko can get their economy up, you know so many of your win conditions are useless. Economic warfare, hardening news, it doesn't land.
Yeah, and respecting the economic warfare there, clearing off the liberated, sees the other wall-to-wall.
So it's wall-to-wall.
Pass astern.
With Svigator in the middle. You might see the Svigator get fired here for a spin doctor, but Scumlord just needs to get something on the table.
Yeah. It's going to be the advancement, the credit. I think thinking about the draw, did Dean already draw? I actually don't remember.
Not yet. So that's
already drew, and there's
mandatory.
the mandatory. So
yeah.
getting all 3 modes, maximum wall-to-wall value.
So even here, if you do economic, it's not enough. I think we're going to have to see that Urban Renewal hit the table again. You'd love to ice it up just to force them to interact with the mouseless. And if they don't actually deal with the wall-to-wall, which we know there's 2 on the table, that mouseless becomes triple advanced. That's actually really hard to deal with.
That becomes when you actually when you actually have to break mouseless subs.
Yeah.
That is the nightmare scenario.
Yes.
For an Anarch, honestly.
So mouseless, when it hits 3 advancements, it's subroutines basically, they go to the max. So instead of getting 1 credit, you gain 3. Instead of doing 1 net damage, you do 3 net damage. Instead of giving a tag, you give a tag, but you also end the run.
Yep.
So that means Jinsei is going to be forced to produce a breaker here, and Black Orchestra just doesn't cut it.
Or just forced to trash these wall-to-wall. I think that's what we're seeing. Oh, that's the 3rd wall-to-wall.
I don't think you're going to trash a wall-to-wall anymore.
I don't think you're going to trash it when you have to trash 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have if it were just 2, probably.
Botulus hitting the table. It's just a Maryland remote server. Again, credit neutral. We're going to Svigator, so we're not going to get all the triggers on the wall-to-wall. But we can use that. You use the Maryland a lot of times.
There we go.
The Maryland.
We have endgame mouseless.
Yes. And we're just trashing wall-to-walls to get 3 credits, not using an op ability.
Yeah.
And Maryland's fantastic. A lot of times you'll go out of your way to Svigator the Maryland just to get the urban renewals on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you want to set urban renewals so 2 of them are firing at the same time so they're in sync, so the Doomsday Clock hits hardest. Sometimes you want to get them slightly out of sync so there's 4 meat damage, the next turn 4 meat damage. But at this point it's really hard because Jinsei can interact with these.
Do you have any trashables that are costed 3? Because
no.
Maryland shuffling back would actually be relevant with. Hold on, we see an econ warfare. I think that's a value economic warfare. I don't believe that that's going to
anti-gamble
lead to anything. Yeah, anti-gamble.
Sometimes
Fermenter continuing to tick up. Still a lot of money here for Hoshiko.
Yes. And a Stargate again. This is hard, right? With the Stargate, you're going to see 3 of the top in trash. We see Svigator and Atlas and a food. So you can actually steal 4 points there.
Yep, the Svigator goes into the bin.
If you have a mad dash, you win.
This is game points. Okay, that's dirty.
I thought that was a mad dash.
Don't use these run events, man.
So that's 4 points for coming back. That's 2 more points.
All right.
It's on game point. I was going to say, it sometimes is awkward with Stargate because if you leave an agenda in archives here, at the start of turn, you can Svigator wall-to-wall to get a spin doctor.
Oh, that's hot.
That happens. Yeah. They would have to leave it for a turn, but game point now with a Stargate on the table and still the threat, in theory, of an apocalypse, but I don't think we're anywhere near that. The credit differentials, again. Scumlord is on like 3 credits 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
And this is a Svigator. This is wall-to-wall Maryland. It's everything all at once. I think that might have been at 3 too many credits.
Yeah, Runner is currently floating a tag, so I don't think think there's anything that 1 tag does with this list.
Just 2 tags. So 1 tag hits a best defense. You actually could lose your Fermenter if they're on best defense, which some of them are, but I don't think that's the play we're going to see.
Yeah, best defense for a Tormentor. I'm not sure if that's worth doing at the moment. There's so much money on Hoshiko's side already.
And again, it's worth noting that this game is just being played for fun. We've already 2 for 1, and Scumlord has taken it. Top deck is an economic warfare.
This is for pride.
Yeah, this is pride. Every game is for pride. Looking at the hand there,
I don't know if I see any ice. Ice. You really want some ice for R&D if you can possibly get it, but I don't think we see it.
A spin doctor is just about good enough, right?
Oh yeah, spin doctor does it.
And we'll see if Jinsei checks
Unless we have
that.
a similar situation.
What do you mean?
Well, no, yeah, spin doctor shuffles either way, so it's good enough.
Oh yeah, from the top. Yeah. So double economic in hand again, still holding on to Hardening News, but it looks like Jinsei has an even 20 credits. Looking at the board state again, Fermenter is a really nice thing to pop. The awkward thing about cloning the single tag is that if you do at some point get Hardening News and you can only clear 3 of the tags, then you're floating 2. Again, I don't know if the boom is exactly in hand. No, it is there. It's the leftmost card. But Jinsei feeling pretty comfortable showing that there was a mad dash there. Where did that happen? Where did you get that?
It was in hand.
The whole time?
Either that or it was the Hoshiko draw. Well, no, the Hojiko draw would have been at the beginning of. Oh, I think that was in hand. I think forgot to play the mad dash.
Oh, did Jinsei showing at the camera? Oh, you love it. Maybe last clip they drew. I don't know.
That must have been what they were laughing about just now.
Yeah. Yeah, you can draw once the mad dash there for sure. It's your out there. So you're going to steal one more agenda? Again, the list is running a weird agenda suite. 3 food, 3 SEF, 2 Atlas, 1 above the law. So I think that's 9 agendas. We've seen 3 so far.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that intentional? Is that the I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me?
I don't need.
I'm prisoning the prison.
And there you go. Jinsei checking the Spin Doctor first. Love to see that respect. Again, there's nothing in their mode server that they're really worried about. Again, there could be something inside the innermost server. Wait, what is that card? Did they get op value? Because the Maryland was left. I guess, did they overinstall? I think we got too distracted by the mad dash.
Yeah, I think that was an overinstall.
That still gets that shuffled back into Maryland again. Whenever it's trash, as long as it's rezzed, the corporation can choose to shuffle it back into the deck. Makes it really easy to get additional op value. So we're going to Stargate. There's a Maryland. There's above the law.
Oh, there's above the law.
And I think we're going to trash that one, run archives. And unless it's the final Spin Doctor, it's not.
It's not. It's an Urban Renewal. Good game.
Jinsei is taking it back.
So Jinsei does win the run back. Unfortunately, does still end the round with 0 points. That was a 2-for-1 at the beginning, but proves it definitively 8-0 in the run back.
APOC in hand, Mad Dash in hand. Again, you don't really need the APOC there.
Still had all these. You should have Mad Dashed it.
Yeah.
Mad Dash it for 9 points.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Mad Dash. Come on.
Giving up a style point there.
But well played to both players. Again, that was a 2-for-1. That game was just for the camera, just for show. We appreciate that, of course. And while that is the end of the 7th round, we're going to have standings in about 15 minutes. And from that point on, that's not going to be the end of the day. It's very, very likely that we're going to have a tiebreak round, and that's a very fast round. That is going to be only a single-sided Swiss round, so each player is going to play one side of it. It's going to have 40 minutes in the round, and that is going to determine so we can get a clean 16 players to make it to the top cut. Again, we'll see what the standings look like. We're guessing that some of the people who've lost 4 games might make it to the top cut.
Yeah.
3 games, definitely. 4 games, I think some players will still have to tiebreak.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it looks like.
Yeah, and there is potentially a world in which a 5 loss makes it in.
I don't know if that's possible, but I'm not the best at this sort of math.
Yeah, I haven't done the math fully.
Because I think there's 4 losses and draws.
At most, there's an absolute. Oh, right, the draws.
The draws
mess it up.
Or, yeah, they beat out the 5 losses for sure. But we'll see.
The draws were on 25, if I remember correctly. So actually, 27 would be over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find out real soon.
Yeah, we'll find out.
But
I think a 5 loss making it is out. It's at most 1. I haven't fully done the math. I think it's mostly going to be 4 losses.
But we'll see in just about 15 minutes. Again, there's about 12 minutes left in the round. After that, we'll get our standings in, and from there, we're going to go to our tiebreaker rounds. Of course, if you've been watching all day, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to be back here tomorrow again to do the top cut of the standard, find a standard world champion. On top of that, there will be a startup world champion also crowned on stream. So if you like this stuff, please give a follow to the channel. You're watching on Null Signal Netrunner, the new channel here after the rename. My name is Andre. We'll be back in a bit. I'm joined by Neuropanzer.
Indeed.
And we'll be back in just about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get the finale of the Swiss rounds at the 2022 World Championship here in Toronto. Hey, welcome back. We're just about to start the tiebreakers here at the World Standard 2022 Netrunner Championship. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm joined by...
Neuropanzer. You might recognize me from this very cast and also the Slums cast.
And we have some results for you. Our game should be starting in just a second. Apologies for the break there. Again, tiebreakers, we have a lot of them. So let's look at the standings after 7 rounds of Swiss, because we have some clear differences, and then there's a lot of players who are going to be having to play in. So, looking at the top here, on 33 points, we have Bridgman, mind you, the Intercontinental champion.
Intercontinentals, top of Swiss.
Doing a lot
Had
of
to
really
sweep
good
last
work.
round to do it, too.
And just made it up there. And then we have Quacktapus. We had the pleasure of seeing on stream also on 33 points. Just below that on 31, we have Sam S. We have Lopert we saw on stream as well, and Frick King. And this is where things get interesting. We have a lot of players on 30. Now, as I said, 16 top players are going to go on tomorrow to go to their 16 rounds and then the double elimination. But we have a lot of players on 30. Starting in the top 2 is Greg. That's Crit.
Greg Tung,
as you might know. And
former World's runner-up.
Ice Cold Jazz, also very notable. That's Austin.
Yeah, that is a former World's top 16 competitor and current president of Null Signal Games.
Yeah, they did really, really good to get that top placement. And then from 8th down to, I think it's about
25th. 8th down to 25th.
Is where this gets interesting. So how I can explain this. If you look at the 16th place, that is the big unit on 30 points, and 17th is also 30. So what we want to do is we want to go up 1, and we want to go down 1, and we want to pair people together. So 16th will play 17th, 15th will play 18th. And the idea is that we're going to keep doing that until all those players pair up, and then we have an amount where after that round finishes, we're going to have 16 players cleanly making it to the top 16.
Yeah,
so
that's why the top 2 30s are already in and don't have to worry about this.
Yes.
Because if we paired up the 7th and the 26th, they would not be on the same number of points.
Awesome. I think that's going to be our table. So we're going to have this. Who is that?
I think that's Toby.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, no, that's the big unit.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So, excuse us. We're going to explain the matchups right now. We just got our slip here. So, the big unit is going to be playing Motionblur. I think that's what we're going to be seeing on camera.
Yes, that's what we're going to see on camera. Oh, that's the Ag Infusion.
That's the Ag Infusion. We're going to see End of Freedom. This is the
Yeah.
Snare Bears list. You're in for a treat. And
It is going to be the Ag Infusion. They've randomized sides. It's going to be the Ag Infusion.
Okay. So, sorry. We just have our judge talking in the background. So, we're going to just wait through this for a second.
One game, the sides are on the sheet. That's the side that you're defining to determine who you play.
Okay, the judge is just describing how this works.
Yep.
But in short, our 16th is going to be playing the 17th. Let's just go through the list so people understand how this
absolutely.
works. So Scry at 15th is going to be playing against
Creditz at 18th.
Hams on 14th.
Radino at 19th.
Sokka at 13th place.
Axwill at 20th.
12th, that's Kronkov.
21st, that's Extrac.
TF 34.
And 22nd, Vale.
Whiteblade 111.
Against Sebastian K.
Ben Blum.
Against Ben M, the Ben grudge match.
And then finally, Dr. Awkward.
Against Kisra.
So that is going to be I think there are 9 matches. And out of those, we're going to get down to an even 16 players. And that list of players is stunning.
So many World's top 16s in this list, so many regionals wins, so many, just every Netrunner accomplishment, name it, you have it in this list.
And what they're going to do now, they're going to do a single-sided tournament. So the judges determine what side of the table they're going to play. It's fully random, and we're going to see one side of the table. So either one runner game or one corp game. Whoever wins that is the tiebreaker round, and we will, at the end of this, it's only a 35-minute round, so it's actually quite a fast round. We'll be able to tell you the top 16 showing up tomorrow.
Yep.
So this is, a lot of people, it's similar to what a 2-for-1 looks like. One game that's going to be the most important game, but again, we have so many players that after this day all got to 30 points, and they've been largely playing each other, so yeah, they have a lot of work to do, that's for sure. So we're going to see when, as soon as the table spins up, it's going to be, again, big unit versus Motionblur. Give me 1 second to pull that up. And this Ag Infusion deck is something that you've heard rumors about, and you haven't seen it so far, but we're just about to. All right. Give us me 1 second. I'm going to throw my mic down on mute, and I'm going to change the overlay. Give me 1 second. Do you think you can explain the deck? Are you familiar with this one? Ag Infusion?
The Ag Infusion, I can do my best. So this is, from what I understand, a very spicy, and spiky in a way, Ag Infusion list. It is looking similar to the Hydra decks of old. It is looking to put together a board state that is extremely difficult for the runner to interact with at all. The way that you're going to accomplish that is with Loki and Trieste model Bioroids. So that's going to let Loki copy subroutines from something nasty like an Anansi, Lindsay, things like that, and have those in a state where they can't be clicked through because Loki doesn't let you click through, but they can't be broken otherwise because Trieste doesn't let you break them otherwise. So from what I understand, all of these rounds go to time, or not necessarily to time, but these are long games, but they can put the runner in a prison that it is impossible to recover from.
So if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a 45-minute timer.
Oh, that actually, I think that favors the Ag Infusion
Yes.
because the Ag Infusion probably plays 40 minutes.
So yeah, I heard you explain that deck list, and that is the idea. And it's playing some really spicy cards, a 5 influence, 1 of ice, and a lot of this is going to be pulled together. It's going to be tutored by the power of Wave, a new, kind of underwhelming to a lot of people.
We saw it earlier today doing work.
It did something. It's a harmonic ice that when res allows you to grab something from your deck. Now, 419, we're not sure what kind of 419 is. We've seen Endurance 419s. We've seen Apocalypse 419s. There's a lot of options for this, but I think the Ag Infusion's feeling pretty good. In terms of the niche tech cards that actually can deal with this deck, there are frighteningly few. Inside Job is one of them, and criminals are not playing that all that often.
Yeah.
There's some other stuff like weird backstitchings can do it. Not really. It needs to be on the remote server.
Yeah.
And I think the big one here is Hunting Grounds.
Yes.
Because if you trigger Hunting Grounds, it entirely turns off the value of the Loki, which is the scary threat that this is trying to force you into at all corners.
Of course, we don't know if there's an Inside Job or a Hunting Grounds or anything like that in Motionblur's list. We're going to learn.
Yes.
Jonas is going to learn as well. So Spin Doctor coming down immediately, drawing up, giving the big unit more options. That is an Ice over HQ and a Hedge Fund.
Ice on
Strong
HQ.
econ start.
Super important. Again, the Spin Doctor already played around the exposed there.
Makua coming down.
That's a foil hedge fund.
Yes, it
or
is.
sorry, sure gamble.
Even harder to see than usual with the glare.
Let's go glare. And Amaku is coming down. You're not expecting IP block in this matchup. So
Yeah.
this is going to be a powerful breaker for sure. You're going to see the top of R&D there, get an access, get that counter if you're not stealing or trashing, get a bit of a read on the deck. And I think Motionblur has an idea what the Snare Bears are playing. I think at
Yeah.
this point in the day, you probably have heard of this, if not even seen it on a different
Spin
table.
Doctor coming down.
So it's Doctor down. You are going to be able to recur that for sure. You're not going to get the Amaku counter. But Ag Infusion here has a lot of work to do. Big unit, that's Jonas on the right, has to set up some ridiculous servers. You need a 2-ice server with the Loki Trieste in it, and then on top of that, you still have to build a scoring server.
Yes.
From that point on, like you're asking for a lot. You have to make sure centrals are still strong. You have to keep out the turtle. It's a lot of stuff to do. Amaku expose. Ice in the remote server behind a single. Looks like largely Rashida. Again, those credits that are on the sort of the end glyph, those are not part of the credit pool. It's only the credits in front of the remote server. I think some of those are stacked.
Yeah. I don't know if the ones in front of... it's hard to tell from here. If they're stacked, I wish they weren't.
Yeah, I think it's about 8 credits. That's a falsified credentials,
that's
exposing
Rashida.
Getting the
So
Amaku
getting
counter,
the money.
landing the call there. Again, you have to ask, or you have to name a card name, expose a card, if that's what you get. If that's right, you get the credits. I think Amaku gets a counter there, of course, as well.
Yep, already did. You see the teeny little virus token from the core set.
Yeah. Good old
I think
cardboard.
playing with the cardboard tokens from the core set, always a bit of a flex, especially if they're very well worn.
They usually are. Boomerang on that remote server. Going to get through. We're not.
All right, R.I.P. Rashida.
Oh, no, that was a pinhole, not a boomerang. Excuse me.
I thought that was the... Oh, you're right. That is the pinhole.
Yeah, we're seeing the card to... it's finally catching on in the meta. It's a card that was not that popular. Now we're running a Spin Doctor to force that shuffle. Going to bring back in the Rashida and I believe the other Spin Doctor, leaving a hedge fund there.
Yeah, that is a full art hedge fund. One of the best hedge funds in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, quite good. And our timer's a bit wrong, actually. It should be 10 more than this. So I'll try and pull it back to 40 minutes once at 30 minutes. That's the best that we can do with it currently. And we're going to draw into a Spin Doctor here. Hand has... That's a Biovault, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, I wonder how many pinhole threading this list is on, because if you take one down early, you're like one early for a Rashida is a fair trade-off.
Yeah.
But you do want to save enough to actually interact with Trieste without having to break ice.
It can be really difficult.
Yeah.
Because if they ice up everything, as soon as you pinhole threading, they just throw you onto the Loki remote. So it's hard. That's the ability with Ag Infusion again.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can always trash an ice, unresed ice, to get somebody thrown into the remote server. That's a regolith going into the remote server again. You're going to need a lot of money for this. Paying 1 credit for the 419 exposed. Again,
I guess this does tell the big unit that pinhole is something that absolutely needs to be played around once the Trieste is going for. Probably would anyway against Criminal, but now you know it's in the deck.
Yes, Hansei Review being played for 5 credits, discarding a card there. There's a Spin Doctor in hand. I think actually a couple agendas. The whole hand is, I think, half agendas at this point.
Oh, boy.
Single ice there. Motionblur again drawing up. We don't know what their multi-access is. We don't know exactly what their game plan is besides common criminal disruption. And that's been quite strong throughout today from when we've seen it.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is that a backstitching in hand?
No, I think it's a Cat's Cradle that was just drawn.
Okay, Cat's Cradle.
Yeah, Daily Cast there as well. Cat's Cradle, the new decoder. It's a bit hard if you're dealing with some of the bigger sentries. Throwing it, that's the Boomerang if I'm not mistaken. A lot of the ice in this matchup too is really well positioned into the Shaper field. There are so many decks on Endurance. Ecos also doesn't deal with too many sentries too well, and the big unit's just going to try and empty out probably that Regolith. Click for 3 credits, res for 2. It's going to have 15 credits on it. We can drop that down to 6 if we want to spend all our time there. We'll see how far Jonas is going to click that.
Yeah, Jonas using these overclock sleeves. They are prizes from a previous event, also sold on site today.
Yeah, they're nice.
Beautiful sleeves. I love the art.
Yeah, now there's a full art overclock you can get from events, so you can have a double-sided overclock.
Double-sided overclock full art.
Yeah, you can tell
That's
the difference.
what we want.
But they're quite nice. Motionblur on the other side, understanding the credits are coming in. So if you want credit denial, that's going to be a bit trickier. Again, a really big part of this matchup is cards like Diversion of Funds. You can deal with them. If you want to trash and ice, you can stop them dead in their tracks. Not that it would be the worst on this board state. Access off the top of the deck, getting a Amakua counter, getting a Penny Shaver counter. And Big Unit knows that a lot of agendas
this is
are
a non-boat matchup. Non-boat matchup
Yes.
for a win and in for the top 16 at Worlds. Everyone who said this was going to be an only boat meta was wrong.
So I'm interested to see, again, where the influence goes. A lot of the 419 lists are spending 10 influence on that endurance. So to see where that goes, whether it's Apocalypse, whether it's Twinning, whether we're going to see Paperclip, a better Fractor. Some of the criminal decks are actually struggling with their Fractor slot. And there's a DNA tracker again. Disgusting face check.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if I think it's 6 strength, even higher than the Anansi.
Yeah, it's very high strength. Oh, and we have ice on all servers now. Turtle is going to have to really work for these accesses.
If this criminal deck is not on the rogue trading, that slow economy that doesn't require interaction, so many of these decks are run-based, right? It's Penny Shaver, it's Bravado, it's Dirty Laundry, and that's really difficult, not only with Ag Infusion, but with this sort of ice that's in Ag Infusion. You can't face check in this. You're going to have to spend your Cat's Cradle. Do you know how it costs, what, 8 credits to break, I think, a DNA tracker? Something like that?
And that's not even the worst face check.
No.
Not even close.
Arguably not. The Nazis are probably the worst we're going to get. There you go. That's a prepaid voice pad. I think that's telling us that we're on 20.
Prepaid.
I think that almost guarantees we're on 20.
Almost has to be, yeah. Though, as you pointed out, going to be a little hard to use this prepaid credit all that often.
Yeah, you'll still see Deuces Wild. You still see Gambles. I think you're right. The Dirty Laundries, the Bravados, that stuff is hard. We'll see how much there is because there's not that much. I don't know if you're playing Carpe Diem just for 4 credits and not making a run. In theory, you could have prepaid economy. I wouldn't feel too bad about it. But I don't think that Big Unit has to do much here. Again, we're going to get fundamentals.
Gets cleared off.
We're going to set up a lock. You need enough credits. You want to make sure you don't misstep. We're not going to be aggressively scoring out agendas. We're going to be trying to getting down those waves res. This deck also has Divert Power.
Right.
Because that card is so flexible in this deck. It can make one of your outermost really mean ice rezzed. And so once it's rezzed, you're in a good spot. You can Ag Infusion into the worst ice. On top of that, it allows you to de-res cards like Wave to get additional value. And even in the late game, it allows you to reset some of your anemones over and over again to do additional damage. And that helps you. It can grind out some matchups. There's actually like a fair few discrete win conditions that are pretty elegantly packaged together in this list.
Yeah, very, very cool. It's a list I've been wanting to see in action all day, and I'm glad we're getting to see it.
Yes.
So far, just fundamental Netrunner, just making money, just icing up on at least 21 credits. So in a pretty commanding position here against 419. Obviously, gonna have some money ticking in. Oh, that is the paperclip in the bin. That matters.
The barriers are not the taxing part of this list, I don't think. I think Chiashi actually does exist here, which is the higher end of it. That's a 7 credit break with the paperclip.
Chiashi, that you never want to hit Chiashi.
And no one home on the table, too, actually matters in this matchup. If you take any amount of the net damage, actually, this is the first amount. I think that could be the send a message. We'll see if Jonas just wants to push on the table. Single ice is a bit hard. We saw Boomerang discarded.
This is unless there's an inside job, this is actually very difficult to challenge.
You could see Cat's Cradle run. Again, they'd have to run twice. What the upgrade is, I'm not actually sure. Whether we're running Anoetics proper, whether we have Manic Arms for influence. Mind you, Ag Infusion has 17 influence, so a bit more to work with, but we're already spending a lot on just the Loki and the Trieste package. So Motionblur configuring it out here also could just be an NGO friend. I think this is a Biovault. I think we saw the Biovault.
It could be Biovault. I don't remember seeing it in hand, but that would make a lot of sense.
Cat's Cradle, new card from Midnight Sun. It's a 2-cost decoder, and it says that res cost of all code gates goes up by 1. So we're looking at 9-cost DNA trackers. Maybe we're on Ikes for 2 credits. You still feel okay about that? We're just bravadoing in.
Bravado.
Archives.
Okay. That shows you the power of this ice suite.
Yeah.
Just running archives.
And sometimes you see the wildest ice there.
Worst ice.
That's a Lindsay. 7 credits on the res. That's a reader. This thing has 3 subroutines, 5 strength sentry. It says the subroutines basically are very similar, but they tick up. The first one is either take 1 net damage or trash the top 2 cards of your deck. Then it's 2 net damage to trash the 3 top cards of your deck. And then it's 4 net damage, trash the 5 cards. Oh, no, it's 1, 2, 3. 3 net damage.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
So the face check on here could do 5 net damage if you let it to do. But unfortunately,
it could do 6, right?
3, 4, 5,
1, 2,
6.
3.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Now, you can let this not happen. Some part of this, you're going to have to let trash the top cards of your deck, and that's actually terrifying. Because if you hit your Begulter here, one of in the list, like that can be it.
Class
Act,
X,
Deuces Wild. I think there's a Dirty Laundry there. And we're going to No One
No
Home.
One Home?
The No One Home, you have to fire on the first net damage a turn. So we'll
Oh,
see
you're
if
right.
Motionblur got the right timing there.
I saw 2 cards trashed. I think it didn't.
But I think it was from the deck, so that was the Lindsay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so I think we
Okay.
might still be fine here. But it becomes a Trace 0. And Jonas on the right side is favored for Creditz.
Yeah.
I think we're calling a judge here.
Yeah, we're getting a judge call just to make sure.
Yeah. To make sure when the timing of the No One Home would trigger, because the Lindsay didn't do the net damage, it was an optional. So I'm assuming that you don't get the No One Home here. But again, always call the judge if you have a question.
Agreed.
Hey, this is a good time to reset the timer. It's about 40 minutes left.
Yeah.
About 40 minutes. But again, whoever wins this will make it on to day 2, which is the only route you have here to become the world champion. And top 16 already in this field of a lot of competitive players traveling from all over not only North America, the world. These players have already had a long day of Netrunner and not a lot of intentional drawing, which has been really exciting to see.
Not much. Not many people were in position to actually intentional draw, which always makes it so much more exciting at the very last rounds.
Yeah. And this deck on the right, again, big unit, is part of the Snare Bears. That's a testing group of, I believe, mostly North American players.
Yep.
And that's a very prominent testing group. A lot of the players are doing very well competitively.
Quite a few of them in contention for this top 16 right now, in fact.
Yes. So we're going to pay.
At least 3, I believe.
I think big unit paid 5 there, so that's going to be more net damage. Citadel, another card that doesn't end the run. So you're still going to get your money and accessing a Jinsei review. Jinsei throwing out a Jinsei. So you're going to get the money back.
But hey,
Credits.
at least you got 7 credits.
And now the board state has radically changed.
Yes.
At this point, anytime you run, the Egg Infusion ability will throw you into the Lindsay.
Yep.
And that's not something you can allow to happen. Rashida in the remote server underneath now what has to be a Biovault.
Has to be Biovault.
Yeah.
There are other cards that it could legally be. There are none that make sense.
Yes. And this is the beginning of the lockout.
Yes.
Whereas you can run with Turtle. You need to find your Begulter. It's very expensive. Still, your run events can be dealt with. You have the Biovault.
Yet another very gross ice to run into, the Anansi.
Yes. There's a DNA tracker in RD, a Lindsay on Archives. We're not sure about HQ or their remote server, but it's probably nothing that costs less than 8 credits.
Yep. This is the return of Ag Infusion. Ag Infusion doing absolute work here.
Yes, we saw these lists maybe back in the day. Maybe you're familiar with IT department. Jinsei review, going to be able to throw out some of that extra ice. This deck runs a lot of ice. It runs 18 to 20 ice. Again, you want to do that a lot of times just to have additional cards that you can trash to the Ag Infusion ability. Even unres ice sometimes are some of your best ice.
Yes.
Because the Ag Infusion ability is incredibly potent.
And another ice on HQ, so just shoring up HQ against a criminal, as you do. Shoring up R&D as well. Creating new targets so that you can boop over into Archives.
Yes. And you never want to install another ice in front of Archives.
Correct.
Because as soon as you do, the Ag Infusion ability forces you to encounter the outermost ice. And now encounter doesn't mean approach. So you can't res an ice, but if the ice is already res, you're going to hit it. So you want to always keep scariest dice on the outermost. There's Begulter.
That's important.
Motionblur, very lucky to find that, not get that mill to the Lindsay. I still think the
Agreed.
Lindsay is quite expensive. It's 7 credits. It's like a Nancy.
Yeah.
So it's 5 credits and some 7 up front. But that's just to run Archives.
Just to run Archives, which you have to do to run anywhere.
Yeah. So we'll see here. There's going to be a slow transition. Whether we're going to see the full power of this or whether just having that ice and forcing out the run-based economy install there. Probably for 2 credits, going to prevent the expose. 419, you got to tap that.
Okay,
Love the gold foil 419.
Agreed. One of the best. That was a King of Servers prize, or door prize, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Liza on the other side, obviously. Don't flip that over, otherwise judge is called.
We're going to pre-res the Biovault there. Again,
Biovault
that's pretty
pre-resed.
known information. Not a lot of double advanced upgrades, and you want to play around the falsified credentials. Force a guess in the remote server. Big units on more credits than it might look there. That's a stack of 5, stacks of 1s. And Motionblur needs to figure out what to do here. They need to make more credits off of another means. I think they only have 10. And you're going to need, on average, about 7 to break any of these single pieces of ice here. Yeah.
7 just for the pleasure of Ag Infusion interacting with you, and then whatever you need to actually break the ice.
And this is a post-Rozeki world. This is a post-Pantab world. So you need to work for your credits. We don't have Caddy Jones in the format. We haven't had for years. So it's hard to just sit back and get credits. A lot of these decks are not playing telework. They're not playing liberated accounts.
It is too early for this to be the lock, but we are seeing what the lock looks like.
I've heard players concede against this matchup during Swiss.
A lot of decks are not built to beat a deck like this right now.
No.
They are built for sports. They are built
Yeah.
for PD. They are built to go fast. They are built to have open servers. There is no open server, and that is Ice on HQ getting trashed, at least thinking about it,
Jonas
or
is
thinking about a
deciding.
res.
Yeah.
That
But
is
hey,
that's
and
a
Anansi's
Nancy.
just as good.
Oh, okay. If you can break Mlinzy, I'll just choose. Is Anansi better? Is Mlinzy better? I'm
And now
not
this
sure.
is terrifying. If Motionblur continues and doesn't immediately jack out, you're gonna be forced into the
Yes.
Mlinzy, and you've already got the rebate on the Begalter, so it's gonna be 7 credits for the Mlinzy.
Was that continue? That was
Yes,
that's
there
a
you
boop.
go.
That's a boop.
So the Mlinzy hits again with
Mlinzy's gonna
Begalter.
hit.
You can break
Begalter
a
can
couple of the
break a sub.
subroutines. One sub, yeah, exactly. Only one, and then you have no more credits.
Yeah, that. Ooh. So I think that's. How did that break?
I think they maybe had enough. It's
Huh.
5 strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they had 7. I'm not sure. We'll see here, Motionblur down to no credits again. It's so hard to get out
I
of
think
this area.
might have been shortcutting the refund there. I'm not sure. I think
Yeah, I
2
don't know.
subroutines should have fired.
Maybe it's 4 strength. Maybe Amakua does it.
Oh, okay. Oh, if it is 4 strength, then yeah, that
I
would be
doubt
it.
it.
That would be it.
But hey, now with few credits, we're charging a remote server. You love to see this sort of pressure.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance there's a longevity serum on there, and it depends how
Biovault
many
gets
clicks you have
popped.
left. And it looks like the Biovault is going to protect. I think it's a
Yeah, that's
longevity
the
serum.
end of turn. That's end of turn.
But unfortunately, the longevity serum, if that's what it's in a remote server, you're scoring that. You're doing nothing else. So R&D is wide
Yeah.
open. Again, not wide open. You still
It's
have the
not
the
wide
boop.
open.
Just a spin doctor. And there's the divert power. There's the first wave.
Ooh, divert
Again,
power.
whenever you see those cards, you must know that somebody's doing something really smart with them, and it's all about this combo.
Now,
Getting the
spin
trios.
doctor is something that you can target with divert power, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's not bad.
That's awesome.
Divert power, I believe, costs 2. It's a 1 influence HP operation. Allows you to de-res any amount of cards. And then for each card you de-res, you can res 1 card, reducing its cost by 3 credits for every de-resed card. So the idea is that you can use that to aggressively res your stuff to set up an Ag Infusion trap, to set up that Ag Infusion reroute. But then, of course, you can de-res some of your cards that get value when they're res. Cards like Spin Doctor. Cards also that you don't care about re-res, de-res. Like Biovault costs 0, right? Re-res it
Yeah.
all you want.
How reasonable is Purge here?
I don't know if you need to. I think if you purge and you can't res R&D, mind you still have Ag Infusion, you're in a bit of a dicey spot. But I think
you can't res R&D, but you can at least still boop into Mlinzy and
Yes.
can't be paid for.
yeah, that's an issue.
So
If you survive that, then you can maybe run the Spin Doctor. I think
Yeah.
res is not the worst. But I think Jonas is going to need to get a Regolith or something down. That is an Obokata in hand. That's an
Thinking of
altered Obokata with the
Oh.
green tubes. That was from
Ooh.
recently this year, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, good Obokata.
I like that art a lot on that one. And we're checking the bin there.
Looking through the bin.
Looking at breakers again, we have
What's in
access to Paperclip. We've seen probably those are the only breakers in the whole deck. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if that was the case.
Yeah.
Paperclip, 1 decoder, 1 killer,
Mhm.
2 to 3, maybe sometimes 1 Amakuans and some mutual favors.
Yeah.
But that's it. Criminals are not running a suite like Anarchs who are happy to draw and trash their breakers. Jonas here thinking it through.
And unlike the Shapers, also don't have many ways to get him back.
Oh, yeah. None at all. Some of the decks are running a single Larla. The Levy Advanced. Wait, is that actually a name? No, I'm thinking Heart. I'm thinking of Harmony
Aerotherapy. So that's just take money, discard.
Yes. Up to about 5 credits. Daily Gas going to tick up. I think we took money off of the Penny Shaver.
All right.
For John up, that's a misbone. It's not going to help on this board state, and I think Motionblur needs to draw into that operation economy or the event economy, excuse me, that doesn't require interaction. We're still looking for 2 foil share gambles, 2 deuces wilds, I think. And you want to make sure if you're going to run, you have enough money to encounter at least the Nancy or the Mlinzy, but that's still so expensive. And now with the
Yeah.
daily cast coming
Money
down,
slowly ticking in. Money slowly ticking in.
it's so hard.
I think that's a mutual favor that just hit the bin.
Yeah, I think you're
Obviously
right.
not doing much with that. Already have all of the breakers.
I wonder if this deck has subliminal. I feel like you get enough value off of it.
Yeah, slots are probably tight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, never mind. There's
I
a
thought-
subliminal.
I thought that was send a message with a similar. right?
Oh, yeah.
But you're seeing that card showing
Yeah,
up in a lot of
you
competitive
are
lists.
sending a message.
Hey.
The message is I gain 1 credit, and you
You
won't.
gotta run. So it was Purge on top of that. So now we're back to not an empty slate, but it's an earlier turn for sure. The Amaku is not going to do anything in this matchup, I don't think. I don't think
Yeah.
any of the ice here is below. I think 3 strength might be the minimum on the wave. Not that you need to break that one specifically. But this is where interaction faces, I want you to uninteract. No
Yeah.
interaction, please. You can look. Chesva, I think, in the hand there on the right side. That coffee gives you 2 recurring credits. That does help with the redirects. It does make it a bit cheaper. You're far away from getting credits back from the Bagalter, which, you know, eventually enough coffee does pay you out somehow. But we haven't seen influence. Just a paperclip. I'm interested to see where that goes.
Me too. That is also not influence.
That's the coffee.
That's the coffee.
2 recurring credits for running centrals, throwing out a bones, throwing out a caldera.
Yeah, that is a Caldera.
If you have infinite money, that's infinite protection from net damage or
Oh,
core
but you
damage.
certainly don't have infinite money here.
Not even close
Far
to
from
it.
it.
Subliminal to hand. Got to pull that before mandatory. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. How much does it actually run? How much does it actually cost to run Essential now? If that's
Okay, so we're assuming you. Okay, so you need 7 credits for an Anansi, right?
yeah.
So then you get 5 back. So then it's 3 credits. You need 5, and it's only cost 3 for a single access. It's
Yeah.
not the worst. Spin Doctor, not even getting used, getting trashed. Install on the remote server, not a lot of money again to the corporation side. We're going to pay 1 to prevent expose there. Again, Amaku is still putting on pressure. 419 is robbing a credit a turn. We'll see here what Jonas wants to do. I do think they had a minute of agendas a couple turns ago. Spin Doctor into a naked remote server again. You love to see the double, let alone triple install into 419. If 419 is going to punch you for 1 installation a turn, get a couple in. You save your credits over a couple turns.
Yeah, this is with the Jesva down, with the Penny Shaver, it's reasonable to think about actually pressuring Essentials at some point in the near future.
Yeah.
You do eventually need to do that to win, but it is so much harder that you just don't get to use a lot of your cards in this matchup, at least not as efficiently as you want to, because you still have to pay money, real money, every time.
Motionblur dropping. That's a falsified exposing. We're going to name acid on that. I don't think anything else makes sense.
Yep, Spin Doctor.
Going to
Gain your
get
money.
5 credits. Going to
Gain
get a
your turtle.
counter on the turtle. And that's good. That's straight 5 credits. We did have the prepaid voice pad on that turn, if I'm not mistaken. Motionblur here, thinking through. Going to drop. We haven't seen classic.
Oh, that's a Diesel. That's some of the influence.
Yeah.
Diesel, honestly, very good in a lot of criminal decks because a lot of times you just want to draw your cards quickly.
Yeah, you can play the blueberry version. It's not card advantage as much. It's more about filtering, but
Yeah.
sometimes you like that. A lot of criminal decks, you don't want to play your breakers.
Yeah.
Motionblur thinking this one through again. They have less than 28 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Again, Jonas is going to have to move fast on the right side. You need to get points scored. And it's still, this point is difficult. There's a lot of setup for this match. And a lot of these players, I don't think have been going to the time with this matchup. I do think today we've seen a lot more games go to time.
Yes.
Even on top tables. At lower tables, there's a lot of newer players playing. That can happen.
I wonder why. I wonder how much of that is because people are playing in paper again.
It slows you down, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's not the most efficient way to play this, but let me tell you, it's my favorite.
Nothing beats it.
Motionblur is thinking it through. Bravado.
Bravado onto R&D.
Well, Bravado on Lindsay is the easier way to put it.
Yeah.
Now, this cares how many icy pass.
Bravado, I would say cautiously optimistically onto R&D.
Yes. This is really funny. Because if you start passing multiple ice because you get rerouted,
Yeah.
that does change how many credits you get off of this.
That's funny.
But we'll see. The Lindsay do is a bit expensive. You're getting the Chesva back, you're getting the Penny Shaver back, but we're just in.
Just gonna allow the res.
Single
allow the
access. Trash. That's a Biovault
Yep.
for 1. So not getting the Amaku counter there. Again, not the most important thing, but we're going to get back. That's a, 8 credit run after paying 3.
Yeah.
And a Penny Shaver on top of that. So good value.
Yeah.
Again, finding the Trieste is the hard part of the deck. That's the one card in the deck that the deck can't specifically tutor for. Now, Wave isn't guaranteed. It's, I think, put outside HQ. So if Motionblur goes Reza, you can get the Loki. It also pads HQ, which is kind of nice. And from that point on, we still need to get into the remote server. You need to get the Trieste. The Lindsay's already rezzed. So we're close to it. We're getting close.
How many accesses have there been this game? Can we count it on one hand?
Non-counting archives, I think 2.
Yeah.
Remote server a bit more. I think there's been some challenging on the remote server. And a pinholes writing, but central server.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. There was some.
Now we're charting remote server again. Card's been in there for a bit. Again, not only are we considering the res, but we're just trying to throw you into the Lindsay. We're just taxing your credits out because you can't let the Lindsay fire.
Yeah, it's very difficult to. Yeah, right.
There's the Spin Doctor.
The Jesva credits have already been used. You really don't want to run into that Lindsay.
Yeah, Spin Doctor, going to save something. I think the agendas from hand just went into archives last turn. So we're going to be able to get those back. Returning a Spin Doctor. I think there's a send a message in there.
There's an Avocado.
Oh, it's an oboe. I wonder how many cards are in hand.
I think there's also a send a message in there.
Get out. There's a send. So it's either
Avocado
send
gets
or
shuffled.
oboe.
Avocado's going to get shuffled. Oh,
So-
and handing over a send a message.
Yeah. And sometimes that can be the right play, right?
Yeah.
That's obviously points, and if you come to time, that matters.
You have sent a message. The message is 3 points.
Which player is the higher seed?
Big
Because-
unit is the higher seed.
So if we get to a real timed tie, the higher seed will win. It's
That
the
is
same
correct.
rules that when time is called, one player will get their last turn, the active player, and then the opponent will get one more turn. But again, we're coming. Well, we still have a lot of time in the match, but you're going to have to worry about time for sure.
What's the message here? What message is being sent?
Res any card. Ice. Excuse me, avoiding all costs. It's ice only, right? Yeah.
It is ice.
And there's
That's
another
another
Lindsay.
Munzie. Oh, those aren't unique.
No.
They're not unique.
No, it's just like a
Oh,
Nazi. It's just
boy.
a big one. Do we know it's 5 strength, right? I feel
Yeah,
like we're
it
doing
is
the
5
math right.
strength.
Okay,
It
5
is 5
strength, 3 strubs. Okay.
5 strengths, 3 subs.
There's a
Regolith.
Regolith.
That's huge right now.
Love
Being able
to
to hit
protect
this for
that.
9.
So we're going to get 9 off of it again. You res for 2, so it's 7 credits. And again, there's
Yeah.
going to be 6 more credits on that next turn. And that's exactly the money you need. But
Mhm.
here it gets harder and harder. Every central server is going to have the worst ice on it. HQ looks like maybe the most approachable, but that does also have the wave on it.
The remote is potentially the most approachable, right?
Yeah,
With
yeah, yeah.
only 9 credits to res ice.
And I don't think they're going to trash that ice. That's an anemone. And I
Yeah.
think you need the anemone behind the Loki to make sure that people don't go
I
through
think
it.
you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this Regolith you might be able to pull down the Regolith right now. You do have to spend time, credits, and energy doing that. Thinking about the res, yeah, the art looked like the anemone.
So many cards in hand again. The damage here. The only thing you're really looking to hit is multi-axis. But even that, you're feeling okay about. I do really think twinning is likely in this list. And there you go.
Oh, that's going to be a boop into
Enjoy them,
archives.
Lindsay. That's an empty
All right.
Regolith. And that's a liability to some extent. You can farm Mamaku turtles counters from that for
Yeah.
at least 1 turn. But that's going to be iced up soon enough.
Okay, and a counter goes onto Penny Shaver, so a bit of a rebate from the run.
Subliminal is still hanging out there. And there's the twinning.
There's a twinning.
That is the catch and alt art you can get at Worlds. And Dirty Laundry there are going to get even more value.
Yeah. Got to get a twinning counter for using the prepaid.
I don't think you should get a twinning counter there. Because if they already used the Chesva, it's a first time a turn to use credits from a card.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll see if that matters. But a lot of those cards care for the first time a turn something happens, and they don't
Yeah.
care for the first time a turn since they've been installed. I'm pretty sure the Chesva was used to run them, Lindsay.
I think you're correct. It definitely was.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that was correct twinning fodder.
And the hand is getting a bit ugly.
Yeah.
We've gone through 2 Spin Doctors. I think there's a third in hand, but the hand is only agendas. And Motionblur's not getting taxed out as hard against a Shaper, right? These
Yeah.
sentries get really scary. But with a single Chesva, with the Penny Shaver, with the Bagalter, like these Lindsay hits are annoying, but they're not like game breaking.
Yeah. Obviously, there are small mistakes like this that happen during a game. Judges aren't hovering. Just because they're on stream doesn't mean that they are judged more stringently than other tables. Part of the game is making sure that your opponent plays legally.
Yeah. There we have Sure Gamble. That's going to use a credit off the prepaid, so that's a second counter on the twinning. And the twinning allows you to use those counters when you're breaching HQ or RD to see an additional card for each counter. You can only use 2, though. And here's the Loki. It's happening. So Wave gets
That's
rezzed.
the wave.
That's a reader 2. When res, you can search your deck for an ice, reveal it, add it to your hand, so Loki a 5 influence
look, a
card.
Loki.
Oh, that's weird. Why is
Huh.
that there?
Interesting.
And now the big card you need to find is
Trieste
the
Mono
Trieste Mono
Biroids.
Biroids. And the idea here, Loki, is a unique ice, a mythical ice that has no type itself besides those words. Biroid as well.
Biroid.
The idea is that when you encounter it, you can choose another ice on the table, and Loki gains not only the subroutines, but also the type. And the idea is here, you can also play Trieste Model Biroids, a new acid that says pick a Biroid. You can't break subroutines on that using runner card abilities.
Mhm.
And so now the idea is that the Loki becomes the thing that you throw people into using your Ag Infusion ability, and it becomes an unbreakable Lindsay
Oh,
with
this
an
is
end
2 out
around.
of HQ, though. This could be big.
Is it 2 out HQ? This could be game. Okay,
That
it's
is
no
a
longer
divert
game.
power.
Deferred power, but there is a 3-pointer there. Oh my god.
That's a Loki. Oh, it's 3 because of
3 out of-
twinning. Yeah, because of Jezebel. That's
Oh, the longevity serum.
Longevity serum.
Motion
That's
Blur's on
5
game
points
point.
for Motionblur.
That could have been the last run there. And
It
while this
could have
game
been.
might be a bit of a tightrope walk still, the longer it goes on, the harder it's going to be to get accesses.
Yes.
Because you cannot face tank those Lindsay's over and over again.
Yeah. As we said, the goal of this is to create a board state that it is very difficult for the runner to interact with. Now, Chesva secretly gigantic tech against this list because you make these repeated central runs less challenging, less
Until
taxing.
the ice becomes on the remote server, that does save you 2 credits a
Yeah.
turn, but you're totally right there. Like, the HQ run doesn't seem unreasonable.
Yeah.
And especially with the twinning, that's a good power run. And the cool thing about that card, it's not like playing a Maker's Eye. It's not something that Egg Infusion will be like, nah, get off of here.
Yeah.
It's just gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think Regolith was drawn in hand. That's something that, again, there's probably, I think, around 7 credits it looks like on big unit side of the table. But it's more about finding the Trias. It's the one part of this deck that's not tutorable. I think the lists are usually on 2. I think it's only like 1 influence. Maybe 2 influence.
I thought it was at least 2.
Yeah,
It might even be 3.
sometimes the Byroid, like the Byroid support cards are like really low influence
Yeah.
because they don't make sense unless your deck also has Byroid. So we'll see.
This is I would not want to be in either player's shoes
No.
right now. This is a very difficult matchup, I think.
Spin Doctor
for
paying
both
1
players.
to prevent the expose. Again, we're just trying to draw into that Trias. That's Rashida. That might help, but there is an agenda in there. I think R&D could be safer than HQ, but the twinnings quite impactful here.
It is.
There's a
The
send
twinning, the
message.
twinning coming down with this Jesva, this is officially the danger zone.
Yeah, for sure. Motion Blurs just survived through it. Install. 3 installs on a turn again, paying a credit for the ice. Not so much for the Amaku. Amaku only had 2 strength. I don't think that's going to matter.
No.
And we'll see what here happens. Motion Blur probably doesn't have that many cards left in their deck. They have a Diesel in their opening hand, or sorry, in their current hand.
Yeah, and once you are down to no cards in stack, Lindsay has to fire damage, correct? That's where you
Yes.
start having flatline.
Yes, it's a cost.
possibilities.
You can't choose to trash cards when you don't have cards.
Sorry.
No, you're good. All right, checking there the archives just to see what it is. It's not a run. Subliminal messaging hasn't also come back for a while. Big Unit would appreciate that. Just
Yeah.
the credit, the clickless credit's good.
It is. Pondering here, this is definitely. This is a board state that you want to pull out your loafs and think.
Yeah. There's not that much time left in the round. There's a diversion.
Diversion.
Now this
No
is
unresed on HQ.
Yes.
This can't be booped.
This is going to connect, and this is going to rob a lot of credits. At that point, Motion Blur can consider running their remote server to see what's in there. I think it's a Rashida,
Mm-hmm.
but this is not looking great for the corporation.
Yeah, this game really turned on its head.
That's a lot of money there. Motion Blur can tank that remote server if they want to Ag Infusion that. Again, that's an expensive install to some extent. It's a click and a credit
Yeah.
on top of just losing 5 that turn.
Now, this is a real 7 credits to run that remote, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
because the Chesva has been used. You will get the Penny Shaver, so it's a bit cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a real 6 credit run.
Yeah. But charging there, the Spin Doctor. This is the last Spin Doctor, if I'm not mistaken. Bringing back 2 Biovaults. Again, a defensive option, not a fast option. But again, with about 50 minutes left in the round, like, you not only have to survive the multi-axis that's going to be threatened by the twinning, you also have to figure out how to get at least 5 points. And that means you need the Trias. The work on top of this, too, is while you have a Trias remote server, you have to also build a scoring server after that.
Yeah.
So, like, a lot more installations, a lot more work. I think that's a Rashida, though. Getting fired, 3 cards, 3 credits. That's a good start for sure. Again, the stack of credits, they are stacked.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not sure. There's an Opacon in it, and Anemone, 2 Biovaults. And I think a Send Message. There's 6 points in hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
This is kind of terrifying for the corp.
We're gonna talk a bit quieter now. The room has gotten a fair bit quieter, and
Yeah.
our tent is a bit shielded, but not entirely shielded. So we're gonna quiet down a wee bit here. Tomorrow will be a loud day, so
Oh, yeah.
this is just a late night. A lot of people have popped out for their dinner. It's just last year the tiebreakers that they're still fighting it out for the spot tomorrow.
It will be wonderful to be able to get out of here and get food.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm looking for this game though.
Yeah. Is that 2 divert powers in hand?
Yeah, it looks like it might
Yeah,
be.
I think that's 2.
Yeah. So we'll see if it's just stick the Regolith. HQ is kind of wide open. And Motion Blur's going to want to run once a turn. Chesva, get the twinning once a turn. On top of that, is turning off what's it called?
Sure enough, Regolith.
The subliminal messaging. We're installing, giving the bow counter at this point. Big Unit understands they can't continue to pay those Amaku credits. Again, 3 strength doesn't matter that much. Eventually, when it gets to 5 strength or 6 strength, maybe you'll purge then. 5 strength is the big break point here, barring DNA tracker.
Mm-hmm.
Taking the think here. Discarding a divert power on top of the subliminal in there. And now I think that's the last spin doctor. So any agendas in HQ are going to stay in
And the
HQ.
Chiashi hits the bin for that reason.
Yeah. Motionblur.
Regolith.
Want to challenge that. Has a lot of credits left on it. So we're going to go HQ.
Smelling agendas in HQ, I think.
It's
Also no boop.
a lot of credits there to access. We're going to see 3 cards.
3 cards. This could be it.
This is probably
This could be
it.
it. Yeah, the odds are that this is it.
That's an
That's
Anemone.
Anemone.
That's the game.
That's the game.
Oh, getting out of
Wow.
that prison. 8 to
Motionblur
0.
in the top 16.
Motionblur had the access, had the economic pressure. It's not so much the Amaku, but the threat of the Amaku, making you spend a credit there. But that's a good game. Unfortunately, Big Unit, a massively competitive player over the last years, obviously still today. Unfortunately,
World's
not making
runner-up.
the cut. Yeah.
World's top 16 competitor from years past. A legend of the game, absolutely.
We're going to still see the Ag Infusion deck, I'm pretty sure, tomorrow. But
Yeah.
you did not see it do its thing. You saw, the Ag Infusion ability. You saw a lot of the sentries. And on top of that, you didn't get to see the Trieste, but that is the one most unfair part of the deck. And it's the part that you can't draw. You can't tutor it. So it's very tricky. That's for sure. And that's going to be it for us. I think we're just going to wait for the results. I'm not sure what the thing
think
is.
so.
We're going to throw to a break for just a second to figure out with the judges whether we're going to wait here for the results. Otherwise, Cobra will update them. But good game to both players here. We're going to see Motionblur tomorrow. Begin will be around, maybe playing in Startup Tournament against Startup World Championship is also going on tomorrow. But we're just going to throw real quick to that screen. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to update you. Maybe 5 minutes. Real quick, just to update you on the standings.
Hopefully quicker, yeah.
Because I'm not sure if there's many more games going on. If you want to see the top 16 again, don't go anywhere. We'll be back at least to sign off in a minute. But don't go anywhere.